Chapter 1. Hello, Ace. Year 1517 of the Ocean Calendar. Alanya, Naval Base. At present, the Navy is inquiring about the newly detained pair of pirates, self-proclaimed, through iron bars. The naval rookie assigned to the interrogation team is conducting his first questioning of a suspect, and his seniors have taken special care to arrange for him a seemingly harmless pirate, self-proclaimed, to accumulate experience. What are your names? Brother Navy. I am wrongfully accused. I have absolutely no connection with this guy. You need to explain this to me. Don't just sleep. ZZZ. The girl with black hair cried out in a particularly miserable manner, appearing quite like an ordinary citizen. But you told this pirate that you were his crew member. This is slander. He has tarnished my good name as a model citizen. Whenever I see litter on the street, I always throw it into the trash bin. How could I possibly be a pirate? Let me explain. I can clarify everything. I quietly fished a piece of emerald from my inner pocket, using my hand to obscure the small gem as I feigned tears. Today the weather is clear and bright, the heavens are clear, and, in any case, I was carrying my fully packed adventure backpack, hitching a ride to travel from New Jersey to Alabama. Where's that place? With this perspective pitch, drawing upon the skills I learned in Hawaii, I perfectly struck his calf with a shuriken, causing the Navy man to stumble forward and crash into the iron gate. I extended my hand through the bars to steady him. Ah, thank you. What just hit my calf? As long as you are fine, I should be the one thanking you. The key that I had hooked with my pinky slid down to the black-haired man lying on the ground. He opened his eyes almost instantaneously and seized the key, rushing to the door lock. With a click, the prison door swung open. The Navy guard outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in. After I apologized to the poor Navy rookie, I knocked his head against the iron bars and dashed out, following the black-haired man who had already taken down a group of Navy soldiers. With each step I took, I felt as though I was moving further away from the light of righteousness. The tragedy's origin must be recounted from a few days prior. Little girl, would you like to buy an apple? Huh? Is your hearing poor? Apples. Goodness gracious, this European old lady of advanced age can casually speak Japanese. She utterly eclipses my half-baked grasp of the language. I solemnly pulled out euros, dollars, renminbi, yen, and the universal currency of the Makabaka tribe from my adventure backpack. The old lady examined these currencies for a moment and then shook her head. Little girl, I don't recognize any of these currencies. To buy something here, you need berry. She pulled out a berry from her apron pocket to show me. Did you come here from a remote island? You don't even know about berry? I do know. Berry is the universal currency used under the world government, right? Yes, but why are you so strangely dressed, little girl? Because I'm just a country bumpkin. Everything here is quite new to me. By the way, can I exchange some of this for a little money? Berry, world government. And I emerged from the bank holding my money bag, and the old lady suggested I exchange my gem for cash. After inquiring, I easily found the bank, and I happened to stand beside a signboard outside, which displayed a wanted poster for a notorious criminal. Such a familiar panel, a familiar style. Could it be that I have already died? Or am I on the brink of death? Is this why I'm having so many dreams? Is my life truly only worth reminiscing about in the context of One Piece? How tragic it is, not even giving Naruto or Bleach a modicum of respect. Having come this far, perhaps I might as well indulge in a last adventure before my demise, a final act of kindness bestowed upon this wretched soul by the devil. So what should I do now? This sudden realization feels akin to someone telling you that there are only 60 seconds left until the Earth's destruction. At such a moment, due to the overabundance of various hormones, a person's natural desires evaporate, leaving them standing dumbly in place. GUH. My stomach. What a brilliant idea. Let's go eat first. I successfully found a quaint little eatery with a lovely decor and pushed the door open to enter. Boss, one more order, please. As soon as I stepped inside, I was greeted by an appetizing aroma. A cheerful man was conversing with the owner at the counter, surrounded by a stack of clean plates. Seeing this, I gained confidence in the quality of the food and approached the counter. Boss, I would like one of what this gentleman ordered. The owner shot me a fierce glare, leaving me bewildered. He walked into the kitchen and shouted, "One signature fried rice, plus 2 more. Various pots and pans came crashing down from inside. The owner was quite nimble, dodging all the flying items, allowing them to crash down on the customers. I hastily took cover behind the man, who was engrossed in his meal, resembling a tabby cat at a convenience store. Unbeknownst to him, a frying pan struck him on the head. Bullseye splendid. Oh no, wait. Hey, wake up. The young man wearing an orange cowboy hat collapsed face first into the fried rice, his face now covered in grains of rice. Boss, are you running a tavern straight out of a Western film? Do you have to play Russian roulette just to have a meal? The owner, unfazed, shot a cold glance at the young man. He continued polishing his wine glass and called back into the kitchen. Calm down, you've scared off the customers. How we do business now? Various incomprehensible words erupted from the kitchen, and soon a chef with a physique resembling a sumo wrestler stormed out, wielding a large kitchen knife, cursing and swearing. I'm done. Whoever the hell wants to cook can take my place. It seemed the chef had reached an extreme state of anger. I watched the ominous knife in his hand, fearing he might hurl it over at me. You need to change your temper, Joel, the owner said, gazing lovingly at his wine glass, completely ignoring his employee's fury. I can't change. Is it because he ordered so much fried rice? The chef's murderous glare swept over the counter and landed on the young man who had collapsed beside the plate. No, please don't. Just let him be. He only ate so much because your cooking is so good. Look, he's already knocked out in your frying pan. I pleaded earnestly, primarily because I had also ordered a dish and was equally responsible for the burden of the straw that broke the camel's back. Zzz. The steady, even snoring emanating from the young man's mouth was a slap in the face to my previous statement. Brother, are you truly seeking death? Just when I thought the chef would turn us both into sausages, he plunged a knife into the counter and stormed out like a child running away from home, leaving behind a parting shot. I don't want to be a chef here anymore, find someone else. I'm very disappointed in you, Jonah. Aren't you going to chase after him, boss? We're both at the end of our ropes, let it be. Is it because of the fried rice? Yes, hurry up and leave. There's nothing left to serve you here. It seems your relationship with the chef is quite peculiar. But my connection with the young man sleeping at the counter is quite ordinary. Can I not leave? The owner regarded me for a moment before walking into the kitchen, returning with 2 plates of fried rice and placing them on the table. Here, these are the last 2 plates of fried rice he left behind, originally meant for disposal. Now they are yours. Thank you. You are truly a generous person. In the end, that farewell meal was not particularly delightful. Does this person truly only care about quantity? I gazed at this chance acquaintance, who was still sleeping, completely oblivious to the fact that he had ruined a budding friendship. Boss, he'll pay for his portion. Can you tell me why the chef was so angry just now? I took a sip from the water handed to me by the amiable owner and then used a hot towel to clean my hands. Thought he and I grew up together and once dreamed of becoming pirates. Is it really all right to speak of such a profession? Of course, this town is not as it appears in fact. There are many who, unable to become pirates, have left the sea. At that time, nearly all the men dreamed of acquiring that legendary great treasure, especially since we were both young and brimming with ambition. So we set sail on a tiny boat, naturally becoming pirates. We weren't that famous, and later, we were injured in a battle, so he accompanied me back to recuperate. But when my injuries healed, I no longer wished to pursue adventure. Tired? Yes. Running a modest restaurant is not such a bad thing. My family hopes for me to do this. A former pirate, no wonder the owner's gaze seems so fierce. Haha. Thankfully, this gaze has solved many problems for me. Whenever troublesome customers appear, I scare them off with it. Back then, Joel, because your companion never gave up on you. Is that why the owner drove your partner away with his indifference? You. The audience's gaze is keenly perceptive. Thank you for your hospitality. I responded with a playful grin, gesturing a peace sign beside my eyes as I rose from my seat. Well then, boss, I wish you prosperous business. Young man, you're awake? It's truly wonderful to hear that. The young man beside me had risen at some point to indulge in fried rice, bits of food tumbling from his face as I gradually discerned his features. Wait a moment. An orange denim hat, prayer beads, freckles on his cheeks, clad in black shorts, and most importantly, the assy tattoo on his left arm. No way, no way. After wiping his mouth, the man flashed a sunlit smile at the boss. Boss, let's depart. Yeah, where to? If you want someone to give up, just tell him directly that you are companions. But we are no longer companions, are we? Boss, lying is not good deep down. You still consider him a companion, don't you? Were you to say such things? My name is Portgasti, Ace, a man destined to surpass the Pirate King. Ace practically dragged the boss out, leaving the door of the shop wide open, and I couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. By the way, I haven't yet thanked you for covering my bill, miss. Thank you. He radiated an aura of sunshine, as if blessed by the goddess of the sun, evoking images of ocean waves and warm sands. Ace is truly a good kid. I waved goodbye to the departing pair and turned toward the opposite direction. Wow. If I keep wandering, perhaps I might encounter the Empress, making this dream experience worthwhile. The sun bathed me in its warmth, casting my shadow on the ground, and as I gazed down, I felt a sense of reality wash over me. I should go take a look at the sea first. Before the vast ocean, one cannot help but feel a sense of yearning. The sea, shimmering like human dreams, evokes a sense of wonder as one reflects on being born from those very waters and stepping onto land. The dock was surprisingly quiet, with very few people around. The tranquility was such that even the sound of seagulls flapping their wings could be distinctly heard. With my eyes closed, I could sense the joy of the seagulls soaring into the sky. Isn't it a bit too quiet? Not a soul in sight. Where's my romantic encounter? Where's the destined meeting with my wife? What's she doing here? Here she comes. If this is a dream, please let me encounter my wife. Joyfully, I turned around, only to see a few seagulls perched on the white stones, their black eyes fixed on me. Brother, look at her silly gaze. Aren't humans all like this? Silly and naive, just like the pirates who just arrived at West Harbor today. Unlike us, they're not noble and cannot fly. Indeed, just mere primates, deprived of the freedom to enjoy the skies. How pitiful. Hearing this, I was infuriated and immediately corrected the two seagull siblings who had seemingly gained sentience. Humans belong to the primate order, family hominidae. Please do not confuse it next time. Sister, a human is speaking to us. Brother, she actually understands what I'm saying. Leaving the dock where animals had seemingly gained sentience. Is this truly the Tom and Jerry feature film of my dreams in my lifetime? Might there be a little Bob Marley next? Ha ha ha. This dock is now under my control, Jackery, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Load everything from this dock onto the ship. A little Bob Marley. No, what kind of secondary character from a certain place is this? A pirate? Are you jumping timelines like a rubber band here? A crowd of individuals was busy hauling items onto a three-masted sailing ship, with over 20 people on and off the vessel. Their demeanor and gait were distinctly unlike those of ordinary sailors, making one feel they were indeed pirates who once roamed the seas centuries ago. This dream was remarkably detailed, even provoking my skepticism. Yet upon seeing that pirate Jackery, the sense of reality hit a home run with his long black hair and beard neatly braided into several twists, standing at a towering height of 2.5 meters. I had never seen a physique like his even in the sumo documentaries I borrowed from my brother. Huh, is he from Disney? Then I suppose that makes sense. Surrender, pirate. The Wild Navy had arrived. Ha ha ha, just a mere navy. The Disney-inspired pirates and the JK Navy exchanged gunfire for a moment before engaging in a fierce brawl, the scene ablaze with excitement. Ultimately, Disney emerged victorious, while I quietly retreated to a corner, finishing my snack before slipping away. The sun had dipped low in the sky. Strolling leisurely down the street, I observed my surroundings when a Navy squad dashed past me towards the East Harbor. The bell at the inn welcomed me as I found a relatively nice establishment, planning to conclude my day of wandering. I tucked myself under the covers, pulling them over my head, isolating myself from the outside world, and comfortably murmured, "Good night, ding ding car." Daytime. Makabaka. Pikachu, pika pika. What? Did you not sleep well, guest? You appear quite fatigued. Pika, pft. Manager, this place has poor sound insulation. Guest, our inn has excellent sound insulation. Then why did I clearly hear the couple in the attic arguing last night? Do you think I'm a Disney runaway princess? The guest must have heard the commotion outside last night. There was a jewelry theft at our town's largest jewelry store, and the culprits have yet to be apprehended. Ah, yes, I heard that too. Rather, I heard the entire process of the culprits muttering their hiding place while the Navy gallantly searched in the wrong direction. The Navy has it tough. They must be called for everything. Yet their integrated roles of firefighters, police, and military do not yield for separate salaries. After settling my bill, I stepped outside, sunlight warming my face. Rising in the morning, embracing the sun, kissing the lovely gemstones displayed in the showcase. Wait, no, what is this overwhelming sense of reality hitting me now? To admit or not to admit? Why am I in a world devoid of phones, computers, anime, manga, WLAN, toilets, air conditioning, convenience stores, cats, Pokemon, Digimon, ninjutsu, and the fourth-dimensional pocket? No, the new and old series I follow have yet to conclude, and I have never even encountered a resurrection stone. I did not want to go to another world. Squatting in front of the inn for half an hour, refusing to accept reality, I was eventually shooed away by the owner wielding a broom, forcing me to escape into a park overgrown with tall trees and weeds. With my years of experience as a victim of otherworldly light novels, I needed to first ascertain whether a system existed. Hello, Duma, are you there? Which faction do I belong to now? WSSB, and what about the next item? Special abilities. If I die, will I respawn? I placed my hand over my heart, contemplating how to test this, yet I could not figure it out. X. Amaterasu. Pegasus meteor. The bushes ahead rustled, causing my heart to skip a beat. What are you doing, big sister? A girl with brown hair and braids stood there. Why do the expressions of both the other world and the real world appear so similar at such a moment? Don't look at me. It is quite dangerous for a child to wander alone in a place like this. What are you doing? I'm not wandering. I'm looking for something. Children often lose things so easily. I'll help you find it. But in exchange, you must forget about what just happened. Huh? Really? No, that's unnecessary. Since you've said so, as a mature, almost adult, I must help you without hesitation. It's all right. Assisting children in their healthy development is everyone's duty. The words of the big sister seem strange, but I am truly in a hurry to find it. It is my mother's ring. Oh, how troublesome. A red, golden ring. I understand. I will search this area, and you can search the other side. We must find it quickly. Leave it to me. I patted my chest in assurance. 1 minute later, I found it, little one. Huh? So fast? It didn't even take a minute. My sensitivity to jewelry is at max, especially exquisite pieces. Huh? Is that so? Big sister is amazing. Now, I want to return it to my mother. I smiled as I displayed the red gemstone ring, the girl's gaze flickering intermittently on the ring in my hand. Little one, lying is the beginning of crime. And thus every adult is guilty. Big sister, what are you saying? I didn't lie. You admitted it. Little one, you truly are not adept at lying. Children in our area can tell lies without batting an eye at your age. I did not. It's all right to tell the truth. I want to inform the Navy. No, I didn't. Big sister is a villain. Oh? Then let me share my speculation. Actually, I just checked the bushes where you were. I found a pile of dirt hastily concealed, quite new, and the outermost soil was still damp, suggesting it was freshly dug last night. However, the hollow is empty, which means something buried last night was dug up. That could indeed be a wild dog that buried a bone and then dug it up to eat. I scrutinized the exquisitely crafted ring, slowly asking, "Is this your mother's?" A response emerged from the chestnut-haired little girl, seemingly squeezed out from her throat. You see, the inside of the ring bears only the name of the shop. It is common knowledge that personal rings are engraved with their owner's initials inside, I remarked, addressing my friend. Suddenly, a deafening wail erupted, characteristic of a child's high-pitched voice, rattling my brain. Barrier, please stop crying. Shake my brain gently. In a moment of panic, I forcibly thrust the ring into her hand, and a flurry of comforting words raced through my mind, only to vanish into oblivion. Ultimately, I committed the most bewildering act of my life. I covered her ears. By doing so, I hoped to shield her from sorrow. This peculiar tactic seemed surprisingly effective. The chestnut-haired girl appeared momentarily bewildered by my actions, gazing at me with her tear-filled eyes. For a brief time, the only sound in the park was her soft sobbing. Her mood gradually calmed, and she revealed to me the story behind the ring. To summarize the lengthy and touching tale in 3 sentences, the little girl had learned in advance of her father's collusion with pirates to steal jewels, and in turn, she had pilfered her father's treasures in hopes of bringing him back to the right path. Her father, misunderstanding the pirates' intentions, sought to confront them, while the little girl panicked, searching for the lost jewels. What a predicament! Allowing the situation to unfold unchecked, I could not bear the thought of the child losing her father. Yet it seemed that this father was irretrievably lost. Upon returning to count, I realized one was missing. It must have fallen here. If someone discovers that it is stolen property, it would spell disaster. Is this morally justifiable? Let me ponder. Article 7 of the criminal law stipulates that citizens committing crimes abroad are subject to domestic law, and even foreign trials may lead to convictions. Currently, there exists a concealment of facts regarding individuals who are aware of criminal acts and should be held criminally responsible. I am sorry for putting you through this. I won't tell anyone. Please, go find your father. Really? She asked, her eyes wide with hope. Indeed, I affirmed. The chestnut-haired girl hesitantly ran off, and after a moment of contemplation, I realized it was already noon. Having skipped breakfast, I departed with an empty stomach and my adventure backpack in tow. Once I exited the open area, I found myself utterly adrift. Why had I been in this state since summer vacation? A brief moment of self-reflection ensued. All right. In just 3 seconds, I had decided where to venture next, chuckling foolishly to myself. Boss, I'm here for a meal. To my dismay, the tavern door stood firmly shut, with a homeless man sleeping on the steps. What had transpired yesterday? Wait a minute. This isn't merely a homeless man. He lay there, his breathing steady, head bowed, arms crossed, and legs sprawled, soundly asleep. Hey, Ace Ultraman, get up and fight. Dimensional beings are invading Earth. The planet still needs you to save it. A playful nod to the Ultraman franchise, with Ace being the most renowned. ZZZ, huh? What Earth? How could this lad manage to sleep so soundly on the street? Could it be that the remarkable vitality exhibited while awake, akin to that of a lion, inadvertently contributes to an exceptional quality of sleep? Such a perilous notion. Suddenly losing consciousness and succumbing to slumber may indeed signal the onset of a grave illness. Young man, you must rouse yourself. Why do you find yourself resting in such a place? Ah, you are. Ace, languidly lowering his cowboy hat, dusting it off, and stifling a yawn. Who are you? Just a wanderer, nothing more. From 7 Ultraman. Is that not the young lady from yesterday? Have you returned for a meal today? Regrettably, the proprietor has remained closed all day. Ace gazes with deep regret at the sign indicating today's business hours, still unclaimed. What did you do yesterday? Oh, nothing much. I spent the entire day searching for Joel but could not locate him, and we parted ways at dusk. So, the absence of a chef has led to the closure? Yet, it seems rather strange. A tavern should still operate without a chef. Young lady, you have no inkling of the anguish that comes from losing a companion. Young man, you are utterly oblivious to the plight of a corporate drone. Gurgle, gurgle. How infuriating that my stomach would audibly protest alongside Ace. Ah, I am so hungry. Ace clutches his belly, his voice barely a whisper. Then allow me to treat you to a meal at another establishment. Certainly. Ace, resolute, clenches his fist and suddenly dashes toward the tavern. Leaping onto the signage before making a grand bound onto the balcony of the 2nd floor, effortlessly landing. Good heavens, someone is brazenly invading a private residence in broad daylight. Fortunately, the area is deserted. Otherwise, such thievery would surely incite chaos. What are you doing, young man? Ace boldly swings open a window and leaps inside. His voice echoing from the 2nd floor. Is anyone here? Ah, this is absurd. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs can be heard, and the tavern's door is unlocked from within. There is no sign of the proprietor anywhere. I entered the premises, inspecting the kitchen and the bedroom upstairs. When did you arrive at the door? This morning, hunger led me here, and I waited until I dozed off. Now, I find myself quite famished. Skipping breakfast may lead to gallstones. I, too, have not eaten. In any case, the proprietor did not return last night. The kitchen remains in disarray. And while the bedroom is neatly arranged, the wardrobe has been thoroughly rummaged through, indicating that he must have returned to retrieve something before locking up and leaving for the night. Why hasn't the proprietor returned? Who knows? I shrugged. Even if we find him, this establishment lacks a chef. Young man, perhaps it is best to seek sustenance elsewhere. A sound of rummaging echoed from behind, and I turned to discover the intruder illegally raiding the taverness refrigerator. Ah, young man, rouse yourself. That is raw meat. Are you a dog? Unable to thwart the thieving rodent, I clasped my hands in apology to the absent proprietor and placed a bag of Bailey on the counter. Hey, spit out the meat. I shall prepare a meal now. Oh dear. Yes, I will indeed cook, for time is of the essence. If I delay any further, I shall be compelled to seek out dinner myself. Moreover, should I tarry longer, you might be mistaken for a burglar, apprehended by the Navy. No. It is he alone who is the intruder. Oh dear. My apologies, esteemed chef. May I borrow your kitchen? Oh. Must I also assist in tidying up the kitchen? I turned the gas to its fullest, tossing the ingredients into the pan to stir fry. Soon enough, I shall produce something palatable. Alas, it lacks a certain depth of flavor. Oh dear. What have you been babbling about? One should not speak whilst one's mouth is full. Delicious. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, miss. Ace flashed me a sudden smile, causing me to avert my gaze in flustered surprise. Well, I suppose I am a child who can achieve anything when praised. Hearing the honest commendation, I could not help but smile. It has been ages since I last cooked formally, as I often resort to half-hearted efforts when home alone. Thus, dear miss, you shall become the chef aboard my vessel. How did our conversation veer so far? Sailing with my dear brother sounds delightful. However, I must decline. I have always relished telling those who believe they hold the upper hand. No, a reference from Jojo, the old man from the Northwest. Why? Let us embark on an adventure together. I shall undoubtedly become a legendary pirate, the Pirate King, surpassing him. So join my ship. What do you think others would say when I suggest boarding my ship, a pirate, to a lady on our second meeting? I gathered the dishes, rinsed them in the sink, and placed them back in the cupboard, resigning to the notion that fate had not yet aligned, and thus relinquished the idea. Also, do not harbor expectations of bringing the boss aboard. How do you know I wish for the boss to join? The thought processes of you two brothers are indeed comparable. You cannot fathom it, but I have watched him grow up, and I am well aware. The area is now spotless. Let us depart swiftly. I shouldered my bag, closed the door, ensuring it locked automatically. After waving goodbye to Ace, I hastily exited the scene of the crime, genuinely fearing that lingering too long would lead to my capture. As I walked along the gradually thinning streets, a small figure loitering at the entrance of the naval base caught my eye. A child? Ah, big sister. A brown-haired girl was weeping uncontrollably. I bent down and softly inquired about her plight. Daddy. I cannot find Daddy anywhere. Oh dear. Do not cry, or I shall be mistaken for a strange ant by the Navy. You cannot find your father, can you? Yes. I have searched at home and the tavern, but to no avail. You fear he may have been taken by nefarious individuals, do you not? Ah, Daddy, no. At this juncture, I can no longer conceal the truth. To protect your father, would it not be wiser to seek the assistance of the Navy? The naval base lies just ahead. Do not inquire how I found myself before it. I have stated that adults are not without sin, and you must be contemplating alerting the authorities, are you not? Yet, behold, the eyes of your father's child are filled with terror and concern. We truly are irresponsible adults. Your father, along with the pirates, is at the West Harbor. Thus, inform the Navy. This may save your father. Even if you do not see him for years, at least he shall remain alive. The little girl ceased to tremble, striving to muster strength in her gaze, and turned toward the naval base. I, too, pivoted and fled in the opposite direction from the naval base. Yesterday, the pirates raided the East Harbor, but the seagulls there reported that they were akin to the pirates who had just arrived at the West Harbor. This indicates that the pirates landed at the West Harbor before committing theft at the East Harbor. Their ship could not have brazenly docked overnight. After the robbery last night, the Navy must have inspected all harbors, suggesting that the daytime theft was likely a diversion aimed at redirecting the Navy's focus toward the East Harbor, while another pirate vessel masqueraded as a regular ship at the West Harbor. Of course, as with any deduction, this lacks concrete evidence. It is merely my conjecture. If I speculate that the pirates are at the West Harbor, predicated on the presence of the little girl's father, then should the Navy appear at this juncture, conclusion, the little girl's father would be taken hostage. If all of this is mere speculation, entirely contrary to reality, I leaned against the warehouse at the West Harbor, rifling through an adventurous backpack that resembled a mountain, and through a wall. I could see a man in uniform being mercilessly pummeled by Jack, who was laughing heartily. Ah, how fortunate it is that the child is not present. The number of pirates at the West Harbor is double what I witnessed yesterday, around 40 individuals. A three-masted ship can carry 20 people, which means they indeed possess 2 vessels. Expected numbers. However, prior to executing the plan, I must eliminate the 2 sentinels at the entrance. Behold, I procured the anesthetic and Flurane for $100 in free America. Thankfully, I did not only purchase the local anesthetic meant for self-use with a knife. A foul odor permeated the air as the 2 pirates at the entrance clutched their chests and collapsed, their bodies growing weak. I donned a mask soaked in alcohol and took a deep breath. Surrender, pirates. You have been encircled by me alone, bathed in light. I struck a pose covering my right eye, and as expected, all the pirates within the warehouse turned their gaze upon me. Huh? A little girl? Passing by like a masked rider. Remember me, from Kamen Rider Decade. As I hurled a black sphere into the air, I propelled myself off the ground. The time to capture their attention before the sphere landed was fleeting. I deliberately moved silently, finally halting a few meters from Jack. Their focus was entirely on me now. With several preparing to act, I drew a blade with one hand, while tossing the sphere forward with the other. With a decisive step forward, I positioned the blade nestled between my left thumb and index finger against the water balloon, slicing through it with precision. The ink within erupted like a dazzling firework, scattering in all directions. Shielding my eyes with my hand, I took another step forward, leaping into action. At the designated moment and location, darkness clung to the visage of the colossal pirate as if it were preordained. He barely had time to react before a force seized his beard, and I lunged towards Jack, bringing down the blade with ferocity. The inky blood gushed from Jack's left side, and he violently flung me away, sending me crashing to the ground, drenched in ink. After rolling a few times to dissipate the impact, I sprang to my feet and fled. Ah yes, Kamen Rider. Justice in action. A final wave of mockery as I departed. Concealed by the light, they might not have noticed that my soles were already coated in ink, marked with a conspicuous escape route. I removed my shoes, clutching them in hand before hiding them amidst the pile of materials. Now, it was time to observe just how petty Jack could be, to see how many pirates he would dispatch in pursuit of me. 10, 20, 30. How impressive. Jack's pettiness is truly remarkable, I must say. I shall later enhance the surprise with some pepper spray and a stun gun. 3 pirates remained inside, one of whom was Jack, half-blind. The other 2 were focused on him. They were easily dealt with. I confidently rose, donning my leather boots once more, with a stun gun in my left hand and pepper spray in my right. The notion that silence would keep me hidden is a fallacy. Speed is the true essence of stealth. Allow me to showcase the vigor of an adventurer whose goal is to explore the globe. Watch closely, it will be swift. With a swift slide, I approached the jewelry store clerk, who was battered beyond recognition, and whisked him away. Although my stealth was ultimately compromised when Jack, with one stubborn eye half open, caught sight of me. As long as I eliminated everyone, my mission would be deemed successful. Have you captured that little brat yet? Bring her to me. I want to pluck her eyes out. Wait, does he think I'm one of his crew? I suppose I shall take my leave then. Captain, look closely. That's the girl from earlier. I concealed my hapless father and my beloved bag together, adjusting my attire, though it was quite disheveled. Adventure gear is easily washable, and stood poised until Jack was escorted from the warehouse by 2 men. You scoundrel! My knife. I will kill you with my own hands. Jack drew his machete, clumsily swinging it as he charged towards me. No one in my homeland has ever faced me with a blade like this. With a grin, I peeled back my eyelid and, through my mask, made a face. For even the Siberian giant hamster and the golden tabby tiger have exerted greater pressure upon me than you. My mockery reached its peak. And then, like the wind, I resumed my long run. You foolishly ran towards my subordinates. Are you really that dim-witted? No matter how much time has passed, it should have arrived by now. As for why I have yet to be apprehended, the sounds of gunfire and shouts echoed from the front. Instantly, I retreated to the periphery of the bombardment zone. Survival amidst the chaos is the only truth. Jack, who hastened to the scene, was soon swept into the fray between the Navy and their adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, I retrieved my backpack, and in the process, I found myself alone. Just as I was about to depart, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure amid the turmoil. Phew. Ace? Oh, my dear brother. How did you come to join the fray? Whose side are you on? Wait, is that the tavern owner beside you? Goodness, child. Why must you stir up trouble alongside him? Best to pretend I didn't see that. Calmly, I distanced myself from the melee, reclaiming my backpack and the father of the little girl. Step by step, I maneuvered to a location far from the port, where I tended to the wounds of both parties and administered emergency care. Aside from superficial abrasions, I only bore a cut on my left hand from a blade. But the father's injuries were more severe and required medical attention. After inquiring with passers-by, I finally managed to escort the father to a private hospital. Yet, just as I was about to step out of the hospital door, dozens of crosshairs were suddenly aimed at me. Don't move. We are arresting you for theft and collusion with pirates. It seems that dragging an injured person around while asking questions raises suspicion. I dutifully raised my hands. In the Navy's cell. Oh, isn't this the young lady? I never expected to meet you in such a place. A fellow inmate, wearing an orange cowboy hat, greeted me warmly. I lowered my voice in response. Be quiet. I am still in a position to clarify things. Don't complicate matters for me. Do you know each other? Yes, she is my crew member. Accomplice, into the same cell you go. You will be interrogated together shortly. Do you think you are quite funny? My backpack had been confiscated, leaving me with only my clothing, a few gemstones hidden in my pockets, and a small bottle of pepper spray. There was no way these items could facilitate an escape from the Navy's stronghold. I sat obediently in the cell, watching as the door was locked before my eyes. The moment the Navy personnel exited, I abruptly grasped Ace's shoulder and shook him vigorously. What on earth are you doing here? As if entering was not enough, you've only added to my troubles. Who said you were my crew member? Clear that up with them later. My head, it's spinning. I released Ace and sat cross-legged, wearing an expression that said I would give him 3 minutes to explain. Just before I was about to win, that pirate suddenly abducted a little girl and fled. I was captured while attempting to protect the owner. You've left out more than just a few details. How do you expect me to understand? Wait. Was that little girl with the brown hair and braided pigtails? Impressive. How did you know that? Can you read minds? I should have observed my surroundings more keenly. I was completely distracted by you all. What do you plan to do next? Tonight, the boss is likely to seek out Joel once more. I wish to facilitate their meeting, so I intend to make my exit from here first. Are you implying that the chef has joined Jack's pirate crew? Well, I must ensure they have a thorough discussion. Is there any intention to rescue the little girl in the process? Ace stared at my face for a moment, revealing a mischievous grin. As captain, How could I possibly deny a crew member's request? The child is of African descent. What about the fact that the sun's surface also has dark spots? Unbelievable. Ah, yes, Captain. Although I know you, the soft-hearted fool, will undoubtedly save that little girl. It is precisely because of this navet that I find myself ill-equipped in the realm of quid pro quo. Allow me to accompany you, Captain. Hee. My name is Portgas D. Ace, a man destined to surpass the Pirate King. The flame of the sun, still ablaze within the prison walls, extended its hand to me. And I reciprocated, sealing our unbreakable pact. Call me what Ari, let it be known that my dream is to embark on an unprecedented grand adventure. Is that achievable? A person who dares to claim superiority over the Pirate King? Of course. Ahead lies an adventure like no other. Our journey is still long. Do not perish before we reach our goal. Certainly. Listen to my instructions shortly. Prepare to escape the naval base. Following that, the scene from the opening sequence unfolded. In summary, despite the arduous path, I managed to locate my backpack and successfully navigate through the hail of gunfire at the naval base. Yet, as I contemplated the life that awaited me, it was devoid of the joy I had envisioned. We sprinted through the nocturnal streets, Ace several paces ahead. Far in the lead. The West Harbor, correct? Yes, the jewels remain there. If we intend to flee, we must take them along. Tomorrow. The Navy will conduct a thorough sweep, making tonight the optimal opportunity. Moreover, if the disguised vessels have not yet been discovered, it becomes even more fortuitous. I spoke breathlessly. The weight of the adventure backpack feeling as if it were a burden beyond the limits of my shoulders. I shall head there first. Hey, in a flash, Ace vanished from sight. Frustrated, I hastened my pace. Under the cloak of night, the hour of execution approached. I donned my goggles and mask, fitted my hands with puncture-resistant gloves, and meticulously checked each bag for contraband items, probing the boundaries of legality with fervor. A total of 22 pirates had attempted to escape, and now, outside, Ace and the boss had already dispatched 5 of them. Don't move, kid. Otherwise, I shall take this little brat-ass life. Just this afternoon, Jack, having lost an eye, was now threatening others with renewed vigor. It seems that the denizens of your pirate world possess remarkable physical resilience. Jackery stood on the deck, gazing down at Ace in the harbor, a knife poised threateningly at the brow-haired little girl. In such a dire situation, the most effective means to swiftly rescue the girl would have been a distant sniper shot. However, during my time at the naval base, circumstances did not permit me to secure a firearm. As I embarked towards the complex regulations of gun ownership in the land of the free, I found it cumbersome and chose to leave my weapon behind. Who would have imagined I would find myself in a foreign realm, tasked with rescuing a hostage? Joel, we need to have a conversation. There are matters I wish to discuss with you, the boss began, employing verbal finesse against the chef. Initially, I had no options, but now I only desire to speak with you. Ha ha ha. Joel, is this your former captain? It is no wonder you chose me. Following such a feeble captain ensures a bleak future. Are you not tired of this? Yesterday, this afternoon, and now, there is nothing left to discuss between us. Our relationship has ended. Your ex has no authority to interfere with my pursuit of a new partner. Joel. Do you not recall our previous camaraderie? Ha ha. Your Joel is now under my command. Splendid. Joel, why not eliminate your former captain as a demonstration of your loyalty to me? Absolutely not. Do you dare to defy me, Joel? I am pondering. I cannot continue this absurd narrative. What is this nonsensical plot? Enough. Cease this at once. With a swift strike, I incapacitated him, for any man would lose his ability to act under such a blow, and in this regard, Jackery was indeed a man. How did you? The chef questioned, bewildered, as I gestured towards the numerous fallen brutes behind me. Stealthily, I cradled the frightened little girl, twirling her briefly before casting her overboard. Before she could fully transition from surprise to terror, Ace caught her with steady hands. I did not forget to deliver a blow to Jackery before diving into the sea and swimming ashore. Soon, the pirates in the harbor were subdued as well. This farcical rescue and the endeavor to reclaim my friend was nearing its conclusion. I held the little girl's slightly cold hand and gently asked, "Shall I escort you home?" Okay. Oh my. I stroked the girl's brown hair and lifted her entirely. She was heavier than I had anticipated. Ace, I will take her home first and then return. Ace looked on with delight at the boss and the chef. I truly cannot comprehend the bonds of friendship among men. I sat on the steps of the girl's home alongside her, who hung her head and wept alone. I silently observed her, contemplating for a moment. You are even heavier than I had imagined. Hey, although she had ceased crying, Her gaze pierced through my conscience. Well, it is said that children who cry are often heavy to lift, as adults bear the responsibility of making them smile. Am I causing trouble for the big sister? Not necessarily, but I was indeed at a crossroads in my life at that moment. Perhaps a fortunate event occurred because of you. Really? I, the elder sister. Suddenly feel at ease. Your smile brings me joy. Hee, you are truly gentle. Growing up in a nurturing environment, I believe you should also be raised with kindness, blossoming into gentle adults. I hesitated for a moment, my outstretched hand paused, yet ultimately rested upon the little girl's head. However, I trust that you are different from me. Even a single person can mature into an admirable adult. While uttering these words and being embraced tightly by the little girl, I felt a disconnection, but surely, the warmth I hold in my memory suffices. My name is Fanes Andersella. May I know yours, dear sister? Watari, that name suffices. Watari, what a lovely name. Sister Watari, where do you plan to go next? Would you like to stay at my home for a while? Although no one is there. I have a grandmother in the neighboring town. I am about to embark on a sea voyage with the kind older brother who just caught you. A sea voyage? The ocean is perilous. Danger and allure coexist. It is this very duality that drives people to madness. The sea is vast, and perhaps one day you may encounter those you long to meet. Do you have someone you wish to see, Sister Watari? Indeed, many. I have received much kindness from them. Thus, Ella and I conversed through the night, her sobs intermingling with our dialogue. When the sun rose, I quietly extracted the keys from the slumbering Ella and placed her gently onto her bed, where a photograph of her and her father adorned the bedside, revealing her single-parent household. After rummaging through my bag for some time, I finally retrieved the emerald and discreetly placed it in her palm. Good night, Ella. May you find enduring happiness. I locked the door, letting the keys slip through the crack, and after ensuring the windows and doors were secured, I faced the rising sun and shouted joyfully. Morning has come, embracing the sun. I am so sleepy. Perhaps I should seek out the captain first. It is impossible to keep Ace awake. Surprisingly, I found him at the west port after last night's battle, sprawled comfortably on someone else's pirate ship, surrounded by a few defeated pirates. One of the pirates at his feet stirred, and I nearly kicked him, only to discover it was the boss and the cook. Did you guard Ace all night? Such loyalty. What happened to you too? For some reason, their faces resembled that of pigs. Thank you. Joel and I have reconciled. Indeed, I have mended things with the captain as well. We have decided to set sail once more. As long as you are happy. Later, I learned from Ace that they had a brawl last night, and he fell asleep during the commotion, unaware of the details. I truly do not understand the bonds of friendship among men. As the sun ascended, Ace busied himself on the ship, tossing pirate bodies overboard one by one. There exists an overwhelming sense of audacity. This shall be my vessel. Wait, this belongs to another. It is a pirate's ship. That poses no issue. My little boat succumbed to the tempest during the last storm, along with my belongings. Now, a ship has presented itself, and with a first mate at hand. We are poised and ready to embark at any moment. First mate? Aren't you the cook? Watari is astute and formidable. He shall serve splendidly as the first mate. In any case, you are currently my sole crew member, so you may assume any role you desire, save for that of captain. As the dawn illuminated the sky, the sun painted his face with a layer of honey. His laughter was so foolishly infectious that it brought joy to my own heart. You rascal. To proclaim such woeful lines with such bravado fills me with trepidation for the future. Let us set sail swiftly, lest the navy arrives. He leapt onto the railing, gazing toward the distant, blinding sun. Are we truly departing? Fear not. We shall soon give chase, my lad. The vast ocean awaits us. I sincerely apologize for allowing you two to send us off with bruised faces. It was only when the island vanished from sight that a thought struck me. And I turned to Ace, asking Ace, can you navigate a sailboat? Not at all. Turn back. Chapter 2. Hello, Navigator, Part 1. The life at sea suits me, does it not? Upon arriving at an island, I disembark to seek adventure, and once we depart, ample time remains aboard to prepare for the next escapade. Unlike the terrestrial world, I need not fret over insects, wild beasts, torrential rains, or landslides. Yet, the ocean can be rather monotonous. During calm days, even discerning whether the ship is in motion becomes a cumbersome task. The deckhand at the stern of the main deck whistles, directing the other sailors to change course. Oh, how agile they are. Ace naturally approaches my side, drawing my attention to him. After all, these sailors were hired at a considerable expense. It would be wise to observe their movements closely. as we must navigate the ship ourselves after our next port of call. What book is Watari perusing? The books aboard were left by Jack's navigator. I thought I might acquire some nautical knowledge, yet while my mind grasps the concepts, my hands remain unskilled. Well, I must persevere. I am not particularly adept at intricate tasks. If I falter, I shall exert threefold effort. I am, after all, a student. Moreover, I am preparing for the college entrance examination next year. Just days ago, my aspirations were to enroll in a prestigious university's ethnology program, and yet here I am, traversing realms during my summer vacation. In retrospect, is my current predicament not extraordinarily dire? Surrounded by peculiar individuals, I feel like a curious anomaly. I solemnly grasp Ace's hand. My gaze resolute. I wish to learn combat techniques. Very well, he replies without question, his readiness surprising me. Are all your family members such amiable souls? First, let us attempt to break this stone. Gazing at the stone before me, I cover my face and crouch down, lowering my head in trepidation. I ought to contemplate something more pragmatic. Should I seize an opportunity to part ways with Ace? And then what? What is it? I laboriously lift my head, slowly approaching the stone, my fingers brushing its surface. How peculiar. He has brought out a pickling stone from the storeroom. Captain, a vast bank of clouds looms ahead. A storm is imminent. The sailors on deck shout in alarm, and though I am not well versed in sailing, their frantic movements and rapid exchanges convey the gravity of the situation. Ace, let us assist. All right. I release the heavy pickling stone from my grasp and dash up to the deck amidst the strengthening winds. After enduring a night-long tempest, I finally relinquish my grip on the rope, collapsing wearily onto the drenched deck. My muscles ache, my head throbs, and my thoughts are scattered, making concentration a challenge. Nevertheless, it should be manageable. At least my experience traversing the Grand Canyon was far worse than this. The seawater truly surges from one side of the deck to the other. The ocean, how terrifying it is. I once believed I would be swallowed by Charybdis, the monstrous whirlpool. Did our ancestors weather storms in this manner 3 centuries ago? Columbus was truly remarkable, and Magellan, too, was extraordinary. The weather has been quite peculiar of late. Could something significant be on the horizon? What could it be? Is the sea god enraged? Enough with the jesting. Normalcy will soon return. Your discernment is truly commendable. Had you employed other sailors, this vessel might have met a watery demise. Ah, well, my gratitude is in order. The tempest had recently upended both my belongings and the ship, leaving me adrift for 3 days before I stumbled upon this town. A rather harrowing experience indeed. Ace engaged energetically in discourse with the sailors while I stood to the side, wringing out my drenched hair. One of the sailors at the helm called out a few words, his voice momentarily subdued by a gust of wind. I looked up to see him swiftly retract his telescope and tuck it away at his waist, reiterating the command not to linger. We are nearing the next island. In the distance, a verdant isle appeared on the horizon, its lush greenery juxtaposed against the white clouds that seemed to float aimlessly at the juncture of sea and sky. The sensation of spotting an island from the ship was rather delightful. Donghai Town, South Conies. A woman with auburn hair, in a fit of agitation, forcefully tugged at a stuck window, her temperament frayed by the incessant storms. With a resounding crash, she removed the wooden board securing the door and promptly assessed the state of her backyard. It was worse than anticipated. Branches and mud were strewn about, reeked by the ferocious winds. Instead of dew, earthy scents wafted down from the eaves. The auburn-haired woman, her fingers now smeared with dirt, fixated on the mud for a few seconds before resolutely crumbling it into powder. Jill is indeed furious again. Let us return later. Yes, indeed. The auburn-haired woman cast a sidelong glance, reaching to grasp one of the small radishes. In a voice laced with chill, she declared that she was not angry. Since they had come, they might as well assist. With a single hand, she yanked the child by the collar, spinning him around 270 degrees and tossing him into the yard. She picked up a broom and began to clear the remnants of the storm. 3 children burst forth from the thicket, brimming with youthful exuberance. Hey, Jill, let us not bother with the cleanup. After all, who knows when the next storm will come and ruin our efforts? That is not the point. Jill treasures this flower bed above all, although much has been destroyed. Her timely foresight has spared a good number of flowers. Rebuilding will be swift. The little girl countered, addressing the 2 boys. No, that is not what I meant. You see, if we do not find a way to dispel the storm, rebuilding will hold no significance. So, do you know how to stop the storm? How could that be possible? At that moment, the girl among the 3 emerged from the bushes with a basket. Jill, this is a token of gratitude from the villagers. It's flour cakes. She extended the basket forward, but Jill furrowed her brow, her slate blue eyes glinting with coldness and ire. Send it back. Eh, but, then you all may consume it yourselves. All right, I'll take it. Hey, that was meant for Jill. It is rather strange that the small island lacks a harbor. Venturing further west, I recalled my previous visit to this serene town. Bustling with children and the elderly, an epitome of harmony. I glanced back at the sailor, pondering the implications of an aging community. The sight before me grew clearer. I pointed towards the distant man-made structure, a cold sweat forming on my brow. A harbor? The sailor offered no answer, only the faint sound of him swallowing hard. Should we proceed directly to the next island? What has transpired? Vatali, let us investigate. My captain and I could never reach a consensus on matters of safety. It felt akin to having just experienced the Normandy landings, though, given the absence of any signs of heavy weaponry, it might be more accurately compared to Costa Rica. Even a storm should not have wrought such devastation. Could this be the art of a typhoon from America? The air was rife with the scent of rain-soaked clarity mingled with the stench of decaying timber. Scattered along the woods and the shoreline were vessels marred by some unseen force. One thing was certain, it was not the result of a tempest. Standing amidst the port's aftermath, I quickly sensed something amiss. The air was tinged with the odor of rotting flesh. I crouched down, bringing my nose close to the splintered wood, and a robust, primal scent made me furrow my brow. Where are the townspeople? We should investigate the village. The sailor appeared equally curious about the disaster that had befallen the harbor. The three of us followed them along a primitive path, arriving at the island's heart. The village of Bernankenus. The battered wooden sign, washed by the storm, proclaimed its name. At first glance, the town seemed to have merely weathered a tempest. As the inhabitants emerged from their homes, armed with planks and carts, clearing debris and repairing their buildings. Upon noticing us, they momentarily adopted a stance of caution before erupting into celebration. People. There are people here. Someone has come to aid us. Are you here to help us? Well, not exactly. Let not disappointment be so overtly displayed. Auntie, we saw the situation at the harbor. What has transpired here? The eager Ace inadvertently triggered a side quest. I shook my head, rummaging through my backpack to retrieve jars adorned with vibrant labels, seeking to enrich my arsenal during the obligatory narrative exposition. 3 days prior, an unknown band of pirates invaded the island. Thanks to the valiant resistance of the warriors, the villagers successfully defended their home. However, in the pirates' retreat, the harbor and their vessels sustained significant damage, and they had not seen any ships frequenting their island. The distress signal dispatched 2 days ago had yet to receive a response. Now, uncertainty loomed over when the pirates might return, instilling fear within us. What manner of individuals are these pirates? The woman who spoke hesitated, revealing that we had not encountered them directly. They had all been driven away by Agile, reputed to be a formidable group. A single individual repelling a band of pirates. Such warriors are not scarce in this world. Could you assist us in seeking reinforcements outside? Certainly. With Ace refraining from using his fists to intervene, I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that I still did not fully comprehend my captain. The destruction wrought upon the port must indicate that those pirates were formidable, and the individual who managed to drive them away must be equally impressive. Indeed. Agile possesses remarkable strength. All right. Ace clenched his fist and grinned. Let us first have our meal. But why indulge in a leisurely meal when the threat of a pirate attack looms uncertainly? Seated at the table, I contemplated the dark future that awaited me. 3 excellent sailors had already embarked on our ship to seek help from other islands, while Ace and I remained in South Cornus. Upon reflection, Ace is only 17. Freshly set adrift, captivated by the prowess of the seas champions, fixated on proving himself through combat, a misguided mentality that would persist until he encountered Whitebeard. What a farce. Leaving aside the original timeline, I am now serving as the vice captain, and he must consider the safety of his crew. That foolish monkey. I shall not risk our well-being for his personal motivations. Coy, Waddley, and Pang are all watching, yet I am utterly oblivious to what this child is saying. Do not speak while your mouth is full. At a phase in life where I should be shining brightly, I find myself playing the role of a caretaker. After establishing a fixed time for our meal, we set forth on the quest for a brave soul. Why are we seeking Agile? Weren't we supposed to look for the crew of a pirate ship on the next island? Isn't there an ideal candidate available? Aren't we about to meet him? The rustling in the nearby bushes, accompanied by the whispers of children, prompted me to divert my attention elsewhere. Soon, we arrived at Agile's residence. It was tranquil and serene. With a small white house enveloped in greenery, and atop its red roof stood a rooster perched on a pole. The iron rooster was adorned in gold and black on either side. This wind indicator, commonly featured in the insignia of weather stations, signifies wind direction. The Bible recounts how St. Peter thrice denied knowing Jesus, while the rooster crowed incessantly beside him, leading people to commemorate this event by crafting a weather vane in the rooster's likeness. Such figures can be found throughout Europe. And in Chinese folklore, a similar wind bird serves to ward off evil. It is indeed one of the ancient inventions for weather observation. Waddly, do not stand there in a daze. We must knock on the door. Ah, I seem to have momentarily succumbed to my professional habit, for my future aspirations are intertwined with folklore studies. And I have unwittingly amassed a considerable amount of knowledge that now feels utterly futile, quite despairing. Birds chirped melodiously from unseen branches, while the ground was strewn with various plant stems, leaves, and petals, indicating that this household tended to flowers. Ace knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Is anyone home?" The voice that answered came unexpectedly from the side of the room. A pirate? Ace responded affirmatively without a second thought. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine, and with a forceful push, I shoved Ace aside. The sound of slicing air grazed my cheek, landing on the ground behind us with a dull thud. Was that aimed at his head? How fortunate I was, a shiver ran through me. Or else Ace would have faced a tragic fate for my failure to prevent that little brat from returning to report. Stay calm. Ace, don't be afraid. I sought refuge behind him. What just happened? We were attacked. Ace turned to face the newcomer, while I gazed at the ground behind us, where a bullet-sized hole marred the muddy earth left by the rain. Water? I turned my head to confront a striking woman with wine-red hair, momentarily entranced. Mom, there's someone exceptionally beautiful here. I never anticipated that Agile would be a beauty. How delightful. Do you know water? A subtle scar etched across her immaculate forehead. Her gray-blue eyes concealed beneath soft feathers, yet I could still sense the disdain and hostility lurking between them. The woman tossed the water in her hand with an air of nonchalance. I had attempted such a move before, only to end up drenched. Clearly, she was not merely playing with water. Fishman karate, I thought, surprised to see a human, apart from a certain revolutionary, employing such a technique. My mouth unwittingly voiced, "As expected of a pirate, you possess vast knowledge. You are Agile?" Ace stepped forward bravely, while I frantically tugged at him, blinking madly to indicate he should not move. Of course, he failed to grasp my intent, offering me a puzzled expression before continuing, "I've heard of your exploits. Do you wish to join my crew? Together, we can drive those pirates away. To become a pirate. I meant to say, you clueless monkey." Thud. Ace groaned, clutching his head as he turned away. Seizing the opportunity, I clarified that although we were pirates, we harbored no ill intentions. We were benevolent pirates. Moreover, it was perfectly acceptable if she declined our offer. We, as pirates, uphold the core values of Eren Yeager. Right, Ace? But I genuinely need crew members. I wish to gather them swiftly for the Grand Line. Can it be done later? Naturally, Agile showed no inclination to accept our invitation. I leaned closer to Ace's ear and whispered a few words to stir her yearning for adventure, hoping to leverage her goodwill and proceed gradually. What are you? What? You're quite cunning. Not as clever as you, an adult. I'm merely at my wit's end. Do you truly believe two people can manage a ship of that caliber? Moreover, the laborious tasks will fall solely upon your shoulders. I am apprehensive, should something go awry. You may find yourself submerged in the depths. Theoretically, due to the convergence of world lines, you should be unscathed, yet my fate remains uncertain. I lack the fortuitous luck to drift from the sea to the island. Miss Agile's gaze has grown increasingly frosty, evidently having overheard our prior conversation. Ahem, how could our dear little one harbor ill intentions? We merely wish to find a crew member on this island, where the populace comprises primarily the elderly and children. Let us not squander our efforts. We must depart swiftly. The youth are few as it is, and now we are compelled to leave with them, rendering us akin to a band of villains. Indeed, let us hasten our exit from South Cornus. Cursed pirates! Away! Two mischievous children emerged from behind Agile, sticking out their tongues and making faces at us. Ah, children, how delightful! Ace greeted them with a beaming smile, exuding warmth, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had nearly become a victim of their mischief moments ago. Wow, a pirate is speaking to me. This is a threat. Sister Jill, the pirate is threatening me. Agile sighed softly, prying the children away from her. With a stern expression, She reiterated her command for us to leave. Ace, it would be best to concede for now. Disheartened by his unsuccessful attempt to engage with the little ones, Ace hung his head. I'll take that as his agreement and firmly led him away from Agile's abode. It was unclear whether he truly yearned to set sail, nor did he appear to be a recluse. I envisioned the striking woman we had just encountered, murmuring to myself about her proficiency in meteorology and her nautical skills. Perhaps she was a navigator. Coupled with her connection to the fishmen, I tentatively classified her as a navigator. Is she indeed a navigator? A reasonable conjecture. Following the tempest, the ground bore scant remnants of fallen petals, indicating meticulous preparation. Her right thumb and forefinger bore thin calluses, likely a result of drawing nautical charts. Notably, her household was the only one adorned with a weather vane, and the structure appeared relatively new, likely less than 15 years old, suggesting it was installed by the previous generation, a family of navigators. This place could very well serve as a personal meteorological station, with a high probability that the former occupants were navigators as well. Ace seemed to absorb only half of this information, feigning agreement with a nod. I comprehended. She must be persuaded to join our vessel. Yes, it takes such resolve to attract a beautiful woman. I circled to the rear of the island, adjusting my position to utilize my German-made military binoculars to survey the coastline. Baltari, is there something amiss over there? I sensed something peculiar about the harbor. However, Agile did not seem inclined to provide an answer. Is that so? I find nothing strange. The affairs here generally do not concern us, and this confirmation of the coastline serves merely to placate my own unease. Astonishing. I have uncovered traces of enemies scouting behind the island. How could such extraordinary fortune possibly befall someone like me? Moreover, my view is obstructed, leaving me unable to discern anything of significance. Indeed, there is nothing unusual to behold. Ace resembles a general upon a theatrical stage, his back adorned with an array of flags. A sudden gust of sea breeze wafts from the northwest, prompting me to direct my telescope in that direction, only to retract it immediately and activate my sage mode. Approximately 56 degrees northwest, I perceive a vessel upon the horizon. Roughly 2,000 meters away, an unprized guessing game ensues. Whose ship could that be? May I borrow your telescope? Ah, indeed, it approaches the island, billowing smoke. That ship appears rather familiar. Of course, it is familiar. It is our ship. Hurry, we must rescue them. The vessel is already sinking. Running along the primitive mountain path demands exceptional physical prowess, and I find myself unable to halt my momentum. Ace, however, chooses to traverse the forest, opting for a direct route to the coast. Truly, he is as agile as a monkey. Upon reaching the shore, I find Ace standing there, his body marred with scrapes, clutching a plank of wood, poised to surf. I can sense your eagerness to save them, but truly, surfing is unnecessary. Although the ship is steadily descending, it should still be possible to reach the shore safely. As anticipated, the 3 sailors aboard the ship managed to disembark, covered in dust, and upon seeing us, they exclaimed their gratitude to the heavens. How could your ship have come to this? The areas struck by cannon fire do not appear ablaze, but still emit faint wisps of smoke, and several sections of the hull have been shattered. Did you encounter pirates? Indeed, we were attacked. Yet, rather than mere pirates, they resembled monsters. The pirate ship was filled with strange individuals, all donning animal masks. After their chaotic explanations, I distill their predicament. Pirates adorned with animal masks assailed them and are now headed this way. Are we to confront 2 pirate crews? No, at this moment. It seems these 2 crews are but facets of the same pirate faction. I take a moment to contemplate the unfolding situation, assessing Ace's capabilities. Ace is indeed formidable, isn't he? Without a doubt, I am far stronger than Vatali imagines, regardless of how many pirate crews we face. His confident smile easily instills belief in others. I comprehend now. The 3 of you, whether injured or unscathed, should head to the town. The pirates may arrive imminently, and you must alert the residents to seek refuge. Understood. No need, I have already informed them. As anticipated, a familiar figure emerges, a wine-red woman with eyes the color of a stormy sky, approaching us at a measured pace. You all should return and await the resolution of this matter. This includes you, as well as Ace. Please, don't say that. Dear Captain, the island is vast, and you cannot ascertain where they might land. Having someone on watch would be quite prudent, wouldn't it? Agile should be capable of observing the conditions upon the sea from his cabin. Otherwise, he would not have been able to drive the pirates away in advance. However, she ought to comprehend that it is impossible for her to rush to the scene immediately. especially considering there are areas that cannot be observed from the direction of the cabin. Aguile arched her eyes and furrowed her brow, scrutinizing us with an inquisitive gaze. The local inhabitants have rendered me a favor, Ace promptly replied. By the way, didn't TU pay for that meal? Well, to be pragmatic, they sunk our ship, and they must pay the price. Clearly, the first reason was not one she could accept. Under suspicion, Aguile nonetheless implored us to remain on the current shore, as we could observe any peculiar activities from the mountaintop, a rather clever strategy. It would also afford us the opportunity to salvage some supplies from the sunken vessel, though I had already retrieved my backpack before they departed, containing essential items that could not be carelessly left behind. By the way, Ace, I have something for you. What is it? Is it food? I handed him a Swiss Army knife and a bundle of rope. A wilderness survival expert once told me that with a Swiss Army knife possessing 72 functions and a length of rope, most challenges could be addressed. Now, I entrust it to you. Make good use of it. I understand that 72 functions may seem overly elaborate, but please do not display a look of exasperation. This tool is remarkably useful. Look, here is the LED light. This is the large blade, the small blade, and even a cream whipper. Oh, this tool appears truly fascinating. Without the ability of a devil fruit, Ace sounded somewhat concerning. It would be prudent for the child to carry a bit more. The coastal sea breeze swept past us, and that band of pirates did not keep us waiting long, soon making their grand entrance upon the horizon. I raised my binoculars and spotted the black flag upon their ship, likely depicting the skull of some carnivorous creature, confirming that they were indeed the ones responsible for sinking our vessel. Ace, I observed that ominous ship through the lens. My survival instincts tell me that what lies aboard is rather dire. Really? I cannot see anything clearly. Indeed. I swear by my wife Hancock that I am drenched in cold sweat. I lowered the binoculars. Ace, have they moved any cannons from the ship? Are we to sink their vessel? Sure. I thought firing the cannon merely required aiming and lighting it. Yet the execution proved far more complex than I had anticipated. Why must this otherworldly life be so harsh on me, an outsider? I clearly see a decrepit ship here. Yet that black vessel continues to sail directly towards us with unmistakable intent. And it is drawing nearer. What should we do? Should we fire a shot with bravado? Those rascals are coming again. Aguile hurried over, and I felt as if I had been saved as I sought her assistance. Boss, how do we fire the cannon? What do you intend to do with it? I wish for them to experience the vengeance of Hannibal. Oh, Hannibal is the name I have just bestowed upon this vessel. The poor Hannibal departed this world before even taking his first breath. Agile regarded me for a moment with an inscrutable expression, then took the match from my hand and said, "Allow me," as she leaned closer. Her wine-red hair wafted a fragrant bouquet of floral sweetness. I was taken aback, a delightful shiver coursing through me. "Thank you," I said, my heart swelling with joy as I made way for her. Such a beautiful person possesses an effortless allure. Simply standing there brings a sense of joy to the soul. What? Could it be that I am the one drawn to the same sex? No. When I recommended One Piece to my female classmates, I always found myself admiring Hancock's exquisite legs. It appears that the attraction between beautiful women is but a natural response. Boom. A cannon fired, sending a plume of water skyward. Boom. Another cannon fired, creating yet another fountain. Are you capable, Captain? Agile frowned, her expression steady as she fired a third outrageous blank shot. Shouldn't this require an element of surprise, lest we allow the enemy to evade? Surely, our captain cannot rely solely on bravado to succeed. With that thought, she deftly adjusted the cannon's aim, her movements so fluid they were almost mesmerizing. Finally, with the forceful fourth cannonball, a hole was blasted into the deck of the black ship. Their misfortune in being hit was indeed remarkable. Oh, we've struck them. At this momentum, we shall sink them, Ace exclaimed, exhilarated on the sidelines, while I covered my face and gazed skyward, contemplating the intricacies of life. The conclusion of the sunset red cannon strategy, of course, was merely one successful hit before they grounded themselves. I leapt into the nearby thicket to observe discreetly, noting that the two of them stood boldly upon the shore. Ah, splendid. T and DPS, go forth. I recited silently to myself. Nothing is true. I poked my head out, my eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, these were pirates that could grace the set of Zootopia. Even the most discerning would acknowledge their authenticity. No. Upon reflection, it was clear they were not merely costumes, but anthropomorphic beings. A trio of animal devil fruit users? What could their presence signify in such a context? The snake, rather fearsome in appearance, the small-eyed creature with a comically long nose resembling an elephant, and my dear brother Peppa, pink and plump, exuding a familiarity that harkened back to my early English learning days. Upon closer inspection, the snake was an identifiable species, the extinct Woma python of Australia. I had read of it in legends, revered by indigenous peoples as the mythical rainbow serpent of the Dreamtime. Is that considered an ancient breed? I have come for vengeance. Are you prepared for your entrails to be ripped asunder? Peppa spoke, her voice as unappealing as her words. You actually summoned help this time? Just a little brat. Do you think you can triumph over our ferocious pirate crew? This time, we are entirely different from the previous days. The viper flicked its tongue, its elongated head turning towards me. I quickly withdrew my head and held my breath. Just as I believed I had been discovered, it silently turned away. I exhaled in relief, pressing my back against the tree trunk, waiting for their attention to fully shift to Ace and his companions. Agile remained indifferent to their words, standing with arms crossed, coldly observing them. Ace appeared astonished by their appearance. You all possess quite an intriguing visage, he remarked. We are unlike ordinary folk, bearing the blood of superior beasts. Do you see these muscles? They are filled with primal strength. The elephantine figure revealed its shoulder, its skin sagging and wrinkled like that of an elephant, hardly convincing. However, reasoning from his words, one could infer that such an elephantine trunk could easily lift tons, effortlessly snapping vertebrae in the process. Oh, that seems quite formidable, Ace mused. Very well, I shall continue, and soon I shall board the ship. I felt my left hand grasping the rope ladder in the water, my body surging upward as I clung to the rungs. The second attempt at stealth was executed with greater proficiency. In a mere 3 seconds, I almost flew up the rope ladder and landed on the deck, striving to minimize any sound upon descent. The moment my feet touched the ground, I found myself unable to rise, half kneeling on the deck with one hand bracing against the railing. Instinctively, I halted my breath, a wave of intense suffocation surging from my stomach to my brain. I trembled uncontrollably, akin to a lamb standing amidst a pack of beasts, as if afflicted by some dreadful ailment that rendered me nearly immobile. My muscles tightened to their utmost limit in an instant. This sensation had never manifested before. Calm down, breathe slowly, expand your lungs, inhale, hold, exhale. I repeated this several times, striving to relax my muscles. My mind identified the source of the acrid scent aboard the black ship as some sort of beast. In fact, I could already hear the rhythm of hearts beating around me, apart from my own. It was as if the ship itself were alive, with deep, robust breaths emanating from beneath my feet. They were not human at all. If that were the case, the issues at the port could be resolved. But what lay beneath my feet, separated by a mere wooden plank? At the very least, they were something unfavorable to us. There was no time for contemplation. The next steps must be executed with alacrity. I scattered an accelerant on the dry deck. The amount I possessed was merely a 700 milliliters bottle, but it should suffice to create a splendid bonfire. Next was the ignition. I had intended to use the cannon, but circumstances dictated otherwise, so I resorted to a lighter instead. We need not lift a finger against you. This time we have brought something capable of annihilating this place. Pagey boasted from below. Had it already begun? I stood at the railing, prying open the white nozzle of the lighter fluid canister with my nails, removing the cap. Releasing my right hand, and after pushing aside the windscreen, swiftly pressed down the ignition wheel with my thumb. A resounding metallic clink followed, and a burst of flame arced through the air, painting a yellow curve as it landed upon the deck. The flames surged rapidly, accompanied by the sound of compressed air and the splashes of water, with the former overpowering the latter. A brilliant flash akin to an explosion erupted from the ship. While everyone stood transfixed before the towering inferno, I emerged from the water, drenched to the skin. Excellent. Now is the moment to escape while they are distracted. Well done. Bad alley. Ace. Behind us, the great vessel blazed fiercely, the crackling of wood turning to charcoal mingling with the aroma of roasting meat and the low, anguished cries of unseen beasts. Yet, all eyes were upon me. Hiss, truly a 3 against 3, the Pirate King's duel system? I had become the MVP of the entire scene. And T.I.? Hee, indeed. What do you think I've accomplished? When will you? How are we to explain this to the captain? Snake, Rain. Why are you two standing there in a daze? Hurry, extinguish the flames. A second time. How many seeds have we lost? Step aside. The trunk of the elephant suddenly expanded, and Agile, reacting instantly, charged forward and delivered a powerful punch that sent the elephant flying. The battle began without warning. As Wana lunged at Ace with a gaping maw, but Ace deftly dodged. Ah! Pei-Chi screeched. You pig-headed fools. Is this the time for fighting? Snake, you understand the importance of the seeds better than anyone. Quickly, put out the fire. The pig-headed one is me, I muttered under my breath. Only to be overheard by Pei-Chi. You must attack that taunting attendant. It's all your fault. I'll rip your intestines out. Pei-Chi's limbs transformed into hooves as her body swelled to twice its size, charging towards me. What the? No, aren't you supposed to be extinguishing the flames? I verbally reminded Pei-Chi to help, but my body had already darted away. I had just traversed the mountain path, and here I was again. My large backpack was already secured in a safe place, and my waist and thigh pouches were filled with supplies, prompting me to ponder how best to utilize them. Pei-Chi, as rosy as a mini pig, charged with the ferocity of a Eurasian wild boar, her speed in the forest rivaling that of a hunting dog. In contrast, my stamina and strength paled in comparison. At the edge of a 5-meter cliff, I leveraged my potential energy, pushing off to grasp a small tree growing there. Leaping 3 meters, and then clinging to the rocks, scaling the cliff like an arrow released from a bow. Pei-Chi's reckless charge collided with the hard stone, causing the ground beneath me to tremble violently, loosening the earth and sending debris cascading down the cliff. Seizing this opportunity, I retrieved a can of hairspray and a lighter from my pouch, using the blade strapped to my hand to puncture the can before igniting it. Aiming it as I hurled it forward, knowing that hairspray would evaporate, making minor inaccuracies inconsequential. I fell back, and with a thud, Vatali unleashed the joy of fire. Pei-Chi is ablaze. Hooray! Pei-Chi is truly in her element amidst the flames. Gasping for breath, I stood up, contemplating how much better it would be if I had an accelerant. Subsequently, I retrieved the hairspray as a backup, along with a rope for Ace and a Swiss Army knife. I always keep 2 sets of equipment on hand. This time, since I had yet to partake in any adventurous activities, I also had a 3rd-tier pack of supplies. Originally, there was more, but who would have thought I would awaken in another world? Speaking of which, have I been too reckless? Whether it's saving someone or blowing up a ship, here I am, still treating this place as a dream from which I might wake at any moment. My right hand instinctively clenched, the climbing gloves still wrapped around bandages. The wound was from rescuing Isla's father, and it had been less than 3 days since then. It had already scabbed over and begun to peel, and I hadn't even felt it while climbing, perhaps due to my heightened anxiety. Now, pondering the existential questions of the soul, I wondered why I had found myself here at that moment. Kill you. Well, I'll think about it after I'm done. Pei-Chi, you're still moving suddenly. Pei-Chi, engulfed in flames, expanded several times in size. Her eyes transformed as the white of her irises was overtaken by a crimson hue. She emitted a heart-wrenching scream, prompting me to step back. Taking advantage of the enemy's cooldown to escape, I swallowed hard, hurled the hairspray, and dashed upward. I no longer had any spare windproof lighters to discard. Now was the perfect moment to incite an explosion with the hairspray. With this in mind, I pressed on toward higher ground. Shortly after, the sound of the explosion echoed behind me, followed by the roars of beasts reverberating through the forest, closing in on me. I had already run quite a distance. They could trace my scent thanks to the keen nose of the boar. Of course, I had anticipated this. As I trampled through the underbrush and crashed through the obstructing trees, it was clear that Pei-Chi was indeed furious. Judging by the magnitude of the tremors, Pei-Chi's size and weight must have increased to about 5 times her original form, nearing 2 tons. I mentally calculated the maximum load of the rocks, tying the rope to one of them before creating distance. I believed I was prepared to confront Pei-Chi in her second phase. The commotion beyond the forest intensified rapidly as the distance between Pei-Chi and me diminished. I stood relaxed, fully attentive to the movements in the woods. Finally, I caught sight of her, unable to stifle my scream. It was more dreadful than I had imagined. Patches of charred skin radiated heat, and due to her vigorous movement, I could see the white of her skull amidst the decaying muscle. The advancing Pei-Chi? My body instinctively recoiled in genuine fear. Emerging from the shadow of the trees, Pei-Chi was now less than 2 feet away. I could feel the damp warmth of her breath against my back. With a large step forward, I leaped. My hands grasped the rope in midair, adjusting my position as Pei-Chi's massive form slid past me, narrowly missing my head. I then fell down the cliff, my shoes firmly gripping the slightly weathered surface of the rocks, while debris and dust rained down upon me. I squinted my eyes to confirm Pei-Chi's body at the edge of the cliff. After letting out a dreadful scream, it lay motionless, its massive form gradually diminishing. I exhaled a sigh of relief, raised one foot, and cautiously tapped on the rocks of the cliff. It seemed that ascending would require considerable effort. Suddenly, a child's voice caught my attention. Though faint, I was certain I heard it. Upon listening closely, I discerned an adult's voice as well, with the rocks slightly weathered. I carefully navigated the rope along the cliff face, eventually settling down in the shade of a tree to rest. In the woods, running about carelessly would result in numerous scrapes, much like what happened to Ace. But thanks to my well-fitted adventure gear, only my unprotected face bore the marks of abrasion. I circled the cliff, following the path down to the base where Peichi had fallen, not far from where I stood. I checked to see if Peichi was alive, and upon confirming her breath and heartbeat, I secured her bindings. Even in unconsciousness, she retained her half-beast form, a testament to her being a creation of artifice. Engaging in combat felt surprisingly similar to my previous endeavors of exploration, albeit the adversaries had shifted from nature to humanity, and the thrill was considerably diminished. Even an adversary that I, a frail individual, could conquer would surely be swiftly dealt with by Ace and his companions. While the comparison between a house pig and an elephant is utterly nonsensical, is it not true that my combat prowess pales in comparison to Ace's? Speaking of which, after so much interaction with Peichi, I still did not know her true name. Perhaps, if I were to be a better person, I would hear it someday. Then, I raised my gaze towards a verdant section of the cliff and called out loudly that I was a traveler who had just arrived that morning. I had inadvertently stumbled into this place after battling pirates, using my body to obscure Peichi's swine visage from view. I thought it best to conceal this matter for the well-being of the villagers, especially the children. An old acquaintance, a sailor, approached with joy, grasping my hand and expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The previous act of rescue had transformed into words of appreciation. You relied on your skills and prevented the Hannibal from sinking into the sea. I should be the one thanking you. Oh, not at all. By the way, you must have sustained many injuries in battle. We happen to have a first aid kit. Please, come to our refuge. The refuge was an artificial cave located about 4 meters down the cliff, its original purpose and creator unknown, now serving as a storeroom and sanctuary for people. The interior was remarkably spacious, astonishingly wide like the sewers of London, accommodating over 200 individuals without feeling crowded. I was ushered through the crowd to the doctor, who treated even minor scrapes with the seriousness of a major operation, leaving me feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, my disheveled appearance indeed suggested I had just emerged from a fierce battle. Was all that commotion just the result of the little girl battling the pirates? Was Agile unharmed? Well, Miss Agile is far more resilient than I am. Look at my few scrapes. She must be perfectly fine. Is that really true? Agile wasn't injured? Surely she must have sustained some injuries. After all, it was a fight for survival. Ah, how could that be? Indeed. It seems that it is preferable for us to engage in battle alongside Agile. Are those pots and pans piled at the entrance your weapons? No. That is far too perilous. This is a conflict of an entirely different caliber. Merely being swept into it could leave one incapacitated. Is the young girl not an ordinary person? Even the weak have moments when they must fight. I found myself at a loss for words. The determination of the crowd was suddenly ignited, and other villagers began to echo their sentiments. Those who believed they could fight stepped forward, and together we would drive away the villains. Please, remain calm. There are only 2 foes. Once my captain and Miss Agile deal with them, they will return. No, this person is lying. They are a pirate. They intend to take Agile away. Yes, indeed. We saw it with our own eyes at Sister Gill's. They even expressed a desire for Sister Gill to join their crew. Alas, we must not forget that those mischievous little rascals are also here. Well, there is a reason for this. No, please allow me to explain. I am not a wicked pirate. I had anticipated a scene of chaos, yet to my surprise, every adult here wore a frown, bowing their heads in contemplation. While we may be pirates, we are merely young adventurers seeking to explore the Grand Line. We are essentially an adventure crew and do not engage in killing, burning, or plundering. My captain is as kind-hearted and ordinary as any of you. We believe that Miss Watari and her companions are good people. Although our time together has been brief, we have lived on the same ship for a while. The 3 sailors spoke in unison, leaving me profoundly moved. I cannot believe that you would trust us so deeply after just 3 days. Thank you. The villagers averted their gazes, unable to meet my eyes, when a woman spoke calmly, saying, "We knew you were good people when you sent the ship to help us. If you are aware, then why is the atmosphere so peculiar? Do you wish to take Agile away?" just considering it. Such matters must also depend on her own will. What was Agile's reaction when you mentioned this? Well, I have only seen her wear a single expression, suggesting she is yet to trust us. Has anything occurred between Miss Agile and you? Throughout the conversation, I carefully observed their gaze and movements, from which they revealed a profound sense of guilt and concern for Agile. They resembled parents quarreling with a child. Yet the rift between them was far more profound and shadowed than mere adolescent misunderstandings. Is your relationship with Miss Agile strained? Has a conflict arisen? For instance, the fishmen. Upon mentioning the fishmen, the villagers instantly displayed expressions akin to a collapsing facade, the woman who had spoken earlier trembling, her rough hands gripping her clothing tightly. I felt an urge to assist her, for she appeared on the verge of fainting. Have I inadvertently broached an unpleasant subject? Mother, are you all right? You look dreadful. Are you ill? The little girl grasped the woman's arm, her voice filled with concern as she repeatedly inquired about her mother. Come here, children. Let us take you to another place to play. The adults must discuss something important. A middle-aged man led the children away to a location where our conversation would be inaudible, and the three sailors instinctively followed. Sailors, do not leave me alone. The atmosphere was painfully awkward, and once they finished speaking, I would be gasping for breath. I realized I was wrong. I should not indulge my inquisitive nature. Please, return quickly. The girl prayed. Her prayers went unanswered. Well, perhaps preventing them from spiraling into despair is a blessing in itself. The woman approached me and recounted the events that transpired 17 years ago in South Conies. South Conies is an aging island, lacking any significant development. The youth have all migrated to prosperous islands for work, often not returning for years. Only retirees and children remain, rendering the population of young people nearly non-existent and creating a scarcity of labor. However, due to their modest means, they have been spared from pirate incursions. On an otherwise ordinary day, a ship drifted in from across the sea. The sails were furled, and ashore came a man. His body swathed in bandages and dressed in impenetrable clothing, cradling an infant girl in his arms. The man implored the villagers to allow him to work here, seeking a life for himself and the child. The kind-hearted villagers readily agreed, and thus he began to live alongside the infant. The man had been injured in a devastating fire, which left him bound in bandages, and the girl was a child he had rescued from the flames. The villagers accepted his explanation without hesitation, offering him assistance in his daily life. After all, a man caring for an infant must face numerous challenges, and it was then that the spirit of neighborly kindness shone bright. The man was deeply grateful, offering his help to the villagers in constructing, fishing, and other tasks without expecting any reward. As the days turned into years, the infant grew into a girl with rare crimson hair. The man built a small cabin on the mountain, where he would alert the villagers of impending weather changes. Those days were filled with joy. The girl laughed every day, and happiness enveloped their lives. But then came the day when everything began to unravel. A band of pirates arrived from across the sea, desperate and intent on pillaging the island inhabited by the elderly and the weak to regroup. The man stepped forward, bravely battling the pirates with extraordinary strength, driving them away. Yet, secrets have a way of revealing themselves, and in protecting the girl, he was unmasked when the pirates tore away his bandages. Beneath the skin flowed the same crimson blood, yet why did the man's skin appear so different from theirs? At that moment, the villagers recognized the deception. A werewolf lurked among them, and when his eyes opened, carnage would ensue. No, it should not be this way. The man protected them from the pirates. He is their guardian, strikingly different yet remarkably similar to them. However, no, let one's heart discern the truth. Look at that child. Ah yes. Conceal, deceive, perpetuate his fabrications. As before, naturally, instinctively, even amidst self-delusion, there are those who reveal their fear. Hey, that fellow is a wanted pirate. Terror escalates to its zenith. Crows, informants. On the other side of the sea, a naval warship approaches. The Navy is about to scour the entire island, assuredly capturing the crew of the former Sun Pirates. Anxious villagers burst through the doors of their humble abodes. The Navy has arrived. Flee now. We have prepared a ship. The man bore no bandages. His grayish-blue skin and serrated teeth lay exposed. Why run? What about Agile? If I escape, she will surely be captured. If I take her with me, both of us will be apprehended. But Agile cannot be without you. Are there not others? Since that day, the man never returned to the little house he had built with his own hands. Agile grew up, and her once beautiful relationship with the villagers remained forever frozen in time. Just before that day, yet, When faced with the approaching pirates, Agile stood resolutely, just like the man, her adoptive father. Chapter 3. Two Greetings, Miss Navigator. As the tale drew to a close, I inhaled deeply, uncertain of how to proceed. After a prolonged silence, I managed to extract a single query from my throat. Do the pirates driven away by a gyro know he is a fisherman? Indeed, they were taken aback. I forced a smile, grasping the woman's icy hands. Have you found the informant? No, or rather, we lack the strength and courage to seek him out. Why do you ask this? Do you think? The woman's weary face lifted, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. The fleeing pirates had been captured by the Navy, who extracted information regarding the presence of a fishman in South Conies. Based on their testimony, it became apparent that the fugitive was indeed a pirate. Such a deduction is reasonable. No, even so, we have abandoned Venner. I tightened my grip on the woman's hands and continued. To shoulder all the blame is the folly of a saint or a child. Such a gesture merely attests to your goodness. Venter, is that his name? Even if you did not accept him then, I believe that with your kindness, Venter shall soon live without a mask, basking in the sunlight, conversing with you. We cannot. He will not return. You have already achieved so much. You merely require time to adapt. It is unfortunate that fate has not granted you ample opportunity. Surely, you have envisioned a time when you could see Mr. Venner's smile unencumbered by bandages. Humanity is not inherently selfless, nor do we act solely for the benefit of others. Such actions often stem from a desire to fulfill our inner needs. Yet, the concept of goodness exists, allowing individuals to generously extend kindness to others. I wish to do something for him is, at its core, a transaction of affection, yet individuals willingly invest their awareness in such sentiments, which in turn can manifest unimaginable strength. I find this notion profoundly beautiful. Venner, I understood that my words may not serve as comfort. Offering the possibility of evading personal responsibility may be a most despicable tactic. However, they are different from me, a group of kind-hearted souls. I will bring a gyro back. After you have communicated well, I shall ask her to join our ship. Thus, I take my leave. I swiftly departed from the shelter, nearly stumbling at the entrance. Upon escaping, I finally regained my normal breathing. The atmosphere within had been unbearable, utterly incompatible with my disposition. Slowly, I made my way towards the beach. Standing upon this island and feeling the remnants of their struggle, I, fragile as I am, should refrain from encroaching upon the realm of pirate battles. Thus, I positioned myself at a safe distance and raised my telescope to observe the unfolding events. To no avail. Ace dodged the blade of snake while speaking, having just attempted to land a punch upon the serpent's head, only to discover, as he lamented, that it had no effect whatsoever. The supple flesh and the unyielding scales rendered his fist ineffective. Use a dagger. The dagger at your waist, alongside the armored gauntlet wearing a Jill. Bore an expression of disdain. This individual is a fool. However, I am not adept with daggers. At most, I use it to slice game for lunch. In contrast to the relatively relaxed atmosphere on Ace's side, Agil's domain exuded a murderous intensity. The collision of fists unleashed an astonishing force, akin to fighter jets streaking through the air, as they employed their martial prowess to create depressions of varying sizes in the rocky area of the beach. Rain's elongated trunk morphed as he prepared to uproot a large tree, only to be intercepted mid-motion by Agil, who grasped his trunk, which was as thick as a tree itself. This woman, imbued with a supernatural strength and the ferocity of a demon, completely subdued Rain's beastly rage. Oh, how formidable she is! Ace, while observing, continuously assessed the abilities of this future crewmate and found himself quite satisfied. One must not be distracted during battle. A swift thrust was executed, but Ace cleverly evaded. I apologize, yet I can't seem to muster any enthusiasm. Are you implying that I am weak? What I mean is, you should take this mutual brawl seriously. Among the trio, only Snake wielded a cold weapon, a blunt, antique European sword. His swordsmanship could rank among the best in the East Sea, yet in his serpent form, he was utterly ill-suited to wield such a weapon, perhaps hindered by his beastly transformation. The demeanor displayed during combat was marked by ease on both sides, lacking the life-and-death awareness exhibited by those nearby. You are not inclined to fight, are you? If so, then by all means, do ensure you kill me if given the chance. Should you harbor such intent, I shall take it seriously as well. I am entirely at a loss regarding your words. I assume that if I take it seriously, you will also engage earnestly. Very well. Ace, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, charged forth from the side, and Snake adjusted his sword-fighting stance. his golden serpentine eyes reflecting an eerie calm. It appeared that the conclusion of the battle was still some time away. I set down my binoculars, tilting my head to gaze at the shells on the beach, lost in thought. Subsequently, I closed my eyes, inhaled deeply, and looked skyward. Just overhead, startled birds darted past. I resolutely shouted, "Mr. Bird, do not rush. Please be mindful of high-altitude safety." The white bird paused in midair, flapping its wings before landing before me. Its small eyes filled with great bewilderment. "Human, why can't I understand your words?" I responded. I too wish to understand the reason, along with the cause of the gradual changes occurring within my body. I spoke in Japanese, yet the script here is in English. No, it should be that the language I hear is perceived as Japanese. The bird had just conveyed information directly to my mind without the aid of its tongue, nor did it rely on gestures to hear my voice. This suggests that this ability is unrelated to sensory interference. But to what, then? Oh, perhaps it relates to the principle of listening to the voices of all things, a divine protection akin to the sacred words. How could I possibly grasp the principles behind such phenomena? Indeed, I must be dreaming. My true self lies on a hospital bed, hanging by a thread. What is the reason for being in the world of the Pirate King? Does this realm bear any connection to my original world? You appear to be unwell. Is everything all right? Oh, it's nothing. Merely a bit disoriented. I have only recently begun to understand the language of animals. What peculiar substance have you consumed to arrive at this state? Nevertheless, it is indeed a blessing to converse with us. Thank you. The creatures are genuinely benevolent. Although I am uncertain of the circumstances that have befallen you, I encourage you to persevere. I have other matters to attend to, such as relocating my home. I sincerely apologize for the turmoil that has impacted you. Not this again. The storm is upon us once more. I bid farewell to the birds with a wave, experiencing, for the first time in life, solace from a feathered creature. I recall a similar instance from long ago. That cannot be. In that fleeting moment, I contemplated the commonalities between two worlds. I crouched upon the beach, sketching a mind map, capturing every conceivable thought. Hypothesis: this world of pirates exists as a sort of parallel realm. In another timeline, I have come to realize the existence of such possibilities. Unlike the naive belief of simply entering an anime world, my arrival here is undoubtedly not born of mere wishful thinking. The potential for crossing timelines can be analyzed through both mysticism and science. Firstly, I have been observed and summoned by someone, a generalized concept here. Secondly, through a time machine. The latter is scarcely worth discussing due to its negligible probability. Given that I also recognize the reasons for this possible world, the framework should not be confined solely to summoning. However, I was transported here along with my belongings. I must have fallen asleep clutching my bag. Perhaps they deemed it cumbersome to extract my clothing and backpack separately. In truth, maintaining a human's existence in another world equates to deceiving the very fabric of reality. If the various parameters are not meticulously controlled, both the summoner and the summoned are doomed. Could it be that this world, rife with chaotic order, presents vulnerabilities? Now I begin to comprehend. Why do I possess such understanding? Well, I have perused dozens of tomes on mysticism and am, in a genuine sense, a victim of modern mysticism. Thus, I grasp that mysticism is not entirely fanciful. Moreover, there exists a profound connection between ethnology and mysticism, making it natural to possess some foundational knowledge. To enthusiasts of mysticism, this place must resemble a paradise, brimming with opportunities for exploration. Alas, I am not so specialized. I am merely an ordinary adventurer, pursuing exploration through action. Now, the pressing question is, who summoned me and manipulated my circumstances? At this juncture, does summoning me serve any purpose for them? The information is insufficient. With a tear-streaked visage, I erased the intricate drawings I had created beneath my feet, raising my gaze to assess the situation across from me. Hey, we've unlocked all the clues here. You all need to hurry up over there. Do not assume that the absence of cameras filming the action renders it worthless. Huff, Fishman Karate, The confrontation between Agile and Rain has reached a fever pitch, with Rain completely forsaking his human limbs and reason, transforming in the climactic moment into a true embodiment of an elephant. The colossal and razor-sharp ivory tusks, devoid of any need for polishing, brimmed with the power to obliterate all in their path. The mighty trunk surged forth, launching a final assault against the crimson-haired Valkyrie. The immense trunk loomed over her head, while the gigantic forefoot seemed poised to crush everything like the relentless wheels of a roaring train. The sound of earth being trampled reverberated in her ears. Just as the elephant's colossal form threatened to flatten her, Agile crouched swiftly, like a bullet being chambered. And in an instant, her right foot struck Rain's abdomen with a resounding blow. The tremendous impact caused Rain's body to momentarily levitate, even without a blade. Agile moved like a high-speed machine, pursuing relentlessly. 2 swift kicks followed, each a blur of motion, causing the formidable Rain to expel bile. As if the techniques were crafted for the hunt, leaving no opportunity for the prey to react. Perish from a shattered spine. Agile disregarded the laws of physics. Soaring into the air with her right leg raised high for a 4th strike. Rain's spine buckled under the immense force, its body contorting grotesquely. In an instant, debris flew. And moments later, the crimson-haired warrior emerged from the smokescreen. In Western lore, it is said that only goddesses embody wisdom and strength. They must have been referring to Agile. I snapped my dropped jaw back into place and retracted my telescope, springing towards Agile. Captain, do you need a leg accessory? One that can serve as a spare. As I approached within 3 feet of the goddess, her icy gaze instinctively halted my advance, yet no one could deter the old serpent. Hey, why not become our navigator? I exclaimed. Shut up, she retorted. What about that other fellow? Is it Peichi? Humph, I've already dealt with him. Praise me, praise me. Agile closed her weary eyes and exhaled, reopening her gray-blue gaze to commend my efforts. Thank you for the hospitality. You might as well become our navigator. Otherwise, we want to even know if we can reach the next island. Besides, having a strong and beautiful sister working on the ship would be quite uplifting. She contemplated, turning her gaze towards the direction where Ace and Snake were engaged in battle. Oh, I thought you would refuse. I too looked towards the direction Agile was observing, where Ace and Snake had driven the conflict from the rocky beach into the forest, scattering wildlife in their wake. Critics expressed strong disapproval of the forest. Captain, shall we lend assistance? I can pinpoint the perfect trajectory for a backstab. I lack the stamina for another fight, Agile asserted, articulating the conclusion she already knew. Though she bore the marks of battle, her exterior betrayed only a hint of fatigue. How infuriatingly perfect she was. Ah, you are right, Captain. He is my leader, and it is my duty to assist. I skillfully retrieved my Swiss Army knife, swiftly assembling the large blade and combat knife bound to my arm, along with rope and grappling hook. I quickly stowed away my infatuated grin and focused intently on the sounds of the forest. Agile furrowed her brow. Are you seeking death? How rude. I managed to confront the formidable Peichi alone, successfully navigating the PvP arena. I never intended to use this device to pierce the serpent's hide. Rather, I merely set a few traps in the forest to bring it misfortune. Vigilantly, I turned my head as the sound of crushed trees resonated. A continuous rumble echoing through the woods, akin to a lament. Fragments of wood were hurled into the air, followed by the appearance of a vividly colored serpent. It writhed in the depths of the forest, reminiscent of flowing starlight, instilling terror in the creatures around. A rainbow serpent? I gasped in astonishment. If the legends here mirrored those of my world, what unfolded before my eyes was a fantastical creature of boundless imagination. Yet, why had the ancient Wana by Python transformed? Was this creature intended to ensnare me in a trap of primordial chaos, a technique attributed to Sima E from the Three Kingdoms? In my bewilderment, Agile pulled me back. Do you recognize that creature? No, but I do, I replied. By the way, do you know about the devil fruit? What is that? You actually fought against this group of oddities without any knowledge? It grants one the privilege of acquiring devilish abilities at the cost of becoming a landlubber. In short, the devil fruit allows one to gain extraordinary powers akin to a demon, such as transforming into animals or floating in the air. She responded disinterestedly. So, that group of pirates must be users of the devil fruit. Not necessarily. The wannabe snake is a species that last thrived around 55 million years ago, suggesting that it once competed with dinosaurs for survival. The specimen, now estimated to be 30 meters in length, resembles a tank, propelling itself forward with its belly scales, charging directly towards us. It must be pursuing Ace. Hey, are you all right? Is it over? Don't come over here. Quickly, go to the other side. I grasped Agile's clothing, attempting to flee, but my grip faltered. Agile. He effortlessly cracked his joints, the crisp sound sending a shiver down my spine. I'll take my leave. I realized that when Agile mentioned lacking the strength to stand, he meant he couldn't fight another elephant. Oh, Agile, you seem to be in decent shape, but it's better to run. As Ace fled from the colossal serpent, he wore a brave smile on his face. One could say he was either audacious or reckless. The figures of Ace and Agil intersected as the dark silhouette darted towards the giant serpent behind Ace, leaping into the air like a falcon and landing upon the serpent's back. The glint of a blade flashed, Ace's dagger, recently drawn from his waist. Ordinary python skin is not particularly tough. Our civilization even utilizes snake skin for decorative pouches. Even the extinct giant python, which has scant information available for study, could hardly withstand a blade. Yet, we faced an irregular giant serpent. In the clash of hard objects, the weaker side would shatter. Agil's eyes reflected the scene of the dagger breaking, and in the next instant, he was flung away by the thrashing serpent. Agil, in my hands, the incessantly whirring rope-making tool was a blur of activity. Upon Agil's descent to the ground, the colossal serpent immediately coiled around her, encircling her in a tight embrace time and again, a manifestation of the python's predatory instincts. Observing this from the sidelines, Ace dashed forward, launching an attack on the serpent's body. His efforts proved futile, as he was swiftly flung aside by the serpent's tail. I carefully rolled up the assembled rope tool and rushed forward, swiftly advising Ace to seize the opportunity before charging towards the writhing mass of serpentine flesh. I could not ascertain whether Agil was resisting within the serpent's grasp, but the enormous creature had ensnared her upper body, hoisting her aloft in a display of raw power. Such a posture is rarely assumed by a common python during a hunt, as lifting its own massive form is greatly taxing. Thus, it was a primal display of dominance. Agil's head was buried amidst the serpent's coils, her struggles having ceased. I hurled a canister of wolf-repellent spray towards the serpent, landing mere centimeters from its head, causing the liquid to spill forth. This spray would intensely irritate the serpent's olfactory senses and eyes, ideally more effective against a creature of such extraordinary size. Given its heightened sensory capabilities, the giant serpent reacted as if pricked by a needle on its crown, abruptly releasing Agil and recoiling several meters while arching its massive jaw towards the heavens. "Now, Ace," I cried, launching a grappling hook into the fray. Ace instantly appeared behind the serpent, grasping the long tether attached to the hook, climbing with agility. The grappling hook, forged from high-grade steel, resembled a tiger's claw, originally intended as a concealed weapon. I had combined 2 sets of grappling hooks and climbing ropes into one, enhancing its utility for our purpose. Ace comprehended the weapon's intention in that moment, recognizing the opportunity one had presented. "Big fish, come swallow the hook." The serpent, feeling the foreign object lodged in its mouth, tightened its 4 active fangs, sinking deeper into flesh. The colossal serpent writhed in a frantic attempt to expel the intruder, its body thrashing violently, blood gushing from its maw. Ace clung to the rope, steadfast against the tumult, while I hurriedly extricated Agil from the perilous situation. She had succumbed to unconsciousness due to suffocation from the pressure on her lungs, and I hoped she would not suffer any lasting repercussions. "Ace, no need to pull from both sides. Release your left hand, and instead grip the second horizontal rope before you." "Oh." Ace obediently grabbed the second rope, triggering the grappling hook's mechanism. The previously entangled knot swiftly unraveled, transforming into a snare that ensnared the serpent's jaw, while Ace's left arm became securely bound as well. "My apologies, it may cause some abrasion." Finally, he released his right hand and, with all his might, struck the serpent's forehead. As he loosened his grip, the pressure from the grappling hook dissipated, and the serpent momentarily fell into a state of calm. In that fleeting moment, Ace surged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the serpent's brow. The serpent's head, once raised high, plummeted downward, though it halted a mere 20 centimeters from the ground. In that instant, our eyes met, and the serpent's golden gaze expanded infinitely in my mind, as if ensnared by the all-seeing eye of a pharaoh. An overwhelming tide of fear surged forth, causing my body to tremble uncontrollably. I knelt down, covering my mouth, as gastric acid surged upward, as if it sought to corrode my very being. That familiar sensation, akin to being beset by a malignant affliction, returned. This fellow exhibited remarkable tenacity. Another punch followed. My mind was rendered blank, a vast expanse of white sand engulfing my thoughts. Ace's voice faded into the distance, and the scene before me was strikingly vivid, yet surreal. With great effort, I managed to retrieve my Swiss Army knife. As I felt the wound on my palm, a wave of relief washed over my stomach. I calmly scrutinized my condition, deliberating whether the source of these anomalies lay within myself or elsewhere. Ace was entangled in combat with the serpent, since earlier he had gained the upper hand, suppressing the colossal snake. From my vantage point, it resembled a fantastical film from the 80s, Gorilla versus Python. Go, mighty gorilla! In her unconscious state, Agile dreamed of a long-lost acquaintance, a merman whose eyes mirrored her own, a shade of slate blue. Until she heard the term merman from Vinder's lips, she had been oblivious to his true nature, never having considered the distinction between mermen and humans. Suspicion, fear, rejection, expulsion. The villagers were kind-hearted, yet their benevolence did not extend to those of different races. Had she not rashly appeared before the pirates that fateful day, her forehead would not have been lacerated, and Vinter would not have had to protect her. Could the mundane existence that preceded that day have continued? Engaging her in conversations about the sea, assisting her in planting words, teaching her new skills. Could that have endured? As her guardian, I have fulfilled my mission by protecting you and everyone else. You must grow up healthy and happy, fostering good relationships with the villagers. Should you gain strength, wield that power to safeguard even more souls. In her dream, Vinter stood before a blinding beam of golden light, his back turned to her, uttering, "I am truly sorry." Agile lowered her head. "I had intended to protect this place alongside you." She lifted her gaze, revealing a bittersweet smile. That sentiment should have been expressed on that very day. Agile has awakened. How do you feel? Agile clutched her chest, readjusting her breathing rhythm. Suddenly, she halted. Do not abruptly deepen your breaths. Take it slowly. What is our status? Well, the gorilla has triumphed. I have won, exclaimed Agile, casting a cold glance at Ace, who was waving at us. Indeed, splendid. 1, 2, 3. Everyone is accounted for, I remarked, pulling the rope to bundle the last of the cargo, exclaiming, finally, time to rest. Zzz. One had already succumbed to deep slumber, while Agile leaned against a tree, propping her head up to rest. Observing the scene, it was evident that I was in the best condition among us. I shed my jacket and shoes, wading into the sea. As the water crept past my knees, an unsettling sensation coursed through my scalp, as though some creature from the depths was fixated upon me. I steadied my breathing, retreating cautiously step by step, torn between the urge to call for help and the fear of disturbing that lurking entity. No. It is now rushing towards me with alarming speed. Realizing this, I swiftly turned to flee. Help! Upon hearing my cries, Agile immediately sprang into action, seizing me. With a swift stroke, the seawater was instantly stained crimson. The broken blade pierced the creature's crown, even with its brain rendered lifeless. Its elongated body continued to writhe under neural control. There are no sea serpents in this vicinity, Agile whispered in my ear, then glanced at the vessel occupied by the trio of beasts. The flames aboard were gradually subsiding, releasing the acrid scent of charred flesh. Thank you, Chief Agile. I owe you my life, but let us retreat to safety first. She pulled me ashore, focusing intently on the disturbances beneath the waves. It must have escaped from that ship. I pointed to the still smoldering black vessel, initially believing that such a blaze would have consumed everything. This is perilous. I must investigate. Wait, Chief Agile, are you not fatigued? What if the depths harbor more of such creatures? Should any survive and manage to reach the island, it would spell disaster. We must address this immediately, and the aquatic setting favors me. I understand. Please hold on, Chief. I approached Ace and gently patted his face, whispering in his ear, Ace, wake up, it's time to rise. He remained utterly still. Chief, shall we leave Ace behind to eat? What? I wish to dine as well. I am quite famished. Had it been anyone else, I would have suspected them of feigning slumber. Come on, Ace, if you lack energy. Here, have my chocolate. Ace, still possessing some vigor, accompanied Agile underwater to inspect the ship of the beast pirates. The operation was remarkably smooth, and soon they returned to shore with a considerable haul. Why has this become a quest for plunder? I questioned, though I acknowledged it as a viable means of investigating their origins. Why did you bring the broken barrel? The food inside is soaked and inedible. I chastised Ace for his gluttonous tendencies, searching through the items they retrieved for anything of value, the most useful being to interrogate them upon their awakening. This box contains sea prism stone. Agile presented a silver-gray box, secured with a lock. Chief, do you know of sea prism stone? You seem unaware of the devil fruits. The covering on this gauntlet is made of sea prism stone. It is as resilient as diamond. Agile raised her gloved hand for inspection, which indeed resembled it closely. So, does this imply they are not users of devil fruits? I glanced at the unconscious trio, then took the box for further examination. Did you not find the key? It should be aboard their ship. I shall descend again to investigate. Are they all dead? How did a pack of beasts end up aboard their vessel? The only ones I had seen thus far were those burned alive by the flames. My doing, as I had killed them for survival. How ironic. Thank you. Pay attention to safety. Jill blinked and leaped into the water. Are you searching for a key? I happen to have one. Ace retrieved a silvery gray key from his pocket, evidently the key to the sea stone box. You should have mentioned it earlier. Captain G is already plunged in. With a soft click, the key smoothly turned 90 degrees, and the box swung open. Inside lay an abstractly artistic orange fruit. The fabled Mera Mera no Mi. My heart raced with excitement as I looked up. It's the flame fruit. I eagerly explained to Ace and to Jill the powers of the devil fruit and the flame fruit, never anticipating I would encounter it here. Now, who among you will inherit the will of fire? Do you wish to become a landlubber? I refuse. The will of fire must not be severed. Why, oh why? The natural type flame fruit, which nullifies ordinary attacks, possesses immense power, and is priceless. Who wouldn't he want to transform into a ghost rider, a wielder of supernatural abilities? Ace, my dear captain, you should consume it. You would become extraordinarily powerful. I am formidable enough without such enhancements. And how could I surpass the Pirate King if I were to become a landlubber? Numerous renowned pirates on the Grand Line are users of devil fruits, and the 3 marine admirals each possess a natural type fruit. Having a taste wouldn't hurt. With your arrogance, how did you initially consume a devil fruit? Did you mistakenly think it was an ordinary fruit and ate it without a second thought? A grave miscalculation. The gears of fate cannot be altered here. If it's so remarkable, why doesn't T. Vatali consume it? That could make him stronger and render future adventures safer. I never considered eating a devil fruit. Besides, for adventurers, strength is not paramount. It's about the spirit of exploration and achieving the seemingly impossible through effort. Using forbidden abilities to accomplish forbidden tasks diminishes the joy. Yet, Ace, you truly care for me, always scanning the sea for my dream fruit. There's no other option. I calmed myself, retrieved the flame fruit that I had leaned toward, and revealed a troubled expression. In truth, devil fruits have another intriguing characteristic. Ace's interest was piqued slightly. Does this fruit have other uses? I leaned in closer to Ace and whispered that the primary reason the masses covet devil fruits is not merely for the powers they bestow. I made a gesture for him to come closer, and he curiously obliged, leaning in. I covered my mouth and spoke softly, revealing that it is said that devil fruits are unimaginably delicious, and consuming one brings a bliss akin to reaching paradise. I heard Ace swallow. I know you are quite hungry, and there are delectable treats here. Before the meal, one is tantalized by the exquisite flavors. During the meal, thoughts wander, and after, one savors the lingering essence, quietly chewing and gently reminiscing. Such culinary delights may never be experienced in several lifetimes. To be candid, I yearn to indulge, but alas, my stomach aches. Aguile, employing the fishman karate, cannot transform into a landlubber. I have changed my mind. I shall consume the Mera Mera no Mi, the flame fruit. Hiki. Aguile observed with a cold gaze, only casting a sympathetic glance after Ace devoured the fruit. It is somewhat spicy, The taste is mediocre. What are ye? I do relish spice. What are ye? It is unwise to deceive. Quickly admit your fault. Why adopt a brotherly demeanor at such a moment? My apologies. Let us set aside that, Gigi. Why not land a punch on Ace to see? Aguile readily acquiesced, delivering a swift blow to Ace's abdomen. Thud. Ouch, that hurts. Ace promptly collapsed to the ground. Ace. By the way, Gigi did not remove the sea prism stone gauntlets, yet the fruit's effects are indeed manifest. What are ye? Oh, forgive me. Ace extinguished the flames on his index and middle fingers, a look of delight crossing his face. Can your entire being transform into flames? Indeed. My capabilities have expanded, and my strength has augmented. Truly, my captain, this brings me one step closer to becoming the Pirate King. I spoke eloquently. Yet before Ace could declare his delight, I had to stroke his ego. However, Ace is easily swayed by my words. Yet, one must not overly rely on flames. Fire must consume something as a price to be wielded. Remember the principle of equivalent exchange. The cost is becoming a landlubber. How infuriating. This is akin to Luffy's predicament. Who is Luffy? I feigned ignorance. Ace smiled broadly, revealing, he is my precious younger brother. Hey, Ace actually has a brother. You all should come and see. Aguile suddenly interjected, spreading out a map and a letter. From where did you? I noticed a wooden box beside her with a hole, and I instantly fell silent. Ace was wholly engrossed in unleashing jets of flames, so I approached alone. How impressive. I expressed my admiration. The map was a hand-drawn nautical chart, adorned with radiating lines indicating directions. In addition to the clearly marked routes, it depicted oceanographic elements, seabed topography, coastal landforms, navigational hazards, aids to navigation, as well as ports, straits, and islands, all represented with appropriate symbols. However, what truly struck me was the meticulous detail of this nautical chart, which evoked a sense of authenticity. I was no longer on familiar terrain, but in an unfamiliar realm, entirely distinct from the world I knew. This is merely an ordinary sea chart. The key lies here. Aguile pointed to an island on the map. This island does not exist. Are you implying a newly discovered island, one yet untouched by previous explorers? Will it be named after its first discoverer? No. Only here was the name written in red pen, marking the coordinates of Elysium Island. I am aware of the meaning in the Aegir language. Covering my gradually swelling head, I softly remarked that this needed to be reported to the Navy, and I trust they will handle it appropriately. Aegir's expression seemed to question whether I was a pirate. Isn't that precisely what the Navy is tasked with? I understand now. The child must harbor a deep-seated disdain for the Navy due to past experiences. Indeed, the assistance promised by the Navy has yet to arrive. Has the communication snail been confirmed? We made a call 2 days ago. They reported issues with the rescue team and could not reach them. Just a moment ago, I called again, and they stated that a new rescue ship had been dispatched and would arrive shortly. I inquired, how does Captain G typically describe the enemies? 2 pirates arrived, accompanied by a host of dangerous creatures. This time, it is indeed that band of pirates returning. Hiss, could you not describe them in a more ferocious manner? For instance, their bodies covered in fur-like beasts. That would garner attention and be taken seriously. It seems so, if that is the case. A swarm of Navy personnel will soon arrive here. Aren't we in a precarious situation? The Hannibal has a hole and cannot escape. It is evident that it can be repaired. Really? Hooray. The Hannibal is saved. You all seem quite pleased. What are you discussing? Ace has had enough fun, the Hannibal. Our ship can discuss the matter of the pirate's lair. Captain G, you have actually betrayed me. Clearly, compared to my mention of the Hannibal, Ace is far more intrigued by the subject of Aegir's pirate den. Their lair? This implies there are numerous other peculiar individuals like them. In their conversation, they seem to mention something about a boss. Yes, I wish to resolve the issue at its core. Therefore, we intend to report it to the Navy. They should arrive shortly. Ace. We must swiftly repair the ship and depart. I changed the subject, nudging Ace aside, suggesting we return to find the carpenter. Ace must be hungry as well. Let us seek out a restaurant. Ace, Watari. Hearing these 2 names spoken in a cold voice for the first time, Ace and I were enchanted, halting our movements to gaze at the owner of that voice. Those unfamiliar gray-blue eyes were filled with a piercing awareness and seriousness. I can join your pirate crew, provided you take me to this island. I widened my eyes in surprise at this condition. It is unacceptable. Ace quickly voiced his thoughts, and I turned to look at him. We cannot accept such terms. Ace displayed a calm, yet cheerful smile, perhaps more composed and reliable than I had anticipated. I agree to your joining as my crew member, but I wish for you to request this as a pirate. As a member of the Spade Pirates, not for any other reason, but purely to pursue your dreams of becoming a pirate. Wealth, power, the meaning of life. The tasks to be fulfilled. This voyage is undertaken in search of them. Those who embark upon the seas in pursuit of their aspirations are the true pirates. Ace only accepts crew members of this caliber. I gazed up at the sky with tears in my eyes. Yes, I had anticipated such an outcome. You all Agile's expression was rarely shaken. Chief, everyone in the village is worried about you. Do not let them bear this burden. I offered a faint smile, subtly suggesting that if he were to persist, I would gladly accompany the fool on his adventures. I did not specify who the fool was. It sufficed for everyone to understand. Agile closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering, then opened her tightly shut eyelids to reveal eyes as radiant as the sky today. I yearned to set sail. Your voyage must surely be splendid, she agreed. A wave of joy surged within me, casting aside a multitude of concerns in an instant. A beautiful navigator. How delightful. To perish beneath the pomegranate skirt would still be a romantic end. We merely intended to deliver a scathing reprimand to that old chief. No one would meet their demise. No, I am quite confident in my own frailty. After our brief respite, we led the 3 captives back to the village. Concerned about their appearance affecting the villagers, Agile found an abandoned warehouse to confine them. I concocted a reason to keep Ace behind, allowing Agile to venture alone to the refuge. I gently stroked the head of Sneck. The uneven scales of his serpentine form neatly aligned. As he reverted from his rainbow serpent state, his skin pattern transformed back into that of an ordinary Wana snake. My mind vaguely sensed something amiss, yet my instincts warned against pursuing it further. What kind of place is Bliss Island? Is there a mad scientist and a group of artificial beasts? Research related to genetic evolution? No. With the presence of devil fruits on board, it must pertain to the studies involving those fruits. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds reached my ears. I turned to find Ace had set the house ablaze. Ace. When Agile and the villagers returned upon seeing the thick smoke, they stumbled upon the sight of us, covered in soot, beside a house that was now a smoldering ruin. I stood before Ace, unleashing a tirade of scolding. In his panic to extinguish the flames, Ace only exacerbated the situation, nearly transforming a small fire into a village-wide inferno. In the future, he must learn to control his abilities and avoid reckless proximity to dry tinder. The villagers were arriving. Ace quickly apologized to everyone in the village. I pressed down on Ace's head and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, I allowed him to consume the fruit without supervision. I'm sorry for burning the house. It's all right. This house was slated for demolition anyway. You have saved our village. You are heroes, she responded. I lifted my gaze to observe the woman's face. Her smile reminiscent of her youth. In those days, as the spring breeze swept by, she held the hand of a little girl with red hair in the flower bed. Whispering softly, let us wait for when to return together. For reasons unknown, my vision suddenly blurred. I lowered my head again, murmuring my gratitude. Thank you, Auntie. Hearing Ace's lively voice, I felt a sense of calm enveloping me. Raising my head, I mischievously nudged the nearby Agilji, asking if that matter had been mentioned. The carpenter would repair the ship. Indeed, I am grateful. Ah, that is not what I meant. We have already heard from Agilji, wishing you a safe journey. Even in the face of a swift farewell post-reconciliation, the woman maintained her smile, as did others. I could not comprehend this. I must return to visit. We always welcome benevolent pirates. Agilji must take good care of them. Wait. Do Ace and I cause such concern? It was a lively evening. Nanconi's ignited yellow lights to celebrate her daughter's voyage, and the villagers prepared a feast, with a gramophone from an unknown household playing vintage melodies. I have witnessed the exuberance of Brazil's carnival, where men and women, young and old, adorned in vibrant colors, sang and danced, flooding the streets like a spring tide. However, unlike that carnival, the atmosphere here was serene. Moreover, this celebration felt intimately connected to me, evoking both incredulity and joy. Miss Watari, thank you, the woman said sincerely, taking my hand. No, I did nothing at all. Rather, why did you let Miss Agilji go out right after reconciling? Wouldn't you feel reluctant? Agilji has always yearned to follow Went, to gaze upon the sights beyond the sea. She must long to witness the landscapes that one had seen, filled with both fear and immense yearning. We know that Agilji's reluctance to sail stems from us. We are acutely aware of this. Thus, we hope to give her a gentle push when she made her choice, as we also wish to safeguard her dreams. I fell into a brief silence, glancing at the juice in my hand before downing it in one go. Rest assured, Aunt, I will make Agilji happy. The following day, Ace and I stood on the beach, assisting the shipwright in repairing the Hannibal. Indeed, the seasoned expert with 50 years of experience completed the repairs in just a morning. However, I found myself at odds with the captain regarding the Hannibal and Spade. The outcome of our disagreement was inconsequential. What mattered was that during our ship repairs, the Navy had come, but the villagers undoubtedly did not betray us. The trio was taken away, and their vessel was towed before us, with credit given to everyone's brave resistance. Subsequently, many questions were posed. Moreover, the map was handed over, and the 3 sailors departed with the Navy, promising to return with the young people of Nanconi's who would be working on other islands. As we left in the afternoon, the sun shone warmly, and the breeze blew gently. The villagers stood on the beach bidding us farewell, with that woman at the forefront, waving to us like a mother watching her child embark on a long journey. I stared blankly at her, lost in thought, and when I regained my senses, Agilji was already directing the turn, prompting me to hurriedly rush over to assist. Chapter 4, Tree Paradise Island, Part 1. The outlines of the distant islands gradually became discernible. Yet I feared I might not have the luxury of time to admire their beauty before the tempest subsided, in stark contrast to the surrounding tumultuous winds and towering waves. The sun-kissed islands appeared as a celestial haven amidst eternal filth. Could the recently repaired Hannibal truly possess the strength to withstand such a storm? Alas, nature, indeed, proves more formidable than mankind. I remained utterly oblivious to how my actions aboard the vessel influenced its navigation through this tempest. Nonetheless, I endeavored to fulfill Agile's directives. A reliable command was immensely beneficial, as she single-handedly secured numerous ropes whose purposes eluded me. Unlike my futile attempts to simply gather them, her efforts prevented chaos. A wayward rope could strike painfully upon the deck, a lesson I learned all too late. The ocean is profoundly perilous. Starboard 45 degrees, turn, I exclaimed in despair. Isn't the island near? My wretched cries echoed. Why did I feel like a pitiful wretch, akin to a laborer bound to a ship in the last century? Toiling relentlessly? Oh dear. The winds near the island were unpropitious. We must navigate around the wind wall to find a suitable approach for landing, and also to survey the island's conditions. I consoled myself thus. However, none possessed the vigor to observe the island. Fortunately, we had breached the storm, arriving at the tranquil eye of the tempest surrounding paradise. The three of us were in disarray. If an enemy were to launch a surprise attack now, we would be utterly defenseless. I cast my gaze downward, lost in thought, while Ace lay asleep on the damp deck. Watching him brought a sense of unease, prompting me to rise and provide him with a dry towel. Chief, what lies on the island? Agile stood at the helm, peering through binoculars to scrutinize the island less than 1,000 meters away, searching for the opportune moment to make landfall. Naturally, I hoped that moment would be delayed as long as possible. Not visible. That's impossible. These binoculars magnify 60 times. Surely, we should be able to see. Taking the binoculars, I gazed toward the shore. Bubbles? It appeared as though a layer of soap bubbles enveloped Paradise Island, obscuring any view of its interior. No wonder it seemed ethereal from afar. It was as if a sign read, "Entry is ill-advised," yet at this juncture, I was hardly inclined to consider retreat. There were no hidden reefs surrounding us. Soon, we could surge forward. Agile boldly proposed a daring plan. No, that barrier is clearly no ordinary phenomenon. What if it is a plasma shield? We would be doomed. Moreover, we had no knowledge of nearby enemies. Any better suggestions? Let us entice them first. Very well, we shall rest and then set forth. In stark contrast to the lifeless Ace, Agile resembled a resolute captain, ever composed. I half collapsed on the ground, rummaging through my nearly depleted backpack to ascertain the usable items within, tearfully stowing them in my waist pouch and storage bag. Dear G, should I meet my demise, please bestow these exquisite gems upon those in need. I produced several pristine boxes, each housing a variety of precious stones. At that time, there existed a gem collectors association in America, and I intended to entrust these to an acquaintance for charitable purposes. Do not fret. If that moment arrives, I shall be akin to you. I engaged in intermittent conversation with Agile, while our lunch consisted of outdoor provisions paired with plain water. Oh, this dog food is quite delectable. It's not dog food. It bears a peculiar taste. Gee, you ought to add hot water. After our simple repast, the moment to embark upon the island finally arrived. I hurled several densely scribbled sheets of paper towards the bubble shield, exclaiming, "Take that, mathematics." The crumpled paper passed through the barrier and vanished before our eyes. Frowning, I nodded as the vessel gradually approached the shield. I reached out to touch it, but Ace leapt ahead, touching the shield first. Ace. Incredible, he has passed through. Come down, Ace. Thanks to Ace's audacious act, we traversed the barrier unscathed. However, as I fully crossed through and looked back, an unsettling chill enveloped me once more. Grasping the railing, I gasped for breath, cautiously crouching down. This is not the time for weakness. Gather yourself and stand tall. I can now ascertain that this discomfort originates from this place, providing me yet another reason to disembark. Steady your heart and rise. Indeed, this is my third time. I have grown more adept. I murmured, staggering to my feet. Neither of the two noticed my distress, which was to be expected. I retreated a few steps, seeking refuge in the cabin. The beasts on the shore emitted deafening roars, their growls seemingly imbued with immense power, the cacophony threatening to shatter my eardrums. Next came the eagerly anticipated combat segment. Once the clamor outside subsided, I opened the cabin door to behold my trustworthy companions. Trustworthy companion number 1 has set the ship ablaze. Ace. Ace had been deemed a flammable hazard and was exiled. I stood at a distance alongside Agile. Why are you standing so far away? We are now in the forest. If you make one misstep, we could all perish. Go, go, go. I waved my hand dismissively, surveying my surroundings. The vegetation appeared to have regressed 180 million years, especially colossal in size. Thus, the air here was clearer than outside, albeit stiflingly warm. It is understandable why the creatures residing here have grown to such immense proportions. I cast a glance at the bizarre assortment of creatures sprawled about. attempting to discern their characteristics to identify their prototypes. Instead of evolution, it seemed more akin to devolution. It is as if time has reversed for them. Or perhaps time has simply halted here, I remarked. In any case, it seemed beyond human capability, yet could it merely be attributed to geological phenomena? We proceeded towards the island's center, attempting to escape the forest. Agile walked ahead of me, shielding me from any unseen beasts that might emerge. Half an hour later, I found myself exasperated with the Nemesis. Why did it always manage to irritate me? He was nowhere to be found. He had lost his way. I continued to call out, uncertain of what might come our way. It was as if he had never existed. I decisively abandoned Ace, raising my compass and setting off in a particular direction. Heading southwest should lead us to the island's heart. If there were elevated grounds from which to survey the entire island, that would be splendid. Otherwise, navigating through dense tropical jungles would pose a significant challenge. The needle of the compass trembled incessantly, yet I could ascertain a general direction. Was there a magnetic substance present on this island? As I used my knife to clear the obstructive foliage, I remained vigilant of my footing. I had thought that the ability to converse with animals, akin to a Disney character, would be beneficial in this jungle teeming with wildlife. However, apart from the rustling leaves and the chirping of insects, there was silence. Strange. Ever since we landed, I had not heard the sounds of insects or birds. Why was there suddenly an insect chorus? A tension surged through me, and I grasped Agile's arm. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Run. Something is approaching with a snapping sound." "How do you know?" "There's no noise." "Indeed there is. Over there, approximately 23 degrees east. I can hear the sound of an engine and snapping." "What are you talking about?" As if responding to my words, a tremendous flapping echoed from the eastern sky, accompanied by the sound of arthropods skittering across fallen leaves. Agile swiftly reacted, hoisting me up into a towering tree. The forest was traversed by a colossal centipede, flattening the vegetation in its wake. Simultaneously, a creature resembling a helicopter soared above us, still reeling from the shock of the giant centipede. I looked up to see a dragonfly with a wingspan of 2.5 feet. The academic community has established a connection between gigantism and oxygen availability. This environment was primal, a brutal struggle for existence. One wondered if any humans remained. "Don't move," I cautioned, as the giant dragonfly appeared to be hunting the colossal centipede. Due to the forest's topography, this was not an ideal hunting ground, and soon both creatures vanished from our sight. We could now ascertain that this area contained suitable fern and gravel regions for the dragonfly's predation. In any case, we continued as per our original plan. Would we truly locate the lair of those creatures as we searched? What if we met our demise before finding them? They were certainly nearby, if we couldn't find them. I glanced at G, hoping she would offer a constructive suggestion. "Let's set a fire, burning the island and all living things within it. Surely they would emerge then. Today, a fire on the mountain. Tomorrow, the director falls in love with me." Ah, such thoughts. Our exploits could make us bold enough to call ourselves pirates. Yet it was curious that G appeared most akin to a sea marauder among us. It is indeed a consideration, I mused. But would it be too cruel to the creatures here? Although I may not be in a position to comment, it is evident that if one does not seize, they shall be seized. The creatures inhabiting this realm are countless. Just consider the mutated beasts aboard the trio's vessel. Their purpose in cultivating such creatures is unmistakable. Ah, the world of adults. Has G ever taken a life? I mentioned it in passing, yet she pondered thoughtfully, nodding her head. No, how could that be? Such expressions should not be misinterpreted. Having resolved to set sail, I am prepared for the inevitability of taking lives, regardless of time or place. Such profound contemplation? I can only muster the resolve to confront enemies, which makes my own feelings of inadequacy all the more pronounced. In a moment of unease, I blurted out that, under reasonable circumstances, I would not hesitate to take a life. Yet rationality is one matter, while the potential for cowardice is another. My words were merely the fanciful musings of a child. Ah, Agile ahead emitted a sound, one that was either dismissive or affirming, as she cleaved through the obstructing thicket with her blade. Suddenly, she halted, grasped my hand, and urged me forward. Ahead lay the vast expanse of the prairie, where the convergence of forest and grassland promised an abundance of beasts. "Hold tight," she exclaimed. Just as I was about to question the necessity of venturing into such an obvious target as the prairie, my body was yanked forward, and I stifled a cry. An hour later, we stood atop a rise in the prairie, surveying our surroundings. This island, blessed with abundant light, basked under the glare of an almost unapproachable sky. Suspicious beams cascaded down to the earth. Standing there, I could feel the punishing brightness above, as if the very sky were radiating light. The longer I lingered, the more this place resembled an artificially simulated ecological environment. If we remained here any longer, Agile would surely become the sovereign of the prairie. What shall we have for dinner? Agile inquired, perched atop the carcasses of numerous beasts. Surely not those beneath your feet, I retorted, retrieving 2 packets of modern sustenance from my backpack. Care to try some space food? Watching Agile chew, an idea sparked within me. I gathered timber from the ground to form a small pyre and set it ablaze. A supplementary meal? I intended to lure Ace with the aroma of food. Agile regarded me skeptically. Unlikely, she replied. Perhaps the smoke might summon a response from human companions. Indeed, something was summoned. However, it was not what we expected. Throughout the process of kindling the fire, we ensured that no creature was harmed. I lowered my binoculars, sighing, as there were no signs of smoke or anything of the sort visible here. Gee, must we truly scour the island in its entirety? I asked. Until we locate their lair, let's prevent a wildfire. I raised the burning timber, preparing to execute this audacious act of terror, when I caught sight of a small, dark creature out of the corner of my eye. It was a diminutive, black spider, its underside marked by an hourglass-shaped crimson spot. A cascade of associations unfolded in my mind, and in an instant, I hurled the torch toward the direction where the black spider had vanished, then rushed toward Agile. Agile, stand up and be aware of your surroundings. Agile, seated upon the rock, turned to gaze at me. The instant our eyes met, a sudden force immobilized my right side. I averted my gaze and discovered that my right arm was pierced by something akin to barbed wire. Calmly commanding my mind to settle, I felt a chilling breeze and pain in my right hand and calf. Flames began to consume the dry wood behind me, as the wire embedded in my muscles rendered me motionless. I drew out a blade in an attempt to sever it, but wait, from this angle, the wire did not originate from behind, but from the front. Agile, quickly vacate that spot. Leave the area. Agile comprehended our predicament, recognizing the unidentifiable attack we were under, and bolted from his position. The water jug there was pierced, flames licking along the wire to scorch the nearby underbrush. As the assailant plummeted from a branch, it was a black spider. In this arid environment, the flames swiftly encircled us. I am coming to rescue you. General, protect yourself. I will attempt to save myself. I fumbled through my jacket pocket for a matchbox, igniting a match and bringing it close to the wire, and as anticipated, it ignited. As I turned the match towards my calf, I inhaled sharply. My boots were crawling with black and red-backed octagonal spiders, sending shivers throughout my body. Had I suffered from trypophobia, I would have surely fainted. FCK God. Cursing the heavens, I disregarded whether they had climbed onto me and dashed through the flames. Clasping my face, there was little on me that could catch fire. It was Boruto's attire, which I had donned. Coughing, I noted my clothing was fire-resistant, though perhaps my hair might singe a bit. I leaped from the flames, brushing off my smoking hair to check for any of those black spiders. With an hourglass-shaped red marking on their backs, should I refer to them as black widows? These spiders typically do not congregate, suggesting they were manipulated. Furthermore, it seemed that the creatures here were under a curse to attack humans. Upon sighting one, even amidst combat, they would instantly shift their focus. Once I confirmed that there were no black widows upon me, I shouted to Agile across the flames, assuring him I was unharmed. He knew these spiders feared fire without needing further explanation. At that moment, however, my body began to exhibit troubling symptoms, twitching uncontrollably. Suddenly, my throat was constricted and my vision tilted backward sharply. My hand instinctively touched my neck, where I felt a slimy circle of webbing. I was swiftly ensnared, my head and body enveloped in spider silk. On the other side, Ace had wandered through the rainforest for 2 hours, finally arriving at a conclusion. The two of them had lost their way. How could they not follow Captain closely, adhering to the belief that wherever he stood was the domain of the Spade Pirates? He had roamed the rainforest for 2 hours without finding an exit, munching on beef jerky as he walked. Naturally, he had encountered events such as gigantic centipedes and wild animal attacks, all of which he had adeptly resolved. The air and vegetation of the rainforest were humid, proving not as easily ignitable as Watari had feared. The initial problem that required resolution was, Ace swallowed the last piece of beef jerky, yet his stomach still emitted dissatisfied grumbles. Dinner time had arrived. He needed no sunlight filtering through the leaves to discern this, for his instincts told him it was time to eat. However, most of the food was in Watari's possession, and this jerky had merely been a precaution against his potential disorientation. How could I possibly lose my way? With no other option, he sought out an appealing creature to feast upon. Perhaps the centipede he had tasted earlier would suffice? Just as Ace contemplated this perilous notion, a pungent aroma of barbecue wafted through the air. Was someone nearby? The scent intensified, accompanied by the tantalizing fragrance of roasted meat. Ace quickened his pace, swiftly traversing the forest. As he caught sight of a flickering campfire, an arrow suddenly sliced through the air, piercing his calf, followed by a gasp from above. The assailant likely did not anticipate that the arrow meant for his leg would embed itself in the roots of a nearby tree. Who could it be? Ace raised his gaze, but there was no sign of anyone among the branches. In the next instant, another arrow found its mark, creating a gaping wound in his throat. So there is someone here? Indifferent to the attacker's arrows creating holes in his body, Ace knew that the flames would soon envelop the wounds, restoring him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he emerged from the towering foliage of the rainforest to the bank of a pebble-strewn river. There lay the campfire, accompanied by ceramic pots and bowls, utilizing the river's water to barbecue wild game and wash vegetables. Did you make this? May I have a taste? I haven't eaten all day. The swift sound of a bowstring being drawn back resonated from behind him, followed by another precise shot. The arrow pierced through Ace's body and splashed into the river. I want to be polite about it, he exclaimed as he began to feast. Ah, you finally decided to show yourself? The youth, who had already begun to partake of his meal, greeted the owner of the food. Before him stood a boy wielding a bow, regarding Ace with the curiosity reserved for rare creatures. His flaxen hair glimmered warmly in the sunlight, and his brown eyes resembled intricately carved amber. Clad in an eclectic ensemble rich in cultural motifs, the most striking feature was his hooded cloak, which, along with his primitive bow and arrow, immediately conjured the image of a ranger. Who are you? The boy's hesitant, youthful voice seemed to struggle with the foreign tongue he had recently learned. I am Ace, a pirate. And you, the newcomer? Well, one might say that. Who are you? Adbert D. Batriel. Why have you come? I was hungry and followed the scent of food. No, your purpose for being here. Oh, it seems I came to teach a lesson to a group of pirates. This exchange continued until Ace had devoured all the fruits and meat. The boy named Batriel, still grappling with Ace's words, eventually recognized that he bore no ill intent and treated him as a hapless wanderer who had stumbled into this place. Thank you for your hospitality. Ace, ever the polite gentleman, meticulously tended to himself with a tissue. But might he also graciously leave a morsel for the individual who has been standing by, preparing dinner? Ah, my apologies. It seems I have consumed it all. Perhaps I should venture out for a hunt? Never mind. I shall return later and spend some time. You shall accompany me. We will return, young one, to collect the bow and erase the traces left behind. Turning to Ace, I mimicked a gesture and then turned away. Shall we go to your abode? I cannot believe you have made a home in such a place. Just moments ago, it was daylight, yet in the blink of an eye, the sky dimmed, and the sun slipped beneath the horizon from east to west. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Ace raised his fiery arm to illuminate the area, while Bartier regarded his flaming limb with the expression of one witnessing an exotic marvel. Yet, throughout this encounter, the boy refrained from inquiring about the origin of Ace's ability. Feel free to touch it. It's not hot at all, Ace smiled, bringing the flames closer to the boy, only to be pushed away by Bartier. Ace's enthusiastic attempts were continuously doused by the child, yet he remained undeterred, inquiring, Do you often traverse such dark paths home at night? At night, there is bioluminescence that guides the way. Moreover, it is an excellent time for hunting. How much longer until we reach your home? Not long, Bartier replied. True to the boy's word, they traversed the rainforest and arrived at the edge of the savanna, beside a protruding rock. Bartier tossed the fruits and plants he had gathered into a crevice in the rock before leaping inside. The entrance was just large enough for a robust adult to pass through. Ace followed suit, imitating Bartier as he jumped into the cave. Oh, I was just about to remind you that there is a ladder, Bartier began, but Ace had already landed deftly from the 8-meter-high opening. The cave was spacious, roughly 80 square meters, filled with an assortment of items, pelts of wild beasts, dried fruits, smoked meats, as well as ground herbs and materials for crafting bows and arrows. But why? Why does this cave emit light? There were no lamps or similar sources within, yet the walls glowed with an ethereal luminescence. Ace touched the wall, observing the luminous powder on his fingertips. This is, well, a biological entity that emits light, much like the sun. Warrior climbed the ladder to seal the upper opening with stones before descending to organize their supplies, ensuring they had sufficient air to breathe. This clarified why Bartier's bed was equipped with blackout curtains. You may temporarily accompany me. Once we locate the others, we can part ways. As Bartier engaged in conversation with Ace, he gathered a pile of slender wooden sticks, methodically shaping them with a bone knife into forms suitable for bows and arrows. Oh, that is perfectly fine. The blanket over there. Light cannot reach the depths of the cave. You shall sleep there tonight. Thank you. Not only have you provided me with food, but also a place to rest. You are truly a kind soul. The guest of the cave, feeling refreshed, fell into a deep slumber while the host busied himself late into the night, meticulously placing the arrows into the quiver. Meanwhile, the surroundings were enveloped in utter darkness, which was to be expected, given the thick web of spider silk encasing me. Thank heaven my bag remained intact when I was dragged away. Otherwise, I would be utterly incapable of tending to my own wounds. How does one manage a small puncture that is pierced through muscle? Is there a risk of infection? The ability to move suggests that perhaps it is not a dire situation. Has night fallen outside? Should I express gratitude that there is no viscous substance within the spider cocoon, sparing me from being devoured? No, I cannot afford to linger. Eventually, I will be consumed as mere fodder. Am I merely being kept alive to await the 14-day incubation period? Perhaps the deadline is even shorter. This is dire. I must devise a plan. After a few minutes, or perhaps mere seconds of silence, I sensed something unusual. Astonishingly, I had anticipated suffocation would claim my life before exhaustion. This implies that the spiders had left a few openings for air exchange. I ceased all movement, quietly attuning myself to the shifts in the surrounding airflow. Indeed, the pain in my right arm and leg proved somewhat obstructive, making it difficult for me to pinpoint the exact location. The air within the cocoon was merely sufficient to prevent me from succumbing to asphyxiation. It could hardly be deemed abundant. Calm down. I must rely on my instincts to sense my surroundings and identify a potential escape route. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and the outlines of objects began to sharpen. Medical studies suggest that after 2 days of having one's eyes covered, a person can perceive whatever they desire to see. But how could I be trapped for 2 days? Is my brain experiencing hypoxia? I was even beset by hallucinations. A colossal ruin loomed before me, accompanied by a beautiful spider. The exquisite creature stood at the center of the debris, her 8 peculiar legs poised gracefully. In the darkness, I could distinctly feel the silence of civilization's demise and the horror of heritage fragments being overrun by monsters. Information crystallized in my mind like binary code, a surreal experience. I pressed my hand to my chest, regulating my breathing to its optimal rhythm, and reassured myself that there were no signs of black widow bites upon my body. Biological invasion. I uttered this phrase for reasons unknown. Perhaps my subconscious associates this term with my current predicament. My body was integrating into this world at an alarming rate, with a speed that incited fear. Would I risk becoming a grotesque aberration due to such rapid mutation? My body had been a vessel for the lives of many. It should not be altered without consent. I felt a surge of anger. Yet, in the name of survival, I begrudgingly acknowledged the timely arrival of the VIP. The audacity of humanity to take without giving. I instinctively closed my eyes, yet I could still see everything with clarity. I discerned a point of vulnerability in the cocoon. This was undoubtedly the weakest section of the spider silk. A Swiss Army knife might sever these threads. I must try. If time runs out, I shall choose self-immolation in a moment of desperation. I am prepared for that fate. In the darkness, the only sound was the soft rustling of the silk being cut. I must be quiet, lest the creatures outside discover me. I lost track of time as my legs and body grew increasingly numb, yet I persevered in my task. Eventually, in the darkness, the sound of severed nerves reached my ears. I swiftly retracted the Swiss Army knife, retrieving alcohol and a matchbox. One of us must not survive. On the count of 3, I will ignite the flames, praying for deliverance. With my left hand pressing down on my right, my left hemisphere suppressing my right, I resolutely hindered my attempt to ignite a match. Indeed, having narrowly escaped from a fire previously was fortunate enough. To meet my end in flames now would be unbearably tragic. Upon reflection, there are numerous scientific methods of salvation to consider. For instance, one might use a spark that is barely capable of igniting to gradually burn through a strand of spider silk, having already severed approximately 5 centimeters in depth. Burying the spark within could potentially lead to my rescue. Perhaps the universal matchbox could provide a solution. Just as I was engulfed in despair over my survival, It seemed the heavens were touched by my will to live. Suddenly, the surrounding darkness was torn asunder, and blinding light enveloped me. My tingling body collapsed, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. After what felt like an eternity, I tentatively blinked my eyes. I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. Though lying here in gratitude may seem impolite, my voice trembles as much as my body. I shall express my thanks properly later. My savior appeared to be a golden-haired man wielding a sword. His dark golden locks and golden eyes evoked images of fine gold dust, shimmering in the sunlight like true gilding. As an ethnologist, I could glean roughly 35% of his identity merely from his attire. The decorative fabric strap on his shoulder, the emblem affixed to it, breeches reminiscent of leggings, and boots inscribed with the names of saints. His garb, though not opulent, was rich in craftsmanship and intricate details. Could he be a member of a knightly order from some distant realm? I have never encountered anyone like you. Who are you? His voice resonated with righteous authority, tinged with the pride of a superior. As a hapless member of a curious adventurers team, am I the only one here? I discerned that I had been captured. Were there no others ensnared in the spider cocoons nearby? I closed my eyes. Having endured that uncomfortable position for an entire night, the numbness faded surprisingly quickly. Indeed, I felt quite out of sorts. Only the carcasses of beasts lay within. Hey! I sat up, shook my neck, and stood. It appeared I had spent a day within the spider cocoon. And who is this elder brother? I am a naval officer. During a mission, I stumbled upon this island, which has been the subject of recent rumors regarding its mysterious nature, so I came to investigate. Let us not linger on that. It seems that you were indeed fortuitously on my path. I stood and surveyed my surroundings. We were situated within a verdant ruin, surrounded by architectural debris and sticky white spider silk. This place is dreadful. I instinctively crouched down to gently touch the fragments of the structure, then raised my gaze to the towering remnants above. Stone columns, walls, and arches had all succumbed to ruin. Yet the exquisite craftsmanship of the well-preserved patterns on the columns was awe-inspiring. Even the scattered stones bore intact designs, almost convincing one that, if reassembled, the grand edifice of antiquity would once again rise before my eyes. It was evident that this destruction was not wrought by nature, but rather by some malevolent force. The artificial structures on the deserted island warrant inclusion in the report alongside the rather unromantic statement made by the naval officer. Come on, let us be a bit more romantic. We have just discovered a new civilization, a monumental discovery that deserves a place in history. Such relics are countless around the globe. With that remark, the naval officer turned and departed, leaving me momentarily stunned before I hastened to follow. Is that where our focus lies? I traversed the archway and descended the crumbling staircase. This complex spanned at least several thousand square meters, making it difficult to fathom how humans had established such a sophisticated civilization amidst the rampant presence of colossal creatures. It seems that in times past, the underbrush did not harbor these gigantic Pokemon, allowing humanity's civilization to flourish unimpeded. The path was obscured by the tangled roots of massive trees. The golden-haired naval officer nimbly leaped over, then gallantly extended his hand to me. I grasped his hand and vaulted up beside him. Where are we headed, naval officer? I inquired. He gestured toward the distance. Classical formalist aesthetics posits that beauty manifests as the revelation of nature's secret laws. The annals of human architecture reveal that, during specific historical epochs, the characteristics and achievements of human material culture are reflected in their constructions. Architectural forms compel passive acceptance, and their essence is readily discernible. To whom did the ancestors who erected a temple in this basin-like depression pledge their faith? There are no towering spires, only modest edifices situated in this low-lying terrain, devoid of signs of collapse. I lifted my gaze to the luminous sky before lowering it to the vividly illuminated temple. Are we headed there? Do you know what that place is, naval officer? I do not, but it is the most prominent structure in the vicinity. Have you seen other buildings? No. Speaking of which, what are the rumors surrounding this mysterious island that you mentioned? It is said to be the lair of a crime syndicate that spans 3 oceans, nestled on an island besieged by storms. What extraordinary words have emerged? The golden-haired naval officer leaped down from the roots, and I followed suit. He marched directly toward the temple, and it was no wonder. Even I felt an inexplicable sense that answers lay therein. Have you lost contact with your companions? Some of my subordinates are missing, while others have succumbed to these beasts. And what of your companions? There are 2. A woman with wine-red hair and a man with black hair. They should still be alive. Then you ought to strive to reunite with them. At last, we arrived at the temple's forecourt. Passing through the corridor of stone pillars, We should soon reach the temple's heart, where one would expect to find sculptures of the deities once revered. However, what greeted us was the collapsed dome and the debris that had fallen from it. Due to the angle of the sunlight, it could not penetrate this temple, situated as it was at the bottom of a meteorite crater, which should have rendered it shrouded in darkness. Yet, amidst the crevices of the stone, myriad glimmers of light emerged. The ethereal green glow revealed varied scenes, suffusing the temple with an aura of ancient mystery and sanctity. I cautiously approached the glowing area, gently brushing against it, and leaned in to observe closely. Uttering a question, fungi? The phenomenon of bioluminescence is indeed common among various organisms, particularly those dwelling in the depths of the ocean. However, it is a rarity among terrestrial life. Most luminescent entities are fungi, but could even moss-like fungi possess this ability? And why is it present only here? There is an absence of any biological essence. Yet there are murals to be read here, albeit the reliefs are severely eroded, with the dome above having fractured into separate chunks, yet the outlines of their original forms remain discernible. Flowers, trees, rivers, creatures, how chaotic. Is there no more precise indication? The golden-haired naval officer seems indifferent to my actions, wandering about with a rhythmic echo of boots striking the stone slabs. My fingers traced the contours of the reliefs as I circled the central stone pile. A cold breeze brushed past my ear. I halted, propping my chin upon my hand, staring intently at the gaps within the stone pile. Could I peer beneath it? I crouched down, aligning my face with the crevice, closing my eyes to sense the airflow within. There was indeed a breeze, emanating from multiple locations. The wind swirled underground, carrying a damp, foul odor. This shape. Is it a staircase? Naval officer. There's wind blowing from the stone crevice. The golden-haired officer confirmed the presence of wind with a finger, then drew his long European sword. The elongated blade suited his tall stature perfectly. Beneath the silver knight's guard, a gem, resembling a teardrop from a mermaid princess, was embedded, one that is unrecorded in my knowledge base. To detect such a faint breeze is quite an accomplishment. Well done. Please step back. His demeanor was that of a knight, yet his tone resembled that of a superior addressing a subordinate. This man might be the type I find most challenging to deal with. I prudently distanced myself, far enough to only catch the trajectory of his sword's arc. I was intrigued by how they could produce such sword energy that defies the laws of physics. Ahead of the dilapidated staircase lay a dark entrance. The golden-haired officer sheathed his silver sword, and how that slender blade cleaved through the stone pile remained a mystery, as his every movement was as orderly and pristine as his unblemished sword. Do you have fire? I nodded, lighting a match and tossing it down the staircase, where it burned out at the bottom. Confirming safety, he stepped down a stair ahead of me. As I watched him prepare to take another step, an unusual sense of unease surged within me, though it did not stem from below. I turned a glance at the silent darkness, then looked up at the dome that allowed a trickle of external light to seep through. Something. The golden-haired officer remained silent, and aside from my voiced inquiries, the surroundings were devoid of sound. This was to be expected. Yet it seemed I had caught a glimpse of something black darting across the dome earlier. Had my prolonged stay in the darkness caused me to see things? In an instant, the golden-haired officer had leapt back from the descending staircase, gripping the hilt of his sword with a keen gaze. The black colossal stone shattered the dome, cascading additional rocks down, which once again buried the newly opened entrance. As the smoke dissipated, the golden-haired naval officer seized my collar, forcefully propelling me further back. I coughed violently a few times, quickly grasping his intent, and dashed out of the temple's hall, escaping to the external stone colonnade. The temple, though structurally simple, was lavishly adorned, with walls nearly absent of separation. Through the gaps between the stone pillars, I could distinctly discern the true form of the massive black creature. It was a being, a humanoid spider with a black body and red back, the same enchanting spider I had encountered the previous night. Was she in pursuit of thieves and prey? No, she must have a more defined purpose. Had she come to expel the perilous intruders? The luminescent moss, thriving in the dimly lit lowland temple, served as the sole source of light. Retreating further would only leave me ensnared in the shadows. The clarity with which I could discern her features was surely abnormal. After a brief stroll in the garden, a little insect had already scurried here. In this place, the captivating spider deftly maneuvered her 8 legs atop the stone pile, turning to reveal a radiant smile, her mouth and eyes relaxed, exuding a languid charm. Her upper body retained the voluptuous form of a youthful woman, breathtaking enough to make me immensely grateful for my 9 vision. I could hardly believe any man could remain indifferent to such a stunning visage. It was utterly incomprehensible. The naval officer, without a moment's hesitation, lunged forward. Such a brutish approach right from the start. She clearly wished to engage in a cordial dialogue with a decent man. There was no need for idle chatter. The golden-haired naval officer succinctly expressed his intent for battle and instantly engaged with the enchanting spider. The spider's size was tenfold that of the naval officer. And despite her bulky form, her 8 legs were remarkably agile, allowing her to leap and seize the perfect moment to strike. The great philosopher Solon once remarked that the weight of every sword differs. Yet an analysis of the current scenario revealed that the beautiful spider distinctly held the advantage in terrain and stature. The naval officer, in terms of both attack range and force direction, was outmatched. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. His swordplay revealed his lack of defensive prowess, relegating him primarily to evasion and pursuit of the spider. His strikes were sharp and swift, targeting vital points. Yet they were consistently thwarted. Had he wielded a broadsword, the circumstances might have favored him considerably. I continued to observe the situation, contemplating what actions I could take. I could divert her attention. I shouted across, urging the spider to gaze my way. What happened to the other individual from the prairie yesterday? The beautiful spider turned her head, gracing me with a seductive smile. This time, I scrutinized her face closely. Her visage resembled a gel-like consistency, adorned with 6 crimson moons and a sharply defined nose and lips. Her 3 pairs of blood-red eyes were utterly mesmerizing, especially when they flickered in the darkness, as if they were approaching me, making me feel as though I would be dismembered in the next heartbeat. A sense of unease prickled at my back as the alluring spider-woman licked her lips, revealing her dark fangs. With a soft chuckle, she addressed me, remarking on the fact that someone had supposedly fled and that she had followed the trail. I felt a surge of happiness. It had been ages since anyone had referred to me as beautiful. The connection between individuals is indeed free. Yet I must confess that I believe a visit to a doctor is in order. Narrowing my eyes, I met her blood-red gaze, seizing the opportunity. The golden-haired naval officer's sword thrust towards the spider-woman's lower body with alarming speed. A delightful laugh escaped her lips as she effortlessly deflected the attack, her massive form pivoting in response to the impact. The golden figure was engulfed in shadow. "Dear lady, have you ever savored the taste of a man?" she taunted. The naval officer, seizing the moment, propelled himself beneath the spider-woman. Anticipating his move, she gracefully leaped sideways, scaling the stone pillar. Mother devours men. While the offspring feast upon women, men ought to occupy the lowest tier of the food chain, for their selfishness renders them repugnant and unsightly. Do you not perceive them as societal pests? They should serve as mere commodities for our consumption, nutrients to be ingested. As a woman, you must grasp this truth. No? I'm afraid I do not understand, I replied. In my world, there exist only 2 types of people, those who are connected to me and those who are not. My earlier years were spent, barely grasping happiness, leaving no time for such contemplations. If I must categorize further, there are the beautiful and the average. Beautiful women belong to a distinct realm. How cold! But worry not, dear sister, for I shall care for you and nurture you. I found myself repulsed by the notion of nurturing. The spider-woman's gaze sent shivers down my spine. Noticing the golden-haired naval officer had ascended the pillar to adjust himself for a leap to the dome, she suspended herself upside down, her black, silky hair cascading like a waterfall. With a seductive yet tender touch, she caressed her pale abdomen, the spider-like portion beneath her beginning to swell, much like raising a child. Countless white eggs of varying sizes tumbled down along the viscous, white spider silk. Realizing their nature, I instinctively covered my mouth, stifling a scream. My other hand grasped the nearby column, my mind echoing the word fate. Go forth, my noble companion, the seahorse, from Yu-Gi-Oh! You can do it. Big Brother Navy, from One Punch. I know that my support serves merely as a reminder to the naval officer that a vibrant life awaits his protection, yet beyond that. What more can I do? Should I flee? Once the eggs hatch, the golden-haired naval officer might even have a chance at victory. While my presence here would only become a burden, a modest retreat should suffice for safety. The naval officer recoiled from the repulsive, sticky spider fluid, grimacing as he stepped back, gazing up at the spider-woman, who was busy weaving her web to collect the eggs. Even in his upward glance, his proud demeanor assured me that he could overcome the adversary before him. It seems prudent to withdraw for now. HM? As I departed from Nanconi's, the little ones gifted me a slingshot. Taking a deep breath, I slowly crouched down, retrieving a flashlight from my waist pouch. Focusing my mind on the ovary, I could perceive the eggs exhibited signs of hatching, with small dark entities within frantically thrashing against the shell, yearning to break free. Could it be that the ability to see such things is what I possess? Oh, my dear children are eager to reunite with their mother. Let us hasten your emergence. The beautiful spider murmured to the aerial ovary, her body sprawled against the wall, suddenly launching silk towards the golden-haired navy. The situation has shifted. The beautiful spider now guards the ovary, employing various strands of silk to assault the navy below from her elevated position. The dome reaches a height of 15 meters. And even with an additional 3 meters from the stone pile, it remains challenging to ascend from the ground, especially amidst the continuous onslaught. Shall I take a gamble? I rose to my feet. Although I was reluctant to take risks, the Navy officer had saved my life, and I felt indebted to repay this kindness. Reflecting upon the debts I already carried, I was determined not to accumulate further obligations in this new world. Resolute, I fled, ensuring they all witnessed my departure. The lovely lady is escaping. Oh dear, what a perilous situation. What if those blind beasts devour her? I must swiftly deal with this bothersome man. If I can accomplish it, the obstinate man will have his mouth stuffed with spider eggs, subsequently sewn shut with silk. Humph. Such a trivial endeavor hardly qualifies as a battle, let alone a loss. The golden-haired navy wielded his blade to slice through the web. Is the stickiness insufficient? Why does your sword not adhere? I slid around the corner, hastening to the other side. The wound on my right leg throbbed painfully, as it had been pierced just yesterday, and the soft tissue would take considerable time to heal. Fortunately, the nerves remained intact. It defied logic that I could move normally now. However, if the beautiful spider's offspring resembled those black widow spiders I encountered with Agile yesterday, I envisioned the scenario of being suspended on a wire. I concealed myself in a hidden corner, observing the unfolding situation while testing the elasticity of the slingshot. The web possesses stickiness, and with proper aim, it should adhere. Let us attempt it, then. With a sudden push from my left foot, I charged forward. Naturally, they noticed me. The charming lady has not fled. This simplifies matters considerably, aiding greatly. The beautiful spider clasped her 10 fingers together, her 6 eyes gleaming with amusement as she regarded me, momentarily refraining from attack and focusing on the golden-haired navy. The Navy officer, witnessing my reckless advance, scowled and quietly clicked his tongue, commanding me to return. Indeed, he is the type who appears courteous to all but secretly wishes for the foolish to be eradicated. Like a knot in a woolen garment, one cannot deny his inherent goodness. I take full responsibility for my actions. The naval officer need not concern himself with my proximity to the lower region of the ovaries. The golden-haired sailor swung his sword, severing the stone pillar along with the spider's silk, and rushed towards my direction. I raised my slingshot, aiming at the ovaries. Go, I shouted. Pockball. The small brown sphere soared towards the ovaries, while the alluring spider lying nearby effortlessly ensnared it in her web. What is this? What does the charming lady intend to do? The beautiful spider flashed a chilling smile as she grasped the sphere in her hand. I've fallen into a trap. Haven TI? This is my specially crafted insect repellent pill. Prepare for more. The continuous insect repellent pills are actually fragrant pills recommended by a friend. While these pills can indeed repel insects, they are virtually ineffective in the wild. Haraha. The beautiful spider laughed even more heartily, her web blocking all the fragrant pills I had launched. How adorable you are, using such things. What a delightful scent, just as I was secretly pleased. The golden-haired sailor seized me and scolded me for my foolishness. I realized my recent actions were quite embarrassing. There was no need for him to be so angry. A faint crackling sound rang clearly in my ears as I raised my head to see a red-backed spider piercing through the eggshell. It seemed the timing was perfect. The golden-haired youth swung his sword again, cleaving through the mass of spider silk attached to the stone pillar. The destruction within the temple was entirely his doing, and he demanded I apologize to the ancestors. The black widows began to hatch from the eggs, their glossy black and red beads rolling forth in increasing numbers. My dear children, mother has prepared your dinner. As some black and red beads tumbled down from the crevices, they flipped over, moving on their 8 legs for the very first time. The newborn trio of red-eyed hunters glimmered ominously, and more continued to emerge. I swallowed hard, striving to suppress my trembling body. The golden-haired sailor beside me remained unfazed in the face of the emerging terror, holding me back a distance with his left hand while his right gripped the rapier, the gem-like azure ripples reflecting off the silver blade and his white gloves. Does the naval officer know that these Black Widows possess extraordinary abilities? They can shoot out steel wires, you know. Indeed, I discovered many when I found your location. Did you clear the area to save me? Are you a bodhisattva? Just a few are already enough for me to handle. How many were there at the time? I did not specifically save you. My honor does not permit me to stand idly by in the face of death. What a noble person you are. Though it is unfortunate that your head is so large. The ground was teeming with Black Widows, their tails swaying as the dark mire gradually spread towards us. The naval officer's rapier shimmered with waterlight, ready to unleash its swordsmanship. Wait a moment, I whispered softly beside him. The enchanting expression of the beautiful spider has been indelibly etched in my memory. She tilted her head, playfully toying with strands of silk, her laughter reminiscent of children, urging the men to be devoured. With a sudden crack, a fiery spider descended from the ovary, filling the entire space with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Flames erupted around the ovary, licking up the pristine white silk, growing ever larger. Fire? The beautiful spider swiftly severed the burning strands with her 8 limbs, those remnants falling to the ground, igniting more Black Widows. Yet, flames continued to flicker from the ovary. Why? My children. The Black Widows scattered chaotically upon losing their command. I met the inquisitive gaze of the golden-haired naval officer and offered a sly smile. 2 pulls of a battery. I presented insect-repellent incense to mask the initial burnt odor, well executed. The flames writhed like a vexing serpent, severed yet relentless, the fiery tongues clinging tightly to the web, trapping the monstrous beast that the mother spider could not consume. The nest lay in ruins. The beautiful spider contemplated abandoning the ovary. Yet the golden-haired naval officer would not let this opportunity slip away. The lake's sword technique, water mirror, sliced through the air with a sound akin to a sword skimming the surface of the water. The long European sword traced a blue-white circular arc in the air, while 4 surrounding columns were meticulously severed, unnoticed by all. The initial sound of small stones cascading down triggered a massive collapse of the dome, the temple's sanctum teetering on the brink of destruction. The nearest escape for the beautiful spider was engulfed in flames from the gaping hole in the dome. This collapse seemed to deliver the final blow to the already fragile temple, the speed of its downfall astonishingly swift. I was lifted by the golden-haired naval officer, who cleaved through the falling boulders, rushing forward. Is it over? Standing in the temple's courtyard, I couldn't shake the lingering dread. Brother Navy, have you studied Greek architecture? Your cuts are remarkably precise. I took architecture as an elective in the kingdom. He responded, continuing with my question. I thought our rapport was improving. But then his tone turned icy. I have no obligation to disclose that information to you. What? There are actually electives? Your country is truly prosperous. Of course, you must also hail from a powerful nation to produce someone like you. I sensed he was not genuinely complimenting me. Are you mocking me, assuming I haven't weathered storms? I retorted, I helped you with my meager strength. Surely that warrants at least a quarter of a debt repaid, especially considering I sacrificed a perfectly functional flashlight. The golden-haired naval officer gazed at me in confusion, then scoffed. Saving lives is the Navy's duty. If you wish to repay your debt, go to the naval base. Have pirates go to the naval base to express gratitude? What a brilliant idea. I thought it best to continue conversing, lest my own secrets be unearthed. As I was solely repaying a favor, just as I intended to stretch, pain reminded me to be cautious. I grimaced, stifling a silent groan. Perhaps the intense sprint had torn muscles, injuring nerves, as my calves began to grow numb. The wound cannot heal merely through disinfection and bandaging. If it does not bleed, it is already abnormal. I must express my gratitude to the scoundrel who brought me here. What a stroke of misfortune. Yet, there has always been someone by my side to protect me. With this thought, I feel like I have gained something valuable. I unclench my tightly held fists. My palms cool to the touch. Thus, the clever amateur architect, the entrance to the underground has been blocked by stones. Should we go back to investigate? No. I shall not return. Perhaps the stairs conceal secrets, though they may not be of great significance. The pile of stones has remained undisturbed for a long time. The exact duration remains indeterminate. The situation here is peculiar and cannot be easily assessed. If this were a place of great importance, the defenses would not be so lax. The beautiful spider even suggested a leisurely stroll. However, from another perspective, particularly that of the secret passage in the center of the lost temple, this place undoubtedly raises suspicions. The blond naval officer lifted his chin and cast a sidelong glance at me. You are quite astute, he remarked. I had indeed considered this. but there may be more than one temple on the island. Until I have a clearer understanding of the entire island's condition, I do not wish to take any reckless risks. I articulated the latter part of my thought, and he shot me a glare. I offered a sheepish chuckle. Intelligent individuals tend to think along similar lines. I am the type who, even with a clue of 99 out of 100, would not expend effort to uncover the final piece. Well then, which direction do you wish to head towards first, brother naval officer? I inquired as I retrieved my compass, only to find the needles spinning erratically in this place. My expression darkened as I carefully observed the frequency and angle of the needle's tremors. Hey, don't wander off, brother naval officer, I said, handing the compass to the blonde naval officer. I explained that when we first arrived on the island, the needle only trembled slightly, but now. I hugged my body, continuing my analysis. We are in the East Sea, and such violent fluctuations in the compass needle can only be attributed to the presence of ferromagnetic minerals nearby. That would be quite a fortunate discovery. However, the soil in this vicinity does not correspond to any known ferromagnetic mineral conditions. What does this compass suggest to you? The Grand Line. The young naval officer covered his slender, pale chin, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at me. Are you trying to extract information from me? Oh, brother naval officer, you hail from the Grand Line, I see. But let us not dwell on that now. The erratic behavior of the needle stems from the magnetic field here, which twists and distorts like a pretzel, still oscillating. If this place is not problematic, then the island itself is undergoing tremendous changes. The conclusion is that there are significant issues at hand. Nevertheless, even if there are grave complications, I am unable to address them. Are you certain there are no ferromagnetic minerals? For the time being, I have been using the compass, and I have thoroughly researched anything that could disrupt its functionality. I see. Let us leave this place for now and conduct some tests elsewhere. We swiftly departed from the temple, ascended the stairs, passed through the archway, and returned to the building where I had been trapped, eventually making our way to the grassland. After traversing a considerable distance, we had effectively charted new territory. Ultimately, we arrived at the most disheartening conclusion. The island itself is undergoing changes, which is causing the compass to malfunction. Yet, until just recently, we remained blissfully unaware of the changes unfolding around us, though they were indeed occurring with increasing intensity. Surrounding the lake, a central mass lay strewn with the corpses of beasts. Unlike the carcasses observed upon the savannah, these bore the distinct marks of blunt trauma, as if struck by a mighty hammer. Here, for the first time, I encountered aquatic creatures, grotesque amalgamations resembling mechanical chimeras, their forms a blend of beauty and horror. Streamlined and elegant, I could vividly imagine their fluid movements beneath the water's surface. The fish now floated belly up, turning the surrounding lake into a crimson hue, a sight that stirred a sense of foreboding within me. With this in mind, I decided to employ that method to explore the vicinity. The golden-haired Navy officer patrolled the lake's edge. The flora and soil nearby had recently been washed by the lake's waters, glistening droplets clinging to the leaves. I reached out my index finger, intending to gently touch this little creature, only for it to slip away from the leaf in the next instant, splashing into a small puddle on the ground. I stood frozen, staring at this collection of water. A gurgling sound echoed in my mind, reminiscent of a call from the depths. My consciousness drifted into the small puddle, plunging into the lake. There, I witnessed a struggle between someone and a colossal water buffalo. Was that not Agile? I jolted awake from the vision, my heart racing with cold sweat. I tapped my head, struggling to acclimate to this peculiar sensation. However, I set aside my thoughts of barter for the moment. I began to jog along the lake's perimeter. It was vast. Yet it wasn't long before I spotted the water before me parting, violently agitated by an unseen force. The surface tore open, revealing a great silver form, akin to an island, cast high by the white-capped waves, while a swift black silhouette leapt upon the water buffalo's back. A towering wave surged towards me, my gaze barely having time to recover from the wine-red expanse before the monstrous maw loomed above my head. A voice, resonant and commanding, surged with the lake's waters into my ears, followed by another crashing wave. The lake swelled like a tsunami, engulfing the area. Cough, cough, gag. I expelled the lake water from my lungs, finally able to take a deep, satisfying breath. Agile, standing before me, lowered his head in an apologetic gesture. I had assumed we were alone. The drenched golden-haired Navy officer shut his eyes in displeasure, remaining silent. I was uncertain whether he accepted the apology. It seems I now owed him a debt of gratitude. Had he not grasped me in the water at that critical moment, I might have emerged severely injured. After a day of exertion, I lacked the energy for further concerns. We had only just arrived. The fact we could meet and share this moment was enough. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Navy officer. What was your name again? It is rather absurd that, despite our bond forged in life and death, we do not even know each other's names. Is there something you wish to express, dear Navy brother? This is the Navy officer. Navy brother. Allow me to introduce our navigator, the charming face of our friendly trio of adventurers. Through our subsequent conversations, I learned that Agile had immediately pursued my captors after my abduction, but ultimately lost all traces, driven by a determination that even the remains would be unattainable. She explored the banks of a forest stream and discovered signs of a fire, contemplating that perhaps following the river might lead her to new clues. Departing from the grasslands, the trees and thickets became denser. A sweet breeze wafted in from afar. After addressing the dangers surrounding the lake, Agile still found no signs of life, and thus decided to set up camp here. Aside from a few disturbances from wild beasts throughout the night, nothing else of concern transpired. A silvery sheen spread across the lake's surface, which appeared exceptionally tranquil under the night's glow. Just before dawn, a gentle breeze stirred a few strands of hair by Agile's cheek, and a faint mist rose above the lake's surface. By the lakeside, shrouded in the depths of night, something began to stir. In her dreams, the haunting melody of a mermaid's song resonated, its sorrowful yet enchanting notes so exquisite that they made one forget to breathe. Submerging in her slumber, Agile felt the sensation of drowning press against her chest. Startled, she opened her eyes wide, instinctively exhaling bubbles that floated to the surface. Realizing she was submerged in water, Agile swiftly swam to the surface to gasp for air. She clung to the water's edge, completely enveloped in mist, unable to discern her exact position in the lake or the distance to the shore. Utilizing the faint light of dawn, Agile sensed a presence within the dense fog. The echoes of the song reverberated in her mind, while the singer in reality had sealed their lips. "Good morning. Would you care to sleep a little longer?" The voice was youthful, sweet, and uniquely melodic, with curly hair cascading past the knees. His features were obscured in the fog, and he appeared to stand upon the lake's surface. Beneath the water, a bubbling sound emerged, indicating creatures gathering below. They were approaching Agile, before plunging into the water to confront these entities. Agile cast a fierce glance at the shadowy figure and submerged herself. In an instant, the water rippled as the true forms of the underwater beings surfaced, strange and monstrous. Each one met its demise at the hands of a foe more adept in the aquatic realm. As the surroundings gradually took on a crimson hue, the figure standing on the water seemed increasingly isolated and helpless. He turned in a daze, incredulously gazing at the chaos unfolding around him. What is happening? Is she breathing through gills? How could a human possibly exhibit such movements underwater? The average person would have long since suffocated and been devoured by the fish. Why aren't you succumbing as well? Well, there is no choice. Once more, the gray figure clasped its hands together and opened its mouth. Suddenly, a deep maroon head emerged from beneath him, reaching out to firmly grasp the gray figure's calf, pulling him down into the water. In an instant, Agile sensed something was amiss. The entity she was gripping was not human, but rather a long, sinuous tentacle. The figure she had seen earlier was but an illusion. The tentacle extended down to the lake bed, and with a fierce tug, she easily severed it. After surfacing for a breath, Agile plunged back into the depths of the lake, pulling forcefully with her tentacle toward the lake bottom. Just before reaching the lake bed, a tremor akin to an earthquake rippled through the depths, and from the dark abyss emerged a gaping, obsidian maw. The lake's inhabitant propelled itself forward with powerful strokes of its massive hind limbs. The expanse was too vast for Agile to evade, and she was unceremoniously swallowed whole by the creature's colossal jaws. In comparison to the 21-meter beast, a human was inconsequentially small, especially considering the aquatic predator's ability to crush a skull weighing over 1,600 kilograms. The lake's master brandished its crocodilian head, flaunting its formidable biting power. In that moment, its tongue and teeth erupted like a bomb, forcefully prying apart the upper and lower jaws, with debris piercing through its stomach. What should have been a mortal wound for a human instead allowed Agile to swim unscathed into the water. The lake bed quaked, and the surface churned violently. Agile inhaled deeply. The air above now bright and clear, yet the surrounding mist persisted. The lake's master emitted a mournful wail, reminiscent of a whale, and after enduring the pain, surged toward the surface with remarkable speed, moving horizontally like an eel. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Agile, leaving her no time to evade. With gritted teeth, she summoned her strength, gathering power in her right fist for the Fishman Karate 3,000-watt jab. The swift current collided with the equally swift beast, unleashing a cataclysmic force that churned the waters into chaos, sweeping Agile away. Struggling against the relentless torrent, she searched for the creature's form. In an instant, the current thrust her beside the silver-scaled lake master. Agile adjusted her position with determination and finally grasped its dorsal fin. The lake's inhabitant sensed the human's presence upon its fin and thrashed violently to dislodge her, resulting in a stalemate of strength. After several rounds of this struggle, Agile's oxygen reserves began to dwindle, while the lake master resorted to slamming its body against the lake walls. Despite this, Agile refused to relinquish her grip, as if intent on tearing the fin from its flesh. How could a land-dwelling human ever aspire to be a true underwater predator? As her oxygen depleted, her body became akin to aquatic vegetation. Though you deserve to perish, you inadvertently assisted me in eliminating those nuisances. Could this be termed waste utilization? The lake master exerted its utmost strength, striking its back against the wall, blood seeping from the impact. This time, there was no doubt. The human had succumbed to her fate. Bloop, bloop. Tiny bubbles, almost negligible, mingled with the crimson waters, and no living creature remained to draw breath beneath the surface. The lake master attempted to navigate away from this watery expanse, only to find itself immobilized. How peculiar. Did the battle inflict some injury? Oh, I can move. The lake master suddenly convulsed, a sharp pain of torn flesh radiating from its back. Turning its head, it discovered that the human still gazed at it with her gray-blue eyes, her feet entrenched in the silt, and her hands clutching its bleeding dorsal fin. A calm yet suffocating aura of lethality emanated from her slate-blue eyes, gradually entwining itself around his entire being. She parted her lips. Yet no breath escaped her mouth or nose. Forming words with her lips, she then twisted her body and forcefully hurled the master of the lake against the stone wall. With a strength akin to 1,000 pounds, she appeared to defy the resistance of the water as she flung the panicked master toward the surface. Agilely, she bent low, exerting tremendous force beneath her feet, causing her figure to vanish in an instant, leaving behind a fractured rock face. A heavy impact erupted beneath her abdomen, causing the master of the lake to contort grotesquely as he soared out of the water at breakneck speed. Without a moment to catch her breath, she executed her movements with even greater speed and precision. The sound of thunderous resonance and the crack of a spine heralded the conclusion of the battle. Chapter 5, Tree Paradise Island. Part 2, The Loquacious Master of the Lake. Its spine had been severed, leaving it utterly lifeless. Yet, this skeletal structure bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a dinosaur. Could it have been a creature that once roamed the earth? The judgment of the golden-haired Navy regarding this is quite reasonable, but discussing this matter in front of Agile would surely unravel my deceit. I must make a sacrifice. Cheerfully, I approached Agile and pointed at the golden-haired Navy with a smile. Captain G, this Navy officer has come to aid us. He even mentioned that once all the villains on this island are apprehended, he will escort us back. An alliance with the Navy? I am indifferent. Navigator, you have explored the area as well. Have you discovered anything? Speaking of which, I have made a significant discovery. I endeavored to halt the conversation between Agile and the golden-haired Navy, planning to find a moment later to explain to Agile alone. I gestured towards the lake, stating, after the recent flood, the lake has lost much of its water. Yet do you not think the decrease in water level is rather minimal? Are you implying that there is a cavern beneath leading to another body of water, which accounts for the slight drop in water level? Truly, you are astute, dear Navy brother. However, this hypothesis is not particularly reliable. Exploring the lake's depths would require considerable time. Whether to attempt it depends on the Navy brother's decision. Indeed, there appears to be a similar location, assuming it hasn't been affected by the recent battle. Agile gazed at the lake's surface for a moment before advancing. I desperately grasped Agile, preventing her from proceeding. Captain G, do you wish to meet an early demise? Are your lungs and brain in good condition? What would I tell the captain if you were to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage at the lake's bottom? Although my plan to expose the golden-haired Navy officer's intent to dive was laid bare, he regarded me with a fox-like gaze yet adhered to his chivalrous spirit, successfully restraining the eager Agile. He ground out through clenched teeth. To be honest, dear Navy brother, you are at a disadvantage by living so rigidly. Casting off your constraints would lead to a more joyful existence. Madam, in the absence of constraints, The next moment you would bid farewell to your blissful world. He threatened me in a cultured and amiable tone before leaping into the water with an impressive dive, leaving behind an alluring yet furious silhouette. I beamed as I watched him until he completely vanished beneath the surface. Captain G, observe him. As I tended to Agile's injuries, I explained the situation in general terms. Where does it hurt? Do you feel dizzy when you think? When I press here, does it cause a sharp pain in your lungs? Unbelievably. Aside from some fluid accumulation in her stomach, there were no apparent internal injuries. I was once again reminded that the person before me was a monster. Honestly, it was not I who had changed, but the world around me. Is that all? Allow me to rest. Oh, certainly. Wait, you intend to sleep while drenched? I gazed anxiously at Agile, who had succumbed to a deep slumber. To be honest, had I known this would be the outcome, I would have never come here. No matter the cost. After letting out a helpless sigh, I rose and wrung out my coat, draping it over a stone. I walked over to the lifeless lake's guardian, running my fingers over its scales. Cold and unyielding, an icy chill crept from my hand throughout my body, leaving me slightly dizzy. This feeling of affliction seemed to have begun with the Beast Pirate crew, followed by that incident with the Rainbow Serpent. It almost all ties back to these individuals. Do I share a connection with them? Unthinkable. Would I gain clarity upon meeting the mastermind? I opened my eyes, my nose withdrawing from the lake's guardian's tail fin. What else was here, aside from the lingering scent of fish? I retrieved my Swiss Army knife. As I lifted it, poised to strike, it suddenly veered off in a completely different direction. I turned my gaze to the barren ground, perplexed, and picked up the knife. I had sensed someone watching me just moments ago. Since my arrival here, my instincts had rarely led me astray, and I found myself trusting them now more than ever. Could it be that here? I muttered to myself as I wiped the knife clean, its blade reflecting the brilliant light above. Was this a hidden realm? The sound of splashing water interrupted my thoughts. It seemed an important figure had returned. I wish to discuss something with you, said the young man with golden hair, pushing aside his dark golden locks. His golden eyes still bore a hint of arrogance. The entrance certainly existed. What do you wish to discuss now? The current situation concerns our very lives. I implore the Navy to provide us, the innocent populace, with more information. I do not wish to unwittingly become embroiled in a feud with an international crime syndicate. The Navy's regulations do not permit the disclosure of incident details to the general public. Yet I am no longer an ordinary citizen. I am a victim of this criminal organization. We could engage in an intelligence exchange. Just 2 days ago, when you were still trapped here, a village on an island in the East Sea, known as Nankonis, was ravaged by pirates. According to survivor accounts, these pirates bore grotesque appearances resembling beasts. Upon my conclusion, the golden-haired Navy officer's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth, evidently entangled in this matter. How do you know of this? Please. This story has taken up a substantial portion of the newspapers. They claim the tragedy occurred due to the Navy's rescue ship failing to arrive in time. And now the public is scrutinizing the Navy's responsibility. We possess a newspaper aboard our ship that reports on this incident, complete with an image of the village. It's simply silence. He snapped, his voice rising sharply, his gaze now tinged with coldness. What do you wish to know? It was not my doing. What purpose does your anger serve? The fact that you exploit the deaths of others is profoundly unsettling. There was no room for denial. Yet here, 2 vibrant lives still existed. I hoped for some understanding. I turned my face away, unable to meet his scrutinizing eyes, my mind brimming with questions. Firstly, concerning the criminal organization, please provide as much information as possible. The golden-haired naval officer seemed to reluctantly accept my reasoning, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Currently, there are no rumors regarding them in the East Sea. They seem more akin to a group of murderers than to a criminal syndicate or pirates. They incite beasts to ravage villages and slaughter villagers. They first emerged in the North Sea, followed by the West Sea, and now they are in the East Sea. What benefits do they derive from mass murder? Perhaps it is for amusement, or perhaps a demonstration of power to the Navy. As you mentioned, the Navy's reputation has been adversely affected. The number of victims has now reached 5,000, marking them as a notorious killing group. Yet their infamy has not penetrated the Grand Line, which seemingly does not warrant significant attention from the Navy headquarters. Recently, due to special circumstances, troops have been dispatched from the headquarters to investigate this matter. What is the Navy headquarters' view on this island? I pointed to the bright sky above and then gestured towards the ominous clouds on the horizon. The young golden-haired officer surveyed the surroundings. We have long been aware of the existence of this island, but it was my first time witnessing its interior. There had never been any prior reports. The peculiar environment here indeed bears resemblance to that of the Grand Line. Speaking of the environment, my voice trembled as I slowly posed what appeared to be an unrelated question. What connection does this island have with the recent frequent storms in the East Sea? The golden-haired naval officer was clearly taken aback by my inquiry. He lowered his dark golden head and pondered for a long while before raising it again. His golden eyes filled with wariness and skepticism. You are not merely guessing, so I can tell you plainly. Yes. I wished to hear his reasoning. Upon hearing his response, my complexion drained of color. After a long pause, I finally spoke. It is a conjecture. From your statement that there are currently no rumors about them in the East Sea, it appears they have not been here long enough to commence large-scale killings. If that is the case, what information have you gathered that compelled you to journey all the way from the Grand Line to this weakest and most inconspicuous East Sea? After consulting our navigator, I learned that the storms had only begun to occur frequently in the East Sea over the past month, making it difficult for me not to associate them with this island imbued with mysterious powers. An even more absurd hypothesis emerged. This island might possess the capability for transoceanic travel. Otherwise, the current situation would not exist. Such outlandish conjectures. I am neither Sherlock Holmes, nor am I solving a mathematical problem. Perhaps a linguistics teacher would grant me high marks for a somewhat accurate answer. You are quite exceptional. To reach this conclusion already places you ahead of the majority within the Navy. Although his gaze still harbored hostility towards me, his tone carried a hint of acknowledgement. Is that a compliment on my imagination? I mused, dismissing it as a mere casual praise. Let us discuss serious matters. What are your intentions at this stage? Should we prioritize safely returning the map to the Navy base or boldly infiltrating the heart of the secret lair? The golden-haired naval officer suddenly stepped forward, startling me. He produced the compass I had given him earlier. Its needle vibrated even more vigorously than before. The storms, this additional phenomenon, had not been frequent prior to this. It is because the island's inherent power has intensified, thus amplifying its influence. I furrowed my brow, gazing intently at the compass. Are you suggesting that you wish to remain here to continue the investigation? Due to certain circumstances, I am unable to leave at this moment. A young man may possess pride, but must not exhibit arrogance. Heed the words of your elders and depart quickly. Do not presume to command me. Who do you think you are, an elder? His face bore an expression of displeasure, and his tone was grave. I spread my hands, revealing the most melancholic and restless expression I have worn since my arrival in this realm. The energy released by the island has unleashed storms that have swept across the entire East Sea, giving rise to this grand secret realm. I pointed to the circular sky, pure and white like the sun. This weather, the unusual concentration of oxygen, and the aberrations in life forms are all consequences of this great secret realm. I inhaled deeply, as if drawing in air from 300 million years ago, then expelled the murky gas after it had lingered within me for 120 million years. This island, whose origins remain a mystery yet possesses formidable capabilities, is now under the control of a criminal organization. They have even resorted to bioengineering, creating the mythical creatures of legend and employing them as instruments of their will. I believe my current predicament is sufficiently clear. What benefit is there in having beasts serve to consume humanity? The most primal and credible motive is the pursuit of power. Yet now that power has been seized by some formidable entity, who possesses such immense capability? The criminal organization, or the source of the island's energy, some other existence? I recall the unintentional conversation among the three of them in South Kenny's. A single event, twice. How many seeds have we lost? It was wise to remain vigilant from the outset. Why do they refer to the beasts using the codename seeds? Seeds sprout, grow, and bear fruit, only for someone to harvest the bounty. The young man with golden hair seemed entirely oblivious to the deeper severity of the situation, merely covering his lips and bowing his head, anxiously repeating his thoughts. The special reason you mentioned, does it pertain to this unique energy core? Or do you seek to balance merits and demerits? If it is the latter, I would hold you in disdain. If the former, I advise the Navy to refrain from harboring hopes of gain, for such matters yield no benefit. Your tone implies knowledge of something. The golden-haired Navy suddenly drew his silver sword from his waist. This time, I stood unflinching, staring intently at him. He raised the noble silver sword at his side. His eyes shone as bright and sharp as the blade itself. Neither the Navy headquarters nor I act out of self-interest. This mission is a matter of justice, risking my family name and honor. His words rang with authority, and his poised stance with the sword resembled a knight sworn to its service, pure and untainted. Confronted by the knight's determination, I found myself enveloped in an inexplicable sadness and despair, my left hand involuntarily clawing at my right shoulder. Why do they all appear this way? Ha ha. I apologize. My fevered body gradually cooled, calmness returning to my mind. I should not question your decisions, and I also apologize for my reckless words. This debt of gratitude may never be repaid. Even the Navy brother could not persuade those two. Weak and weary, I turned to meet Agile's calm and serene gaze, awkwardly offering a bitter smile. Shall we have a meal first? In this realm, there exists no meaningless death. The youth with flaxen hair had it braided at the ends, and his cloak draped down to his knees. He extracted an arrow from the body of a bird-like beast and let the blood drip onto the ground. What are you talking about? Ace stood beside a pile of wood, his fingertips igniting with flames. Ancient legends speak of a time when, after death, souls return to their mother's embrace, reborn in Nacius, where life and death are governed by the deities of this place. One must hold reverence for the cycle of life and death. Ace tilted his head, gazing at the deceased giant bird. He closed his eyes and brought his palms together, expressing gratitude for the meat bestowed upon him. I shall ensure it is consumed entirely. Something feels amiss. After a hearty meal, Ace patted his full belly, exclaiming with delight. Barterial skillfully tidied up the remnants. Thank you. Have you been alone on this island all this time? Are there others here? Well, if you mean others, perhaps only in the underground city, where life and death are uncertain. Yet, wanderers occasionally stumble in. The underground city? Nacius is structured in 3 tiers, with vast natural caverns below. We have dwelled there for an extended period. Oh, living underground? But the caves are so dark and devoid of sunlight. How do you survive? The underground is quite bright, with nature thriving, not unlike the outside world. We do not require the sun. From our perspective, it is strange for surface dwellers to inhabit the ground. Never seen the sun? Surely you jest. Where do you truly reside? Always underground, until one day, Nacius rose like bubbles from the depths. The youth's gaze grew distant. Ha ha. What you say is quite amusing. Have you never witnessed the sun or the moon? You cannot see them here. Ace tilted his head back, squinting at the white ceiling, and suddenly turned to Barterial. Hey, would you like to go outside and take a look? Huh? Does this guy even realize he is currently feasting at my expense? Honestly, let's venture outside. How could a life exist without ever having seen the sun? No. The underground world is not as you imagine. So, beyond this cloud lies an entirely new and unknown world. Isn't this the most splendid opportunity? Let us go outside. Staying cooped up on this little island is stifling. Huh. I really cannot keep up with this person's thoughts. Barterial averted his gaze, lowering his eyes. I cannot abandon my homeland for another place. I cannot betray my homeland and the sacrifices made by its people. What has transpired here? Ace bluntly pointed to the crux of the issue, catching the youth off guard. The flaxen-haired boy stifled a sob, his eyes wrestling with turmoil. There are things that cannot be shared with outsiders. The underground city has vanished. Now, demons hold dominion over Nacius. Is it those fiends who seized your homeland and drove you away? Half and half. I have willingly ascended to the upper echelons. He annihilated everyone else, leaving only me. Since then, no human life has been birthed in Nacius. He exterminated all others? Only you remain. Ace furrowed his brow, yet his reaction was subdued, as if he had come to terms with the life and death nature of this world. However, if such stark reality were laid bare before him, he might still find it unbearable. You might become one of your kind, he stated. He remains in the middle layers, but one day, I shall eliminate him. Bathriel spoke solemnly, stroking the bow in his hands. Ace quietly observed the youth, his gaze gradually shifting toward the horizon. What is that? We shall utilize the last of our provisions to alleviate our hunger and convene to deliberate on our forthcoming actions. I navigated through the cave to its end, revealing an underground chamber with breathable air. A cave? Could there be magma below? However, this does not elucidate the abrupt change in the magnetic field. Are there enemies? My gaze revealed none for the moment. Excellent. Let us advance. Wait, why do you say let's just give it a try in such a casual tone, G? What about my opinion? What of our long-lost captain? Agile opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, and then rephrased. What do you propose? Have we overlooked Ace's inquiries? Is no one concerned about him? The most pragmatic and secure course of action now would be to persuade Agile to abandon the notion of vanquishing the enemy leader. Yet, we made a pact in South Conies to aid our comrades in fulfilling their aspirations. We cannot breach that agreement, and thus, our options are exceedingly limited. I surmise that the unexplored depths below may very well serve as the true stronghold of our adversaries. We must tread carefully, considering our combat capabilities. I believe we should first locate the captain and those who inhabit this island. Indeed, the remnants of a fire were not left by you, were they? They were not. I too sensed the presence of life on this island. Initially, I presumed it was akin to us, mere intruders. The golden-haired naval officer lowered his gaze and remarked, however, I soon realized that those who can traverse this land with such ease and hunt here are certainly no ordinary individuals. They must possess some unique means of survival, capable of concealing their whereabouts, perhaps even more knowledgeable about this island than we are. If we could find them, we might achieve a clearer understanding of our predicament. But how shall we locate this individual? Thus, fire indeed embodies the genesis of human ingenuity. No one understands fire better than I do. Signal fires and beacons. The Great Wall is a messenger. When discussing walls, the most renowned is undoubtedly the Great Wall of China, though other nations such as Germany, Greece, Rome, and Korea also boast their own fortifications, albeit differing in purpose and form. Regions with walls should possess corresponding watchtowers for signaling. While the term wolf smoke may suggest burning wolf dung, it actually refers to a mixture of dry and damp wood combined with fat. As the enemy venerates the wolf totem, their king is also known as the wolf master, hence the term wolf smoke. Human civilization is truly a tapestry of wonders. The long smoke signals in the sky are particularly conspicuous, and we too have ignited our own beacons in various locales. The area we inhabit is now more prominent. Anyone not too far away is likely to take notice. This, of course, exposes our position to unnamed adversaries. Yet I find it hard to believe that the island's master would overlook the presence of a few lost doves in his own backyard. Such an outcome must be orchestrated to some extent by his hand. The true nature of the puppeteer and his intentions are matters I would rather not delve into. Regardless of whether anyone responds before nightfall, let us wait for a night. It is always prudent to be adequately prepared, I suggested while observing the landscape through my telescope. Receiving agreement from both companions. Our fortune seems to favor us. We shall light a few more piles. And faint wisps of smoke rise in the distance, an answer to our call. There are indeed people in that direction. Upon seeing our newly kindled smoke signals, they will likely make their way toward us. What manner of beings survive in this realm of the survival of the fittest? Surely, they possess wise eyes, robust physiques, and a fighting spirit rivaling that of any champion. Before me stands a boy who, while not the epitome of beauty, possesses a certain charm, particularly accentuated by his flowing, flaxen hair that radiates the vitality of dawn. Is he not merely a child? Ace, where did you procure this handsome youth? Do share the location with me. I took a step back, suddenly considering that, given Ace's circumstances, this child might have stumbled upon him. Child, did you bring Ace back? You've worked hard, I remarked. Even if you spotted the smoke signals, Ace could never have found us directly. Thank you. Hey, Ace protested, clearly displeased. But I deemed it unnecessary to heed his complaints. My focus must remain on the enigmatic boy before me, who appeared to be of a similar age, if not younger, and stood slightly taller than I. He resembled an owl. Though a fierce creature, he exuded a peculiar innocence, as if he seldom interacted with others. Oh, did I startle you? I said, positioning myself to shield the two amiable figures behind me. Though the stoic expressions of my companions were somewhat disconcerting, I felt there was no need to display our hostility so overtly, even if they might be adversaries. You all were sneaking a meal behind my back, Ace exclaimed, pointing at the remnants of lunch with indignation. How delightful. I have a fondness for fools, for they do not concern themselves with the atmosphere. This Ace is indeed genuine. Are you a native of this island? Inquired the golden-haired naval officer, skipping the pleasantries and arriving at our most pressing concern. Native? What a novel term. What does it signify? The boy's untainted confusion drew a frown from the naval officer. I have often pondered how they managed to unify their language across so many islands. It seems I was mistaken. Evidently, compulsory education has its gaps. Agil, beside me, stifled a yawn, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene. The mysterious youth cast his gaze upon us in succession, his voice filled with astonishment. How impressive. There are so many people on this island. It was evident that he had a misconception regarding the term many. Batriel, this is the crew member I previously mentioned, the one who has been idling around. Ace. He approached us and introduced, this is Watari. Hello. I flashed what I believed to be a friendly smile. At this juncture, there was no need to conceal our names from the Navy. This is Agile. Agile nodded slightly, acknowledging the introduction. And, Who is this? Why is there an extra person? Why are you only just now realizing something is amiss? I silently scoffed, contemplating how to explain our identities as pirates without revealing ourselves. This individual is a Navy officer, my savior, who now intends to apprehend all the nefarious characters on this island. Thus, I repeated Agil's introduction, and he must have instantly grasped the implications of my words. Really? Thank you for saving Wadari. I apologize for the trouble my first mate has caused. The golden-haired Navy officer nodded. You and your first mate are different. You understand decorum. Stop it. As dusk began to settle, Batriel, the youth, initially intended to invite us to his home, but seemingly abandoned the idea due to insufficient space for so many guests. Instead, he spread out a blanket, planning to camp with us outside. We indeed gleaned much information from this young man, such as tales of a lost underground city, the adversaries that reside here, the underworld, and the massacre that transpired 4 years prior. I was not particularly surprised. After all, even the moon here features a sister rabbit, and souls find their way after death. The underground world. I hardly cared about that. However, I gazed at this youth, who appeared to be of similar age to me, and offered my apologies. I'm sorry to bring back such painful memories. I'm quite all right. Please don't mind it. I willingly spoke of it. He was one of the children who survived the massacre 4 years ago. He must have been around 12 or 13 at that time. Such acts are beyond human comprehension. Why were you left alone? Is there something special about you? The Navy officer, ever adept at piercing through tender sentiments, inquired. I doubt there is. I do not wish to understand the thoughts of those individuals. How many of them are there? What abilities do they possess? What does this island hold? His questions came forth like a barrage of marbles. The golden-haired Navy officer's reaction upon seeing this child was somewhat peculiar. He quickly recognized this and straightened himself, adopting a solemn tone. This may be a bit abrupt, but I believe we Navy personnel can assist you. Navy? Are you implying? I can help you achieve your vengeance, but afterward, I may require you to provide us with some intelligence regarding the underground world you mentioned. He positioned himself firmly on the side of the Navy, although he had always been. Yet, to so openly disclose the Navy's intentions here left me uncertain whether to commend his honesty or chastise his bluntness. Batriel lowered his gaze, a faint voice chillingly whispering into my ear. As long as I can kill him, any method will suffice. Hatred mingled with his words like shards of glass, causing a sharp pain in my chest. Look at this child. He has fallen for your deceit. As a partner of justice, I shall rise to expose the traps laid by you wicked adults. No, Batriel is destined to be my crew member. I cannot allow him to side with the Navy. Ace encircled Batriel's slender neck with his arm, and the delicate frame of the child suddenly felt heavy. I had promised to take him out to see the vast world beyond. My steadfast ally, do not utter a word, nor mention terms like Pirate King. It is outrageous that the esteemed Navy harbors thoughts of abducting innocent children. In this scenario, Batriel might very well face dire consequences at the hands of your Navy. As a lifelong member of the Association for the Care of Children's Healthy Growth, I shall not permit it. Agil stood nearby, nonchalantly sipping from a water bottle, seemingly uninvolved. I frantically blinked at her, urging her to join us. With a resigned sigh, she moved to our side and coldly remarked, "Useless Navy," a statement rife with disdain. Suddenly surrounded, Batriel appeared bewildered. I turned to grasp his hand firmly and declared, "Do not confide the affairs of the underground world to anyone lightly. You cannot discern those with ulterior motives. Have you heard of the dodo? It was fond of approaching humans, and then it faced extinction. Never assume that humanity will treat you kindly without reason. You have an overly negative view of the Navy." The blonde officer retorted, seemingly eager to counter. "I recall your earlier impassioned words. Can you wager your honor that the Navy and the world government will not harm this child? Will handing him over to you guarantee a bright future?" At the mention of the world government, the blonde officer's expression soured. He lowered his gaze, enveloped in prolonged silence. He undoubtedly understood that he could not provide us with a definitive answer, yet he also disdained the thought of lying. Ultimately, he looked at us and conceded. "This child may be entrusted to you, but upon leaving here, your team must accompany me for a while. I, Lancelot Yadolon, can guarantee your safety." He must have made the greatest compromise and sacrifice. Even I found his conditions almost unattainable, yet he wagered his future to agree. I wish to respond to such resolve. But we absolutely shall not go to the Navy headquarters. Do not presume to arrange a tour of the captain's grave for us. However, we shall acquiesce for now. We will discuss tomorrow's matters when the time comes. What is happening now? Batriel seemed perplexed at how the four of us, who were just moments ago at odds, now formed a cheerful circle. We are here to help you defeat the one who has brought chaos to your homeland, correct? Ace tilted his head, flashing me a smile, and I managed a wry nod in return. We sat by the campfire under the night sky, deliberating our plans. Tomorrow, we will infiltrate the mid-level, following the route indicated by Betril. We shall split into 2 teams. 3 will traverse the main route he has pointed out, while the other 2 will stealthily navigate via the waterways. Personnel arrangements were made, with Bartle and Ace leading the first team forward, while I and General G navigated through the labyrinthine waterways. How will you 2 find your way? Bartle inquired. I can utilize my extensive experience in adventure to discern the correct path. If an emergency arises, we could even induce a minor earthquake. You all can manage that, right? They all affirmed their capabilities. Even Bartle demonstrated his exceptional hunting and barbecuing skills. Although I harbored significant doubts about the edibility of these beasts, I was at a loss. Ace swiftly devoured the food before him, requesting seconds from Bartle. After much hesitation, I begrudgingly accepted this undeniable reality. In essence, assembling the best possible pieces on our chessboard would greatly benefit us. Upon further reflection, I doubted that this motley crew would falter. The trajectory of the world could not easily deviate. Should it waver, my very existence would be jeopardized, which would contradict the intentions of the individual who summoned me to this realm. Ah, I see. I gazed knowingly at Ace, illuminated by the flickering firelight that accentuated his features. Was this person truly necessary? By remaining close to him and avoiding direct observation from others, we could minimize direct scrutiny. In any scenario, we could seamlessly align with or diverge from the main narrative. The greatest variable was, in fact, myself. What's wrong? You look as if you've witnessed a resurrection, Ace remarked, noticing my unwavering gaze. His sun-kissed skin glowed a vibrant red in the firelight. As we exchanged glances, the scene before me evoked a visceral sense of being ensnared within the gears of fate, instilling both realism and dread. My insides trembled uncontrollably, striving to maintain my composure. I replied, "It's nothing, merely astonished by your appetite. It's that Wadari isn't eating enough. Neglecting proper nourishment will hinder his growth and diminish his training capacity. I can't believe you still remember my training request, even though it was merely days ago. So much has transpired that it feels like an eternity." Conversing with Ace felt akin to sitting beside a hearth, granting me a fleeting moment of tranquility. However, when his voice trailed off, my hazy consciousness jolted awake as I turned to look at him. Ace leaned against a tree, letting out soft snores. Nearby, Agile tossed wood into the fire, causing sparks to dance brightly before vanishing into the darkness. Agile met my gaze and gestured towards Bartle, who was wrapped in a cloak and asleep. He whispered, "It's time for the shift, let him rest for now." Even Lon had closed his eyes to rest, burdened by the pressures of recent events. I bore 30 of that pressure, and despite being a savior, I felt a twinge of guilt. I stifled a yawn, resolving to make a certain decision in my heart. Exhaustion pulled me into the depths of darkness. As dawn approached, I reflected on my inaugural camping experience. Noting that I had fared remarkably well, at least I did not wake up in pain. My physical condition was so optimal that it rendered my previous wilderness survival training seemingly futile. As I opened my eyes, my gaze fell upon Ace. The promised alternating watch had nearly faltered in his hands. He ought to be grateful for my commendable routine. I brushed the grass leaves from my body and cleansed my face with the lake's water. The icy water cascaded over my cheeks, dispelling the last remnants of drowsiness. The thought of descending into the unfathomable depths beneath the water caused an ache in my stomach. How long would I need to hold my breath? If ambushed, would I meet my end here? If I were to be deprived of air, would Captain G provide me with breath beneath the waves? Such exhilarating events occurring so early in the day were quite overwhelming. One could see the tears of a child spilling from the corners of their mouth. I had waited for quite some time. What hour was it now? Ultimately, this was not the Earth I was familiar with. The tilt of the axis and the magnetic field differed from the world I once inhabited. The sun's position, my trusty coordinates measurement tool, rendered useless. Perhaps even the method of calculating a day's passage varied here. Everywhere I looked, there was an abundance of new sights. Every blade of grass and every tree felt both familiar and foreign, and it was no wonder I felt trepidation. The fear of the unknown often dissipates with experience, and familiarity with one's surroundings naturally alleviates anxiety. To continue my journey, I must persist in learning. Romantically speaking, could I not consider myself a newborn in this world? Yet it is truly disheartening to see the knowledge acquired over a lifetime seemingly wasted. I must adapt swiftly to engaging with the unfamiliar. Take this island. For instance, perhaps within the local understanding, it plays but a minor role. At the heart of the island lies our ancient deity, Mother Earth, at the very bottom, sustaining the life and death of this isle, or rather, she is the island itself. Under their dominion, the cloaked youth pointed to a map of the entire island, declaring it essential to inform us of what we were to seize next. This island. I never imagined it actually existed. The golden-haired naval officer covered his mouth, murmuring to himself. Crucial intelligence slipped through his fingers, prompting me to press for answers. So, the Navy indeed knows of this island? In response to my inquiry, Lon merely nodded slightly, acknowledging the existence of a world-destroying weapon, one that resides solely in the realm of legends. It could be deemed a fourth ancient weapon, of which the Navy has long questioned its authenticity. Yet, where were the descriptors for anything other than a minor role? Do not jest. Are there not only 3 ancient weapons? And how could you so easily divulge such critical information? The historical records confirm the existence of 3, the King of Heaven, the King of the Underworld, and the King of the Sea. Beyond that, countless legends abound. Can you ascertain that all those tales are mere fabrications? Is history, as penned by the rulers, the only true history? Lon gripped the hilt of his sword, the western blade emitting a clicking sound, as if in response to his words. Moreover, I shall inform you that my life is currently intertwined with yours. Should I continue to falter, even if I manage to escape alive, I would ultimately face annihilation. Do you comprehend this? In his eyes, there was no anticipation, only a resolute understanding. I felt the weight of a profound responsibility, heavier than the fear of death itself. Apologies for interrupting your conversation. I have struggled to comprehend since the moment Ace adeptly interjected into our dialogue, shattering the tense atmosphere. Bartle cast a fleeting glance at Lon, lowering his gaze and furrowing his brow, his voice tinged with melancholy. Even those above have their awareness. I regret that we failed to safeguard our deity. The boy from the underworld, stripped of all, now finds himself apologizing to the surface dwellers for the calamity that has befallen us. We have failed to protect the ancient weapon. We bear guilt towards the deity that nurtured us and the land. You are not at fault. The true error lies with those who seek to exploit this power, Lon remarked, the irony of his own words not lost on him. After all, entanglements with the world government seldom yield favorable outcomes. What is it that you desire from the underworld? To seek out the underworld and chart new routes, came the response. While it sounds romantic, the reality is starkly pragmatic. It is merely a testament that wherever there are people, similar events shall unfold. The form of the ancient weapon? Agile had completed his warm-up and took a few sips of water I offered. Can it be destroyed in such a critical moment? Bartle shook his head. I do not know. Do not know? Originally, the Mother of the Earth had no form. She is the island itself. They awakened her through some means. However, I believe you would recognize the Mother of the Earth at first glance, I assure you. If it is merely a matter of destroying the entity, that should not pose a problem. I understand, Agile nodded, readily accepting this vague reply. His gray-blue eyes then turned towards me. Prepare yourself. The Navy says we must hold our breath for 4 minutes. Absolutely impossible. I am not an athlete. How could I endure that long underwater? I would drown. Even if you were to drown, there would still be time to rescue you. Heartless. But bad women tend to be so likable. There was no specific course of action outlined. The entire plan was encapsulated in 4 words: adapt and respond. With this directive confirmed, we swiftly dispersed. Drawing a deep breath, I was led into the water by Agile. Though I could swim, it did not imply I could free dive to 50 meters. I was almost dragged along. A novel experience like no other. Yet, Agile descended to the destination more swiftly than described, so the anticipated drama did not unfold. We traversed through an underwater cave and emerged on shore. As Bartle had described, this was indeed a cavern. The cave was adorned with luminescent moss, and entire patches of glowing plants flourished within. Numerous stone pillars and dark rock ceilings evoked images of a black forest, the plant's luminescence illuminating the vast cavern, rendering it less foreboding and infusing it with a dreamlike mystique. If you were to tell me this was an ecological sphere, I would unhesitatingly believe you. This world truly presents unexpected wonders that I had never dared to imagine. I voiced my astonishment, disregarding my drenched state as I approached those radiant plants to admire their beauty. However, before long, Agile's urging voice interrupted my reverie, prompting me to hasten my pace. In my mind, I sketched a topographical map while using my Swiss Army knife to mark the stone pillars. We were steadily making our way downward, when confronted with a fork in the road. I invariably rely on my remarkably reliable perception, gradually learning how to wield it effectively. In essence, it bears a close resemblance to perception itself, serving as an individual's capacity to perceive the world's interference. Observing, listening, smelling, and touching, we passively receive information. Yet the extent and range of this reception vary from person to person, reflecting differing capacities for perceiving interference. Here, those endowed with conventional extrasensory abilities are merely referred to as possessors of perception. The physical differences among individuals cannot be generalized. Is my heightened sensitivity to my surroundings a result of the world's rejection? There are countless plausible explanations, yet none can be confirmed. Due to this ability, I have also discovered that the roads here are predominantly not dead ends, but lead to other places, resembling an ant nest in their orderly structure. With clear signs of human habitation, from the paved paths to the toppled sculptures, I have encountered a variety of remnants. Ultimately, I even stumbled upon a stone-paved road and a bridge constructed over flowing water. The stones are riddled with cracks, and luminous plants sprout from the crevices, while the water flows past the precariously balanced stones of the bridge, heading towards an unknown destination. Yet, it is evident that our path leads to a city-state. This place, much like the temples outside, has been reduced to ruins by human hands. I gazed upward into the lofty heights, squinting my eyes. The cave's ceiling now feels incredibly distant, speckled with bioluminescent moss, reminiscent of our night sky. However, the vibrancy of that light is unlike anything I have ever witnessed, akin to a mysterious and captivating luminescence flowing slowly through the cosmos. It is said that when the island's resources had yet to be seized, the scenery here was teeming with life. Did the ancestors of Barterial dwell in such a vibrant environment? There is no need to pity them for never having seen our sun. Each civilization is a miracle worthy of respect. The sinner who reduces such civilizations to ashes is truly irredeemable. Beside me, Agil's previously hurried steps have also come to a halt, as she, like me, gazes at this utterly different night sky for an extended period. Emotion and awe linger in her eyes as we continue our descent. The further we go, the more pronounced the path becomes, and the surrounding structures multiply and diversify. Observing them, I seem to glimpse the former visage of this place, prompting another wave of reflection. At one intersection, the buildings abruptly vanish, leaving only the primitive path leading downward. The pitch-black underground is suffused with an ominous feeling. A shiver runs down my spine, and upon touching my arms, I realize they are tingling. Acting quicker than my warning, Agile pulls me back to safety. I glance back at the spot, where a slender white spider silk has appeared. Indeed, I should have acted sooner. From all directions, a melodious female voice resounds, ever so alluring. How disheartening, dear lady, that you would take the lives of those children, and in such a cruel manner as fire. Do you not understand the profound sorrow a mother feels upon losing her child? Alas, I cannot simply end your life. Do you recognize me? As Agil inquired. She crushed the water bottle at her waist, and the liquid did not adhere to Newton's principles, but rather flowed according to its own whims into her palm. I shook my head in disbelief, then nodded in acknowledgement. I recognized her, albeit as a formidable foe. She possessed all the abilities of a spider, and the smaller ones could emit light waves, making this terrain quite challenging to navigate. I suggested employing flying, rock, and fire types, elements that counter the bug type in Pokemon, or to flee, though given that it was the enemy's home ground, I leaned towards the former. Here are the matches. You should hide, I said, as Agil swiftly accepted the matches, her movements crisp and decisive. Without further ado, she rolled forward, and the spider silk seemed to have been lying in wait, fervently pursuing her heels. The distant stone wall was punctured by several impacts, and some strands of silk clung to fallen spiders. Another barrage of strikes followed, the stones from the wall crashing down and pinning the spiders beneath. In the darkness, the narrow field of vision rendered the hidden attacks nearly undetectable, yet I could discern numerous crimson dots lurking in the shadows, viscous and repulsive, clinging to the walls and glimmering in the obscurity. I was exceedingly grateful for this external aid. Agil, from my position of 0, attack at a bearing of 15 northwest. After evading the launched strands of silk, Agil unhesitatingly executed a water attack directed at the position I had specified. Another net of spiders descended upon us, as if we had trespassed into their lair, leaving us with no alternative but to engage in battle. I searched for the visage of the beautiful spider. Agil, directly above. 15 meters. Agil glanced upward, deflecting a descending claw, then retreated a step to evade a relentless barrage of 7 ensuing strikes. Be cautious. Her 8 legs are sharper and sturdier than swords. Standing idly while conversing is futile. We must engage in combat. My lord, I find myself unable. I sense the swarm of spiders maneuvering toward us, swirling into a crevice before circling back, concealing themselves in their blind spots. It occurred to me that the beautiful spider had once mentioned she could not kill me directly. Her tone had conveyed more of a sentiment akin to "I have no choice" rather than "I will slowly torment you to death." During our initial encounter, she could have dispatched me immediately but opted to drag me to the temple, even leaving a vent for me to breathe. Her manner of speaking was notably gentle. I deemed it worth the risk to test the waters, emerging from my cover and dashing toward the passage leading downward. They were still engaged in battle, the conflict causing debris to fly in all directions within the cave. My movement faltered as I sidestepped the sticky threads beneath me. Indeed, the Black Widow refrained from launching lethal wires while I was in rapid motion. Why? Upon seeing me, Ajil retreated from combat to stand by my side. Why did you come out? I noticed they didn't seem particularly intent on attacking me, so I thought it best to emerge. Remaining stationary could lead to capture. What do you mean? She has developed feelings for me. Ajil's brow furrowed, and she grasped my hand, leaping aside to evade the Black Widow's silk. Perhaps I adjusted too far, for a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her gaze. Hurry, let us go. Yes, sir. Agil was swiftly surveying his surroundings, his breath gradually transforming into deep, elongated gasps. The beautiful spider grinned widely, revealing her gleaming fangs. Her eyes, akin to pools of crimson, glimmered with a mischievous glint. Indeed, dear lady, I find myself utterly captivated by you. You possess an essence akin to ours. My pupils dilated in astonishment, ready to inquire further. Suddenly, my trustworthy navigator brushed past me, propelled by a gust of wind towards the enchanting spider. The spider adeptly leaped onto a towering stone wall. Gazing down at Agil with a sense of ease, she sprang onto a stone pillar, launching herself into the air like a bird, with her sharp limbs extended. She aimed to strike Agil, who, in a split second before being pierced, spun gracefully, evading the attack and skillfully landing on the spider's leg to propel herself upward once more. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a professional gymnast completing a routine, and her foot found purchase on the stone wall. From her elevated vantage point, Agil regarded the beautiful spider, as if she were a titan overlooking her domain. The spider hastily leaped aside. Agil, once again launching from the wall, executed a 180-degree turn midair, tracing an elegant arc before descending directly above the spider. Her powerful fist descended upon the spider's lower body, and both Agil and the spider plummeted like meteors. A violent tremor accompanied the haunting cries, and as the smoke dissipated, the cavern fell into a profound silence. I stood there transfixed, as I watched Agil wrest the spider's legs from her, one by one, until all 8 were severed. Only then did she leap down from the now feeble creature. In that moment, I resolved inwardly that Agil was the one person I must never provoke. With the spider unconscious, the Black Widows retreated into the shadows. They had no reason to attack us now. The path to the lower levels lay clear, and I cautiously followed Agil. Though I was somewhat perturbed by the spider's mention of an essence, I surmised it might be related to my previous encounter with the rainbow serpent, particularly the curse that had been cast upon me when I locked eyes with its golden serpent gaze. This felt different from the dread I experienced aboard the ship. The former was a visceral fear, while the latter was akin to the sensation of being afflicted with malaria. If a curse were indeed present, it should manifest similarly. And I had distinctly heard whispers of demons in my ears, like a muffled sound from a silence program. What a jest! If it were a curse, why was I standing here unscathed? Anticipating an attack was expected. The primary objective of our divided actions was to seize opportunities for stealth. This endeavor aimed at usurping the Earth Mother, necessitating the avoidance of direct confrontation. Thus, the sooner one team arrived, the better their chances of engaging the enemy. The configuration made it evident which team was to hold the adversaries at bay, yet why had they not yet arrived? Wasn't it stated that traversing the vertical shaft was swift? Was this combat prowess merely a gift? A few steps further, and I beheld a vast underground cavern, the pungent stench and dampness causing my stomach to churn. Ever since encountering these beings, the world had shown no mercy to my digestive system. I held my breath, allowing my cells to endure to their utmost limit before gasping for air once more. I could feel a slight improvement. Yet how fortunate it was that Agil could breathe with such composure. I restrained Agile ahead of me, signaling her not to advance further, and we came to a halt. The silence around us so profound that only the sound of our heartbeats could be discerned. No, upon calming and listening intently, I detected a faint heartbeat resonating from the void beneath. Thump, thump. Straining to perceive the surroundings, at the moment clarity washed over me. My consciousness seemed to freeze in that very instant. Stone carvings and sculptures adorned with flora and flowing water, all creations of a deity that existed long before the birth of the sky. For an underground civilization devoid of the concept of the sky, she could indeed be deemed the absolute creator. To draw a parallel with the gods of our world, she would undoubtedly be the Earth's will, Gaia. So this is what the relief depicted. I mused internally, yet resolving such trivial matters was evidently less pressing than the significant dilemma before us. Below, that amorphous, dark, writhing entity, what could it possibly be? I had indeed heard tales of an enemy possessing a black slime pet. But could one truly liken this grotesque and terrifying mass to an adorable slime? Had I misinterpreted some descriptor? Slippery, black, lacking features and form, resembling a mass of water. My apologies, my imagination had proven too naive. I had mistakenly equated Cthulhu-level beings with those of Pokemon caliber. Long live the ancient gods. And may Cthulhu bless your octopoid progeny. I inhaled deeply, only to feel a wave of nausea wash over me again. I firmly held Agile back to prevent her from acting rashly. Calmly assessing the scene, I resolved to gather all the information I could. The tentacles of this fleshy sea extended throughout the space, pulsating with a crimson glow, reminiscent of someone's stomach. This mass was siphoning energy from the island in its own manner. The red luminescence coalesced before the Earth Mother sculpture, where a beating heart resided. It was unmistakably the Earth Mother, indeed. A tremor of the spirit instinctively informed me that this was her, as my subconscious forged an immediate connection between the two. Someone within me was calling her name. She was a deity, and the embodiment of the faith that had long gathered in this place. Seeing a scene so vastly different from my initial imaginings, I sighed deeply, resolute only in my desire to avoid conflict. From our current position, it seemed that the area near Ace was more suitable for a surprise attack. They were likely to emerge from the opening atop the sculpture, making an aerial assault more unpredictable. Venturing out now would be akin to entering a gladiatorial arena, devoid of any advantageous terrain. Accept your fate. Embrace the destiny laid out before you. This was the choice of the stone gate of fate. A premonition of battle loomed ahead, so I could only caution Agile. Unable even to accompany her into the fray, Agile nodded, stepping forward with determined strides. A guest? The man wore an opaque, white mask, his figure clad in an exquisite tailcoat. The bizarre attire aligns with the eerie atmosphere of this place. Ah, indeed, how rude of me to mistake you for someone else. My guest may still be en route. He clutched his chest like an actor from an old film and bowed, allowing me to introduce myself. My name is Azazel. He articulated each word with clarity, his tone calm. Given the current circumstances, this only accentuated his peculiarity. Agile is a man who trusts fists over idle chatter, yet possesses the most fundamental caution. Are you instructing them to go to South Cornice? What exactly do you mean? South Cornice, South Cornice. I apologize. I have not inquired into such matters, but if you refer to their employer, that would indeed be me. The oddly dressed man suddenly turned towards the darkness, his tone brightening. Welcome, my guest. It is a strenuous journey you have undertaken. I had initially asked Archmene to fetch you, but she may have been a tad brusque. I halted in my tracks, propping my face in my hand as I turned away. A catastrophic failure of theft. Is this fate? I never anticipated encountering a kindred spirit at such a moment. The avatars tend to attract one another. No, wait. I am merely a human with a race value of 1090. On what basis do you draw such conclusions? I waved to Agile, adapting to the situation. Living shamelessly and seizing opportunities is something I have always excelled at, so I trust that even in a different world, I can thrive. Provided I refrain from engaging in conflict, provided I avoid the fray. My palms were damp with sweat, but fortunately, I exhibited no extreme reactions. I exhaled deeply, facing this man who identifies himself as Azazel. Did you bring me from my homeland? The white mask obscured all his expressions, yet his body language was remarkably expressive. He tilted his head in confusion, then suddenly straightened. Did you come to assist me? Probably not. Then you must have a mission to fulfill. Do not shy away from your fate, but rather face it with optimism. Why must I be encouraged by the endgame villain? Is that your friend beside you? Azazel pointed to Agile, who had moved within 10 meters on the stone slab. Indeed, he does not appear to be here as a guest. and you have certainly dispatched several of my capable aides. However, it matters not. Every death here holds significance, serving as their final resting place. But I am currently engaged in something important. Perhaps you could wait until it is completed, at which point I might offer you a cup of tea. My peripheral vision remained fixed on Agil, while my focus was locked on Azazel. It seemed his attention was entirely upon me. I parted my lips, intending to say more. Yet, how could he discern my words through an impenetrable mask? Agil, wait. In a breathtaking explosion at a remarkably close distance, the shadow of a Sazler intercepted Agil's assault. No, it was the black sludge, writhing like a shadow upon the ground, that consciously shielded a Sazler. The battle was on the brink of eruption, as the black sludge extended numerous tendrils toward Agil. The man in the white mask was also enveloped by the black sludge. Why can't you all wait for me to finish my inquiry? Countless tendrils erupted from the decaying stone slab, only to be shattered upon collision with Agil. I took 2 steps back, pivoted, and sprinted around the stone wall, stepping onto the gray stone slab and leaping over the putrid black sludge. 3 tendrils lunged toward me. I made a dash forward and rolled to evade the first 2. Even though I calculated the trajectory with my observation, the 3rd tendril struck me from the side, violently slamming me against the wall. Hiss! I slowly knelt against the wall, desperately biting down to stifle my groans. My face likely drenched in sweat and flushed with pain. That last strike had been merciful, implying that the masked man could directly control the black sludge. I struggled to rise, my chest aflame with pain as though seared by a branding iron. I hoped my ribs weren't fractured, lest it escalate to internal bleeding. I apologized to the benefactors of this body, informing them that I might be buried here before dashing out once more. Agil had no time to spare glancing my way. One moment of distraction could cost a life. Having chosen to walk this path with them, I had to be equally resolute. I dodged the relentless tendrils assailing me, weaving through their gaps. Why hinder me? A Sazler queried from a distance. Deep within the black sludge, you are different from the others, having accepted guidance. You should have your own destiny. If so, why do you stand here to obstruct me? Perhaps because we are stumbling blocks on each other's fated paths, I mused silently, only to be seized by a fleshy hand. The Swiss Army knife merely carved a wound in the black sludge that healed almost instantaneously. Vitarli! Agil shouted my name, and I managed a wry smile in response. This life truly isn't worth it. Pain, pain. I understand now, spare me. Grant me a chance. I gasped out a series of pleas, clawing at the hand gripping my waist, struggling with every ounce of strength. Unwilling to accept that my demise here would be so trivial. I have endured countless hardships to reach this point. The last words seemed to stir a Sazler slightly. He replied languidly, I never intended to kill you. I merely wished to test you. You are unusually weak. Am I truly so feeble that even my enemies cannot bear to witness my plight? I have traveled far and endured much suffering, and my training has left me in good physical condition. It is you all who are excessively formidable. I fumbled for a match, striking it with fervor and tossing it onto the fleshy hand. Part of the hand ignited instantly, flames crawling along the alcohol-soaked surface, but the hand showed no response. Indeed, the flames were far too feeble. In a fit of exasperation, I hurled the bottle of alcohol toward Azazel's head. With a gentle motion, his tendrils intercepted the bottle, causing it to clatter against the ground. The sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, Azazel let out a nervous chuckle, unsettling me further. He disregarded my recent act of defiance, muttering an apology to me, as if speaking to himself. Forgive me for treating you this way while you still possess the capacity for pain. Fear not. I will swiftly restore your ribcage. In an instant, without any awareness of the impending danger, a grotesque hand melded into a viscous black sludge that seeped into my skin, igniting an unsettling itch. The dark substance forcefully infiltrated my cells, staining my flesh inky black, while a tingling sensation coursed through my insides as if electrified. General, if I fall under the enemy's control, show no mercy. I love you. Fatally, I barely managed to utter when several tendrils coiled together, transforming into a fleshy hand. Agil, caught off guard, braced himself against the massive black hand. Help! She cannot afford to be distracted any longer. You are of my kind. I shall not harm you. Azazel cheerfully declared, punctuated by his terrifying laughter. I can even assist you in reconstructing your body. My research remains triumphant, unlike those half-baked attempts. No. I am quite content with my body as it is. I intentionally made it this weak. The black sludge that had infiltrated my right side suddenly halted, seemingly perplexing Azazel as well. Just as I was about to feel a glimmer of hope, the black substance inside me receded like a tide, replaced by a sensation of bodily tearing, as the nerves and muscles previously tainted by the sludge throbbed in agony. A groan caught in my throat rendered me breathless. Cough. Cough. The grotesque hand released its grip, and I plummeted to the ground. The mass of flesh around us recoiled like dried meat, ceasing its assault. Agile rushed to my side instantly. I will take you away at once. No, wait. It's an opportunity. No wounds. I can survive. Hurry. I raised my trembling finger, pointing at the heart and Azazel, my right hand steadying myself on the ground to convey that I was unharmed. Ha ha ha. Azazel erupted into laughter, supporting the white mask on his face, then dramatically extending his arms. With his left hand, he removed the mask, revealing a tone of unprecedented ease and delight. My kind. My kind. For the first time, I encounter a true counterpart, one who mirrors me perfectly. We shall surely meet the same fate. Beneath Azazel's white mask lay a visage marred by grotesque wounds, blackened and congealed as if they were fresh life forms crawling across his once handsome face. The only striking feature was his jewel-like blue eyes, now overtaken by madness. Suddenly, I pressed my hand against my right chest, my mind racing with thoughts. Just before arriving at an answer, I forcibly halted my swirling ideas. My gaze lingered between the heart and Azazel, as the black sea of flesh behind him bubbled with an unsettling glee, seemingly sharing in his joy. With unwavering determination, I cast a resolute glance at Agile and charged toward the pulsating heart. The tranquil gaze of Azazel, with his crystalline blue eyes, followed me, indifferent to my hostility. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary dialogue with the insane, I quickened my pace once more. The tentacles of the flesh sea reached out again, but were intercepted one by Ajur, who then charged towards Azazel, the flesh sea surging before her, obstructing her path. My steps felt somewhat unsteady. Yet how could I let this unprecedented opportunity slip away? After the recent contraction, the heart was left utterly unprotected. At a distance of 5 meters, I drew the blade secured to my hand, letting it fall heavily towards it. Damn! My hand glided over the heart's transparent surface, slipping down effortlessly, leaving a damp sensation in my palm. The blade found no purchase. Without hesitation, I cut through a nearby vessel-like flesh conduit. A viscous, blood-like liquid gushed forth from the severed layer, truly unsettling. Naturally, Azazel sensed my destructive intent. After all, I would continue to wreak havoc until he eliminated me. A contest of who could become angrier. The flesh sea pursued me. With no place to evade, I resolved to stand my ground. After severing several of the largest conduits, the heart's pulsations noticeably diminished. I felt the junction of the conduit and the mucosa, inserting the blade within. As expected, a vibrant red liquid spurted forth, spreading across the stone slab. My heart raced violently as I turned to glance at Azazel. He was enraged. Although I could not see his expression, the flesh sea, which had almost instantly closed in on me, revealed his anger. Death approached like an impending tsunami. A scythe poised against my throat as I inhaled the last breath of my life. Had I known, I would have penned a farewell letter before leaving home. The milk in the refrigerator was about to expire. Aunt Wang's lamb downstairs remained unprocessed. The monthly subscription had yet to be canceled. And the kittens born to the orange cat at the convenience store would likely be frolicking on the grass when I returned. I had finally ventured far from my hometown, only to realize I hadn't gone very far at all. Ace, you must keep the promise to take Batriel out. A blinding fireball descended from the heavens, erupting into sparks upon striking the ground like a meteor. From the roaring flames leapt a fiery lion, who, just as I was about to be engulfed by the flesh sea, seized me and leapt backward. Saved once more. Apologies for my tardiness. Are you unscathed? If he had targeted the heart behind me, he might have already won. Hearing Ace's concerned voice, I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. No. It's fine. What about the others? They were halted at the entrance. I came in first. Was that the case? With Ace here, I feel reassured. Thank you, Taro. Oh, I merely wish to deliver my lines. Please disregard it. Ace, propelled by the recoil of the flames, soared into the air, landing atop the flesh sea, instantly dissolving the area beneath him into a black-red mire. He traversed the flesh sea on flames, nimbly evading all tentacle strikes. Fire fists pierced through the flesh sea, alleviating Ajur's burden, and the situation appeared to improve on the surface. After gently setting me down on the stone slab, he swiftly turned, unleashing a fiery punch. A towering firewall separates us from the sea of flesh, where shadows flicker within the pale yellow cavern. The silhouettes of the Sea of Flesh and Azazel clinging to the walls like indelible stains. Our immediate task is to reorganize our strategy and reassess the battlefield. Fear not, for although 2 of our number have yet to arrive, this may also indicate that we possess ample room for maneuver. I shall first escort Watari to a place of safety. As Jill steadies my arm, I turn to Ace and say, upon hearing this, I sprang to my feet with renewed vigor, declaring, "No worries, Sir G. I can manage on my own." With that, I truly made my escape. For with Ace by my side, there was no need for me to take personal risks. "Why must you interfere?" Azazel murmured, exhaling a curse. As the Sea of Flesh surged forth, momentarily overwhelming the firewall, prompting Jill and Ace to leap back to evade the oncoming tide. Chapter 6, Tree Paradise Island, Part 2. In East Asia, there once existed a town that vanished overnight. After a devastating fire, nothing remained. Reports regarding this conflagration and subsequent investigations dominated national headlines for an entire week. The wildfire caused minimal casualties, and the residents were evacuated. All routes leading to this town were severed for various reasons, rendering it a place no one had genuinely visited. In truth, no individual escaped the inferno. They all perished on the morning of their town's anniversary celebration. The records left in the treasury merely noted that local extremists opposed to the town's opening to outsiders had set fire to the local church. No one sought to inquire further into this tragedy. The incident was deemed concluded. A year later, it was as if this town had never existed. 6 years hence, an outdoor adventure team inadvertently passed through this area. They merely marveled at the vastness of the forest, the entrance to the abyss. The cave, nestled deep within the rocky terrain, presented a formidable challenge for both adversaries. Barthriel leaped from the platform, which was subsequently shattered by a pair of enormous wings. Below, Lon caught Barthriel's descent, wielding his sword with one hand to shatter 3 boulders crashing down. Is there a way to prevent him from soaring? Lon and Barthriel lingered for several seconds before vanishing again, concealing themselves among the crevices of the rocks. The half-human, half-bird creature scanned the area with its brown, eagle-like eyes, each flap of its several-meter-long wings causing loose debris to cascade from the cliffside. If I could merely make him falter in flight, I could do that. Barthriel drew his bow, and, while nocking an arrow, I would strive to create an opportunity. "Please, can we not kill him?" Barthriel lowered his gaze, stammering that he wasn't so bad, that he was kind to people, recalling how he had spared those who wandered onto the island. "Those without strength should not impose demands on others," Lon replied in a didactic tone, his expression cold, before leaping from the rocks. The half-human, half-bird creature immediately swooped down, extending its iron-like talons in pursuit of Lon. Lon spun, the blade of his sword tracing a fluid arc akin to a swan spreading its wings upon a lake. Severing the tips of the creature's claws, he swung his arm, the rapier flowing once more. "I must say, you are quite bothersome." The creature, like its companions, spoke with human words, suddenly flapping its wings to hover high above. "I am merely a gatekeeper. Why do you persist in making my life difficult? Do you have any idea how much punishment I incur for merely allowing one person to pass?" "I need not know," Lon retorted, propelling himself off the ground, the posture of his sword resembling a swan in flight, as a flash of blue and white sword light erupted forth. The birdman veered sideways, elegantly twisting in the air to evade the sword energy. Phew, that was close. At this rate, I would undoubtedly be done for. This job is truly thankless. The birdman's swift wings scattered feathers imbued with swirling winds, raining down like a tempest of feathered blades. Lon skillfully brought down each foe, observing that the avian creature did not ascend through wings, but rather through the winds entwining its form. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the creature to evade the blade's energy unscathed. His sword would have encountered the air surrounding it and been thwarted by the gusts. His sword was meant to sever the creature's feet. Similarly, I would not repeat the mistake of allowing the creature to somersault in the air, as the currents stirred by its wings felt as if laced with shards of glass, stinging the eyes. It soared high above the ground, freely unleashing blade-like gusts of wind. If it remained aloft, it would leave me at a disadvantage. Batril ascended the rocks, drawing his bow into a perfect crescent. He steadied his aim at the creature, murmuring, "Gentle and loving deity of the forest, Zephyrus, summon forth the winds of jealousy once more. I mourn for Hyacinthus." Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a piercing sound, hurtling towards the avian being with remarkable speed. The creature turned, using its feathers to shield itself from the incoming projectile, seemingly anticipating Betrill's direction. However, it did not foresee its massive form plummeting uncontrollably downwards. In a flurry of panic, it flapped its wings, creating chaotic currents that ensnared even itself. Other winds intermingled as well. As the realization dawned upon it, the golden-haired hunter had already pulled the trigger from behind. It must be slain. Betrill approached, gazing at the avian creature riddled with wounds. To spare its life would necessitate breaking its wings and claws, an act I possess no inclination to commit. Lon flicked his sword, splattering the blood in a circle, reminiscent of flowers blooming upon the rocks. Remarkably, despite having traversed 3 days and hunted countless beasts, not a trace of blood marred his form or blade. Pristine as if untouched by the horrors of slaughter. Lon followed Betrill into a cave's entrance, where Betrill pointed to the steep slope below, declaring, "This is the abyss. Over 50 meters deep, typically impassable. It is my first time here as well. Can your divine grace assist you in descending? I can leap from such heights. What is a blessing? Eh? Well, aren't Lon and Ace's unique abilities considered blessings?" He hesitated mid-sentence, then shook his head. "You are indeed an immigrant. I cannot allow you to accompany those brigands. Follow me to the new world afterward. There, you will find care among your kin." Suddenly, Betrill trembled, diverting his gaze and blinking nervously, a shadowy aura enveloping him as he resolutely stated, "I will not go." Lon furrowed his brow in confusion, raising his western sword to remove the aquamarine gem embedded within the hilt, presenting it to Betrill. "I understand your concerns. I shall entrust you to my family. Please believe us. We have honored a century-old pact, and the Lancelot family will spare no effort in ensuring your safety. Moreover, you even have the opportunity to return to the underworld, to the realm you once knew." Lon stood tall, his demeanor more persuasive than his words, imbued with sincerity. And his promises bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Betrill was unaware of the almost fantastical nature of his vows, his gaze oscillating in disbelief between the gem and Lon. The surface world teems with perils you have never encountered. A moment's inattention could lead to demise. Choosing Lancelot would ensure a life of stability. For one who has already lost their place, every location feels foreign. The young man offered a self-deprecating smile before turning away, remarking that the surface dwellers are overly optimistic. After this battle, whether he would survive remains uncertain. Betrill nocked an arrow, leaped, and plunged into the unfathomable abyss, while Lon stood in silence for a moment before following suit. In Betrill's home, there existed something incongruous, a travel diary, seemingly belonging to a traveler who had inadvertently found their way to the island, forgotten and left behind, with no chance to reclaim it. Such items were plentiful in that small cave. Life here is egalitarian. All are equally bestowed and stripped of fortune. Hence, the Odebat people hold the utmost reverence for life and death. This philosophy, coupled with a solitary existence, caused him to lose sight of the distinction between man and beast. When confronted with the slaughter of his kin, he did not succumb to the maelstrom of sorrow, unable to discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. The traveler had ventured to many places, yet perhaps his only regret was meeting his end in a storm, adrift in such a place. Unable to withstand the prolonged siege of beasts and the constraints of movement, he vanished one night within a month, perhaps driven mad or perhaps taken by the creatures. A person can adapt to almost any lifestyle within 3 months, save for the condition of solitude. Yet, Betrill believed he could accomplish the majority of tasks alone. Life was busy, and contemplating loneliness seemed futile, for it could not alter reality. Even the small grave marker erected yesterday would be destroyed by some unknown creature by the next day. Gazing at the toppled gravestone, he occasionally pondered that if life is equal, then value must also be equal, and if all lives hold equal value, does that not render all life devoid of worth? All are born and die equally. So why, he wondered, had he chosen to remain on this island to atone? Is this quest for vengeance truly meaningful? Though the wind barrier exists, venturing out is not a daunting task for him. He had gleaned knowledge of the vessels on the surface from other surface dwellers. There had been those who invited him to leave, one bearing a sword and clad in a black coat. A gentleman, courteous, youthful, and strong. Betrill struggled to find more words to describe him. He had constructed a sturdy raft and earnestly invited Betrill to accompany him to sea. Betrill, of course, declined, for he could not abandon his homeland and evade the burdens he bore. The swordsman remarked, "We can seek trustworthy companions together, then return with them to help you fulfill your wishes. At any moment, this place could shift or even sink. He cannot depart." And even if he were to achieve his vengeance, he would remain bound to this land. Safeguarding it is the duty of his lineage. Barthriel once more declined him. The swordsman twitched for a moment, then stepped off the bamboo raft, standing beside him. I shall remain here to fight alongside you. Why? Because I cannot let you go. I feel an obligation to ensure your safety. So why? Perhaps it is because humans are creatures who cherish bonds, and as time passes, it becomes increasingly difficult to sever such ties. Thus, he scoured the entire island when the traveler vanished. Barthriel covered his face and wept bitterly, his eyes shut in anguish, but when he reopened them, his vision was blurred. He plummeted through the air, swiftly descending through the upper and middle tiers to the lower level. Just a few meters from the ground, he drew his bow and shot an arrow downward. The wind it generated momentarily suspended him in the air, allowing him to execute a somersault and land steadily on the ground. Such a maneuver defies logic. But even more astonishing was that Lanju's feet followed Barthriel's descent to the depths of the chasm. Over here, Barthriel pointed to an entrance and rushed inside. After traversing a winding path for several minutes, he unexpectedly collided with someone. Hey, oh, that was close, nearly bumped into you. You all are too slow. Could you not have arrived 15 minutes earlier? After my complaint, I pointed ahead, urging them to hasten. Go now? What are you doing here? I escaped. I spoke candidly, feeling no remorse. While the issue lay with those who expected me to fight. Even in fleeing, I wouldn't have traveled this far. I was scouting. I interrupted Barthriel as Ace appeared at the entrance. They must be prepared for us now. We should infiltrate through another opening, I said, veering into another narrow path. Other openings? Is it not natural to leave many entrances for carving those wall-sized reliefs and colossal sculptures? You are failing in your role as a native, my friend. The closer we approached the underground cavern, the more intense the vibrations became. It was likely Ace's fire fist colliding with the walls that caused the disturbance. How could I have ever envisioned witnessing such a magnificent battle scene in my lifetime? Had it not been for the sturdy nature of this underground cavern, we, along with our foes, would have been buried countless times. Is this truly a spectacle I can behold for free? That must be Mother Earth. And the figure beside her is the final boss. I pointed to the heart below. Azazel stood beside it to better unleash the power of the Sea of Flesh. However, Azazel's abilities remain unknown. That dark mass, was it truly the pet Barthriel had described? A pet? It is extraordinarily powerful. I spoke of a terrifying monster, seemingly larger than before. I intended to inquire whether it was a demon spawn, but then realized he would surely not comprehend. Instead, I turned to the naval brother. Do you think this Azazel resembles a user of devil fruit abilities? Not at all. Then what is it? A fallen human. How can you assert such a fantastical and ambiguous line with such righteous fervor in this grave setting? I detest individuals like you, who are well aware of the truth yet conceal it from us, all the while inadvertently revealing snippets of what you know but refuse to disclose. Riddlers should perish. Lon shot me a glance, choosing to ignore my outburst. Such audacity towards a lady, Sir Knight? Seizing the moment, Lon gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp and focused on the unfolding battle. Barthriel nodded in agreement, pulling up his hood, just as I pondered whether we needed to descend with climbing ropes. Barthriel nocked an arrow, aiming for Azazel's head, while Lon had already leaped down, sword drawn. I felt like a clown in this chaotic scene. Enough of this. Let it all be destroyed, swiftly. The western sword and the arrow nearly fell simultaneously, suddenly appearing above Azazel. Just as they were about to reach their target, they were predictably intercepted by a sea of flesh. Can you truly perceive it? It's a stand user of my ilk, perhaps with elemental vision. If that were the case, a stealth attack might not suffice. We had to resort to sheer force. Lon's blade melded with the black sludge. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a sword aura, displacing the black mire as he gracefully landed atop the sea of flesh, as if treading upon solid ground. The blade's gleam was yet unseen, yet the flesh had already been sliced into neat segments. How did he stand upon it? Is he channeling chakra into his feet? Mother, ninjutsu is indeed real. I've been noticed. Azazel turned his gaze towards me, still wearing that same expression of indifference. I was never on your side, so don't look at me. Come and fight me if you dare. Are you serious? The sea of flesh beneath him stirred, sending a shiver down my spine. Instinctively, I yanked Barthriel backward with a sudden leap, as the entrance was obliterated by the grasping flesh. I crouched down, cold sweat trickling down my back. I glanced at Barthriel, who stood frozen in fear. Why aren't you running? I wasn't paying attention. A lie. If he were oblivious to such peril, he would not have survived this long. Yet, in the face of an enemy with blood debts, fear accompanies rage. I patted Barthriel's shoulder, feigning the role of a nurturing older sister. We are now closer to victory than ever. Iron Man, you must seize that 1 in 1,000 chance. I understand. Iron Man? Cough, cough, there is another entrance. I shall lead you there. Truly, I am a diligent mole. By the way, I have seen your city-state. The spectacle before me was utterly magnificent. The intricate carvings and the temple beneath stirred profound emotions within. I discovered another entrance. And indeed, there were rocks bound by ropes at its threshold, bearing marks of wear from the ropes themselves. The most recent traces dated back nearly 4 or 5 years, suggesting that others had labored within this cavern even before the tragedy unfolded. As I pressed my hand against the stone, an unnamed sorrow surged forth. The taut string of a bow snapped my attention back. Barthriel had drawn his bow, murmuring something under his breath. I could only discern fragmented syllables. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as an arrow soared forth, propelled by the howling winds. My confusion about this world deepened, accompanied by a throbbing headache. The tempest sliced through the sea of flesh, and Ace and his companions seized the moment to launch a ferocious assault on Azazel's position. Tentacles coiled around one another, forming a protective shell, while a fiery fist erupted with overwhelming force, cleaving through the mass of flesh. A dark crimson figure rushed forward, delivering a powerful blow that caused the mass to tremble violently, easily dispersing the impact of what felt like 1,000 pounds. The lake's sword technique, shattered sword light, circled the black hemisphere 10 times, leaving behind countless gashes. My word, their coordination was akin to that of a golem and a swift swordsman. The sea of flesh seemed to be an inexhaustible entity, unfazed by any attempts to cut or burn it, relentlessly launching attacks without fatigue. While energy would ultimately wane, it was we who faced total annihilation before that occurred. Without addressing Azazel and the heart, it was as if he were invincible. It was an inextricable knot. Azazel's desire to attack appeared lackluster, bordering on conservative. Was he stalling for time, or did he harbor ulterior motives? I retrieved the compass from my pocket and placed it on the ground, inhaling deeply. Barthriel turned his head, and I had already slipped around the corner. A gambler. A gambler. A gambler. Ultimately, the only wager I could afford was the borrowed life I possessed. I clicked my tongue. Yet, were they not all gambling their lives in battle? We were equals in that regard. I secured the climbing rope to my harness and leapt from the entrance, sliding down. Observing the movements of the sea of flesh, I located an area just outside Azazel's line of sight, a distance that rendered any ambush impossible. The sea of flesh occasionally exhibited a devouring assault, such as the black sludge shield and the dark mire seeping into my being, resembling probing rather than healing. To be candid, I did not feel the excruciating pain of shattered ribs, for a greater agony awaited. It would not be surprising if I fainted on the spot. Indeed, it was remarkable that I was still able to bounce about. Truth be told, if they resolved this great dilemma while I blinked, I could easily pretend to collapse for a second. I unclipped the carabiner, clutching the rope tightly as my heart raced. I gazed down into the sea of flesh, and with a push of my foot, I plunged into its depths. Darkness enveloped me instantly, stripping away all senses. I could feel the mass disassembling me, an astonishing sensation. I directly experienced the digestive prowess of this mass as a living entity, gradually fading in a manner more perceptible than my own lifespan. Suddenly, my heart pounded as if it would burst from my chest. I clenched my fists, only to realize that I could no longer feel the presence of my own body. In a hazy moment, my consciousness felt propelled forward. Strangely, even with my vision stripped away, I could perceive a gray figure and a luminous white orb standing before me. Ejected from the sea of flesh, I immediately spread my hands to count my fingers. Hooray! Everyone is alive and well. Phew, that was close to being consumed. The figure of Azazel before me seemed genuinely concerned, yet I was aware that 3 others outside truly worried for me, having witnessed a companion's tragic end. What now? This was an unforeseen path. My original plan was to allow the sea of flesh to wither away as before, yet now I found myself alone, confronting the ultimate adversary. A desperate struggle may rely on comparable strength. I was merely a serpent facing a mouse. Why did you jump down to be devoured by Azazel? I pondered. Azazel? Is that what both you and the sea of flesh call me? I realized something beyond my comprehension had emerged. Resigned to my predicament, I stood up to probe Azazel from a safe distance. You mentioned I was your kind. Is this what you meant? I opened my coat to reveal extensive burns from my right shoulder to collarbone. With a broad smile, he nodded, showing no sign of surprise. I secretly hoped for a denial, wishing to awaken from this illusion. Hadn't I previously stated that this world is rife with extreme phenomena that transcend the bounds of natural science and knowledge? Civilizations built upon such foundations inevitably seek to grasp those mysteries. Our world is no different, as all worlds possess their religions. From geomancy to witch hunting, the impact extends far beyond mere faith. Under the guise of noble ideals, waving the banner of the divine, selfish individuals proclaim themselves as clergy, followed blindly by their adherents. As realization dawned on me, I found myself seething with anger, trembling uncontrollably. Azazel, standing before me, was undoubtedly a tragic figure, was he not? Is this world not one where simple demonic fruits cannot answer all questions? What exactly are these demonic fruits? Where do they originate? What is the truth of this world? The final place, devil. Ha ha ha. I found myself laughing unexpectedly, despite the dire situation. I grinned, extending my arms toward Azazel, greeting him as one would an old friend after a long separation. Suddenly, clarity washed over me. My friend, we are indeed kindred spirits. I can assure you that I harbor no malice. Although our relationship is one where laughter is impossible, had we never crossed paths, we might have brushed past each other on some street. If Azazel was taken aback by my abrupt change in demeanor, yet his genuine joy was palpable. After all, everyone was once a good child before succumbing to darkness. As I stepped into the secure vicinity of Azazel, I suddenly lifted my foot and delivered a forceful kick to Azazel's abdomen. Caught entirely off guard, he was struck directly. Without uttering a word, I lunged at him once more. My movements, serpentine in their grace, embodied the essence of Eastern martial arts. Kicks and punches surged forth, harnessing the power of my core and shoulders in a relentless barrage. After a series of 12 strikes shattered several of his ribs and inflicted internal damage, the surrounding mass of flesh finally reacted, surging toward me. I inhaled sharply, my right hand seizing his face, feeling the warmth of his breath through the glove. In the next instant, Azazel grasped my right hand tightly, with a snap that brought my body closer to his. My defensive blade plunged into the inner side of his pectoralis major, and the searing blood splattered across half my face. As he groaned in agony, I held on to him. Enveloped by the sea of flesh, I whispered an apology. This is a tale of youthful love. Long, long ago, there existed a prosperous island in the North Sea. On this island, a wealthy magnate had 3 sons, the youngest of whom possessed a beauty akin to shimmering gemstones, yet he was frail by nature. The magnate cherished this youngest son dearly, bestowing upon him all the treasures of the world and exhausting every means to restore his health. On the day of the youngest son's 17th birthday, the magnate inquired what gift he desired, promising to procure it at any cost. I wished to set sail, to call out to the seagulls freely across the vast ocean. Oh, my poor son, how could the heavens be so cruel to you? I am truly sorry. My dearest child, I have endeavored to provide you with only the best, yet this is one gift I cannot grant. I wish I could bear this misfortune for you. Could you perhaps wish for something else? New jewels, or a splendid garden? I can give you those. That is too difficult, father. Please allow me a few more days to ponder. In the evening, the youngest son wandered along the shore, where he encountered a maiden gazing out at the sea. They found a mutual affection blossoming between them. The youngest son tenderly regarded the girl, who, like him, was unable to soar freely to distant lands. Feeling a kinship with her, "Father, I wish to marry the girl I love." The magnate initially rejoiced at his son's newfound affection. But when he learned that the girl was the daughter of a butcher, he sternly denied his son's wish. "You shall never see her again. Your health is already fragile. Should you contract some peculiar illness and perish, how could you justify such a fate to me, your father, who has worried endlessly for you? I love you. This is for your own good." The magnate confined his youngest son, forbidding him from going outside until he changed his mind, determined to see her beloved. The maiden snuck into the magnate's home under the cover of night, but was inadvertently captured and imprisoned. Upon learning of this, the youngest son wept bitterly, pleading with his father for mercy, swearing that he would never again see the girl, even falling ill in his despair. The magnate relented, agreeing to release the maiden, and together they wept through the night. The following day, the maiden was set free, casting a worried glance behind her, hoping to catch a glimpse of the youngest son. 1 day, 3 days, a week. The young girl, consumed with urgency, seized the opportunity on a stormy night to find the chamber of her younger brother. "Let us flee together," she urged. The two escaped the grand estate, boarding a vessel amidst the tempest. However, the relentless rain and wind soon overwhelmed the young boy, causing him to fall ill. The girl, in a state of agitation, paced anxiously around him. "I shall fetch some medicine," she declared. Throughout the night, the girl did not return. The following day, the boy, filled with concern, ventured into the town, only to learn that his sister had been captured by their butcher father and, tragically, had perished en route to the mansion of a wealthy magnate. In disbelief, the boy sank into a corner, dazed, before returning to the estate. Upon the return of his missing son, the affluent man embraced him, tears streaming down his face. "I wish to see her," the boy implored. Reluctant to acquiesce, the wealthy man was ultimately coerced when the boy, in a desperate act, inflicted a wound upon his own face, threatening his life to secure a meeting with the girl. She lay on the cold dungeon floor, surrounded by ominous totems. The boy wept, draping his coat over her, blood staining the fabric as her lifeless form began to dissolve into a pool of dark mud. "Shall we make a deal? I am Azazel," a voice echoed. And thus, the tale concludes, with a bittersweet sense of resolution. Chapter 7. Tree Elysium Island. I abruptly opened my eyes, my chest heaving violently, as if resurrected from the dead. I never anticipated that the first sight to greet me would be this apocalyptic landscape. I had assumed it far more likely that I would remain forever in darkness. Yellow, green, gray, these colors were swept high into the sky by the wind, while dark clouds gathered ominously, and the storm roared across the earth like a ferocious dragon, its thunderous growl reverberating through the air. I had now emerged from the underground cavern to the surface. Surrounding me were 4 individuals, each lost in deep contemplation. Even if I had succeeded in vanquishing Azazel, this situation would not have unfolded. Perhaps I should feign death. Vatali has awakened. Goku, be silent. I was compelled to rise, preemptively offering my apology before they could scold me, thus rendering their reprimands awkward. "Thank you all for saving my life. I apologize for taking matters into my own hands." "What on earth did you do?" Lon furrowed his brows, questioning me sternly. "Well, it was rather straightforward. I plunged a knife into Azazel's main artery. After I jumped down, I was invited to Azazel's delightful abode for a cup of tea, and I thought I might seize the opportunity. To my surprise, it actually worked." "Ha ha." Ha, my laughter ultimately devolved into a hollow chuckle. They exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed by my words. "May I inquire about the current situation?" "The sea of flesh expelled you, having consumed Azazel's heart and bloodied remains, and is now expanding at an alarming rate." Agil succinctly summarized our predicament. "The underground cave has been filled, and we have escaped to the surface." Mother Earth Bathriel spoke, his head bowed, his voice trembling with fear. His trepidation was likely a mixture of reverence for the supreme deity and the inescapable terror that coursed through his veins. "So, is this finally the end of the world?" Having experienced death once, I felt remarkably refreshed. My spirits lifted to unprecedented heights, as I had just bid farewell to another version of myself. I raised my gaze. The sky at the moment of annihilation was rather beautiful. Yet, I saw a demon approaching me, carrying a cage. "Why can't you be a little more joyous about the resurrection of a comrade?" "Of course, I am pleased, but let there not be a next time. This is not an adventure, it is a death march," Ace commanded, maintaining his composure, embodying the essence of a leader. The once flickering flames in his eyes now burned steadily, instilling a sense of calm. Yet, he was not easily deceived in such times. "What the?" They clearly understood my plunge was a reckless venture. "Why, Ace, do you possess such audacity and meticulousness? Is it because you are the elder brother? How infuriating. I too desire siblings." "I will remember that, Captain." Ace is increasingly resembling a true captain, exuding leadership charisma. "That's well. Although you are a year older than I exist on a higher plane. We cannot be compared." Agil observed the synchronized expressions between us, and I must confess I felt somewhat affronted. "Now is not the time for you to unite. Have you devised a plan?" I truly wish I could smooth out Lan's furrowed brows. "Is it not urgent? Does this not indicate that the Earth Mother is fundamentally incapable of completion? This could at most be deemed a half-hearted endeavor. Even if it is merely half, it wields such formidable power." Batriel raised his head, referring to this apocalyptic scene. "Indeed. After all, to generate such a vast secret realm signifies the utter demise of this family unit, and you few combined cannot even overcome the first phase, can you?" "I am not mistaken, so why the hostility?" The tremors of the earth grow increasingly violent, as something is on the verge of breaking free from its shell. There is no trace of beasts around, as if they have vanished into thin air, or perhaps returned to the earth, back into the embrace of the true master of this island. I have gleaned some understanding of the devouring nature of the sea of flesh. It feeds on souls. In this place, there is no meaningless death. The life birthed and perished upon this island is governed by the divine. It nourishes seeds with foreign souls, allowing them to sprout and bear fruit on the island of bliss, after which the fruit falls, and the soul returns to the earth. The deity here initially possessed little power, gaining irreplaceable strength by accumulating the lives of countless beings. I fixated on the ground, contemplating the possibility of victory. Ah, I see. Ace and Agile looked at me, and I lifted my head. You all should charge forth. Hey, I am also considering the multifaceted elements in proposing this plan. So please do not wear a face of disbelief. After all, we have nothing else to do. Perhaps we will succeed. We stood on high ground, pointing at a specific spot on the ground. Based on the amplitude of the tremors, the sea of flesh is most likely to surge forth from here first. I calmly analyzed. For the sea of flesh, possessing a heart is rather detrimental, as it serves to impose a limiter on its invincible form. Yet the heart is indispensable for Azazel's plan. Why is that? He has stolen the Earth Mother. Azazel seeks to create a god. Batriel immediately responded. No wonder you are so astute. Bachan, your insight is sharp. Teaching you must be effortless. Are you not troubled by that immortal flesh? As long as it ceases to be immortal, what does it matter? Everyone present, except for Ace, bore expressions of disbelief. Killing a god. Can the living not slay it? Slaying a god is the highest authority granted to humanity. It does not mean you must truly kill its complete form. As long as the sea of flesh takes shape, or grows a protective skeletal structure around its heart. At that moment, I made a gesture as if grasping the heart, grinning widely. And then I clenched my hand violently. The heart in the void would be crushed to dust. If this strategy fails, I am truly glad to have met you all. Achieving complete victory, is it feasible? Ace, Agile, Lon, Batriel. Oh, I will certainly win. Is it just Ace responding to me? Oh, I will cherish you dearly. Ace, you are my heartfelt little cotton-padded jacket. Even if you cannot become the Pirate King, I shall bestow upon you a certificate of support king. Lon. Can your observation Haki perceive the sea of flesh? Despite his attempts to conceal the truth, the battle against the sea of flesh has largely exposed his cards. One can only comprehend the general movements. Why do you stand upon the sea of flesh? Is this inquiry pertinent to the present? Humph, can you assist in an escape? Huh, indeed. Your expressions have become increasingly animated. Can you lead me away? Do not ask me a second time. Provide your reasoning. My observation abilities allow me to perceive its interior. Is this not far superior to your aimless thrashing? Do not regard me in such a manner. I too risk retaliation and being cast to the enemies by you. You are aware that the creature's writhing form makes it difficult to pinpoint a target. How could I engage in such despicable acts? If you are concerned for your safety, why not seek your captain? Have I done something to earn your hatred? You would wish for my demise? Lon also recalled the image of Ace, engulfed in flames, darting about, and after a moment of silence, agreed to take me along. Hooray! I thought I would truly have to face the peril of singeing my hair while riding a fire-breathing dragon. Boom! The ocean churned violently, roaring and surging. As torrential rain lashed the ground, sending water splashing, a thunderous rumble erupted from the heart of the Bliss Island prairie. The earth sank, and black waves surged forth from below. Lightning struck the sea of flesh, causing the inky mass to expand and crash against the ground, instantly submerging much of the prairie. Batril's face registered fear. His throat could not weave words, pale and chilled, sensing the encroaching terror. Ace patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring and trusting smile. The sea attempted to coalesce, solidifying, striving to materialize bones, blood vessels, and organs. It had already amassed 5 sacral bones, 4 coccygeal bones, 2 ilia, 2 ischia, and 2 pubic bones, soon to merge into 2 hip bones. None of this was of great importance, once the chest and head fully formed. Confirming existence, the birth of the Earth Mother, it could swiftly generate all 206 bones of the body. I had expected a more bizarre spectacle. Yet darkness enveloped the heavens and earth, leaving only the fear of the colossal looming in my heart. The plan was rudimentary but indeed feasible. Watari stood at the eye of the storm, closing his now futile eyes, concentrating his mind. Agile stood ready, as Lon, Ace, and Watari moved in unison, with Batril providing long-range support. Roar, The mouth of the Sea of Flesh, now taking shape, bellowed, marking the commencement of battle. The question at hand is simple. Which of the grayish-white formations on the head and chest should we strike first for greater efficacy? Mirror fire. Amidst the tempest, flames ignited. Crimson lights surged skyward only to vanish, as Ace incinerated the ground beneath him while standing atop the Sea of Flesh, melting the blackened mass into a viscous sludge. On the lake, the sword technique, rising water. Lon ran atop the writhing Sea of Flesh. With each step, the surface undulated like a lake, and the rising water shattered the tentacles that sought to attack. Navy brother, your position is at 0, moving westward at 35 for 100 meters. The torrent has been severed. A beam of azure light flowed like water, cleaving through the storm and the encroaching tendrils. Lon leaped, sprinting atop the tendrils. Navy brother, to wield such strength with a single hand, are you perhaps extraordinarily formidable? Enough of the chatter. The coordinates have shifted to eastward at 45, 60, 45 meters. He advanced, altering his stance with the sword held in one hand. Swordplay upon the lake. The aquamarine gem embedded in the blade radiated a piercing light that shattered the darkness. As cerulean ripples spread outward, reminiscent of a lake disturbed by falling leaves. Shattered mirror, 1,000 ripples, the river of arguments is dry. The azure waves transformed into myriad beams of light, converging at the tip of the silver sword, coalescing into a single point, the ripples dispersing through the tempestuous night. Akin to a fairy's ethereal blue ribbons of hair. What appeared to be a gentle strike directly stirred 1,000 layers of ripples upon the Sea of Flesh, causing the viscous substance to erupt in overlapping circles. The flesh that shielded the heart appeared more resilient and elastic than the surrounding areas. O awe-inspiring and mighty god of the north wind, Boreas, I beseech you, grant your devotee the destination of your journey, the wings above the firmament. The wrath of the tempest. Empowered by the north wind, the strike bore the force of a gale. A whirlwind laced with rain as Lon propelled himself toward the point of attack. Fire fist. A tornado of flames carved a crimson bridge through the torrential rain. Where did it lead? To the weeping, thunder-laden, crawling black clouds? No, that was the heart of the demon known as Azazel. Water, wind, and fire, colors of nature that ought to be incompatible, merged, unleashing a power capable of shaking the very fabric of space. With a tremendous force, the strike shattered the crown of the Sea of Flesh, dispersing the elusive consciousness of Azazel. The cries of the flesh sea pierced through the dark clouds, and the shockwave scattered the ominous sky. A beam of white light cascaded upon the ravaged island, healing the scarred earth. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh, how revolting. I was pulled from the incapacitated Sea of Flesh by Lon, now entirely covered in black mud. Lon had just unleashed that dazzling ultimate move and, lacking strength, had slipped. It must have been unintentional. Ace. Yes, Ace is still below. Ace had just executed the fire fist and, unable to maintain his footing, was consumed by the Sea of Flesh. The torrent unveiled the viscous substance, and Lon subsequently retrieved the buried Ace. The scene had grown rather interesting, one pirate captain in the right hand and a first mate in the left. Cough. Why on earth can you stand atop this repugnant substance? Lon disregarded Ace's inquiry and swiftly made her way across the Sea of Flesh to the elevated ground where Aji and Batriel were situated. With a firm grip, she tossed us aside. Aji caught me with remarkable bravado, while Ace landed unceremoniously on the ground, face down, and promptly fell asleep, utterly exhausted. The dark sludge was dissipating at an astonishing rate, akin to evaporation, yet it transformed not into molecular forms, but into a higher dimensional existence. The act of Azazel bringing it from that higher dimension was inherently flawed, and I was no exception. Was it truly over? Batriel incessantly questioned, seeking confirmation. I raised my gaze to the sky, where the golden fire wheel of the secret realm had vanished, leaving behind an ordinary island. The sun. Batriel spread his palms, sunlight gently gracing his hands, the warmth reminiscent of flames. He fought back tears, his eyes reddening. I apologize for the interruption, but I must confirm a few things. Most importantly, where has the heart gone? Such words, if uttered now, could very well lead to my demise. How was I to know it was a choice between one or the other, when I desired both? Suddenly, I became alert. After experiencing Azazel's circumstances, I had to be particularly mindful of my own transformations. The noise within my mind lingered, not a mere figment of imagination. The scenery before me began to overlap, and through the layers, I glimpsed a pulsating heart. I sprang to my feet, startling Batriel and Aji. I think I should return to the underground cavern, just in case. Indeed, it was a case of just in case, as the atmosphere among us had become increasingly unpredictable. No one dared to voice solutions, and at such a crucial juncture. That oblivious individual had fallen asleep again. After a moment of internal conflict, I pointed at the pulsating heart and declared my intention to destroy it. Any objections? Surprisingly, even Lon remained silent. Well, that made things easier. I deftly produced a blade and, following the contours, initiated a significant disassembly. Vivid crimson liquid surged forth, and a wave of exhilaration washed over me. Suddenly, a dark, embryo-like object plummeted from within the blood, landing at my feet. Upon closer inspection, I realized with horror that the heart had stopped. Move. Live. Panic surged within me. The Western sword and fists pointed simultaneously at my feet, but the dark figure flickered, sliding up my thigh and wrapping around my back. In an instant, fragments of Resident Evil and Alien flashed through my mind. No way. I reached for my back, and that slippery entity leaped atop my head. I noticed the three of them staring at it, visibly stunned. What? What is on my head? Please tell me so I can understand. Don't leave me in silence. I'm terrified. Esteemed guests, I am the deity revered in this place. You may respectfully call me Akka or Gaia. Eat and Hermina meticulously analyzed this chaotic world, confirming the possible transformations and deciding to extract beauty from it. However, upon fully comprehending the gravity of the task at hand and the necessity of an assistant, they summoned their son Ilos, the embodiment of love, to aid them. Through their collaborative efforts, they brought forth the sea god Pontus and the earth mother Gaia. I stood there, momentarily stunned, ceasing my thoughts. After 3 seconds, I reached up and seized the creature that had perched atop my head. It indignantly leaped from my hand to my face, smearing me with a viscous substance, black slime. This was indeed real. Just as I began to grasp a fragment of this world, I found myself bewildered once more. We unanimously expressed our uncertainty about where to begin our inquiries, while the god, quite loquacious, continued to ramble on. I am a parallel consciousness of Gaia, also known as a manifestation. Ever since the demon stripped me of my divine powers, I have existed in this form. I am aware of all that transpires in this realm. The black slime turned around, its orientation indistinguishable. You have done well, vanquishing the demon and awakening me. Especially you, my child. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Batriel took 10 seconds to realize the address was directed at him and nodded foolishly. In light of your courageous deeds, I wish to bestow upon you my names for the rivers and mountains. Why a slime? Yet my divine power is nearing dissolution. However, it is an honor for you to witness. If I had chosen the heart then, would we not be confronting Azazel now? Such thoughts made the choice of Azazel seem quite valuable. You. I raised my head, wondering if the divine being intended to commend me. Disrespect. Utter disrespect. You harbor not a shred of reverence. You are devoid of faith. Yet, esteemed deity, consider this. If a singular I were to suddenly appear before you, proclaiming that the era of new gods is upon us, would you believe it? Moreover, I furrowed my brow. When you resorted to employing a demon's derivative as a vessel for your manifestation, you ceased to be a legitimate god. I have ample reason to suspect you are Azazel masquerading as a slime. Humph, indeed you are a demon. I shall condescend to descend, but only for the sake of humanity. Our naval investigations rely solely on evidence, not sentiments. Lon, I am an omniscient god. Perhaps I can divulge some essence of your being. Such proficiency in business. It is undoubtedly Azazel in disguise. Quickly eliminate it. But you first sought evidence. What deity would openly disclose another's browser history in such a manner? You must be a fraud. If you possess the ability to predict the future, prove it. Do you think I am unaware? I can perceive every blade of grass and every tree without even a blink. Even in this diminished state, divining the future of a mere individual is exceedingly simple. Is it not said that celestial secrets must remain concealed? Truly, gods are more capricious than mortals. In truth, I am not entirely disbelieving. Very well, I harbor an 80% suspicion and a 20% belief. You will meet your demise on your 32nd birthday. All right, now it's an 80% belief and a 20% doubt. To begin by proclaiming one's death date, such an unabashed slime surely cannot be malevolent. As I remained silent, Agile and the others turned their gazes toward me. The brevity of life has become a chronic issue within my family lineage. Perhaps what was said about the inadequacy of my voice bears some truth. I endeavored to disregard their stares. Have I proven my identity? I must devise a way to eliminate it, for Lord Gaia would not manifest merely to praise us, would he? Ahem, that is an excellent inquiry. I have descended to deliver a prophecy. Paradise Island is on the verge of sinking. You must depart swiftly. What? Why? This revelation struck Barterial like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. It is quite simple. This island has lost its Mother Earth and has transformed into mere dust. Do you truly believe it is some force that sustains the floating existence of Paradise Island? But the Mother Earth was not. I have never claimed to be the Mother Earth. The energy from the underworld has been dissipating unidirectionally, without any accumulation. Even the mightiest divine power, akin to the Earth itself, will eventually wane. Conditions above and below remain acceptable. Yet if one were to inquire of the gods of the stars, it would be naught but ashes. Thus, my disappearance should come as no surprise. The last vestige of power I can offer humanity is merely to quell the whirlpools and tsunamis that will arise from Paradise Island's descent into the depths. You should hasten to find refuge. I realized that Barterial indeed treated this slime creature with utmost reverence. Could he possibly regard it as the embodiment of his faith? Surely not, for that would be disrespectful to your revered Gaia. Did you conjure the rare and wondrous creatures of this island? Lon stepped forward, gesturing towards the reliefs on the rock wall, signifying the prehistoric beings outside. This island is me, every blade of grass, every flower. And every beast upon it has been birthed from my essence, even after the arrival of demons. How did those humanoid monsters come into being? Is that so? Do you also covet the power of the Mother Earth? That is permissible. It merely requires the blood she has recently relinquished. I pointed to myself, then glanced at Agile, who remained utterly unresponsive. You have tacitly acknowledged it. Lon cast a glance at the crimson liquid on the ground, devoid of any interest. His current predicament could be described as dire. He had lost his subordinates, failed in his mission, and now faced the impending submergence of Paradise Island, rendering this conflict utterly fruitless for him. Returning would surely result in suspension, a truly disheartening fate. If you desire it, I could also bestow it upon you as a reward. This deity is remarkably casual. No, that would be unnecessary. Do not carelessly offer perilous objects to children. Silence. If I wish to give, then I shall give. Suddenly, the black sludge melded into the stone slab, sprouting tree shoots from the cracks of the fractured surface. In an instant, they surged upwards, transforming into obsidian trees, with buds blooming, pure white petals unfurling, ultimately withering to produce fruit. Choose your favorite fruit. A reward for your courageous actions. To my astonishment, none of those present dared to accept the divine accolade. Agile, utterly disinterested, sauntered away, while Bathriel stood awkwardly, caught in indecision. Lon and I shared a mutual sentiment, both sensing that this was no ordinary offering. A devil's fruit? Lon posed the question that weighed heavily on my mind. A balanced choice. The soul of Azazel already resides within me, even if you consume them. No curse shall take root within your bodies. What do you think? It is a reward, indeed. Consume them, and you shall possess the divine power of 3 heads and 6 arms, becoming legendary heroes. I inhaled sharply, my gaze warily shifting to Lon. After a moment of contemplation, Lon stroked his chin and plucked one of the fruits. As it detached from the branch, the black mud enveloping it vanished, revealing a fruit of black and white hues. He scrutinized the fruit, devoid of any desire. Is this how you create those beings? Indeed, why not choose one for yourself? Apostle of the devil? I gestured toward myself, glancing at Bathriel, whose frantic expression vividly conveyed his refusal. No, my instincts warn me of ill intent. How could a god harbor malicious thoughts against mere mortals? I trust in technology over mutation. Is there a fruit that could triple my IQ? I aspire to compete in the realm of technology alongside Vegabunk. I am the god of birth, not the custodian of wisdom. Then it is even less necessary. Unappreciative. However, if it's merely a matter of taking one, perhaps there will come a time when I might need it. I approached and plucked a fruit. As the black mud shed away, a geometrically exquisite, translucent purple fruit suddenly appeared in my hand. My eyes widened in delight. How beautiful! Is this the artist's fruit? Gaia, transformed into the blackened tree, offered no response, reverting to its original spherical form. Perhaps it was due to these 2 fruits that its size diminished. When will Paradise Island sink? I toyed with the fruit, contemplating its fate. Immediately after your departure. So, it could be at any moment. Then I shall explore this island for 3 days. Tonight, I shall let it sink. Gaia, how ruthless. With half a day remaining until tonight. We have already spent 3 days on this island. It feels as though much has transpired, yet equally as if nothing has happened at all. Lon inquired about the whereabouts of Gaia's subordinates and ventured out alone to search. The island suddenly grew exceedingly quiet, allowing me to roam freely. I gathered some of the island's flora and glowing moss. Along the way, I encountered numerous lifeless animals, all having succumbed to weakness. Agile descended into the underground caverns in search of the near-death beauty spider, discovering a mass of spider silk, a tomb constructed by the beauty spider for herself. Ace located the Hannibal, and fortunately, it remained in its original position. Many plants, however, I could only observe from a distance. Fearful that a single misstep might lead to my demise from poisoning, I shook the bottle, assessing its weight, and in the next moment, I found myself troubled by how to preserve its contents. Betril, can these mosses be preserved? Indeed, they can. They are remarkably resilient, even when scattered upon barren ground. They thrive, deriving nourishment from the oxygen they produce. Once their nutritional reserves are ample, they continue to glow, embodying the indispensable essence of life within the subterranean realm. I forcibly brought Betril along, while Gaia had followed without permission. Hey, Creator, have you given thought to how to construct the underworld? Can you share the chemical equations with me? The omniscience of the divine is not intended for such trivialities. The haughty, tempestuous deity. I resignedly stowed the bottle in my waist pouch and seated myself on the steps. The ruins of the ancient temple lay bare before me, yet, with the grand mystery now vanished, the hourglass-shaped temple resembled the sun in the aftermath of an eclipse, as sunlight gradually traversed from west to east, gently illuminating the desolate expanse, a scene laden with profound significance. Betril, come here, sit beside me. Betril, wearing a puzzled expression, sat next to me as I pointed ahead, his gaze following mine. The sunlight, which would one day grace the tomb of Ramses II, constructed by the ancient Egyptians, bathed the statue of the pharaoh. Evoking the presence of the sun god's son, the majestic pharaoh resurrected once more. The slender line between darkness and light gradually moved toward us, enveloping my body in warmth. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld the magnificent architecture of a century past, filled with smiling faces. When they erected this temple, they could hardly have envisioned a day when it would bask in the sun's radiance. The sound of Betril's sniffles was the sole echo within this temple, a stark contrast to my earlier visions of its sunrises and sunsets, a sight of unparalleled beauty. I felt compelled to share this vista with Betril. Rising to my feet, I turned and entered the temple, leaving Betril behind. Humph, he scoffed. What is there to scoff at? This is a temple dedicated to you. Do you not feel the slightest stir of emotion? All tangible things ultimately fade away. I am no exception. Moreover, this tragedy ultimately stems from Odbot's failure to safeguard the Earth Mother. Heartless. Yet, there is something that piques my curiosity. The voice resonating in my mind is indeed Gaia calling to me, is it not? Yes, but it is not just you. Others connected to the oracle also hear it. You have forged a link with my oracle. Otherwise, mere apostles could not possibly hear the divine message. However, the first time I heard the beeping sound was in South Canis. Ah, then you must have encountered one who possesses my power, perhaps one among the likes of Azazel, who has drunk my blood. The strength he wields to connect minds appears remarkably potent. Aside from you, I have only called upon two others successfully, Betril and a member of Azazel. You must have interacted with him. His mental prowess is quite formidable, and he previously shared a good rapport with Betril. Oh, a good rapport? Well, never mind. As I present the fruit, clasping it in my hand, we find ourselves alone. May I inquire why you have entrusted me with this? Your kindness towards me seems unwarranted. This is for the sake of those around you. I must also ask if you wish to live until the age of 32. What if I were to perish before reaching 32? You would linger in the realm of the afterlife until that day. It appears it makes little difference. Embrace it. It can suppress the essence of the demon. As long as you refrain from wielding demonic powers, you may live peacefully until your destined day. It provided me with an irresistible reason. I took a hefty bite of the fruit, an electric surge coursing through my body, causing me to collapse in agony. Though visually appealing, it was horridly unpalatable. It felt as if shards of glass were lodged between my teeth, and magma was pouring into my stomach. Surely, this is not a poison intended for the assassination of a minister? Beyond the excruciating pain and the churning of my stomach, I felt naught but a profound suspicion that this was Gaia's treachery. My face turned ashen, startling Betril considerably. A bug just flew into my mouth. I brushed it off. As night fell, the group gathered at the designated location, weary from travel. Upon returning, Lon, whose attire had been pristine, was now covered in dust, carrying a bundle that, according to Ace, contained the ashes he had helped Lon incinerate. Lan's expression was grim. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid provoking him today. Back aboard the long-missed ship, I nearly wept. Void wiped away a tear and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, chopping vegetables, lighting the stove, and greasing the pans. I finally prepared to enjoy a nutritionally balanced meal. Children, dinner is served. A bountiful array of dishes filled the table, and a profound sense of accomplishment flooded over me. Tears of joy spilling from the corners of my mouth. I began to eat, the clatter of cutlery filling the dining area, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, the number of dishes on the table doubled, and an unidentified creature mingled among them. I was unsure why it devolved into utter chaos. Woe is me. Chew. Chew, chew, woe is me. This is mine. Do not touch it. Gaia, was this intentional? Do not leap into my bowl. Ace, you too. Step down from the dining table. Oh no, the food is about to fall. The noise. Why must a simple meal drain my strength? After indulging in a long-awaited hot bath, I stood on the deck, awaiting our departure. The magnetic force restored. Agile held the compass and nautical charts, directing Ace to weigh anchor. Batriel and Watari moved to the starboard side. Agile effortlessly commanded us, steering the Hannibal toward the horizon. A thunderous roar echoed through the clouds, and I looked up to discover it was the island on the horizon sinking into the sea. Gaia stood at the stern, its silhouette merging with the indistinct island in the distance, seemingly mourning itself. Something feels amiss. Gaia, should you not be sinking to the ocean floor alongside Elysium Island? Forever at rest? Why must your heart be so cruel, hoping for my downfall? I have always believed in the virtue of gratitude. No, that is not entirely accurate. It is generally the case, is it not? Who among us has ever ventured forth without returning home? Fear not. My time with you shall not be prolonged. Ah, even that is incorrect. Why must you frame the conversation upon the premise of your dependence on us? It is a privilege for you. You may regard me as the true Earth Mother deserving of your reverence. Gee, Ace, cast this object into the sea. Yet, in the end, it was not discarded. I have inadvertently embroiled Ace in significant trouble. I must extend my sincerest apologies. Ace, you must live on with fortitude. Speaking of which, did Watari consume the same fruit as I while I was asleep, transforming into a clumsy duck? Although Lon is absent, we must not be careless. Indeed. Oh, has Watari acquired miraculous abilities as well? I wish to witness them. Yet, truth be told, it is hardly a commendable power. I chuckled awkwardly, attempting to decline, but I could not best him. I sighed and produced a small box along with a pen. Behold, Balala energy, transform, I proclaimed, placing the pin into the box, which then vanished as if by magic. Only Ace would find such a street magician's performance astonishing. I revealed the interior of the box to him, which bore 4 frame-like openings at each corner. Do not place your hand inside, I admonished as I swatted Ace's inquisitive little hand away. What a near calamity that would have been. What is this ability? I explained. I can establish a passage to a dimensional world within corners less than 120 degrees. I realize that may not clarify much. To put it succinctly, you can infinitely store items within, akin to a pocket dimension. Do give it a try? I found a corner and opened a door. Can food be placed inside? Ace tossed a loaf of bread in. Of course, and it will remain fresh indefinitely as long as it is undisturbed. What about a chair? Ace hurled a chair into the box. Certainly. Once I can open the door wider, even the Hannibal can fit inside. Can flames be placed as well? Ace shot a fiery fist towards the door. Ace. Our ruckus had attracted the attention of Jill, and so we found ourselves on our knees, each clutching a bag, confessing our faults. Why must I also face punishment? The recent fire was undoubtedly Ace's fault. Moreover, Lon has discovered my pilfering of the fruit. What a disaster. I apologize. I should not have let pride cloud my judgment. I apologize. I failed to keep an eye on Ace. Dear Marine, allow me to explain. Lan's expression conveyed disappointment. You need not explain. I have misjudged you and am left disillusioned. Go and elucidate your case to the Marine headquarters, and prepare to face dissection by Vegapunk. Perhaps your presence at Marine headquarters might balance your deeds. Alas, how could life be so cruel? Why, at such a tender age? Does the future seem so bleak? Thankfully, I had previously issued a stern warning to Ace and the others, forbidding any mention of the word pirate otherwise. Who knows how chaotic things might have become? Vatari, Chief G, what brings you here? I come to inform you of our next destination. If we are to venture to the Grand Line, Our next stop must be Logue Town, for it possesses all the necessities for our journey. The Navy has also suggested that we first visit that island, and before that, we shall pass through several smaller islands. Excitement is indeed mounting. Ah, Logue Town, how splendid. It is prosperous, stable, and safe. Let us proceed there. Is it possible to keep our plan to go to Logue Town from Ace? Why? Humph, I anticipated your question. Naturally. It is for the sake of the child. However, for now, let us concoct a reason utilizing the time difference between me and Agile boarding the ship. Ace might. Understand. I see. Understood. We shall proceed thus. Will Batriel and that jelly-like creature be boarding the ship? Huh? Has Bat not yet agreed to embark on this pirate vessel? Do you, Chief G, consent? I am indifferent. Well, we must certainly respect his own choice. Chief G, prepare yourself to comfort Ace when the time comes. Agile displayed an expression of annoyance. Bat, have you made up your mind? My remaining here serves a purpose. What is yours? No, Lord Gaia, I have no purpose. I know this is somewhat shameless, but witnessing my homeland sink from a distance has lightened my heart considerably. Ah, I can finally leave this place, thought Batriel as he closed his brown eyes and took a deep breath. Now, the hunter has even lost the lonely cabin in the forest. Yet he is fortunate to be invited by travelers to the plains, the marshes, and the lakes. Such luck is indeed rare, perhaps never to be encountered again in a lifetime. Batriel's hand rested on the doorknob as he turned it. Did the hunter truly wish only to escape? Anywhere would suffice. He merely desired someone to invite him out. Ace, brother. The next day, I spent nearly the entire day evading Lon. Thus I was the last to learn of Batriel joining us. Why? What is it about this man that is so appealing? Hey, what about me is unappealing? I could fall asleep at any moment, causing anxiety for everyone around me. One careless moment, and I might ignite something. I eat the most and sleep the most. And I am guaranteed to get lost in any location, bringing trouble back with me. I dine without paying, chased down the street by irate proprietors. Ace turned his face away, pretending to whistle, though his whistling was far superior to that of his brother. He was a perfect replica of him otherwise. Goodness, is this truly someone one could live with? Batriel forced a chuckle, striving to adapt to the atmosphere. Lon stood at a distance, unwilling to associate with us. Yet, 3 days later, he was ready to engage with us warmly, albeit in situations that nearly escalated into conflict. Gaia occasionally found amusement in provoking me, and I could not retaliate. Meanwhile, I took note of several issues regarding Batriel. For instance, lacking proficiency in the local language, I occasionally find myself holding a newspaper, elucidating unfamiliar words to him, while simultaneously enlightening him about the current state of the world above. Perhaps, I should commence teaching from the very beginning? The proactive individuals excel at executing such preparations. I promptly sought out Lon on the next island. I said, Lon, please procure some books, along with paper and writing instruments. Here's the money. Let us reconvene in 2 hours. You intend to teach Batriel writing? Do not regard me with such astonishment. I am considered a polymath, a versatile warrior in our realm. I initially intended for Gaia to accompany us, but alas, I could not locate it at this critical moment. Lon vanished around the corner, and I activated my observation hockey until he completely disappeared. I dashed into the street to retrieve Ace and the others. Hey, aren't we waiting for Mr. Lon? He just bid me farewell, stating he had urgent business to attend to at the naval base, urging us to proceed without him. He even conveyed his best wishes to you. Ah, I am not being cunning. This is merely survival instinct. Otherwise, would we truly accompany him to the naval headquarters? Moreover, if we do not flee now, the South Canis massacre I mentioned will be exposed. I apologize. Lon, my savior, my benefactor, I shall ponder how to repay this kindness. Tragically, Lon made a visit to the naval base on this island and dialed the number for the naval headquarters. Hello, who is this? A deep voice belonging to a middle-aged man emanated from the receiver. Lon immediately straightened his posture, saluting the phone, or rather, the individual on the other end. Naval Colonel Lancelot Addo Lon. Mission unsuccessful. I apologize, Admiral. Chapter 8. Smoker of Log Town in a haze-filled office. Smoker sat, a trio of cigars gripped between his lips. Colonel Smoker had received a new bounty notice, and as his subordinate opened the door, the familiar scent of smoke wafted in, a scent he had grown accustomed to. Nestled in the thickest part of the smoke, Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, savoring the moment before exhaling languidly. Pirates? Are they still causing trouble? He inquired impatiently. Indeed, an entire crew has been put on the wanted list, and the bounty is quite substantial. Oh, a whole pirate crew? Intrigued, Smoker extended his hand as the bounty notice, swirling in the smoke, floated toward him. The first poster depicted a man with raven black hair and freckles, seated upon a stone, adorned with an orange cowboy hat, his face beaming with a sun-like smile, as if he had just witnessed something amusing. Wanted, dead or alive, 7000. 000, Marine. The second featured a woman with short crimson hair, a 5-centimeter-long scar gracing her left forehead. Clad in a black turtleneck sweater, she gazed into the distance. Her fists clenched. Her beautiful visage bore an air of icy resolve. Wanted, dead or alive, 400000, Marine. The third showcased a youth with flaxen hair, draped in a hooded cloak, steeped in ethnic design, as if evading something. Wanted, dead or alive, Odette D. Bartlett, 200000, Marine. The fourth. What on earth is this? Smoker passed the fourth bounty notice to his subordinate. What on earth is this? The fourth poster featured a peculiar stone. Black and intermingled with other colors, or perhaps it was jelly. And why was it the one with the highest bounty? Wanted, alive, Gaia, 8000. 000, Marine. The note seemed to imply that it was an alien that had escaped from some experiment, appearing quite dangerous. But why was it marked alive? Haha. An alien that escaped from some experiment. Haha. Gaia is surely going to be furious, shouting foolish humans. Haha. Why on earth does that creature have a higher bounty than I do? I stood boldly alongside Ace before our own bounty posters. It holds greater significance for the Navy. Perhaps the bounty on our ship has risen considerably due to this. How frustrating. There is also a bounty notice for Watari. What? The photograph features an Eastern woman with long, straight black hair, her eyes gleaming like obsidian. Her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, exuding a sense of excitement. I recall now. We discovered a tiger on that island, and I intended to bring it aboard to care for it. However, Gaia disagreed, and thus it was left behind, resulting in my disappointment of not tasting any meat. How could one possibly consume such an adorable big cat? You even startled Batriel at that moment. I merely wished for him to comprehend the charm of felines, albeit narrowly avoiding a mishap with his head. Well then, let us proceed to shop. There is a formidable Navy sentry here, and I have no desire to encounter him. A formidable fellow, you say? Ace. All right, I understand. I shall cause no trouble. Although Ace verbally affirmed this. The moment I completed my purchases and turned around, he had vanished. You rascal. Release me. You silly fool. I removed the horn-shaped bracelet from my wrist. Composed of numerous purple hollow triangular pieces, which can be opened at will to access a cornered space. I prefer to refer to this as a door. A portal to the angular realm. The door suddenly expanded, and I placed my purchased items inside, deciding to search for Ace while shopping. I generally leave food procurement to Agile and the others, so my current quest is for everyday necessities. After a while, I paused at the entrance of a knife shop. It seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be? I opened the door and entered the store. Welcome. What type of knife does the lady desire? Third generation. Just browsing. Do you have any recommendations? Why do I feel as though I am ordering milk tea at a CAF? The shopkeeper had a red-tipped nose, his brows merging with his hair at the back, resembling the base of an anchor, rather unremarkable. He likely perceived me as a novice, one with considerable spending power, and sought to deceive me. Smoker, why has this dubious establishment not been shut down? Are you solely focused on pirates and neglecting these shady shops? Miss, this is the legendary blade crafted by Akiyama Seo, known as the Ampinkyo Lu, and this one is. It appears the lady possesses knowledge about blades and shows little interest in these mundane items. Thus, I must reveal my trump card. Apologies. I have only studied swords wielded by men. I would like 2 blades, 1 katana and 1 wakizashi. No, better yet, several pairs of each. Very well. Based on my extensive experience with blades, I sincerely recommend these selections. As I scrutinized the knives he suggested, my inner intuition informed me that none of these were of good quality. Note, the understanding and comprehension of all things come from an innate perception that is untainted by external influences. It may also be interpreted as a correct and profound understanding that is genuine. This refers to the true knowledge of demonic forces. Acquiring this ability is undeniably a lucrative endeavor. Since nothing comes without a cost, I might as well explore the realms of Shuezwa and San Daiguei Chia, which could be seen as a temporal handshake with Sora. Ippenmatsu, you're at it again, profiting unscrupulously. Beware, or I might truly see you imprisoned. I paused, my hand gripping the blade, my mind racing. I could fathom meeting Dasky, but why you? Do you have an affinity for blades? Note. Indeed, I do. Calm down. Confirm. Yes, I cannot best him. Humph. If it weren't for you, would my business be in such dire straits? That hardly serves as justification for your illicit dealings. The proprietor engaged in conversation with Smoker, and I cautiously returned the knife to its place. Boss, I'll take these few. Very well. Observing that I did not seem to take offense at Smoker's words, he eagerly retrieved an abacus to calculate the price. Oh, a girl desires so many knives? For what purpose? Interest. So, collecting inferior blades is considered a hobby now. Oh, the current state of the seas. Upon hearing the word sea, I had already tossed the bracelet, the sea prism stone key manifesting and striking Smoker, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Now, I sprinted out of the knife shop and onto the street. White Snake. Suddenly, the glass window before the shop shattered. A black fist erupted from within, trailing smoke. Its vaporous arm pursuing me with relentless determination. I sidestepped, racing down the street, White Snake trailing me like a homing missile. If only I had removed my burdens beforehand. After weaving through alleys, I successfully evaded the serpentine pursuer. Leaning against a wall, I utilized my observation hockey to confirm he had not followed. At the shop entrance, hey, Smoker, you've gone too far. Not only have you disrupted my business, but you've also shattered my shop's glass. Compensation is in order. Shut up. You're being too loud. Ippo Matsu, intimidated by Smoker's low threat, retreated inside to clean up. The Black Spade pirates, all with bounties exceeding 10 million. Just a band of colossal serpents. Wanted, dead or alive. Wadari, 3000000- Marine Ace, I must find him swiftly. Where could he be? My observation hockey cannot penetrate this location. I must calculate the movement. Is that him? Chapter 9, Pirate King or Roger. I swiftly navigated through the crowd, heading towards the place where Ace might be. Apologies for my haste. I inadvertently bumped into someone. How peculiar. Despite my keen observation, I failed to notice them. I am searching for someone, you see. In that fleeting moment, I thought I had spotted Lon, but upon blinking, I dismissed the notion. Although the man possessed the same radiant golden yellow eyes as Lon, his hair was not the dark golden hue, but rather a lighter shade, reminiscent of pale yellow. He wore a white long-collared coat, adorned with fur dyed in gold at the collar and edges, while underneath, he donned a simple white shirt. His trousers and shoes were entirely black. At his waist hung a silver-hilted broadsword, sheathed in a black scabbard. The most notable difference was his demeanor, compared to Lance's sharpness. This man exuded a gentler, perhaps even weaker aura. He bore the air of a once-a wanderer, akin to a down-and-out swordsman. Forgive me, I must take my leave. After our brief encounter, I hurried away, prioritizing Ace over the identity of the peculiar swordsman. The swordsman silently watched me depart, remaining wordless as he turned to leave. Can you guess where I found Ace? In a place where he was least likely to be. Ace stood with his back to the throng, gazing ahead as if witnessing some extraordinary spectacle. Intense emotions radiated from him. If Ace were typically a photon of sunlight, at that moment, he resembled the shadow of the moon. I closed my observation and approached him, standing beside him in front of what resembled a town hall. At the execution site in the square of Row Town, a place where beginnings and endings converge. Here, a pirate who had once conquered the world relinquished his head, using blood as flowers to herald an era. Countless souls embarked on journeys to chase their dreams. Ace sensed my presence, but instead of turning to look at me, he lowered his cowboy hat to shield his eyes. Wadari, where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages, he said with a smile, his tone unchanged. Shall we go find Agile and the others? This is the town where the Pirate King was born and where he met his demise. Oh, is that so? I replied. Ace, you must confront this. Once accepted, nothing will weigh you down. Indeed, and this is the very gallows used to execute Roger, he said, accepting calmly the departure of loved ones as well as the death of villains. Those are not insurmountable truths. A dull ache throbbed in my right side, as if a part of me had returned to that inferno. Ace's emotions were affecting me. I released my grip on my chest, preparing to continue our conversation. Wadari, what do you think Roger was like? Are you asking me to evaluate the Pirate King or your father? What a conundrum. Let me ponder. I don't know. Gold. Roger, the pirate of immense wealth, fame, and power, stands as the first and only captain of the Roger Pirates to have traversed the Grand Line. He is the possessor of the legendary treasure, One Piece. As I spoke, my confidence grew, and I even found myself laughing. How could I possibly fathom the thoughts of such an extraordinary individual? Why should I even desire to know what he was thinking? Ace, with a complex expression, gazed at me, revealing that it was precisely due to my ignorance of him that I yearned to understand. What adventures had Roger experienced? What revelations did he encounter at the final destination? What emotions and intentions compelled him to surrender to the Navy? I longed to know. I placed a hand over my heart, my eyes shimmering with excitement. If I could grasp even a fragment of his essence, I might begin to comprehend his actions. Suddenly, I realized my behavior was somewhat excessive, and I shyly covered my mouth as I stole a glance at Ace's face, which was predictably filled with confusion. Well, Ace, one cannot hastily judge a person. It is easy to define someone simply, yet the true ability to evaluate a person, be they villain or saint or perhaps neither, remains an unattainable feat. Such labels are ascribed by others in hindsight. Ultimately, only history can render a fair judgment, and understanding serves as the bridge. It is through this understanding that one can truly come to know another. Why he acts in such a manner. Ace, you must endeavor to understand. This is all I can offer you. The cool sunlight filtered through the gallows, casting light upon the stone and Ace, while shadows obscured his face. A calmness enveloped us. Truly, what an elaborate performance I was putting on to convey my father's feelings. Yet if I were to express it directly, he might become enraged. Vitali? In Ace's eyes burned a fierce flame, radiant as the sun. I shall become the Pirate King. The tone brooked no argument, his expression grave yet resolute. Why do you look as if you don't understand? I said I want to be the Pirate King. Wait, you? No, that route. No, Whitebeard, that's not it. Oh, I see it now. Upon grasping this, I met Ace's fiery gaze with understanding. If the captain aspired to be the Pirate King, then I would become the vice-captain of the Pirate King's ship. Excellent. That is the spirit befitting the future vice-captain of the Pirate King. Ace broke into a smile, and I mirrored it. Originally, I sought to become a pirate through continuous victories, triumphing in every battle. Ultimately, I would claim the highest honor. This alone would affirm my existence. Even if the entire world denied me, even if they all despised me, I would become a great pirate, compelling them to take notice. I would not shy away. I would not yield to anyone. Even if my name became synonymous with terror, I would ensure my name resonated throughout the world. After all, you are the captain, and I am merely your first mate. Thus, I shall assist you in whatever you desire. What a Navi youth, thinking that he could ever aspire to be the Pirate King. The acrid scent of smoke wafted through the air, and an irksome voice interrupted my instruction to Ace. Unlike other parents who guide their children, you, the neighbor, have no authority here. Ace and I turned to face the individual before us, a figure with a shock of silver hair, clad in a long coat emblazoned with the word justice, sporting wind goggles around his neck, and wielding sea prism stone handcuffs. Smoker, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, continued, because soon enough, you will find yourselves in prison. He discarded his cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing the ember beneath his boot. Ace, this is the Navy, a smoke fruit user capable of transforming his body into smoke. Though not particularly aggressive, be wary of the handcuffs he carries. They are made from sea prism stone. With Ace standing resolutely before me, I felt emboldened. Oh, you seem quite informed, Smoker remarked, casting a glance in my direction, to which I cheekily stuck out my tongue. Of course, I do not possess a multitude of plans. How could I possibly feel secure bringing Ace along? Ace, all right, I'll do it right away. Run. Hey, everyone, they are all human. Should we really seek to reclaim the former crew of the Black Spade Pirates? Such a dilemma. Should we venture to Wano or not? My mind wanders. I believe it is worth a try. But you, my friend, do not wish to. Oda has merely increased my workload. Should I feel elated? Chapter 10, Fusha Village. Ace, several hours ago, Ace and Watari were shopping. How much for this sheet? Ace yawned languidly, glancing around, finding nothing of interest. How utterly dull this was. Was accompanying a woman on shopping excursions always like this? Leaning against the wall, his eyelids growing heavy, he decided to take a brief nap. Where did Watari go? When Ace regained his senses, he noticed Watari had vanished. How could she have wandered off? Oh well, he would search for her later. Ace began to meander through the streets, descending the stairs and turning corners, gradually finding himself in a deserted area. It seems I am lost. The alley was eerily quiet, dimly lit, with only the sound of his shoes echoing against the cobblestones. Suddenly, a sign appeared amidst the uniform buildings. It was an old and grimy sign, yet the white letters remained surprisingly legible. Joel D. Roger. Why on earth does that scoundrel's name appear here? Driven by curiosity, Ace followed the direction of the sign and descended the stairs, discovering a shop. He pushed open the creaky door. Inside was dark and disheveled, resembling a tavern, with chairs and tables bearing numerous scars from sharp implements, some of which seemed to be decades old. An elderly man sat inside, his age evident in the multitude of wrinkles etched upon his face. With dark eyes, he lounged in his chair, glaring unkindly at the rare visitor. "Old man, why does the sign outside say Joel D. Roger?" "Leave. We're about to close." "Closing this early? Since there are no customers, may I have a drink?" Ace casually took a seat. Despite its dilapidated appearance, the establishment was surprisingly well kept by the proprietor. "Anything will do. Just bring me a drink." The old man regarded Ace with a grim expression, hesitating for a moment before rising to attend to the counter. "Young lad, you shouldn't indulge in too much alcohol. You're echoing the words of my first mate. Are you a crew member?" "No, I am the captain. The captain of the Spade Pirates." Upon hearing the word pirate, the old man paused, his hand hovering over the bottle, his glasses glinting in the dim light. "How rare it is to have a pirate here." Is there not a single pirate around here?" "There used to be many pirates. They all sought passage into the Grand Line. After all, this is the place that heralded the age of exploration." The place that heralded the age of exploration. Ace suddenly frowned, realizing something significant. This was the town of beginnings and endings, Fusha Village, where the Pirate King was born and where he met his end. Back then, this tavern was bustling with life, surrounded by pirates, and Roger himself had once sipped ale here. "Just so, it is precisely the spot where you were seated." Ace abruptly rose, pressing his cowboy hat down to mask his fluster, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he inquired, "Do you know Roger, uncle?" The uncle, seemingly fond of reminiscing about the past, opened the floodgates of conversation and spoke incessantly. "Indeed. That lad Roger once startled me when he declared his intention to venture into the Grand Line. I tried to dissuade him. Yet, to my astonishment, years later, news arrived that he had completed his adventure in the Grand Line, reaching the fabled destination and acquiring the legendary treasure, One Piece. And behold this." The uncle retrieved a large skull from behind the counter, a human cranium marked by a significant fissure, suggesting it belonged to a tall, robust individual. "This is the fate of a notorious figure known as the Giant Slayer. He was a villain who had slain 100 pirates. Yet Roger dispatched him with a single blow. It was a flash of lightning." The old man slammed his hands on the table, producing a resounding noise, as if he had recounted this tale numerous times before. This fellow was initially renowned for wielding an enormous blade, but the outcome was decided in an instant. This is the scar he left behind, though he was infamous in his own right. Before his demise, he uttered these words, "Roger, I concede to you. May you forever be remembered as a pirate of renown." The uncle glanced towards Ace, who stood in the shadows of the shop, and in a voice barely audible to himself, murmured, "Forever remembered. Humph, more like a stench that lingers for a millennium." With this, Ace approached the uncle, seized the rum on the table, and downed it in one gulp. Gazing at the hollowed skull on the table, Ace smiled and asked, "Uncle, do you hold a fondness for Roger?" The uncle regarded Ace, faintly perceiving Roger's visage, momentarily taken aback, before replying, "Certainly." Back then, the Grand Line was an uncharted sea of peril where countless pirates met their demise. Only Roger managed to conquer those treacherous waters. Those who fancied themselves formidable would venture into the Grand Line. Yet now, it is merely a haven for cowards and the feeble. "Boss," Ace lifted his hat, fixing his gaze upon the uncle's somewhat clouded eyes, and spoke slowly, "I shall embark on a journey to the Grand Line. I aspire to become the Pirate King. At that time, you shall recount my tale. My name is Pordasti, Ace. Remember it well." He resolved to surpass Roger, to gain recognition, whether as the son of the devil or the Pirate King, ensuring his name echoed throughout the world, rather than being overshadowed by Roger. "Thank you for the drink," Ace said, placing his money on the table, intent on turning to leave. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from behind. "Huh? Splendid, young lad. I shall remember you. Ha ha. It seems my old bones may yet sustain this establishment for a few more days." The old man abruptly ceased his laughter and spoke in a grave tone. "Then I shall await." Ace, with a cold visage, turned his back to the old man and waved farewell. In the center of the square, before the execution platform, the stark and unyielding scaffold seemed to still bear the shadow of the departed soul. Ace found himself ensnared in a tumult of emotions, grappling with the weight of his lineage. He was the son of Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King, the child of a demon, abandoned at birth by his father, with his mother meeting her demise as a consequence. Is my existence truly warranted? He pondered. Am I not the harbinger of misfortune, the cursed demon that takes away those dear to others? If the world reviles my being, if it wishes for my non-existence, then what purpose does my life serve? He questioned the very essence of his identity. Why was he proclaimed the pirate king? And why must I bear the title of his progeny? No answers came to him. Only the foreboding certainty of a cruel fate and an inevitable solitary journey. In these waters he traversed, once graced by Roger, there lay no room for him, Ace. Unwanted and unneeded, he felt akin to the refuse in a landfill, discarded, buried, his breath stifled, sinking into the abyss of neglect. How can one endure such a fate? How can one endure such a fate? How can one endure such a fate? The refrain echoed in his mind, a relentless torment. Claw your way out. Dig your way out. Even if it means biting the earth and grasping the soil, emerge. Go to the seas he once conquered. Go. Drag him down from his pedestal. To those waters. He must make the world acknowledge Ace's worth. Ace, do you despise your father? That man is no father of mine. Then hate him. But know you are still his child. No, you are. I told you, I am not. Enough of this noise. Hear me well. Poor Gasti. Ace is the son of Joel D. Roger. This is the predetermined history. And all you can do is accept it. You, who understands nothing and can comprehend even less. In this way, you shall never surpass Roger. Ah, Ace, one should not hastily judge another individual. It is all too simple to assign a label. Yet the true essence of a person eludes such superficial definitions. The categorizations of villain or saint, or even neither, are merely the interpretations bestowed upon them by others in due course. Ultimately, the only impartial arbiter is history, and understanding serves as the bridge. It is through comprehension that one can genuinely grasp the motivations behind another's actions. So, Ace, endeavor to understand. Thus, aspire to become the pirate king. In doing so, everything shall become clear, whether it pertains to Roger or her. What do you truly desire? What do you truly comprehend? All of this. Vatari, I yearn to become the pirate king and surpass him. Chapter 11. Forag Town, Agile, watching the two figures fade into the distance. Smoker's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging. Just moments earlier, when Vat Alley had suggested fleeing, he had unleashed his white mist, successfully ensnaring both of them. Yet, as the woman tossed forth a gleaming shard, a perfect octagonal black hole materialized above him, from which a torrent of seawater erupted. His smoke abilities were instantly nullified, leaving him powerless as he helplessly watched Vatali escape, carrying the limp form of Ace. This marked the second time he had been outmaneuvered. However, that woman was also a user of abilities. Why was she unaffected? Colonel Smoker, why are you sitting on the ground? Why is it drenched here? Hey you, show me those wanted posters again. The ones from this morning? Certainly, but there is something far more urgent to report to Colonel Smoker. What is it? Smoker rose, handing his drenched coat to a subordinate, his brow furrowed. Damn it, my cigarettes are all wet. Go buy me some new ones. Yes. No, wait. I have new intelligence to report. That gang is going to conduct a transaction at the circus on the West Dock tonight. We must deal with those scoundrels. Smoker anxiously shook his foot. Without a cigarette, he felt utterly uncomfortable. What should we do about those pirates, Colonel Smoker? Take it easy. I have my methods, you know. After a brief escape, he halted, having yet to leave the range of his observation hockey. Ace sat on the ground, shaking his head like a puppy, flinging the water off. Next time you use water, do let me know. Why are you here, Jizo? I turned to see Agile, her fists adorned with boxing gloves, clearly ready for battle. Where are Batriel and Gaia? Not seeing Batriel and Gaia by Agile's side, I sensed something had gone amiss. They have been captured. A few hours earlier, somewhere foolish humans. I am the mother of gods, the mother of the earth, the mother of all beasts. Gaia. Gaia's fury erupted as she glimpsed the remarks on the wanted poster affixed to the wall. Shut its mouth, Agile said to Batriel with exasperation, urging it to remain quiet to avoid detection. Whereas its mouth. Finally, Batriel squatted down, stroking Gaia's smooth head, attempting to soothe its agitation. Thankfully, the wanted poster was posted in a relatively desolate area, and for the time being, no one would uncover the presence of a talking jelly. Unfathomable. The Navy. I shall remember you. Observing the Earth Mother, who seemed unlikely to recover soon, Agile set down the large bag of food she had been carrying and gazed skyward. Lost in thought. The weather was splendid, the clouds were white, and the surroundings were noisy. Agile often drifted into reverie when there was little to occupy her mind. Embodying a serene, Buddhist ethos. Days devoid of desire passed as leisurely as the white clouds above. Yet in this world, there are always occurrences that, whether sought after or not, will inevitably seek you out. With a sigh, Agile cast a glance at the still fuming Gaia and the bystanding Bathriel. I'll be over there for a moment. Very well. Gaia, do not remain angry. Agile proceeded towards the opposite street, venturing into a dark alley where an act of violence was unfolding. A man with a grass-green mohawk, adorned with an eye tattoo beneath his right eye, clad in a nose ring, a purple coat, and checkered trousers, was being assaulted by 5 burly men. A short fellow in a suit stood nearby, observing the scene. Weren't you supposed to fetch the pigeons? How did you get caught by the Navy? I apologize. I had no idea. The Navy appeared out of nowhere. And I fought with all my strength, but alas, I was defeated. Do you comprehend the significance of those pigeons for tonight's transaction? They are to be transported to the Grand Line. We depend on them for trade. You certainly appear menacing, yet you are utterly useless. I apologize, the battered man replied, his face resembling that of a demon. Well, since it's a man, perhaps I shall refrain from intervening. Who? A woman. Did you hear that? The short man took notice of Agile, and several thugs closed in, blocking her escape. It seems you were quite appealing. You could fetch a handsome price. It appears there is no helping it. Society owes them a sound thrashing. In less than 30 seconds, the alley bore several large holes and 4 individuals nursing bruised faces. Agile perched upon the back of one of the fallen, pondering that under such circumstances, she ought to light a cigarette, though unfortunate for her, she did not smoke. The short man fled with the last remaining thug after she sent one of the assailants flying with a punch. The man, thoroughly frightened, cowered in a corner, as though confronted by a monster. Are you one of them? Agile inquired, tilting her chin to peer down at him, an aura of cold emanating from her being. Her gray-blue eyes glinted with a chilling light. I was, but not anymore. The man's shoulders trembled. Boss, you are truly formidable. The man, whose expression was ill-suited to his fierce visage, gazed at her with admiration. Even the children and Watari can be disregarded, but this is truly distasteful. Where do you hail from, boss? When did Rogtown witness a figure as powerful as you? Boss, allow me to be your subordinate. I am no longer associated with Vihuri. As Agile prepared to leave, the man obstructed her path, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his face flushed. Though he appeared older than her, he resembled a starry-eyed child. Step aside. The man, startled, quickly moved aside but continued to dog her steps, chattering incessantly. Boss, how are you so formidable? Have you just arrived here? After turning in circles, Agile suddenly halted, and the man followed suit. Are you searching for someone? Boss, before the warrant, Batriel and Gaia had vanished, and there was no sign of them in the vicinity. The circumstances have unfolded in this manner. All due to that individual. Alas, please do not strike me, dear sister. If you are in search of someone, I would be more than willing to assist you. Dear sister. Agir released his grip on the man's collar and lowered his raised fist. Although I am still a mere street thug, I am fortunate to have numerous acquaintances. Indeed, let us hasten. It would be an honor to aid you. He. The smile only rendered him more foolish looking. Listening to Agir's reminiscences, that man always evoked a sense of familiarity within me. I apologize, Vatali, for not having taken better care of them. It is quite all right. None of this was easy. A certain resonance was established between the 2 women. Where could Batriel and the others have gone? Ace stood up, gazing at the throngs of people flowing outside the alley. This is truly challenging. Look at me. Look at me. I am, in a sense, a master of observation. I almost forgot. I possess a unique ability. What special ability? It seems that Ace is now imbued with an inexplicable trust in me. Wait a moment. Over there. I stepped aside and whispered softly. And after a while, I retrieved a bag of cookies from the corner of space and placed it on the ground. What are you doing? Mr. Mouse has promised to help me find Batriel and the others. This is Beast Language. Chapter 12. The 4 little buses and Agir let us seek him out, Ace. Is Agir to wait here for that individual? I grasped Ace firmly, ensuring he did not stray and fall into Smoker's clutches. Indeed, this is sustenance. Agir cast his gaze towards a heap of provisions nearby. I approached and collected them all. That should suffice. These should last us for a while at sea. However, I still need to procure a few more items. Gil, what is your size? Are we purchasing clothing now? With Gaia present, Bartolomeo shall be safe. We merely await news. I shall keep my observation keen. Even should Gaia be confined, it can surely slip away. True enough. Comfortable attire will suffice. My size is. In Rogue Town. Within the fashion boutique, the proprietor, a man sporting an eccentric tripod hairstyle, greeted us with a distinctive flair. Welcome, esteemed guest. What apparel do you seek? Why have you brought me here? I have no need for clothing, Ace protested, being tugged along. Listen to this childish nonsense. If I do not intervene, you shall wear this same outfit until the climax of the War of the Best. How pitiful that would be. I shall cover the expense. Now, go try it on. Ugh. Ace wore an expression of exasperation. Dinner will be quite sumptuous. Excellent. The first ensemble was a sleek black long-sleeve shirt paired with a hooded jacket. Ace looks quite splendid in that. Purchased. The second was a form-fitting black t-shirt accompanied by camouflage trousers. Looks good. I'll take it. The third comprised a black tank top and stylish black pants. Very well, acquired. Dear guest, your boyfriend is indeed fortunate to have such a generous partner. He is not my boyfriend. He is my son. Otherwise, I would hardly be so magnanimous. Are mothers nowadays so youthful? Shortly after, Ace and Vat Alley departed. Gil. My dear sister, where is everyone? Agir observed a man brimming with exuberance, twisting and waving his arms as he bounded toward her. Gil. I've heard from a friend that the people of Vihurasai are parading through the streets with a flaxen-haired child. That child is clutching a peculiar black pillow. Indeed, that must be them. Who is this Vihurasai? Where can they be found? Agir donned her boxing gloves, ready to confront them, even prepared to shatter their defenses. Gil. Do not be agitated. They command the underworld across 150 streets. Their numbers are vast. Even you cannot contend with so many at once. 1,000 multiplied by 0 equals what? Huh? What did you say, Gil? Emerging from the shadowy alley, Agir stepped into the illuminated street, her hair glimmering in the sunlight. A rich hue akin to red wine. She turned her cold, slate-blue eyes toward Bartolomeo. Ultimately, they are but mere insignificant beings with no combat prowess. Their voices sharp as icy shards. Ah, how striking. Bartolomeo emitted a high-pitched squeal akin to that of a young girl, hastening to follow Agile. Meanwhile, the abducted Batriel and Gaia found themselves confined within a beast cage, relieved to discover that he was not alone in this predicament. The cage housed not performing animals, but rather a group of people, young women, robust men, and children, all displaying various emotions, some weeping, others seething with rage. They were destined to be sold, reduced to laborers or playthings. Batriel, while searching for Agile, had been unexpectedly seized by a diminutive man and a burly figure. Initially, he had inquired whether they had seen a wine-red woman he was seeking, only to be abruptly stripped of his bow and arrows and brought to this dismal place. Surely, Agile and the others would find him. Gaia. What should we do now? Batriel softly asked, gesturing toward a gap in the cage wide enough for his arm. Can you attempt to slip through there? What do you take me for, a loach? Hush. Keep your voice down. We must not be discovered. Batriel instinctively reached to cover its mouth, but was met with futility, leaving him disheartened. Humph. No need for such trouble. They will find this place soon enough. Is that so? I hope it's sooner rather than later. Batriel glanced at the group behind him, their varied emotions creating a discomforting atmosphere. He was never one to thrive in crowded spaces, let alone in such dire circumstances. Lawn. In the corner of the cage, Batriel spotted a familiar figure and lifted Gaia to take a closer look. Remember, do not speak. Navigating through the throng, Batriel approached the man seated on the ground, his arms wrapped around his legs, head buried in his knees. That Batriel began to inquire, but the man noticed and lifted his head. Ah, I beg your pardon. I mistook you for someone else. Although the physique was similar, this man had long hair tied back, and despite the dim lighting, Batriel discerned that the man's hair was a much lighter shade than Lan's dark golden locks, appearing almost pale yellow. It's nothing. The man's voice was barely audible, and Batriel had to lean closer to catch his words, which drifted weakly. You seem quite frail. Are you unwell? I'm fine, thank you for your concern. I apologize. No. Why do you apologize? I'm just a bit fatigued. The man's gaze wandered, tilting his head away. I'm sorry to cause you worry, is that so? Then I shall not intrude further. Please take the time to rest, despite our unfortunate surroundings. Everything will be all right soon. My companion will come to find me and burn this place to the ground. Surely, it need not come to such destruction. That would cast us as villains. Bartle recalled something and suddenly smiled. Perhaps we are indeed the villains. The man gazed at the youth, who still bore the innocence of a child, tilting his head in puzzlement. I am Odabate D. Bartle. What is your name? Bartle conversed with the man seated beside him, while Gaia remained silent, appearing as though he had succumbed to slumber. Lancelot Otto D. Duh, a splendid name. What led to your capture here? They promised to take me to the Grand Line, but as soon as I entered the tent, I fell asleep and ended up here. Do you wish to go to the Grand Line? Indeed. Then come with us. We are pirates. We are on our way to the Grand Line. Bartle was gradually being influenced by Vitali's exuberance, or perhaps he felt a sense of camaraderie with the man named Lon. Pirates? They are all good people. They took me to sea with them. Well, I will consider it. De buried his head once more, mimicking an ostrich. I shall rest for a while. Chapter 13. The Four Vihuri Gang. Enough already. Ace felt somewhat exhausted, draped languidly in the store's black t-shirt and orange trousers. Well, that should suffice. I have also selected the clothing for Agile, placing the matching orange cowboy hat back upon his head, along with the enormous prayer beads. At last, this child is no longer burdened. I have come to understand that the three of you brothers possess hats that are progressively smaller, and your attire becomes increasingly sparse. Miss, do you not wish to purchase some clothing? We have the latest styles of the year. No, thank you. I will settle the bill. I am still clad in my adventurer's ensemble, a loose, khaki yellow windbreaker over a quick-drying black base layer. The thermal lining can remain for now, and I have opted for black leather shorts instead of long trousers. I possess several such outfits, practical indeed, given their waterproof, cold-resistant, and quick-drying properties. I find them quite appealing. All right, Ace, once you've changed, prepare for your dazzling appearance. What? If it appears Mr. Mouse has already located Bartley and the others. As dusk descended, at a certain location in the town, outside the circus tent. Honestly, why is Agile running amok? Ace and I stood before the red and yellow striped tent, remnants of colorful confetti scattered on the ground, giving it a genuine circus atmosphere. Earlier, when I returned to search for Agile, all that remained was a note saying, I went to find Bartley and the others. But where could she be? Could she have been deceived? Vat Alley, have you found Bartley and the others? I have seen them, along with a group of others, all confined within a cage. There are 52 guards, and this place is quite large. Very well, I shall go rescue them. Wait, first put on the gas mask. I retrieved the newly purchased gas mask and handed it to Ace. Is there poison gas inside? Ace took it and placed it behind him. This is quite troublesome. Be cautious with that canister. I am uncertain of its contents. There is something akin to flour at the bottom, which gives me an uneasy feeling. Be careful not to ignite those things later. All right, I am off. With that, Ace ventured into the tent. Quickly, hand over my companions. Huh, what are you here for? The individuals inside were busily moving bags on the circus stage, and Ace's sudden appearance did not instill panic. There is no performance today. Come back tomorrow. Are you not planning on showcasing any tigers or elephants? Are you intending to perform with humans instead? Ace inquired, smiling and speaking in an ordinary tone. How peculiar. The few individuals on stage set down their bags and drew their weapons. Since you are aware, it seems you shall need to take a nap. Ha, bring it on. Ugh, why is your body ablaze? I hope this tent is fireproof. Honestly, isn't it better to steal quietly? If one can outsmart, there is no need for brute force. Having circumvented the main battlefield, I stealthily slipped behind, where most individuals had congregated to confront Ace. Should I use a thud or a snap? The latter feels too violent. Perhaps the thud is preferable. After dispatching a few individuals within the cage, I glanced around but found nothing resembling a key. Sister Watari. Too slow. Did I not arrive? Batriel, upon hearing the commotion outside, realized Ace and his crew had arrived. The situation outside would soon be resolved, though it might take a little while longer. What? Alas! Smoker will reach the battlefield in 3 minutes. I cannot abandon Batriel, as he too is being pursued. Handing him over to the Navy would undoubtedly lead to his arrest. I shall attempt this. Door, triangle expand. The frame transforms into a purple crystal, allowing only me, Yanderos, to perceive the myriad angles, the boundaries of time and space, within, and utilize these angles to unlock the door. Indeed, as Gaia mentioned, this is exceptionally suited to me. Each individual employs their fruit differently, resulting in varied manifestations of their characteristics. For instance, my Yanderos hound, as a dimensional being, holds a unique status in legend. Had an ordinary person acquired it, it would merely exhibit its attacking form and fail to attain dimensionality. It would simply be a hound, not Yanderos's hound. Due to my geometric talent, I was first endowed with the ability to traverse space. Currently, I struggle to wield the power of Yanderos effectively in combat, as I have yet to find a weapon that suits me. If I had a few blades, I could fold space to grant them kinetic energy for ranged attacks. However, my abilities are insufficient now, yielding minimal firepower and cumbersome retrieval. At this moment, I cannot even access the angular discontinuous space. Furthermore, I must absolutely, unequivocally, and categorically ensure that no living beings are released within here. I cannot even manage enemy control. I must strive to become a sort of Doryman. Ding 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 ding. When unlocking tool. Sister Wadari, can you unlock it? I can open drawer locks. This is not a drawer. A person. Are you from the Navy? Have you come to rescue us? A tall man nearby shifted his attention from the ruckus outside to me. Hurry, save me. I was wrong. I will never join that Vihulashi gang again. I apologize. I am not from the Navy, but I will rescue you anyway. The man seemed to realize I was merely a lightweight yet agile, delicate woman. Is there a fight occurring outside? Indeed. Do not worry. Our captain will resolve this swiftly. And the Navy is on their way. You will soon be saved. Before that, I must first rescue my companion. Upon hearing my words, the man smiled with a sense of relief. Hey everyone, help is on the way. Bartolomeo, assist me in lifting this lock. It is merely an ordinary iron lock, and I have discerned its internal structure through my observation hockey. If I simulate the unlocking process, I should be able to attempt to open it. Outside, Ace is already engaged in combat with Smoker. Surely, everything will be fine. Why are you here, Fire Fist Ace? Are you, too, involved in a transaction with the pigeon of the Vihurasai Mafia? Smoker, with his hands clasped behind him, puffed on 2 cigarettes as he faced Ace, flanked by a contingent of Marines. What is that? I do not know. I am merely here to find my companion. Ace nonchalantly stated, kicking down a fleeing member of Vihurasai. Do I look like I am with them in my current predicament? Let us apprehend you all first, and then we shall see about these matters, Smoker retorted, the smoke from his cigarettes suddenly billowing forth. His limbs transformed into white vapor. White bind. The smoke quickly expanded, surging towards Ace, who hastily dodged, aware that using flames within the tent could ignite it. Damn it, ninjutsu. Ace's hands and feet ignited into flames, swirling like a vortex, intertwining with the white smoke to defend against the white bind. Hey, let us fight outside. It is not convenient here. In the clash of natural devil fruits, can smoke and fire truly determine a victor? It seemed Smoker had no intention of heeding Ace's words. Wielding his sea prism stone staff, he unleashed a white serpent of smoke from his left hand while charging towards Ace. Then I shall employ this. The staff, known for its defensive prowess over offensive strength, was wielded with such monstrous force by Smoker that it could easily penetrate steel armor. The staff, with its formidable power, struck towards Ace's throat with the swiftness rivaling that of blades. As Ace grappled with the white serpent, the staff would surely ensnare his throat. The night beckons for further developments. Chapter 14. Confrontation in Rogtown. Ace's attacks proved futile, just as Smoker's efforts failed to inflict harm upon him. Amidst evading the white snake, Ace found himself ensnared by sea stone handcuffs, leaving him at the mercy of Smoker, who forcefully pinned him to the ground. His strength was sapped, and he struggled to breathe as the cuffs choked his throat. Cough, cough. Ace's movements quickened in desperation, yet he continually faltered in his attempts to unlock the device, repeatedly failing. It seemed as though the devil had forgotten to add a sprinkle of unlocking in the seasoning of his misfortune. Sister Wadari, is Ace all right? This situation has escalated. Gaia, can you unlock these cuffs? Impossible. Can you at least lubricate the lock? Not possible. I contemplated smashing the lock, but concluded that such an option was futile. Is there any solution from Bartolomeo? I'm afraid not. Not yet. Have you seen Aguilar pass by? No. How peculiar. Has something happened to Sister Gil? A foreboding feeling washed over me. Ah, this is still not working. Hey, over there. Can you explain why the Vuhalisi gang intends to capture you? I was caught sneaking a dove and was to be sold into slavery alongside it. Is that substance a drug? Wait a moment. Why should I tell you? You're not a Navy officer, are you? Isn't it better that I unlock your cage to prevent you from being imprisoned? Well, that is true. But could you hurry up? It's quite noisy in here. Why are there so few guards present? Where has your leader gone? I seem to have heard that they went to the docks to fetch the transaction target before examining the goods here and negotiating the price. Apparently, they are quite esteemed nobles. Could it be? Chief Gil, surely, you cannot be so formidable. Where are your accomplices? Smoker, with his sea-stone handcuffs, held Ace down with the weight of his body pressing against him. So, didn't I mention that we need to rescue him now? Ace exhaled, his breath wavering. Oh dear, I hope I'm not interrupting Colonel Smoker's mission, am I? At the entrance of the tent appeared a man clad in navy attire, towering around 2 meters tall with a massive build. Who are you? Don't disturb me. Just get out of here. Smoker, unperturbed by the man's naval insignia, spoke with palpable impatience. This will not do. The pigeon here is a cargo we have pursued for quite some time. Arriving a moment late, I was surprised to find you had preempted us. The robust naval officer, Colonel Agrelai, wore a long face, his scraggly beard covering the lower half of his visage. I am Colonel Agrelai of the Naval Headquarters, and by rank, I am your superior. I would appreciate it if you refrained from disturbing me without cause. Ha. I have long heard of Colonel Smoker from Rogue Town, known for his unwavering sense of justice and his disobedience to orders. Agrelai emphasized the phrase disobedience to orders, further souring Smoker's already grim demeanor. This is an order. I, Agrelai, am taking charge here. However, rest assured, I will duly report your merits to my superiors. For now, please return. The Navy officers surrounding Agrelai advanced, finding the members of the Vihuri West gang who lay on the ground. Agrelai approached Smoker, who was still pinning Ace down, and offered him a pair of sea stone handcuffs. I almost forgot. Colonel Smoker, you are a smoke man. Having consumed the Moku no Mi allow me to. Smoker glared at Agrelai with a stern expression, smoke still billowing from his mouth. Suddenly, the smoke took form, seizing Agrelai's arm as he attempted to place the sea stone cuffs on Ace. Hey, what do you mean by this? Please do not impede my work. I am executing justice here. I must take these individuals back to the naval headquarters on the Grand Line. On whose orders? The atmosphere between Smoker and Agrelai grew tense, as if a confrontation was imminent. Of course, it is the order of the Fleet Admiral, Buddha Sengoku. What? Maximum expansion. Door. A large, dark octagonal hole suddenly appeared at the top of the tent, pouring down torrents of water that engulfed the entire area. I approached Smoker and the others before the flood reached us. Break. An arrow shot past me with the force of the wind. Agrelai dodged the projectile. Just moments ago. The cage had been breached. May I give it a try? The man resembling Lon spoke suddenly. Just hand me a knife. I located their armory where they had stored confiscated weapons and returned with Bartolomeo's arrows and the man's broadsword. Flow break. The same technique was employed, and a blade of blue water sliced through the iron cage, creating neatly industrial-like incisions. Now, as the flood descended, the tent swelled before bursting, releasing a deluge of seawater that washed over the surrounding land. Fortunately, the circus had been erected in a location with few buildings, sparing bystanders from harm. This is all the seawater I have. I cannot possibly contain all the seawater within this space, can I? Cough, cough. Ace, are you all right? Ace bore an expression akin to one drained of vitality, looking somewhat dazed, but it seemed he was fine. Cough. Sister Wadari, please do not release so much seawater next time. Grrrr. Gaia shook its smooth form, shedding the mud and water. Now we find ourselves thrust outside, our bodies drenched in mud and water, alongside several individuals who have just escaped from their confines, also affected by the floodwaters. Ace, Bartriel, make haste to the dock. Agile should be there. I take out a dry towel to dry Ace's hair. Gaia, you and I shall remain as the rear guard. What? I shall not engage. I could hurl you away. You are, after all, a form of biochemical weapon. Bartriel, swiftly. Ace, are you feeling better? I still feel a bit dizzy. Bartriel, take Ace and go. I entrust Ace to Bartriel and turn to face Agile, who is approaching us. Quickly. That Vadali sister. It's nothing. Very well. Bartriel leads the somewhat unsteady Ace away. As the sun sets, darkness approaches. Agile, deliver the strongest offense while serving as the most resilient shield. Chapter 15. For greetings. Feeble swordsman Gaia, can you devise a solution? What concern is your survival to me? Please. The Earth Mother slipped from my shoulder, permeating into the ground. I shall observe the situation. Perhaps I will not intervene. I have faith in you. Shave. Agri instantaneously appeared beside me, and my observation hockey urged me to crouch. Pointing finger. Agri's fingertips converged power, shooting forth like a bullet. It is the Marine 6 styles. I hastily evaded. Although I could see clearly, my body remained uncoordinated, sustaining hits to my arms and shoulders. Is this the chasm that separates me from a Marine colonel? Grounded and grinded down. This Agri is no mere acquaintance. Is this observation hockey? Quite impressive. Then Agri unleashed a punch, thwarted by the door. However, you have obliterated the pigeon, thus I must return you for accountability. Not yet. Before releasing the seawater, I had concealed several bags of weapons left by the gang. Despite dodging Agri's attacks multiple times, I still could not create distance between us. Suddenly, towering earth spikes erupted from beneath Agri's feet, an assault initiated by Gaia. How infuriating. What is this contraption? A mere parlor trick. Agri vanished, leaping to evade the earthen assault. Seizing the opportunity, I distanced myself from him. Wait. Let us discuss this rationally. I am but a weak woman. How can you righteous marines treat me so? A pirate is a pirate, and you are a 30 million berry pirate, yet I shall still grant you a reprieve. Agri instantaneously appeared before me. I curse your wild grandmother. Within this 30 million berries, there is undoubtedly a personal vendetta against me. Door. The expanding door intercepted Agri's punch, while I retrieved a frame, tossing it into the air. Simulation calculation, action simulation door. Several voids opened around, and as Agri was rebounded by the door, he swiftly employed Shave to reappear before me. The earth spikes from Gaia could not keep pace with his movement. Bang! A sword lodged beside Agri's foot. Had he merely tilted forward, the blade would have pierced his skull. This is disastrous. There is no room for negotiation. As I retreated, I grasped the triangular shard from my bracelet and cast it aside. It seems my bracelet is now useless. More doors unfolded, from which a barrage of nails shot forth. Agri deftly dodged with Shave, and I quickly opened several more doors. Almost simultaneously, Agri's kick was obstructed by the unfolded door. As he stumbled from the rebound, a blade suddenly shot forth from the door above. Iron block. A force erupted from within Agri's body, rendering him as solid as iron. The blade was effortlessly deflected. Oh. This is not on the same level. Gale foot. The gale kick does not inflict damage upon the enemy through mere strikes, but rather generates a slashing attack by creating a vacuum with a high speed and powerful kick, effortlessly cleaving its target in twain. The door was shattered effortlessly, leaving behind a scattering of geometric fragments in the air, with the continuing slash aimed directly at my forehead. In that fleeting moment, I beheld the possibilities simulated in calculations. So, SRU, the sword technique upon the lake, calm waves, manifested as a blade of water that severed the assault from the gale kick. As I seemed to hear the sound of crashing waves, Agri glared menacingly at the outsider who had abruptly entered the fray, speaking in a fierce tone that warned against disturbing the Navy's pursuit of pirates, or implying that the intruder was in league with them. The timid swordsman bowed his head in silence, seemingly pondering his words, and approached me with steady steps. The hand gripping the broad sword obstructed my line of sight. Regardless of the circumstances, she is indeed a lady, and I cannot simply stand by while you act in such a manner. It appeared to be a challenging statement for him to utter, as the swordsman's gaze remained restless, and she had even helped me retrieve my sword. The swordsman's tone was gentle, his pace measured. So, you intend to align yourself with pirates and oppose the Navy? Upon confirmation, Agri closed in with a swift motion, preparing to use a thrusting technique. The swordsman seemed to wish to say more, but was startled into defense by Agri's sudden action, raising her sword in protection. From within several doors, a multitude of sharp projectiles were unleashed. In this trajectory, in this space, no matter where he sought refuge, he was destined to be struck. Do you take me for a fool? During their exchange, I had anticipated Agri's move. My weapons were already primed and ready. Despicable pirate! Agri bellowed as he drew the blade lodged in his back. You were the one who first bullied this weak woman, were you not? It seems all is well now. I shall take a moment to rest. Gaia emerged from the earth, forming a pool of black sludge. It appeared that Gaia was indeed in a weakened state. Here, only those recently freed from captivity observed, while the gang members had long since fled, and Agri's subordinates had been dispatched to pursue Ace and his companions. Smoker's words. Much improved. Barthriel, let us charge forth together. Wait, someone is pursuing us. Barthriel halted his steps, unhesitatingly loosing an arrow skyward. God of the north wind, Boris, may your divine grace descend. The arrow traced a beautiful arc, akin to a fish leaping through water, breaking through the clouds under the setting sun. Halt. Smoker intercepted his advancing subordinate, frowning as he gazed skyward, producing a 10-handed weapon. Colonel Smoker, why have we stopped? Have they laid some trap ahead? I do not know. Do not heed the words of this gatekeeper of Rogue Town. We are, after all, subordinates of Colonel Agri. Thus spoke Agri's followers, continuing their pursuit of the fleeing Ace. Wow. From the curtain of dusk suddenly fell a torrential rain of arrows, descending upon the Navy like golden meteors. There is but a single arrow. Numerous small whirlwinds erupted, forming a colossal vortex that swept a group of sailors into the air. This is the unique talent possessed by the guardians of the Earth Mother clan, harnessing the power of the wind. He does not comprehend it fully. He merely knows that such families endowed with extraordinary divine gifts are not exclusive to the Odebate clan. For now, they will not pursue further. He wonders how Sister Watari is faring. Indeed, a deep concern gnaws at Ace as he squints, recalling the smile Watari wore when confronted with the sea of flesh in the subterranean caverns of Paradise Island. At the dock, Agil and Bartolomeo engage in a fierce battle, with Bartolomeo currently hiding in a corner, watching Agil fight against a massive piloted robot. Low yield, difficult birth, lazy production. Chapter 16, a reflection by Lancelot. Esteemed Admiral Akainu. First and foremost, I must solemnly reflect upon my own failures in leadership during this mission, and I express my profound condolences for the 35 valiant soldiers who sacrificed their lives. In the name of the Lancelot family, I vow to personally address the matters concerning the bereaved families of the deceased Navy personnel and the arrangements for their funerals, as well as the subsequent intelligence lockdown. Furthermore, the details regarding Azazel and the Island of Bliss uncovered during this mission have been duly incorporated into the mission report. I would also appreciate your elucidation on the true purpose of this operation. Otherwise, I may be compelled to withhold information to safeguard my family's interests. In conclusion, I would like to address the matter of the naval strength within the Four Seas branch. I believe there is ample room for enhancement. While they are indeed part of the Four Seas Navy, a requisite level of strength is essential. Thus, I humbly submit the following suggestions. With utmost respect, Absolute Justice. Lancelot Otto Lon. Upon reading this extensive reflection exceeding 300,000 words, Akainu felt a considerable weight upon his mind. This was not merely a reflection. It resembled a formal admonition. Rubbing his temples, he instructed a subordinate to inform the marshal that he had matters to discuss. Sengoku sat in his chair, perusing the lengthy document with a bemused expression directed at Akainu. The members of the Lancelot family were indeed reliable in their endeavors, albeit overly concerned with family honor. Akainu, standing before Sengoku, noted that the Lancelot representative had not prioritized the Navy. Must you be so stringent, Akainu? Given that Mother Earth has been obliterated, the world government can also be appeased. Alas, it is I, the Marshal, who bears the burden. Using the divine fruit brought back by Lancelot might temporarily silence their grievances. Regarding the underworld, those individuals will certainly not relinquish their claims easily. Can we entrust this matter to Agria? Although it is indeed a task, it appears he has become too closely allied with Jean, Yonoya, and others. Thus, I have assigned Lancelot to investigate. For now, we must await developments. What of the Black Spade pirates? All pirates should be eradicated. The bounty notices have already been issued. As for the other user of the divine fruit, we may keep her under observation. The physical form of Azazel poses little threat now. The Black Spade pirates. I cannot shake the feeling that something monumental is about to unfold. Chapter 17. 4. Rogtown. Agil covered her mouth and nose, holding her breath, striving to prevent the ethereal gases from infiltrating her lungs. Fortunately, her remarkable lung capacity, which allowed her prolonged underwater activity, enabled her to dismantle an enemy mech amidst the encroaching toxic fumes. The battlefield at the dock was chaotic, strewn with shattered mechanical components and fine, crumbling debris, while a tall, slender pair of individuals loomed over a man who lay unconscious inside the mech. The duo regarded the deranged yet still combative Agil with expressions twisted as if they had consumed a bitter herb. To their astonishment, the newly enhanced mech had been so easily dismantled, a mere reflection of their ineffectiveness despite the copious funds expended. The man and woman began to converse in a harmonious exchange. Subsequently, masks emerged from their attire, shielding their heads, as a long tube descended from their vessel, releasing a plume of white poison gas. Their ship was a rare sight in this world. A steamboat so colossal that it felt excessively spacious even for a mere 100 passengers. Anata, come and try out the new toy? Very well, replied Anata, as the man produced a small contraption resembling a remote control, pressing the central button. Agil dashed forward, intent on eliminating the pair before they could react, only to be thwarted by a massive iron box that descended from above. The visage of the man known as Anata materialized in the glass window of the iron box, and with a thunderous sound, the box transformed into another mech. Agil's sister. Once again, Agil found herself embroiled in battle against the mech, now caught in a precarious situation where she had to devise a strategy. Bartolomeo resolved to first rescue those trapped aboard the ship, thereby relieving Agile of the need to fight. With this thought in mind, he held his breath and submerged into the steamboat. Wow, it's enormous. Where could Agile's companions possibly be? The interior of the ship was painted in shades of gray, with patches resembling splattered blood stains of rust, evoking the eeriness of a haunted cruise. Oh dear, Anata, it seems a little mouse has infiltrated our vessel. I shall handle it. You take care of things here. Not a problem, Anata. Agile couldn't help but ponder which was more resilient, the object before her or sea-floor stone. If that alley were present, she would likely discern that this was an artificial metal far beyond the craftsmanship of this era by 5 centuries. It was evidently more numbing to her hands than before. And what was this white mist? Why did it linger for so long? Unlike the lethal toxins that directly ravaged internal organs, this poison was derived from narcotics, inducing hallucinations with prolonged exposure, eventually corroding the neural pathways of the brain. She was now entrenched in a grueling struggle, exerting every ounce of energy to maintain her sanity, making it exceedingly difficult to avoid involuntary inhalation. At this rate, victory or defeat was merely a matter of time, and Bartolomeo, that guy is in danger. Agile, with the grip of an eagle's talon, crushed her canteen, causing water to spill forth, floating around her. After accomplishing this, the next step is to see if we can shatter the sea tower stone. This is an essential breath. Agile took a sudden deep breath, her steps becoming increasingly erratic. The iron fist struck her abdomen, and the surrounding water flow was instantly disrupted. She was sent flying, tumbling several times before finally coming to a stop. The toxic gas continued to infiltrate her lungs, invading her nerves. Cough, cough. Ah, how unsightly. Just moments ago, she had triumphed over that useless one, hadn't she? The massive square mech operated with a series of fluid movements, as if it were an extension of his very body. Agile attempted to rise, but before she could steady herself, someone pulled her down to the ground. Sister Jill, this is a gas mask. She felt someone placing something on her. The voice somewhat familiar. Barterel, weren't you captured? How did you end up here? I wasn't captured. It was Ace and the others who rescued me. Bartholomew, he is already dead. What? Anyone who dares to bully our navigator must be prepared to be beaten thoroughly. Who are you? Ace stood before the mech, wearing an irksome yet charming expression, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Captain of the Spade Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. In a flash, Ace executed an astonishing leap, aligning his body parallel to the center of the mech, his left hand spinning with flames. He landed atop the mech, pressing down on its energy source. Fire Fist. A column of flame exceeding 3,000 degrees surged through the mech, leaving molten zinc holes in its wake. Ace leaped away, and mere moments later, Anata within the mech suddenly turned crimson, bubbling as the formerly square-shaped mech melted into a gooey mass akin to molten chocolate. The air within the shield instantly boiled, scorching Anata's skin beyond recognition. Without a shadow of a doubt, Ace emerged victorious. What a truly terrifying power. Is this the ability bestowed by a devil fruit? It is said that users of Logia-type fruits are unbeatable during the first half of the Grand Line. Not to mention, the Maramara no Mi is inherently a fruit of formidable offensive capability. Agile gently squinted, trying to regain clarity in her mind. Cough. Why does my head feel so dizzy? Brother Ace, this is clearly poison gas. Don't just stand there, come back. Short scene, Watari's plan years later. Ace and Watari. Today, Watari decided to flirt with Ace. Otherwise, they resembled a mother-son duo too closely. Plan A, flirtation attack Ace. What is it? Look at what's in my eyes. Next, she would declare that only he resided in her eyes, causing Ace to blush, a playful smirk following. Is there dust in them? Ace suddenly leaned closer to Watari, gently blowing on the corner of her eyes. I helped you with that. Is it feeling better now? Why are you crouching down with your head in your hands? Is it not your eyes that are uncomfortable? Watari, flirting failure. Or perhaps a success. Chapter 18. The four-screen shield fruit deep within the ship, in a place where gold and silver are amassed. One might assume that such a tightly secured area would serve as a prison, but to his surprise, it contained merely these objects. Bartholomew held a golden crown in his hand. Weighing it thoughtfully, he found no interest in it. His grandmother had often warned him that wealth could invite calamity, and one should not place too much value on money. Indeed, he decided to call her to inquire about the whereabouts of individuals in captivity. Bartholomew retrieved a small telephone bug from his coat, dialing the number. Buzz, hello, who is this? Grandmother, it's me, Bartholomew. Oh, it's you. What do you wish to know? Could you tell me where people are typically held? People are blinded by power and confounded by wealth. Seek there. Oh, I understand now. Grandmother. Thank you. Click. Beneath this treasure, there must surely be a hidden passage. How he arrived at this conclusion remains a mystery to this day. Nevertheless, Bartholomew began to rummage through the piles of gold. Why are there fruits here? He wondered as he held a box containing green fruits, scratching his head in contemplation. I'm a bit hungry, but no, this is not the time to eat. Sister Agile is waiting for my rescue. Suddenly, a mechanical rumble emanated from behind the previously sealed iron door. Aha! Come on, come on. The cacophony grated against Bartholomew's eardrums, as the grinding of metal against metal resonated like a saw slicing through the floor. Abruptly, the stuttering sound smoothed out, and the iron door was easily flung open, soaring over Bartholomew's head. At that moment, a steel motorcycle zoomed past him. Had he not ducked just in time, it would have been more than just the door that was knocked aside. It could have been his head. Ugh, he gasped, frantically pounding his chest as he swallowed the fruit he had inadvertently bitten into. The fruit was rather tough, nearly choking him. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. Onward. Let us keep the excitement going. Onata cackled with wild glee, pressing down on the accelerator, the monstrous wheels screeching ominously. Bartholomew dashed out into the corridor, but alas, this passage was perfectly suited for the motorcycle's onslaught, devoid of any rooms or corners to hide within. He realized this unfortunate truth, yet there was no turning back. No matter, I'll give it my all. He could hear the roar of the motorcycle's engine, smell the foul exhaust fumes, and feel the chill of fear creeping up his spine. Boom. Once again, Bartholomew ducked and covered his head, evading the motorcycle's assault as it skidded across the floor, sparking in its wake. Now, his escape route was completely blocked. The motorcycle was slightly narrower than the corridor itself, and if he timed it just right, perhaps his fingers snapped rhythmically as they moved, a testament to their agility. Quite nimble indeed. Then let us first crush those disobedient feet. They are as grotesque as a snake revealing its fangs, and in comparison, he appears more appealing, despite the constant remarks on his fearsome visage. But what does it matter? What others think is of no concern to him. All he needs is. Bartolomeo assumed a combative stance, fixating his gaze upon Onata. In that moment, he resembled a malevolent specter. The steel motorcycle charged towards him with its jagged teeth, and just before being crushed, Bartolomeo sidestepped the onslaught, resulting in a long gash from a nearby spike, eliciting a pained groan from him. The scent of rust was bothersome. How tedious. Wouldn't it be easier to simply succumb to death? No, Sister Agile is still waiting for me. After all, it's merely a matter of who descends into hell first. You shall go first. Stubborn, yet let us crush that thing into oblivion. The steel motorcycle roared again, licking the bloodstains on the ground. Last time was fortune, but what of this time? The likelihood of Bartolomeo bringing Onata down was minuscule. Come, embrace death. Suddenly, Bartolomeo recalled his grandmother's words about the hand gesture of intertwining the middle and index fingers, symbolizing luck and exorcism. So luck, please. Barrier. An unbelievable phenomenon occurred. A transparent wall shielded him from the oncoming motorcycle. After a colossal impact yielded no results, the iron beast was sent reeling. Bartolomeo gazed in astonishment at his own hand. Lucky. His grandmother's words were indeed true. Damn it. Is it a devil fruit? You actually consumed it. Onata's hysterical fury erupted, and the fallen motorcycle miraculously righted itself, charging again towards the barrier. After several futile assaults, the battle reached a stalemate. Bartolomeo could not dismantle the shield, yet simultaneously he was unable to strike Onata. With each passing moment, Agile grew increasingly perilous. He attempted to maintain the barrier's distance. Yet the farther he retreated, the more he sensed its instability, teetering on the brink of vanishing. This distance was too short for him to make a decision. Bartolomeo was suddenly greeted by a familiar voice. Despite its low and raspy tone, he immediately recognized it as Sister Agile. Tears brimmed in Bartolomeo's eyes, as if he believed Agile to be deceased. Agile, still clad in her gas mask, was unmistakable with her striking wine-red hair. Yet, he overlooked the chilling aura emanating from her gray-blue eyes beneath the mask. The fishman karate secret art, surrounding water flow, swirled around Agile, resembling a guardian spirit. Second layer, fishman karate secret art. Agile forcefully stomped the ground, the iron floor shrieking in protest as a shockwave erupted, conjuring a tempest. Her speed was akin to that of a bullet. The murderous intent became evident. sending a shiver down Bartolomeo's spine, rendering his back even colder than before. Before Agile's iron fist could strike, he cowardly pressed himself against the wall. A celestial encounter. Even within such a constricted space, the surging waves seemed poised to hurl Bartolomeo into the abyss. The very air transformed into a blade, annihilating everything in its vicinity, as if a cataclysm had ensued. No, this was a terror-surpassing mere explosion. This was a woman of unparalleled ferocity. The small area surrounding Agile remained relatively unscathed, yet death lingered perilously close, mere centimeters behind Bartolomeo. It was challenging to misinterpret her intentions. Anata was even swept away along with the screen shield, leaving behind a gaping square hole through which the vast ocean was visible. Agile, the fierce leader, is truly magnificent. This fool remained oblivious to the fact that the specter of death had its eyes fixed upon him. Agile had exerted considerable effort to ensure that Bartolomeo did not meet an untimely demise. A day in the life of Lance. At 6 o'clock, rise and shine. Followed by a refreshing shower and a hearty breakfast. By 6:30, I proceed to the training grounds to assess the progress of my subordinates. At 7, I attend to matters in the office. Noon brings the time for lunch, followed by a brief respite at 1 o'clock. At 2, I return to the office to continue my work. 5 o'clock marks the end of the day. By 6, I enjoy dinner, and at 6:30, I delve into the art of swordsmanship. At 9, I indulge in reading, and by 10, I cleanse myself before retiring to bed. What principles can Colonel Lancelot impart to the new Navy regarding the pursuit of excellence? A disciplined lifestyle. Chapter 19. For greetings, timid swordsman. At the dock in Anata, the battle with Agri was taking place. Watari and I were positioned outside the circus, where an astonishing display of speed occurred. In a mere 0.36 seconds, Watari executed a series of rapid footfalls, generating explosive recoil that made him appear to vanish from the enemy's sight, a remarkable technique from the Navy's 6th style. While I observed their combat from the sidelines, my presence was rendered unnecessary, as Agri had cleared the area to prevent any surprise tactics from me, leaving no escape routes. Clutching Gaia, I focused on analyzing their fighting styles through my observation hockey. 0.36 seconds with such strength and speed, why resort to feint teleportation? Wouldn't it be more effective to simply strike directly? Indeed, what are you doing, Watari? I am reinforcing my shoes, I replied. Why the triangular framework? The soles of my thick-soled black leather shoes were affixed with small nails to create a framework. Yuan Fong, I've devised a plan. I squeezed Gaia's soft body. This creature could relieve stress. Demon. Fool. Release me. No. I am weary of your insults. Would you like me to teach you Chinese? Our village is quite inventive with greetings. Meanwhile, the battle on their side was stalemated due to his reluctance to harm the Navy. Although it appeared that Agri was dominating the swordsman, it was merely a lack of intent to fight on the swordsman's part. At this moment, a beautiful maiden must save the distressed. Through spatial folding and compression, harnessing the momentary force of recoil, I could execute my canine-style attack. In a flash, I positioned myself behind Agri and unleashed my ultimate technique. Go. Old 8 secret little hamburger. I hurled Gaia into the fray, once committed to throwing. I am a woman who acts decisively. Fool. Agri exclaimed. Gaia, the Earth Mother, the Mother of Gods, possessed omniscience and mastery of numerous languages, yet ironically, could not muster a proper insult. Though silenced in its verbal retorts, it still descended softly upon Agri. I immediately returned to my position behind the swordsman. Agri, fixated solely on the swordsman, failed to anticipate my sudden appearance at his rear, resulting in a chaotic mess. Is this the canine-style attack? Agri mused, grasping the grotesque creature behind him, fixating on me. No, this is the application of learned skills. I stepped firmly upon the ground, catching a glimpse of the door's violet edge. Are you certain you won't handle that? After all, it is a pirate with an 80 million belly bounty. What? Suddenly, Gaia began to writhe, reminiscent of my first encounter with the Sea of Flesh on Bliss Island, exhibiting a devouring skill strikingly similar to that of Azazel. Even knowing that Gaia would merely induce oxygen deprivation and unconsciousness in Agri, I couldn't help but shiver in anticipation. Agri's head was buried in the black mud, swirling with hues of yellow and red. The myriad colors flowed like liquid through the dark mire. Agri attempted to grasp Gaia, but to no avail. He could not secure a grip on Gaia at all. I prevented the swordsman, eager to rescue the Navy, from intervening, shaking my head to reassure him that it was merely a matter of letting Agri remain unconscious for a while. The swordsman, with a face etched in concern, stared at Agri, who was being gradually engulfed. In desperation, Agri resorted to the 6 styles, yet he failed to dislodge Gaia. He then began to lash out aimlessly at his surroundings. Gaia, do not suffocate him to death. Such demands. Next, it will be your turn, Gaia proclaimed, triumphant. With a smile, I watched as Agri grew weaker under Gaia's influence, and I struck up a conversation with the feeble swordsman. You were quite impressive. You effortlessly severed that cage just moments ago. No, it was nothing. By the way, I owe you my gratitude for saving my life. My name is Watari, and yours? I recalled hearing Bartle refer to him by a lengthy title, de Lancelot Otto. Quite the mouthful. Is he a family swordsman? No. I am merely a wandering swordsman now. Do you have a destination in mind? I plan to venture into the Grand Line. And then, to gaze skyward, his melancholy evident even without insight. I am sorry. I do not yet know. Would you care to join our pirate crew? We are setting out for adventures in the Grand Line, and we are a professional team recruiting before a naval captain. A pirate crew. We are noble pirates. We strive to serve the people and remain true to our ideals. We are determined to promote democracy and freedom along the Grand Line. I spoke with unfeigned sincerity, employing all my charm to entice this beauty, wishing to stand alongside Agri for a pleasing sight. So, shall we set sail together? His hand brushed against the hilt of his broad sword, where a slight indentation suggested it once housed something. His hand trembled slightly as he contemplated for a long moment before finally responding. If it is all right for just me. Not a problem. Welcome aboard. The Black Spade pirate crew. I could hardly contain my excitement as I grasped his hand, ignoring the panic on his face, and cheerfully exclaimed, Hello. Our swordsman. Trainer Watari successfully captured the magical sword Pakmon, possesses a timid disposition, yet upholds the chivalric code. He is the ideal partner for novice trainers. The not only wields observation hockey, but also armament hockey. Indeed. How impressive. Please be sure to teach my children. All right. I drew an SP. He is only 17, and yet he is so formidable? Because I have been training since childhood. It must have been arduous. No. Hey. It's resolved. Agri had already lost consciousness, and Gaia transformed back into a lump. I walked over and lifted him. Watari, the substitute machine, exclaimed. He fled with such swiftness. He simply refuses to walk. Do you think you are a child? By the way, introducing Gaia, proud yet unpretentious. Hey. I've seen the wanted poster. Isn't it an experimental subject on the run? Isn't that dangerous? You are the most charming creature in that wanted notice. No. Those foolish Navy officers. I am Gaia, the Earth Mother. No need to be so angry. Perhaps you are merely the most bountiful pirate of the Eastern Sea. Who cares? See, not dangerous at all. Come, give it a squeeze. It even makes a delightful squeaking sound. Thud. Oh no. Gaia suddenly leaped onto my head, enveloping it and cutting off my breath. Oh dear. Are you all right? Scene. The telephone bug and Desire. This petite telephone bug is rather convenient. Xiaoba, indeed. I specifically sought this out. Desire, then I shall graciously accept it. Xiaoba, hey. I feel as though those esteemed individuals are nurturing me. If they bestow upon me too many recommendations, I might become proud. Please, lessen the burden a little. If I have less pressure, I shall remain humble. Chapter 24 Farewell. Rogertown. After Agri fell, the remaining individuals gathered around. Had the Navy been defeated? Truly impressive. I spotted the burly man amidst the crowd. Humph. After all, I am a pirate with a bounty of 3,000 berry. You don't seem to have contributed much. It was this young lad who did all the fighting, wasn't it? How annoying. We must take our leave. What do you plan to do next? I surveyed the people around me. They hardly seemed like individuals gathered from the same place. Going home. I can't return to the ship now. What am I to do? I've lost my job. Hooray. No more school. I can't go back to the Vihirasai gang either. Yes. We could form our own gang. Are these people truly all right? I gazed at the chaotic scene, rubbing my temples. Right. I wonder if Ace has resolved things over there. Although Smoker pursued him, if Ace cannot handle it, can Chief G manage? The aesthetic of Chief G's violence is truly captivating. I recalled Agile S form, reminiscent of the war goddess Durga, and felt an urge to witness Smoker getting thoroughly beaten. If I hurry over, I might just see it. Demiran, let us go? Demiran, is that not permissible? Then how about de Ai Fei, de Nyang Nyang? That could work. All right then. Demiran. The situation on Ace's side. Bartolomeo to Smoker. Why is it me? Ace and Agile entered the ship to find Bartolomeo and control the gas. The manual switch had been damaged by Ace's fire, leaving toxic gas lingering outside. Bartolomeo remained a safe distance from the gas, trying to stay calm. Sister Watari advised him not to panic in the face of adversity, to remain as steady as Mount Tai, though he was unsure what that meant, presumably something quite heavy. He hid within the crevices of the Bay's structures, watching the approaching navy. They shouldn't discover Brother Ace. They are inside the ship. And a battle won't break out immediately. I should prepare. Boom. The massive steamship shook violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. An object burst through the steel hull like a bullet, flying into the distant sea, leaving Bartolomeo momentarily stunned. Sister G, is there a battle occurring on the ship? This surely indicates Sister G has emerged victorious. One could deduce that from the hole in the ship's body. Goodness. Had he been too long without communication with the outside world, or was he simply too weak? Clearly, one must not slack off in training with Sister Watari, otherwise they would drift further away from their goals. Smoker wore a solemn expression as he observed the steamship, which appeared on the verge of sinking, and glanced at the chaotic battleground, realizing he might soon face opponents more ferocious than wild beasts. This pirate crew is truly exceptional. A sharpshooter wielding a bow infused with the wind, a wielder of powers impervious to the sea, a possessor of a natural fruit, bizarre creatures, and a human adept in fishman karate. Excuse me, who are those fallen individuals? Smoker, with a cigarette in his mouth, turned to inquire of his subordinate behind him. I'm not sure, but I do recognize that person. That is Vihirashi, the leader of the Vihirashi gang. What is he doing here? And what are those machines? Damn it, that is Lord Onada. Lord Onada of the Gianu now new family. A friend of Colonel Agri. Could that just now have been Lord Onada flying away? Agri's subordinate was thrown into a panic, hastily running towards the location where Onada had just departed. Gianu now new family. What is that? The subordinate had heard of it. They are quite a renowned family in the Grand Line, seemingly the owners of Chain Island, known for manufacturing submarines and ships. The Navy often collaborates with them to procure vessels. So, is that the backing of that so-called power? The Navy headquarters remains as chaotic as ever, with smoke billowing. Smoker extracted 2 more cigarettes from his arm and lit them. What connection does Gianna now have with Pigeon? This, the subordinate could not say. Smoker contemplated the situation, his gaze towards the fallen individuals growing colder. This is quite troublesome. Nonetheless, we cannot allow the pirates to escape from Log Town. Colonel Smoker, what about these 2? Capture them, and bring back those who were just sent flying. I intend to interrogate them thoroughly. However, did you not hear what I said? It's fine. I will bear the consequences alone. Colonel Smoker. Footsteps resounded as a strikingly beautiful woman with wine-red hair and a gas mask emerged through the gaping hole, followed by a man sporting a green comb atop his head. The man, with a ghastly visage, chattered incessantly, yet the woman clearly paid him no heed, her gaze fixed on Smoker and his group. Removing her gas mask, she revealed a visage as stunning as a winter plum blossom. Over there, Navy. The white mist is toxic, destructive, agile. After her words, she donned the gas mask once more, preparing to return to the steamer. Hey, Agile. Smoker transformed partially into smoke, crossing the distance to stand before Agile at the entrance of the hole. Your spade pirate crew is indeed quite conspicuous on my territory. Agile nonchalantly acknowledged her boldness, scrutinizing Smoker from head to toe, while Bartolomeo crossed his middle and index fingers. I must attend to the toxic gas. Is there an issue? You are under arrest. Boom. In just a few minutes, and before the tremors from the initial impact had ceased, a second wave of destruction arrived as Ace found the gas chamber. Cough. Ace was propelled into the vast space left behind by the explosion of the battle waged by Ajir, landing just below Ajir's level, without any ceiling to separate the floors. Naturally, he noticed Ajir and scratched his head with a wry smile, apologizing. I'm afraid this ship might sink. As if in response to Ace's words, a series of explosions echoed from the ship's hull, prompting Ace to spring to his feet, ready to flee. The wind, a fierce gale swept through the dock, dispersing the mist, revealing Bartolomeo and the recently arrived Vatali, along with Gaia and Da. Hey, Ace, Chief Ajir, hurry down. We're setting sail. Upon hearing the shout, Ajir immediately seized Smoker's face with his left hand, adorned with hockey-coated gauntlets, and slammed him down onto the ground. How ruthless. WOC, how cruel. Ajir, the boss lady, is more notorious than the gangsters. Let us go. Ah, wait for me. Damn it. Outside. Ah, I see it. Though observation hockey lacks color and sound, the sensation is exquisite. It avenges my grievance against the weapon shop, which caused me to lose the sea stone key. Setting sail now? Then knocked out a Navy officer who was about to attack, contemplating. It should be fine. I've calculated the wind direction, and we are not far from our docked ship. Besides, isn't it thrilling? Are we going down? Setting sail already? Ace leaped off the ship with Bartolomeo, followed closely by Ajir. Yes, we were all running towards the ship, pursued by the Navy. Smoker was in the lead, but regrettably, he wasn't riding his bike today. Otherwise, he might have caught up with us. Is Chief Ajir leaving? Who are you two? Oh, you're Shikamaru. No, wait, it's Xiaoxiang. That doesn't seem right. This is my newly recruited swordsman. Oh, a new crew member. Welcome. I'm Ace, the captain. And I'm Bartolomeo, ready to follow Chief Ajir. No way. Ajir coldly rejected. Why not? Mr. Did you agree to board? The clamor of humanity increased. In the end, Bartolomeo, under Ajir's stern warning, was unable to board the ship. It was said that he later formed the Bartolomeo Club with the members of the Vihirashi gang. Weather, wind direction, are we ready? All set. The sail is hoisted. It appears that my presence is not required here. Gulyalu Fire Fist Ace, noted as the user of the Mara Mara no Mi, possesses the ability to transform his body into flames. Hound Wadari, noted for his capability to utilize spatial storage to procure items. Destructive Strength Agile, noted for his mastery of Fishman Karate, endowed with extraordinary strength. Arrow Wind Bathreel, noted for his exceptional archery skills, capable of infusing arrows with the power of wind for enhanced attacks. Mother Gaia, noted as a failed experiment who managed to escape. Watari among us. I have the least prominent standing. Next up is the free portion. Let us strive onward, Ace. Chapter 21. The bonds left by Free the Pirate flag serves as a manifestation of the surrounding demonstrations, symbolizing both the insignia of the group and the assertion of individual will. Well then, come and see how my pirate flag turned out. Ace, wake up. ZZ. Did you finish the painting? It's amazing. But what Ari? Although it looks splendid, this night might frighten Bart. Absolutely not. Bart shivered slightly. It feels a bit inappropriate. I think it looks great. The skull is composed of 23 flat bones of varying shapes and sizes, along with irregular bones, including paired parietal and temporal bones, and unpaired frontal, sphenoid, occipital, and ethmoid bones, totaling 8, which encircle the cranial cavity. Additionally, there are paired maxillae, zygomatic bones, nasal bones, lacrimal bones, palatine bones, and nasal conchae, alongside unpaired vomer, mandible, and hyoid, making 15 that constitute the facial skull. These all resemble Ace's perfectly. I observed for quite some time to achieve this. Ace, that won't do. Really? How troublesome. I find you to be the troublesome one. De chuckled silently as Agile yawned and retreated to the ship while we began to debate whether abstract or realistic art was superior. All right, I've redrawn it. This time, let us make it cuter. Please, Ace. The more I look at it, the more it appears to depict a skeletal version of myself. While a wry smile may be cool, a more conventional approach would be preferable. Surely, Ace finds this skull to be quite impressive. I must place it in the space. Today's artistic inspiration is rather rare. After a while. Completed. This time it's flawless. A charming little skeleton atop a red spade, wearing a flaming hat adorned with both laughing and crying emblems. Oh, this is quite nice. Ace propped his chin on his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you, Watari. You're welcome. We'll hang it up once the paint dries. Thus, the first pirate flag of the Black Spade Pirates was hoisted atop the ship. I couldn't shake the feeling that with the pirate flag now raised, there were more matters to attend to. Perhaps I should prepare some disguise props. The next island we can reach tomorrow, Agile announced as he stepped onto the deck, addressing Ace and me still on the deck. What kind of island? A regular little town. We'll only stop there briefly. I happen to have some supplies I need. We're not far from the Grand Line. Lon stepped out gently. Just in time. Regarding that hockey matter, recently, it seems Ace has been particularly motivated after some stimulus. Bart Lon. And I possess observation hockey, yet he struggles against Agile, who lacks hockey. His position as captain feels slightly unsteady, hence his intensified efforts and training. Strange. My observation hockey has increased. Are you asking me to teach you about observation hockey? That fellow remarked that your observation hockey is rather unique. What precisely makes it so exceptional? There are numerous reasons behind it. For instance, If I were to take a silver coin from my possession and toss it aloft, it invariably lands with the same side facing up. Quite impressive, isn't it? One might attribute such occurrences to mere luck. However, I rely not on fortune, but rather on the calculations derived from the data within the realm of observation hockey to ascertain that it would indeed land on the same side. It is akin to a simulated computation that has determined the outcome. I yearn to learn from Vatali. My inability to surpass him has led to this predicament. First, I must clear my mind and attune myself to the world. I shall listen to the voices of all things. How does it feel? I seem to perceive something. What? Is there a treasure chest within the sunken ship below? Wait, Mr. Dolphin, please elaborate further. As I am not a particularly competent teacher, I ultimately found myself learning from the Earth Mother Conqueror's hockey. Indeed, Gaia, do you possess such abilities? Just a glance is sufficient. What? This body can be adeptly utilized by me. Once analyzed, imitation is feasible. Much like when you assess that shave. Why is it merely a glance? I spent so much time analyzing, ultimately failing due to insufficient training. The scale of the spirit differs. Even a fraction of the soul allows me to be divine. Utilize it wisely, and your fruit abilities will enhance. When we are not bickering. Gaia is indeed an agreeable teacher with whom I can discuss a myriad of topics. Archery. Yes, it is just like this. Draw the bowstring back, aligning your gaze parallel to the arrowhead. The wind. What are you saying? Sister Vatali is remarkable. She has hit the target. Why does my shot lack wind? This is a unique ability of our clan. I, too, desire a buff that enhances my attacking power. The demon truly shows favoritism. Rather than dwelling on the demon's power, I should better harness the strength of my own blood. Can Gaia enlighten me on the mathematical principles of the linear world? This way, I could avoid relying on angles. Calculate it yourself? Why must I continue to study mathematics in a different world? Swordsmanship. Can you wield your left hand? Lomping gazed at me intently, speaking softly. Well, due to an accident, my right side had previously been impaired, thus I practiced with my left hand. Now, I can use both hands proficiently. Then, I can attempt to diversify my sword techniques. Now, in a simulated battlefield at the Navy headquarters. Ace has been captured and is on the brink of execution. The detailed scenario is documented on the 3rd page. Please devise a plan to rescue Ace. Bartolomeo tapped his head with a pen, pondering over the examination paper. I took out a small chair, a little table, and a small blackboard to impart my lessons, which could be deemed a course on battle strategies. Why was I captured again? Ace approached and glanced at Bartolomeo's test paper. Does Ace wish to learn? I am uncertain of what the Pirate King entails, yet I can certainly enlighten you on the art of kingship. No need. Well, after all, Ace is indeed Ace. He raised his gaze to me, beaming with a radiant smile under the sun. I see the island. Huff. Here, there is Sunshine Meadows, and a quaint town, serving as a brief respite after Log Town. Everyone dispersed to undertake their own pursuits. Aguilar retrieved a bag, intending to pilfer some soil. Planning to plant flowers? I brought some seeds from the house in South Canis. Do you have any particular flowers in mind? Is that permissible? Can we plant a bird of paradise? I shall give it a try. Thank you, Chief Chi. May I lend a hand? Bartolomeo appeared quite intrigued and joined Aguilar. Hey, take me for a stroll, I said. All right. I and Mother Earth also ventured into the town, while Ace and Lon set off to explore the town as well. At the town-s restaurant. Hey, boss, listen to me. When I journeyed to that deserted island, I encountered someone quite peculiar and unexpectedly intriguing, a blue-haired man clad in a long robe and mask, holding a wine glass, reclining in a chair and speaking to the proprietor. Reeking of alcohol. Dingling. The doorbell chimed, and a man with freckles on his cheeks and a golden-haired swordsman entered the establishment. The sun-like individual flashed a hearty smile as he approached the counter, taking a seat next to the inebriated man. Boss, I'd like some meat. Certainly, please hold on. Didn't you hear? I am destined to pen the world's foremost adventure novel. Listen closely to my tale. This young man seems to be intoxicated. Ace remarked, lifting his hat to glance at the oddly dressed man. To set down his broadsword and ordered a meal from the proprietor. Oh, you all seem familiar. Where have I seen you before? De raised his gaze, subtly observing those around him, before lowering his head to ponder with his fingers. I remember. Hey, you are Fire Fist Ace, aren't you? The pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries. You are truly formidable. Your first bounty is remarkably high. And it seems there are few in the East Blue whose bounty surpasses yours. You recognize me? Have I inadvertently become so renowned? Of course. Hey, you must have experienced countless adventures. Do share your stories with me. Is this person a pirate? The surrounding patrons overheard their conversation, leading to a commotion. That face. Indeed, he is a pirate. The Fire Fist Ace. Why would such a notorious pirate visit this humble town? Quick, run away. People scattered in a frenzy, causing chaos in the restaurant, and the proprietor collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Upon entering this chaotic scene, I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and let out a sigh. Initially, I had thought that staying close to him would prevent any mishaps, but it seems this group is quite the challenge. Oh, I hadn't realized such a thing existed. Your adventures are truly unique. Haha, you are quite the character. Wataru. You've arrived. I chose to overlook Ace and approach the captain directly, attempting to soothe his anxious heart. It was rather amusing to calm a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries, as he appeared somewhat flustered. The first mate of the Spade Pirates is a man named Dios, a name he adopted after becoming acquainted with Ace. After their initial meeting, the two co-founded their pirate crew and equally shared the powers of the Marimara Nomi. Subsequently, Ace acquired the abilities, while Dios did not. Dios, who possesses no combat prowess, enjoys writing novels, and after meeting Ace, he opened his heart and chose to follow him, taking on a role akin to that of Robin, the archaeologist, responsible for documenting significant events aboard the ship. Chapter 22. Next stop, Upside Down Mountain. It's alright. Our captain is a good child who would never cause harm, and he always pays for the meals diligently. I gently stroked the tuft of hair atop the boss's head, offering some comfort. No, he wouldn't harm anyone, right? Yes, indeed, Ace chimed in. Why don't you share your thoughts? Right, boss, the meat is about to burn. Ace laughed, pointing at the meat sizzling on the stove. I approached and deftly took over the grilling from the boss. Thank you, Watari. I was surprised by how accustomed I had become to this. Please let me handle it. Then I leave it to you, Gaia. Would you like something? Just a glass of milk, please. The masked man before them, who shared a rapport with Ace, remained silent, but the sight brought a slight relaxation to his facial muscles. They truly resembled brothers. The thought that drifted into his mind made him uneasy. This inner prompt rendered him restless amidst the congenial atmosphere, and his breathing grew somewhat labored. It was akin to the sensation he experienced after completing rigorous training, as the beautiful, silvery images projected onto his retina became blurred. Though his throat rebelled against the food, he forcefully filled it, compressing and swallowing, a routine he had grown accustomed to. The situation was still far from crossing the red line. Moreover, if his emotions became too apparent, shall we go for a walk? It seems Ace and the others will be chatting for a while. The vice captain of the Spade Pirates, his second in command, could sense it. He had noticed this lady, this woman, from the moment he boarded the ship. Even if one attributed it to observation hockey, he harbored a degree of skepticism. He could not inquire about her identity, but her daily actions suggested she had received an education at least equal to his own, though her demeanor could not fully compare to that of aristocratic young ladies. The intrinsic elegance she exuded reminded him of a princess he had once encountered in a distant land. Rationality, wisdom, gentleness, qualities not entirely possessed by those noble ladies confined within towering castles. And that formidable talent, far surpassing that of the brilliant knight. Or perhaps it could be said that the knight could not even compare to this extraordinary gift. At this level, he could only attribute it to divine favor, someone cherished by the gods. Whether in swordsmanship, archery, martial arts, or any other discipline, her learning was not of the ordinary sort, but rather akin to rehabilitation, as if she had always known these skills but had merely forgotten how to wield them before effortlessly picking them up again. He was aware that her observation hockey had developed to a point where she could perceive emotions, even his own. He could not claim to be an exceptional politician adept at concealing his feelings, but was he truly that legible? Well, the lady was considerate. Every time he found himself ensnared in endless confusion, she would invariably appear unexpectedly, guiding him to engage in other pursuits. For the sake of her thoughtfulness, he should not refuse. The fresh air outside indeed brought relief to his lungs and stomach. Habitually walking behind the woman, he became acutely aware that he was no knight. Nor was she a noble lady. Gradually, he found himself aligning with Vadali. The lady seemed oblivious to his presence, engaging in light banter with the creature named Gaia. Laughing merrily, her lack of attention was a blessing, as he needed only a moment of respite to maintain his composure. Excuse me, fair maiden. May I have a glimpse of your sword? That peculiar address was not unwelcome. Without hesitation, he surrendered his sword to Vadali, but she frowned momentarily upon witnessing his gesture. Holding the weapon, her gaze scanned the grooves on the broad blade, remnants of what once was, before she returned it to him. Why do you wish to see the sword? Well, I was contemplating a gift for everyone. A gift? Indeed. You are my first companions on this adventure. Even if I were to present gifts, I fear I possess nothing worthy of reciprocation. Not to worry. Just a trinket of little value. Perhaps you could wash a few extra dishes in return. Der's expression shifted in mild surprise, revealing his characteristic enigmatic smile. In the restaurant, hey? How did this guy fall asleep? Perhaps he has drunk too much. Is that so? Boss, another bowl, please. All right. Ace observed the fallen masked man, feeling a pang of regret for not having had the chance to invite him aboard. It would surely have been entertaining. Excuse me? Is that a piano over there? In a nondescript corner of the restaurant, a pristine white piano sat quietly in the sunlight streaming through the window. Dust motes floating above it, shimmering with a faint golden hue. It resembled a rhythmic spirit slumbering upon a dreamlike, pure white cloud, evoking a sense of enchantment. Yes. The boss's gaze seemed somewhat unfocused as he turned to the other side, where once a daughter had played. But it was no longer in use and was now slated for disposal. What a pity. Otherwise, boss, why not sell me that piano? We happen to have a multi-talented first mate. I truly appreciate your offer. As I caressed the polished surface of the piano, the coolness beneath my fingertips stirred something within me. I pressed a white key, and a captivating sound emanated from the instrument. Though the tone was impeccably standard, it possessed a unique allure that enchanted the listener. What do you think? Ace wore a smile, eager for praise. It's wonderful. I truly enjoy it. I cannot bear to hurt his feelings. In truth, I am not particularly fond of the piano. Then hurry and give it a try. Music. How delightful this way. We have a musician among us. I'll be working several jobs now. I haven't even received my wages. I have become the one who pays. He sat sorrowfully on the piano bench, adjusting its height, which seemed suited for a child of 5 or 6 years. I adjusted myself to a suitable position, contemplating what melody to play. Ace sat cross-legged beside me, beaming with a smile, while Agile, covered in a layer of soil, collaborated with Batriel to tend to the burgeoning prototype of a flower bed. Gaia leapt onto the piano, lost in thought, and Der leaned against the railing, gazing out at the ocean. The sea breeze whispered past my ears, leaving traces of white feathers from the flapping seagulls, the splashes of fish gliding through the water, and the calm rhythm of human breaths, evoking a desire to remain forever in this miraculous sea. I recalled the excitement and aspirations I felt while watching One Piece in my youth. Here I am now, surrounded by companions, embarking on an adventure. Though my journey may not be lengthy, I still hope. In my childhood, the treasure maps perpetually danced in my mind, a constant search for the miraculous land. I wish not to be outdone by a stranger. La. Once again, I have yet to grasp my dreams. If the world could change, would it take the unknowing me along, ensuring that memories never fade? This vast ocean is woven from the dreams of countless souls. What might I discover here? Have you ever yearned for such experiences? Meeting diverse strangers, embarking together on dreamlike adventures, the adventures we once longed for in our youth. Why can they not be realized now? Chapter 23. The Upside-Down Mountain and Our Dreams. The Upside-Down Mountain is an extraordinary and perilous peak, serving as the gateway to the Grand Line. It boasts 5 waterways, arranged in an X shape, with 4 currents flowing upward towards the summit and 1 current leading down into the Grand Line. The 4 ascending waterways connect to the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, respectively, while the final waterway flows into the Grand Line itself. The only means of entering the Grand Line, apart from traversing the doldrums, is through the Upside-Down Mountain, which marks both the beginning and the end of this fabled route, as the opposite side leads to the edge of the New World. Captain Gigi is well informed about this. Are we soon to arrive at the Upside-Down Mountain? Ace exclaimed from the bow of the ship, his excitement akin to that of a child. And what of the Red Earth continent? I yearn to behold it. Indeed. Apart from Mary Geos, I am utterly curious about what secrets the vast Red Earth continent holds. I could hardly contain my exhilaration, bouncing in place with unrestrained glee. Adventure. What a splendid notion. Let us set sail for the Upside-Down Mountain. Bartolomeo observed the antics of these 2 imbeciles, the captain and the first mate, and felt a sense of trepidation for their future. To enter the Grand Line, one must navigate through the Upside-Down Mountain, where the currents of the 4 seas converge and ascend towards the clouds, epitomizing the notion that if one does not strive for higher ground, The waters will not perpetually flow downward. Having caught the current, we approached the entrance to the Grand Line. The thunderous lightning in the sky showed no signs of abating, while dark clouds chased our vessel, which bobbed restlessly amidst the tempest. Watari, I entrust this to you. Okay, leave it to me. I will conduct the simulations. My mastery of observation hockey had seen a qualitative leap recently, now extending to a nautical mile while retaining its precision. I gazed at the compass in my hand, reluctantly caressing it, aware that it would soon become obsolete. Ah, splendid. Truly, you are remarkable, Captain Gigi. Raindrops pelted the faces of the crew, each wearing a different expression. A crimson line emerged on the tempestuous sea, gradually expanding, the elevation rising rapidly until it formed an unattainable peak, presumably the highest mountain in this world. Incredible. The ocean beneath the torrential rain began to rise, enveloped in a veil of mist, the red earth continent taking on an air of mystique, both serene and majestic. Bartolomeo, quickly take the helm. Ace, adjust the sails. D. Captain Gigi, the ship is tilting slightly. Let us adjust the angle of the sails. As expected, our vessel navigated flawlessly through the current, soon revealing the canal of the heavenly staircase nestled within the red earth continent. It truly ascended. Bartolomeo felt that his understanding of physics could not elucidate this phenomenon. What is the principle behind this? I do not know. I have long since abandoned pondering such trivial matters. Wow, how magnificent. Yoho, the Grand Line, here I come, Ace. The Red Land. So this is how it is. Stop playing around, quickly adjust the sails. Otherwise, we shall collide with the Red Land. The fierce currents battered the ship's hull, causing it to almost float upon the water's surface. After a violent sway, it surged into the heavenly river. I gazed back at the receding east blue. As clouds suddenly swept through my body from above, the storm held at bay beneath my feet, while my shadow danced in the radiant sunlight on the deck. The waters of the four seas converged at the pinnacle, creating a splendid spray resembling a colorful halo. Ace, Agile, Batriel, Gaia, Duh. I laughed heartily as I called out the names of my companions. I, Watari, seek to embark on a grand adventure. Ace grinned at me, responding, I, Ace, aspire to be the world's greatest pirate, to become the pirate king. Agile maintained his usual expression of indifference, coldly declaring, I, Agile, yearn for my own tale. Batriel, clutching Gaia, felt a twinge of anxiety at the sudden proclamation. I, Batriel, long to explore many places. Gaia's voice followed suit. I, Gaia, desire nothing at all. A traitor has emerged among us. Duh? Duh, what is your dream? Mr. Duh. At the end of the surging waters lies the peak of the upside-down mountain, where pristine clouds blanket the red land. The blinding light reflecting off the clouds pierced my eyes, yet I yearned to behold this rare beauty a moment longer. It was not the mysteriously enchanting red land that cleaves the sea, nor the pure, unblemished white cotton enveloping the ruby red. I suspect my expression now mirrors that of one discussing dreams with friends. I, Lancelot Otto seek to discover the meaning of my sword. The swordsman before me declared. Chapter 24. Freelab and Twin Cape hold on. For safety's sake. Slow down. I clung desperately to the railing, exhilaration coursing through me. More intense than riding a roller coaster, for there were no safety belts aboard this vessel. Gaia is about to be thrown overboard. Aha, due to Gaia's slippery demeanor. Bathriel lost his grip and was flung out. Fortunately, De leaped onto the mast and managed to retrieve Gaia. Phew, humans, well done. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Haha, this feels fantastic. Ace, stop playing around. Come help. Bathriel, son of Hippotes, grant Odysseus the west wind. Windbag, with the force of Bathriel's whirlwind. The ship's speed began to decelerate, finally gliding steadily to the end of upside-down Mountain Canal, marking the commencement of the Grand Line, Twin Cape. As if to celebrate the arrival of the Spade pirates, the colossal island whale of Twin Cape emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated across the red Earth continent, causing it to tremble. Has it begun? I activated my observation hockey and quickly glimpsed the immense creature beneath the waves. That whale, as massive as an island, was colliding against the red Earth continent, its body marred by countless scars. What is this? A marine quake? What on earth is a marine quake? Bathriel's brow glistened with sweat. It's the ocean shaking, so it's a marine quake, Ace frivolously proclaimed under the bright sun. Below the surface, some creature is striking the red Earth continent. De gazed into the murky depths of the deep blue sea. Is it a sea king? No, just a mammal. Gaia hopped onto the railing, seemingly observing the ocean floor. How foolish of that whale to attempt to destroy the red Earth continent. Crash. Destroy? Once again, the 5,000-meter-long island whale rammed against the red Earth continent, yearning to reach the new world. Ah, how touching. Wadari, did you hear that? It seems you can converse with animals. Irrelevant, we must hurry. Gaia, we have yet to record the pointer. I have it. Gee, how come you have everything? This is a memento left by the fishmen who raised me. Is that so? Agile seems to have experienced something troubling. Yet we had no intention of probing further. Such is the beauty of camaraderie among pirates. We do not pry into each other's pasts. Ace and the others, upon seeing my burned scars, merely expressed concern without delving deeper. It is not necessary to know every facet of one another to be the best of companions. This mutual respect is a rarity in my world. Shall we set off directly? No, there is someone I wish to meet. The former ship's doctor of the Pirate King's vessel, Kuroka's. Ace, prepare yourself. The bond of father and friend. Ace looked at me, perplexed by my fervent gaze. Does Wadari wish to duel me again? No. Sister Vitali, behold. An island has surfaced. Quick, let us approach the shore. The colossal whale, named Island, struggles to rise to the surface, buoyed by the water. Had it not, it would likely succumb to a miraculous transformation known as a whale fall, due to a lack of oxygen at the ocean's depths. Surely, the creatures of the abyss have yearned for this moment. The innumerable ghastly wounds adorning its head suggest that its day of reckoning is not far off. Its emergence is akin to an underground island surfacing or the fearsome Charybdis, evoking dread of the immense. How grand! Are the creatures of the Grand Line truly this immense? The island whale of the West Sea. How impressive! Look, a flower has blossomed upon the whale's back. Ace, that is a person. An elderly man, his hair reminiscent of spring blossoms, has approached us in a boat, with the twin towers looming behind him. Are you pirates? What brings you here? The old man inquires sternly, his expression unyielding. Of course, we seek to conquer the Grand Line. Humph, you reckless little brats. Do not say that. I shall undoubtedly become the Pirate King. Ace responds with his customary smile, unaware if Roger's smile mirrored his own. The elder gazes at Ace with lifeless eyes, suddenly widening them, exuding an air of intimidation, causing Ace to flinch. This scene repeats thrice. Never mind. Falling down. Speaking of which, this whale is indeed massive. Why does it intend to collide with the red Earth continent? It is a long story. The elder reclines in his chair, holding a newspaper. Care to listen? Ace sits upon a stone bench, placing his hat on the stone table, prepared to heed the tale. Agile and Batriel also take a seat. The former scribbles notes, while the latter swings his legs, appearing quite intrigued. Den, brandishing a broadsword, stands nearby, while I sit beside Ace, squinting at Kuroka's. Lab has now quieted, eyes wide open, gazing towards the summit of the red Earth continent, or perhaps the other side. This fellow is named Lab, a whale endowed with human emotions. I recall it was 47 years ago when I was stationed at the lighthouse, and a boisterous crew of pirates from the West Sea arrived, with a young Lab trailing closely behind. The pirates traveled with Lab, who they had named in the West Sea, yet it chose to accompany them. It is known that island whales are social creatures, but Lab had already regarded that crew as companions. However, due to the perilous nature of the Grand Line, their captain entrusted me with Lab's care, promising to return in 3 years to travel the world with him. Yet, they have been gone for 47 years now, and still, they have not returned. A brief tale, Kuroka's narrates in a deep and steady voice. On the other side, Gaia bounded over to Labu, engaging in conversation with the colossal, foolish whale using her unique powers. Are you waiting for humans? She inquired. Why wait? They may have abandoned you, or perhaps even perished. Gaia was acutely aware of her current condition, a disintegrated soul, slumbering within the essence of the sea, a corporeal form that had succumbed to death. One would expect despair to envelop her. However, she is the Earth Mother, a deity, and such an emotion has no place within her being. Existing in this world, even human emotions are but a borrowed fragment of Azazel's humanity, with their physical forms being undeniably grotesque. She should not be here. She is a forsaken goddess, destined to perish amidst the ruins of a time when the pantheon fell into obscurity. Yet, her presence here is a testament to her distinction from that fate. She is merely destined to become a dream of the spirit of the Caspian Sea, limited to this form. Ultimately, it is but a final struggle of some deity. Do you have an affinity for humans? Humans are creatures remarkably akin to them. Originally, They were created as an act of creation itself. If one were to speak of love, it could hardly be classified as such. Among the deities, few harbor affection for the post-deluge humans, with the Cyclops being a notable exception. Her knowledge of the divine age is sparse. Those memories have faded, and thus may not be entirely accurate. However, in her current state, neither the Titans who could liberate the depths of the earth nor those who delivered oracles at the Temple of Delphi can accomplish anything. Humanity no longer requires her. Gradually, her thoughts begin to meander into incoherence. Chapter 25, The Free Binks Sake Gaia. What brings you here? Ace and the others approached. As Watari lifted Gaia, gently squeezing its soft form. Such a stubborn creature. Humph, what are you all doing here? This is what I should be asking. Does Gaia wish to convey something to Labu? Watari gazed calmly at Labu, who was still looking up at the red earth continent. Watari and Ace stepped forward, smiling at her. Come on now, I hadn't intended for it to come to this, but it was somewhat anticipated. Resigned, Watari carried Gaia back to the ship, where Batriel and Da were moving a pure white piano. She carefully placed Gaia atop the piano and whispered, Gaia, let us sing together shortly. Kalokas also approached the shore, his eyes widening and body trembling slightly upon seeing the pirates moving the piano. Not long ago, couldn't Watari find a way to persuade it? Looking at those two pairs of eager little eyes, she felt a twinge of weakness. But hadn't this gentleman also tried to persuade it? It understands human speech, so I. Her gaze wandered, unfocused, her hands in constant motion. Watari, you have a solution. Batriel, I didn't teach you detective skills to judge me. I've thought of a plan. Ace's smile sent a shiver through me. He stood up, his posture resembling that of someone ready to fight. Wait, Ace, calm down. I understand. A gentler approach is needed. Sir. Now, with gentle fingers pressing the piano keys, I recalled fragments of melodies, piecing together disjointed notes into a scattered composition. Binks Sake hum 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 hum. As the enchanting sound of the piano resonated, I softly hummed along. Is this all right? It should be. I haven't practiced this song. And now, everyone is a fool. Let us just go with it. It all depends on the spirit. That's the way to do it. Is this truly fine? I've never sung before. Batriel held the sheet music, scratching his head in confusion. It's all about the spirit. Spirit? Yes. Hey. Ace jumped onto the bow of the ship, shouting to the still-dazed giant whale, Whale. Even if it sounds terrible, you must listen. Ace's fingertips ignited with flames, tipping his cowboy hat and revealing a bright smile. Captain. Duh. I understand. I will give it my all. Gaia. Why do I? 3, 2, 1. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Deliver the exquisite wine of Binks to your side, like the sea breeze that roams freely, riding the waves. On the distant shore, the sunset also clamors, while the birds' melodies trace circles in the air. Farewell to the harbor, the land of silk. Come, let us sing the song of departure. The golden waves and silver surges transform into splashes of water. We embark on our expedition solely for the sake of the ocean. The first verse was played somewhat clumsily, and even the harmonies seemed discordant, yet it was conveyed well to Laboon's ears, who let out a long wail. Uncertain whether in joy or sorrow. Yo ho ho ho, 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 yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Deliver the exquisite wine of Binks to your side. We pirates cleave the waves, resting upon the tides. Our home is aboard the ship. The battle sails and flags flutter in the wind. The vast sky stretches endlessly. The winds howl and thunder rumbles. The waves dance, and the drums of war resound. Tomorrow shall surely bring the clearing of clouds after rain, for the dawn is not absent. Even if it is not the melody longed for, I hope this song can serve as a prelude to our expectations, a fleeting promise for the fools to reunite. That would truly be. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Deliver the exquisite wine of Binks to your side. Day after day, in the twilight of dreams. I can no longer see the figure waving goodbye. Why the furrowed brows? The moonlight will remain bright tomorrow night. Deliver the exquisite wine of Binks to your side. Come, let us sing. The song of the sea. Regardless of who we are, we ultimately become mere bones. Endless and eternal, it is but a jest. Yo ho ho. Yo ho ho. Ahem. Ahem. In the final segment, Ace, Bartolomeo, and I shouted out, completely off-key. Indeed, it was quite unpleasant. Kuralakas, standing nearby, mercilessly poured cold water on us, but then his stiff expression relaxed, revealing a gentle smile, his murky yet clear eyes brimming with emotion. A bunch of foolish pirates. Laboon, the massive whale, which had already moved alongside our ship, spouted a towering column of water, droplets cascading down upon everyone's faces. Perhaps this was the tears of the waiting companion, the small whale, longing for the promise. Ha ha ha, timid whale, so grand in size yet still shedding tears. Ace sat at the bow of the ship, gazing at the enormous whale whose eyes brimmed with tears, laughing freely as if conversing with a friend. Laboon, let us make a promise. We will surely come to see you again. This is the bond between humanity and the whales of the West Sea. You have truly been a great help, Kuroka said earnestly. Thanks to you, Laboon's spirits have lifted considerably. No, not at all. We merely sang a rather discordant tune and you have done so much for Laboon as well. I looked on with concern at Ace, who was playing with Laboon, fearing that he might accidentally fall into the sea. Regarding one matter, Captain, I hope to entrust you with it. What is it? Wow. Is it water? Is it the Yangtze River? Is it the Yellow River? Is it the Pacific Ocean? Smack. Chapter 26. Next, Chain Island. After bidding farewell to Kurokas, Ace wore a grave expression. I was uncertain about the conversation they had shared, so I resorted to engaging him in a scuffle to divert his attention. Consequently, Ace now found himself bound by ropes and submerged in the sea. Wadley, I acknowledge my misstep. Captain, rest assured, Miss Wadley has entrusted me with your safety. I shall not allow you to be devoured by the great sea beasts of the skies. I stood at the edge of the ship, watching Ace, whose head bobbed above the water, holding a cowboy hat, whispering that there were only 20 minutes left. I lounged in Agile's chair, tenderly caressing my singed hair, which had turned to charcoal, while Agile stood behind me, assisting in trimming away the remaining burnt strands. Should I give him a good thrashing? Accepting the mirror that was handed to me, I was relieved to find that only the tips of my hair had been scorched. After the trimming, my dark locks now cascaded to my shoulders. Yet, I appeared even younger. After such an arduous journey to grow my hair long, I had wished to project a more mature and reliable image. No need. I am far too immature. Pull Ace back up. It was not entirely his fault. Upon hearing my normal address, De gazed at me, his face brimming with smiles, and comprehended my intent, promptly hauling Ace back aboard. The seawater that clung to Ace left the surrounding deck damp. He lay sprawled on the ground, expelling seawater, while I gently wiped him down with a towel. Ace, this incident is not solely your fault. I have forgiven you. Wadley, in light of such trivial matters, I have something far more pressing to discuss with the esteemed captain. Speak freely. I opened the door and produced a charred bedsheet, which visibly caused Ace to shudder. I then pulled out dozens of similarly singed sheets. Esteemed captain, I trust you are aware of our pirate crew's financial predicament. Why would Wadley keep these? Ace's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Observing me feigning delicacy, even emitting playful sounds while adorably covering my mouth. Ace's pupils widened in shock, and he chuckled nervously as he crossed his legs. I held up a bedsheet, showcasing it like a masterpiece. Esteemed captain, it is not that I lack the means to support you. Rather, it is that I cannot afford new bedsheets. I sighed lightly, casting a sorrowful gaze upwards. Thus, I have resolved to provide my dear captain with a special training regimen. Special training? Indeed. This paper is crafted from unique materials and will ignite at temperatures exceeding 50 degrees. Esteemed captain, you must handle it with care to prevent it from catching fire. Well, what if it accidentally ignites? Ace held a small piece of paper with a hint of trepidation, his fingers trembling, faint sparks flickering at his fingertips. Whoosh. The paper ignited. In 30 minutes, toss him back into the sea. The smile on my face vanished instantly, replaced by a glint of coldness in my eyes. Captain, I am sorry. Wadley, splash. Ace seemed to struggle for a moment, but ultimately, he was pulled into the sea by the weather of the Grand Line. Rain, hail, sunshine, storms, waterspouts. The members of the Spade Pirates were diligently battling the elements. In the end, I opened a door at the top of the ship to shield us from most of the calamities, while Ace and Bartolomeo engaged in building a snowman. Ace. It's melting. The snow. Of course, there's me, Gaia. Look. I pointed at a heap of snow that had not been tended to at all. Isn't my snowman identical to yours? Foolish. Fool and genius. What is Watari doing? Agile frowned, observing Watari, who was sprawled on the ground, fervently scribbling. Papers filled with mathematical formulas were scattered all over the ship. Just leave them, they'll be blown away by the wind soon. It seemed she was calculating what Gaia had mentioned, the linear world operational laws. Stroked his chin in confusion, then bent down to gather and organize Watari's disarrayed papers. Suddenly, Watari leapt up, laughing maniacally, startling Duh. Ha! This is it. Ah, marvelous. This time, Yandoros, heed my sacred words. Open the portal of time and space. Door. She struck an excessively dramatic pose, covering her eyes, shouting into the air before her. 10 seconds passed. Wah! Waya! Ah! What the? Today to face quite a few shocks. Watari was bouncing around the ship, tugging at his light golden hair, styling it into pigtails. Bartolomeo and Ace were not spared either. Ultimately, Agile had to knock Watari out and force-feed her candy before she returned to normal. Uffed. Ha ha ha. What are you all dressed like? ISNT at you. The capricious woman. Summer Island. Ah. Ace, don't come over. It's so hot. Winter Island. Ace. Come a little closer, just a bit more. Let me hug you. Kitchen, wait. Ace, don't come in. Don't burn anything. Barbecue. Ace, come help me grill the meat. Clear day. Ace, don't set your clothes on fire. Rainy day. Ace, come here, help dry these clothes. Ace, the capricious woman. Ha, Ace yawned in boredom. Standing at the lookout, gazing out at the distant sea. Huh, hey, everyone, the Navy is coming. Agile, reclining on a deck chair and reading a newspaper, was the first to react. Duh and I, who were training, halted our exercises, followed by Bartolomeo and Gaia, who rushed onto the ship. What speed? Agile calmly analyzed. 5 naval warships were advancing towards us from across the sea. Are they here to capture us? Upon our arrival at the Grand Line. Despite our apparent honesty and the modest bounty on our heads, we find ourselves relentlessly pursued. Presently, only DXIN has made it onto the bounty list with a sum of 70 million berries, while Ace's bounty has risen to 80 million berries. The enigma surrounding the Pirate King remains unsolved. Who, indeed, is responsible for the images on the bounty posters? We must hasten our preparations to evade their grasp. Under the command of Agile, we swiftly adjust our sails and escape with the wind at our backs. The Navy ships continue their relentless chase. Ace leaps to the bow, declaring his intention to create some chaos. Return swiftly, he shouts as he unleashes his fiery fist. Utilizing the recoil, Ace propels himself towards the Navy vessel, landing securely on its deck. Bartholomew, they're preparing to fire. Ace warns. Indeed. Bartholomew responds, as he harnesses the wind to send their cannonballs crashing harmlessly into the sea, erupting into a dozen spouts of water. Isn't the use of arrows unnecessary? The wind buff is truly the key. I cast aside the framework to open a portal, loading the cannonballs within, then folding the spatial angles to return the projectiles to them. Ace holds back one Navy ship, while the other 4 seem disinclined to assist, charging directly towards us instead. With a decisive click, several portals unfurl, ensnaring the massive chains that threaten to bind our vessel. Agile signals to me with his gaze, then leaps onto the chain, racing towards the Navy ship. Duh, wielding his broadsword, also departs. Bartholomew, Gaia, please guard the ship. Understood. My shoes have been worn down to a sharp design, enabling me to open dimensional doors at will. In a few swift steps, as if teleporting through the air, I transfer myself to another ship. Leisurely, I shed the burdens from my legs and arms, drawing a Japanese sword from the portal at my waist. A smile gracing my face as I behold the Navy aboard the ship. Chapter 27. The 5 beautiful naval officers have been kidnapped. Ah, am I now somewhat deserving of my bounty? As I pondered this, I dashed out, grateful for the back of my katana and my proficiency in cleaving practice. When it comes to aggression, thrusting is undoubtedly the superior choice. Although I am adept at slashing, it merely inflicts wounds on flesh and bone. Unless one strikes a vital point, such injuries can theoretically heal over time. However, should a blade pierce the organs, the consequences are dire, either a relentless loss of blood or instant demise. Is this the reason why Zoro does not kill? Truly, he exemplifies the peaceful pirate. Denna wields a broadsword, a weapon steeped in quintessential English charm, characterized by its parallel blade, elongated oval tip, broad body, and a hilt designed for two-handed use. It is rather unremarkable, yet it proves effective in cavalry, infantry, self-defense, and naval combat alike. Moreover, it possesses an undeniable elegance. As a jack of all trades, I require no exceptional sword, although I am gifted in various domains. This can also be perceived as a curse, akin to the divine eternal youth, What appears to be a blessing ultimately signifies my inability to master any single skill to its apex. Of course, such extremes can be inverted by individual perception. With my petite frame, I wield the longsword freely among the navy, my movements harmonizing with the blade as if it were an extension of my being. Following a faint trace, I sought the formidable prey, a charming naval colonel. The visage of a certain colonel materialized in my mind, and I gritted my teeth, the sound of clashing steel erupting before his countenance. Let me guess. Did you traverse through the comm belt? With my arm and sword aligned, the blade pointed left, I assumed a guard stance. A smile graced my lips as I beheld the long-lost Colonel Agri, who appeared quite taken aback by my presence. Well, it is only natural he would not recognize me, given my new hairstyle. You. Before I could finish my thought, the shadows of our blades entwined and suddenly parted. As I rolled away to increase the distance between us. Hamwadari. Haha, it is best not to engage in unnecessary antics during battle. Bang. A steel arrow from the corner's shadows pierced the colonel's left arm. Agri tensed instantly, glaring at me with fierce intensity. Flash. Flash. The back and forth of our skirmish unfolded in 3 rapid exchanges, while the surrounding naval officers, yet to be vanquished, scrambled to evade the fray. With my right hand gripping the sword, I covered my mouth, deftly sidestepping Agri's sweeping kick. I spun, moving like a juggler to position myself behind him. Is he truly that formidable, or is my own ability lacking? In any case, the battle persisted for several more exchanges, and I even heard the sounds of activity aboard the opposing warship. The blade, which had deflected the explosive force of the punch, trembled slightly. Using the intersection as my pivot, I executed a somersault, discarding my weapons, and delivered a sharp kick to his crown with my heel. In a swift motion, I rotated my body and ensnared his throat with my foot, leveraging gravity to bring him crashing down to the ground. At that moment, the outcome was sealed. The arrows shot from the door pinned Agri's limbs to the deck of the naval ship, while I retrieved the fallen katana and plunged it into the head of this naval colonel, just beside him. How pitiful, merely a month ago, he had been able to chase me. The grudge of those pointed guns was still etched in my memory. What did you think? Why have you come to the Grand Line? Who would inform a pirate? I am a naval colonel. Well, then, won't you kill me? Such humiliation. Why did you pretend to be so weak back then? I was indeed weak. Protect the colonel. Fire. The wristbands, crafted into a barrier, absorbed the bullets, which were then propelled back with even greater force. Well, now that the big fish is dealt with, I noticed that Agile and the others had also returned. I leaped onto the railing, closing the door that had ensnared the massive chains, which now hung limply in the sea. A smile crept across my face. I felt truly remarkable. I had been fighting with Ace incessantly, nearly driving myself to madness. Farewell, I have a feeling we shall meet again soon. You. Watari has returned. Resolved? I also encountered Colonel Agri. Agile was unaware, but the others recognized this naval colonel with peculiar behavior in Rogue Town. Who? Well, Ace doesn't know. Was it the one that was smoking? No. The one you mimicked? Yes. Is he also one who came from Reverse Mountain like us? Huh? Was that Navy officer always pursuing us? He shouldn't be. He has other objectives. What a nuisance, but it shouldn't concern us too much, right? After all, I have avenged my grievances. The ship gradually distanced itself from several naval warships as Agile confirmed the course, ensuring we were sailing smoothly toward the next island. By the way, I almost forgot. What to do? Bartle suddenly became flustered, his hands flailing in confusion. What's wrong? This. Gaia, why didn't you remind me? Who knows? Bartle dragged something from the side. Bart, you actually kidnapped a girl. Where did the manners I taught you go? Don't worry, I will ask Chihiro to defend you. You should turn yourself in quickly. I didn't do it. Then what is the situation with this beautiful lady with the ample bosom? What have you done to her? I haven't done anything. She's a naval officer. Without paying attention, I inadvertently allowed her to board the ship, and in a moment of panic, I struck her unconscious. How could one be so brutal to such a beautiful lady? She was a stunning woman adorned with yellow-framed glasses, a bandage on her left cheek, and short orange hair. Gracefully wielding a dagger at her waist. Clad in a white shirt with an open collar, her ample bosom was prominently displayed. I covered my nose, fearing a nosebleed might ensue. Goodness, given that Agile typically dresses so conservatively, I seldom encounter such captivating sights. Life has become rather mundane. Just look at this. It's a true representation of Oda's world. Alas, I might just drool. I sensed an ominous aura. Agile agreed. Ace gazed at me, bewildered by my sudden enthusiasm. Ace, I must say, your current demeanor is quite abnormal, and it worries me whether you'll ever find a wife. In any case, Agile ultimately decided to cast her ashore upon reaching the next island. Agreed. Agreed. Shall we spend some time with the Navy? I had no objections. Well, isn't this rather pleasant? Agile appeared slightly concerned that I might engage in some peculiar antics while the lady was asleep, continuously casting cold glances in my direction. As if I would do anything strange. Such antics must await until she awakens. Thus, I continued to gaze dreamily at the bound and slumbering beauty of the Navy. I believe, Watari, that you are the one who seems rather abnormal. Chapter 28. Five has been kidnapped. The moment Iska opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a radiant young girl, her charmingly youthful face merely a centimeter away from Iska's nose. As she blinked, her expression began to waver, falter, and redden. Oh no. A wooden door was kicked open, and a woman with short burgundy hair strode in with a scowl, witnessing this scene. It truly resembled a rogue attempting to dishonor a woman. Fishman karate. Whoa. Calm down, Chief. I did nothing. 1,000 watts of a straight punch. Oh no, who? Sniff, sniff. I held my head, now swollen with a bump, tears welling in my eyes. Agile sat cross-legged on a wooden chair, chin raised and head tilted, his gaze darting between me and the naval lady. Both of us knelt on the ground, while Ace and the others, along with the deity, observed us from the side, resembling a jury, with me as the defendant. What have you done, Sister Watari? I did nothing. I am innocent. I merely wanted to change the naval lady's soiled clothes. I do not need a pirate to change my clothes. Let me go? But if you release the lady, she will certainly strike me, right? As a naval officer, I must enforce justice and capture all you pirates. Yes, that's the way it is. But let's change clothes first. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Thud. Oh no. Chief, why is it always me? Your motives, reasoning, and outcomes do not persuade the jury present. The trio nodded vigorously like pestering garlic, perfectly illustrating the saying that the stronger side prevails. Well done. You are all doomed. Humph. The naval lady turned her head away, seemingly annoyed. I squinted my eyes, mentally calculating a favorability bar for her. What? A girl starting with negative favorability is undoubtedly the protagonist. I still have a chance to rise. From then on, the naval lady's care was entirely entrusted to Agile. How peculiar. Has my status among them now equated to that of Sanji? Usually, I remained quite restrained, not allowing beauty to distract me. Look, I am still dutifully preparing breakfast for the naval lady. The sun cast a warm golden hue over the white round table. As the naval lady sat properly in the shade of a parasol, her hands shackled. The vibrant green stems of the heavenly bamboo, which mysteriously flourished in the grand line, displayed their internal vascular patterns clearly under the direct sunlight, evoking visions of their future elegance as they gazed skyward like cranes. Not going to eat? How could I consume anything given by a pirate? Well, this is a new attempt at Western breakfast, dear lady. You haven't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, I might become a murderer. What? Shocking. The pirate is actually letting the captured beauty of the Navy starve to death. On a pristine white round table lay an astonishing array of delicacies, a perfect platter that I had meticulously arranged. There were bacon and eggs, toast, salad, milk, kidney pie, cod sashimi, fried potatoes, cheese and ham, oatmeal, scones, and black tea. The desserts included sliced peaches and apples. Despite the overwhelming quantity that would have been deemed excessive in another world, I found nothing unusual about it. Humph. We have no intention of doing anything. We simply wish to release you at the next island. But, dear lady, you won't last until we reach the next destination. What is your true purpose? We harbor no ulterior motives. Ah, well, if it were up to me, I might have one. Why is the lady covering her chest? Could you perhaps offer a smile? I gently pinched her soft cheek with my finger, eliciting a smile. Huh? Because you have a lovely countenance when you smile. Why should I heed your words? Thus, today Watari is putting in great effort. You seem to be exerting yourself in rather peculiar ways. Is there something on your mind, Gaia? Good morning. Planning to catch some fish today, Watari? Let's have seafood for lunch. Certainly. It's a perfect opportunity to try a new recipe. I eagerly anticipate it. Does Gaia wish to partake in the fish as well? Watari piano. Gaia's dark visage suspiciously flushed a shade of red. What a proud declaration. Oh, Gaia comical. JPG, just forget it. No problem, just a moment. Would you care to experience a morning of refined elegance, dear lady? What, are you not eating? Ah, if you aren't, may I indulge instead? Ace, didn't you just finish eating? Looking at all this makes me hungry again. Watari's creations are truly delectable. Umph. Even with such flattery, I shan't be pleased. You scoundrel. Note, a quote from Chopper, G.H. The stomach of a certain female Navy officer could no longer resist the allure of the feast. Emitting a resounding protest, the atmosphere fell silent. Ah, Ace, how could you be so ravenous? Your stomach is growling. This is not good. You might develop gastritis. You won't grow tall. Huh, but Ace, go fishing. I urged Ace away as though herding a duck, and after he begrudgingly set up his fishing rod, he pulled his hat down over his face and fell asleep. The lady's face was now flushed. Gaia, piano. Though shackled, most of the food I prepared can be eaten with one hand, and I shall pretend not to see. So hurry and eat. Gaia bounced along behind me, and I couldn't help but smile. In a world where desires often go unfulfilled, I find myself engulfed in self-loathing. The deities, too, are burdened with sorrow and anguish. In my quest to escape these tribulations, I seek refuge, retreating into the crevices of stone, ignoring the rise and fall of the sun and moon, surrendering to slumber. What significance does my existence hold? I neither recall nor comprehend it. Yet, it is precisely through your capacity for such reflection that you possess a formidable strength that empowers your growth. Indeed, by the side of the divine and heeding their commands, all beings cherish the earth, reveling in merriment and song, finding joy in the occasional gathering. Regardless of direction, north, south, east, or west, there exists a profound love for this planet. And even when mired in muck, we advance undeterred. The future still stretches before us. A long journey awaits. Ah, Watari, a colossal creature has arrived. Iska abruptly halted her chewing of toast, her lips smeared with tomato sauce from the salad. The chaos surrounding her seemed irrelevant, as if the food had taken the initiative. She had merely wished for a taste, yet it was simply too delectable. What is this? Gaia's melody was interrupted, casting a slight shadow of displeasure. Here it comes. A feast awaits us. With a vigorous tug, the fishing rod trembled violently, drawing forth a white entity from the depths of the sea. This creature spun swiftly, severing the hook, and landed gracefully on the deck. The onlookers were left astounded by the sight before them. Oh dear, it has been caught. Thankfully, the suit remains unscathed. A diminutive gentleman, clad in a somewhat shabby white suit, with large ears, patted himself dry with his damp little paws. Instantly, the suit and his fluffy white fur became immaculate, the seawater dissipating like icicles under the sun. The white rabbit blinked its black eyes, its translucent white whiskers twitching as it squinted, revealing a friendly smile. Pardon me, have I interrupted your gathering? The rabbit spoke, a member of the fur folk. The curious sound of Mr. Rabbit's blue shoes, incongruent with his black suit, echoed as he approached us, bowing with gentlemanly grace. I instinctively returned the gesture. Indeed, I can converse. There is no need for such astonishment. Remarkable. How can you speak? Fur folk? What brings you to the sea? Are you a new breed? I offered a brief introduction of the fur folk to Ace, who appeared quite intrigued. Really? Are there so many races in the Grand Line? Indeed. How exhilarating. Such delightful beings they are. I tilted my head towards Mr. Rabbit, unable to discern his precise age. Madam, I arrived here drawn by the enchanting melody of a piano. One might say that the music has rescued my very life. Was I not lured here? Mr. Rabbit, with his obsidian pearl-like eyes, fixated on the pristine white piano, fell silent for a moment before turning his gaze towards us. His plush ears drooped, and his tiny paws clasped his chest, his voice resonating with a deep and endearing timbre. In truth, I escaped from Chain Island. Chain Island? The island renowned for shipbuilding? Upon hearing this name, the previously silent Iska set down her cheese and ham, directing her attention towards me. Are you from Chain Island? But how did you manage to escape? Iska approached me. At that moment, I realized an important detail I should have noted. I felt nothing from Mr. Rabbit. Mr. Rabbit squinted, his tone laced with delight. Would you care to see the particulars in person? Subsequently, sunlight pierced through the toxic haze, a fitting illumination for the princess, God's capricious whims. It seems quite suitable for Gaia. Chapter 29. The Isle of Chains. Here lies the Isle of Chains, where today I labored diligently, and today I also cherish myself. It is truly delightful. I gently pat my cheek, my face flushed from the touch, exhaling a breath as pure as snow. A joyful laugh escapes my lips. I assist myself in donning my garments. I truly adore the long-sleeved attire. However, it would be wiser to wear brown while working. In the mirror, now encased in frost, appears my beloved self, shining brightly like the North Star on a winter's night. A cheerful chime resonates, as delicate snowflakes drift and dance upon the corner of the city, resting on the red eye of Smart, only to be instantaneously melted and returned to the vast white sky. Are those snowflakes sprites or angels descended from the heavens? Fair. Are they sprites? Fate. Are they angels? They are truly the same, just as I am. With this thought, I cannot help but smile. Fate. Fair. Today dawns early once more. I have completely memorized the visage of the brown-haired little boss. I shall never again mistake another for him. For the imprint of the great boss still lingers upon me. I arrive at the shipyard, toolbox in hand, akin to a coffin, to continue the work from the previous day, repairing the power chamber of the submarine. Sirka has once again indulged in idleness. Nevertheless, there are more pressing matters to attend to after work, so I shall disregard him for now. He seems to have garnered the favor of Lady Era and might ascend to leadership in the future. Sirka is one of Lady Era's recruits, adorned with a skull mask and embellished with skeleton trinkets, reputed to possess acute intelligence and potential for development. Fate, does a technician like a future? Fair. Is it truly arduous to ascend to the ranks of leadership? Thus, the day's toil comes to a close. Ever since Lady Era temporarily took charge of the repair shop, my leisure time has increased. The sun has hidden beneath the horizon, fleeing from the pursuit of Mr. Knight. Stealthily, I approach Mr. Rabbit's room and knock on the door, but alas, Mr. Rabbit is not at home today. Let me then introduce the layout of the Isle of Chains. True to its name, the isle is adorned with chains. One could say it is an island crafted from chains. The land and mountains here are entirely paved with chains, making it quite uncomfortable to stroll around the outer city. To the north rises a colossal mountain shaped like chains, almost encircling half of the isle. In romantic terms, it may be described as the remnants of a divine lock that once bound the gods. To the south lies the Chain Sky Barrier, stretching from the western side of the Chain Mountain to the east, where countless chains hang across, cascading down like the strings of a harp. In the southeast, one finds the waste recycling station, a veritable mountain of refuse and discarded materials. There lies a colossal incinerator, where what is deemed waste is cast into its depths. Some materials succumb to the molten embrace, while others emit chilling wails. The area is divided into the outer pit and the steel factory, the former of which we have dubbed the bottom pit. This name arises from its depression of 70 to 80 meters beneath the flat surface, resembling an eerie circle left by extraterrestrial beings when viewed from above. Within this pit, one finds smart units and lower-tier workers. The smart units, crafted from advanced alloy technology, are favored by Lord Styango, who has adorned them in a rather dapper manner. To the untrained eye, they may appear as tall figures draped in cloth. These mechanical overseers monitor the labor of the lower employees, primarily engaged in strenuous tasks such as heavy lifting and arduous endeavor indeed. Were I in their position, I would struggle to reach the boxes during packing. Moving closer to the base of Chain Mountain, one encounters the steel factory where I am employed. Although our shipbuilding techniques may not rival those of the famed Seven Waters City, our submarine construction is unparalleled along the Grand Route. Truly remarkable. I take pride in my role as the youngest employee here. Forward I shall charge towards the leadership. Onward, dear Fetter, we must strive. It appears that numerous gas canisters have recently sprung up to the west of the steel factories producing toxic gas. What purpose do they serve? The thoughts of the bosses are indeed perplexing. To the east of the island lies a smaller artificial isle, serving as the residence for us employees. Though it is cold and unyielding, it remains a habitable space. Despite the frigid temperatures on this winter isle, which could prove fatal, has anyone actually perished? It seems of little concern. Each day, regardless of snow or sun, illness or injury, diligent workers ascend the colossal chains connecting the artificial isle to Chain Island. Laboring in the bottom pit and the steel factory, Mr. Rabbit is not present today. I must return first. Mr. Rabbit resides in the VIP lounge of the steel factory, and lingering too long here could lead to complications. Thus, I make my way back to my home on the artificial isle. As I traverse the lengthy, massive chains, I notice some workers attempting to escape from their chains, clinging to the edges. A single smart unit effortlessly restrains dozens of chains, each end tethered to the collars of the lower employees, much like a malevolent spirit leading small demons or a nobleman restraining fierce hounds. It is quite peculiar. Leaping from this height would only result in being shattered against the surrounding treacherous reefs amidst tumultuous currents. These two factors effectively eliminate any hope of fleeing the artificial isle. A lack of interest led me to merely glance before returning to the artificial isle, and how fortunate I am. for Mr. Rabbit awaits there. Mr. Rabbit! Mr. Rabbit! The portly white rabbit, shorter than I, turned his head to gaze at me, wearing an inscrutable smile. Fei air, still so spirited, how delightful. Mr. Rabbit's attire today is indeed quite extraordinary. Indeed, I have brought back a few new employees. Would you be so kind as to assist me in looking after them? I would be most grateful. Employees retrieved by Mr. Rabbit? What an honor. Next, Fei was to have my inaugural encounter with the Spade Pirates. It was truly remarkable. Chapter 30. The Island of Chains. Mr. Rabbit guided me through the unchanging interior of the artificial island, which, at best, resembled a model constructed prior to the completion of the final product, which would be several times larger. There are a total of 10,000 employees here, each assigned a small room, the internal structure of which bears some resemblance to a prison. However, it is not surprising, as this artificial island was originally designed to serve as a mobile prison. As Mr. Rabbit and I gradually approached the central area, we encountered numerous dungeon-like rooms, which were now mostly deserted. I heard voices conversing. Ace, when will you be able to move normally after being shackled with sea stone? It was the voice of a young woman. I feel quite accustomed to it. After all, don't I get tossed into the sea by what Ari every day? Now I can even sleep in the water. The man's tone carried a hint of pride. What is there to be proud of? Why can't you still control your flames, even after all this? I will be able to control them one day. The man who uttered this statement must have sported a bright smile, his voice evoking images of the sun by the seaside and the warm sands beneath the waves. I was reminded of my hometown, Spring Island, a place devoid of any soil suitable for growing grass or flowers. Even rodents find it difficult to survive on this steel island. The young woman's sigh conveyed a sense of resignation and acceptance, and I could imagine her brow furrowing slightly. The topic suddenly shifted, and the voices continued to echo through the vast, empty confines. But Gaia, how on earth were you captured? Is this the ability of a devil fruit? Thinking about it makes me furious. I was suddenly trapped inside this ball. What did that rabbit do? The hoarse voice did not come across as unpleasant. Rather, it created an impression of inevitability. It felt quite amusing. The tone, though calm, hinted at a playful teasing of the other, and one could even hear a light chuckle following the statement. What do you want? Ace, want to play catch? Sounds good. You bunch of demons. Why are you pirates so carefree? We're currently captured. The voice of a fourth individual emerged, a woman who seemed quite agitated. As I focused my gaze, I discerned a beautiful woman with orange hair, clad in a navy coat, likely a lieutenant. I did not question why the navy was present here, but rather why I only saw 3 individuals. It's the rabbit. The dark-haired man, dressed quite casually, spoke first, his tone imbued with an unwavering nonchalance, refreshing as the breeze, as though we were not conversing through iron bars at all. A woman with dark hair held a bubble-like orb that shimmered with a dreamlike hue, containing a marbled jelly within. Since the appearance of Mr. Rabbit, the young woman had been staring at him intently, as if attempting to see through him. The female naval officer regarded us with a wary expression, and before she could speak, the dark-haired man interjected, "My name is Portcas Ace. And you, Rabbit? Shouldn't we first question why you've brought us all together?" I stood aside, listening to their conversation, which seemed unrelated to me. A clarification would have been appreciated, but that could wait. You seem quite intriguing. Would you care to join our pirate crew? The man in the cowboy hat habitually tipped his hat, smiling invitingly at the perplexed Mr. Rabbit. Some might even offer him a drink upon seeing that smile. You are an amusing fellow. Should fate allow, I shall consider it. Is it not possible now? Indeed not. Then what about your name? I am Mr. Rabbit. A peculiar name. Mr. Rabbit squinted his eyes, displaying a rabbit-like smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting elsewhere. The man named Ace also turned to look behind him. Suddenly, the dark-haired woman collapsed onto the floor, fast asleep, her cheeks turning a purplish hue from the cold surface, while even breaths escaped her nose. The bubble orb began to roll on its own, prompted by the movement of the jelly within, and it ended up pressing against the sleeping woman's face. Cough, cough. By Gaia, I question your reckless driving. Yet you lack a license to demonstrate such madness, allowing your wheels to crush my visage. I told you to keep an eye on that rabbit. How could you fall asleep? Jelly is indeed the fourth person. Is that so? Why can't I see through it? The woman muttered, propping her chin on her hand, casting a piercing gaze at Mr. Rabbit. What, Ari, what's the matter? Feeling sleepy? Well, a little. I truly apologize for leaving you here. You must be quite uncomfortable, Mr. Rabbit. He spread his hands, and from his tiny paws appeared a white woven hat adorned with a black checkered band, an outfit that clashed with Mr. Rabbit's blue shoes. How impressive. Are you still a magician, Rabbit? One might say so. I increasingly wish for you to come aboard. Mr. Rabbit tossed the hat, and it instantly appeared in the cell, now embellished with a glowing yellow question mark. The question mark flickered 5 times before the hat burst like a balloon, showering the air with colorful confetti. A hearty meal materialized in the cell, and the 3 of them found themselves clad in warmer winter attire. It has appeared. Mr. Rabbit's magic. How remarkable. How did you accomplish this? What is this? Alas, my head throbs anew. Huh? 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 Of the trio, only the raven-haired woman, clutching her head with a pained expression as she gazes at the food before her, seems unperturbed. The other 2 are utterly astonished by this spectacle. Well then, please indulge yourselves in your meal while I shall commence Ace. Wait, Gaia. No problem. Is what are you not eating? The man has already begun his feast. Just a moment longer. I need to ponder. Excuse me, is this really all right? The bespectacled woman points at the voracious Ace, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Those are fundamentally food, but the issue lies in their origin. The dark-haired, dark-eyed woman furrows her brow in profound distress, muttering incessantly. Have they conceptualized it as I have? What about the storage location? No. The linear spatial fluctuation frequency seems normal. It appears to have materialized from thin air. No, not instantaneously. Then, have you figured it out? Perhaps. I am entirely uninterested in the mental process the woman has just undergone. I simply adore Mr. Rabbit, which is why I am here. So, what is the reason behind Mr. Rabbit capturing us? The raven-haired woman appears to have no intention of partaking in the meal. I have a request. Chapter 31. 5 working is simply out of the question. I have a request. I hope you all will work here. Huh. Oh, the Old Hope Project. Woe is me. The Great Nourishment Department can truly provide. Choo choo choo. You are thinking of Peaches. One day prior, aboard the ship, upon returning to the deck, our captain, first mate, and mascot were discovered to be missing, prompting the trio to investigate the scene of the incident. Thus deduction, could it be that the captain and the others have been devoured by a sea beast? To pointed to a fishing rod that lay abandoned nearby. Ajur's reasoning, impossible, they are not that feeble, and we did not sense anything amiss. It appears they must have hooked something, but aside from this puddle, there are no other signs of water. Was it Wadari who concealed it within the space? What could it be? Batrill's insight. Here is a letter. Batrill held a white envelope, crafted from fine paper, adorned with a subtle watermark. The wax seal bore an imprint of one of the 4 suits from a deck of cards, diamonds. Batrill, is this not a deduction? Let us first peruse the contents. Dear esteemed guests of the Spade Pirates, your captain and 2 lovely ladies along with that experimental subject have been captured by our family, the Jananoyo. If you wish to retrieve your companions, please bring this permanent record pointer to Chain Island to rescue them. We eagerly await your visit, Mr. Bunny. Ace and the others have been captured? How could this be? Giannanoyo. Who are they? Ajur expressed that he had no recollection, stroking his chin and gazing at the, do you know? Chain Island's Giannanoyo. I know a bit. De shared what he knew with the 2, recounting the events at Rog Town as well. Those 2 users of advanced technology? They are the very ones that Sister Jill defeated. Are they here for revenge? Seeking death? The last phrase was uttered in a low tone, tinged with a raspy edge, sending shivers down the spines of Batrill and Duh. Where's the permanent record pointer? That, I did not see it. I found this in a corner, nearly blown away by the sea breeze. The ship was rather rocky just now. Could it be? The expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically. Subsequently, Ajur and the others first ventured to the next island, seeking a way to Chain Island, ultimately borrowing, or rather, seizing, a permanent record pointer to proceed to Chain Island. Fortunately, it was not far. Otherwise, Mr. Bunny would have caught a cold from the chilly sea breeze. Fate. Does Ferris work encompass not only repairs, but also blacksmithing? How on earth do you manage to do this? Having declared that working was utterly impossible, I, Wong Mose, have already devoured this bowl of fried rice. Champion of bewildering behaviors in the animal kingdom, Mr. Bunny. Aside from these distractions, I find myself burdened with numerous tasks. Before me stands a young boy. No, rather twins. One wielding a small hammer while the other grips a pair of tongs, diligently forging a block of iron. The boy with the tongs skillfully manipulates the material, ensuring that the square iron transforms into a round rod. Their coordination is so seamless that they appear as one. An exquisite harmony of movement. At the center of the room sits a large forge, accompanied by a bellows. This establishment resembles a blacksmith's workshop. I had intended to observe submarines, to experience the advancements of the era, yet I find myself unexpectedly transported back a century. Still, the warmth enveloping this place offers a comforting solace. I recall Ace, who eagerly expressed a desire to ride a submarine. It seems he has been conscripted into labor. Is he faring well? Outside, snowflakes cascade gracefully, each possessing a geometrically symmetrical beauty, twirling freely in the air, melting before they can grace the window pane. The naval sister has been whisked away by Mr. Rabbit, while I remain alongside Gaia, still encased in a sphere, trailing behind these two young lads. The twins pause in their work, submerging the glowing red iron block into water before sitting down to sip from their cups. These diminutive figures, barely standing at 1.4 meters tall, possess a delicate charm. Felt, are you twins? I ponder aloud, realizing the absurdity of my inquiry. The twins simultaneously set down their cups, their identical smiles inducing a dizzying sensation within me. Fed is felt, and felt is fed. I find myself entwined with them as they grasp a hand and circle around the confined space. The sound they produce resembles two speakers being shuffled back and forth beside me. Why are you working here? I blurt out, suddenly conscious of the inappropriateness of my question. You are still so young. Felt promptly counters. We're already 15, adults in our own right. Of course, we work here for the wages. Indeed, Felt adds. There's also an annual salary. Is this what capitalism entails? Their nonchalance astonishes me. What might that annual salary be? I inquire. Approximately 5.02 million berries. I contemplate converting berries to yen. According to the Japanese National Tax Agency's statistics from 2012, the average annual income per person in Japan was around 4.08 million yen, 340,000 yen monthly. Considering gender disparities. Meow. Are you ordinary office workers? I exclaim. Does this chain island offer proper wages? Would you care to join a pirate crew? The kind that promises overnight riches. Fat. The two youngsters seem to ponder seriously, donning curious expressions as they whisper to each other while covering their cheeks with their sleeves. Indeed, it seems that the profession of a pirate offers little in terms of prospects. Furthermore, there are no social benefits such as pension plans or health insurance, and one must constantly evade bounty hunters. Without retirement insurance, the security of one's later years is uncertain. Additionally, the income is inconsistent, and the nature of the work remains unstable. I find myself yearning for a stable salary. Lacking a ship of my own or a home, it becomes increasingly difficult to form romantic relationships. Oh, what troubles you? Why are you crouched in the corner? Were we truly in such dire straits? Chapter 32, Chain Island Achu. 5 naval warships sail across the sea, where a man with green, curly hair stands on the deck, rubbing his arms clad in a white suit. He then retrieves a golden pocket watch from his clothing, glances at the face of the watch, and returns it. If I do not hasten, shall I miss the opening act? The man turns, facing the vast ocean, his visage obscured by a deliberate haze. Only a swirling mass of what appears to be a living white thread concealing his features, coupled with his peculiar attire, resembling a wig. He would not seem out of place in a haunted house. Yet, he prefers the wonders of a curiosity shop over the fright of a ghostly abode. Here we go? His voice brightens, as he produces a conch shell from the white feather adornments at his back, or at least it appears to be such. He places the shell to his ear, humming an odd little tune that echoes through the alleys, as if listening intently to the ocean's whispers stored within the conch. Hey, this is happiness. A child's companion number 1. What a curious moniker. Is it really appropriate to be so loud? Aren't we aboard a naval vessel? Oh, do not fret, since you insist. What emanates from the conch is not the sound of crashing waves, but rather the voice of a young man. Despite the many sailors bustling about on the deck of the warship, they all seem to disregard this conspicuously odd figure. This plan has undergone some changes due to that band of pirates. Be vigilant. The man, adorned with a white top hat, gestures playfully, covering his mouth in a gleeful manner, the white feathers on his shoulders quivering like a child who has just pulled a prank. I will ensure they receive the proper compensation for this. Do not act recklessly. The leader has entrusted me with watching over you. Perhaps I should eliminate you instead? Well, I am prepared for any eventuality. Within a chamber of the steel factory on Chain Island. Look, this is the latest bounty for that little Oz. a staggering 130 million berries. A brown-haired girl with her curls cascading over a purple fur coat excitedly addresses a towering man clad in a skull mask, brandishing a pirate's bounty poster. Indeed, with horns sprouting from his head and long fangs protruding from his mouth, he is said to belong to the ancient giant race. Taller than even the sea kings of the Calm Belt. Really? It's a pity the photo doesn't do him justice. I wish to see him with my own eyes. Siruka sits cross-legged on the ground, the chains and skull embellishments adorning her clattering as she and her companion chatter like close friends about their shared interests. I want to see it too. What kind of ship could possibly accommodate such a massive pirate? Perhaps the next time Siruka stows away on a pirate ship, you should take me along. As Selka stroked his chin, he found himself in a predicament. The little girl, despite being a wielder of the devil fruit's powers, was clearly too young. No, it was impossible to take someone from the Jianu Noyu family aboard a pirate ship. But wait. It seemed there was a new member on the Vatali ship. Yes, that's it. I possess information regarding this individual. The two of them instantly forgot the previous topic and eagerly delved into this new discussion. This person is strikingly beautiful and exceptionally handsome. It appears he is a swordsman. Originally, he belonged to the Lancelot family, that renowned lineage of knights. But it is said he has since departed from his family. Departing from one's family. How impressive. Isla's voice gradually diminished, as if she were underestimating something. Selka understood that the young girl harbored a strong dislike for the Jianoyu family. She should have been with her father, yet due to certain circumstances, her mother had taken her away, thus making her a part of this place. Selka raised his hand, awkwardly patting Isla's head in a clumsy attempt at comfort. Someday, we shall set sail on a pirate ship and leave this place behind. This, Jianonoya, what do you intend to show me? Iska followed closely behind Mr. Rabbit, traversing the depths of the sunken land of chains. Her expression was grim, had her hands not just been shackled. She would have rushed out to confront the Jianonoyu family with all her might. This was for her sense of justice. How could such heinous acts persist under the gaze of the Navy, yet they continued to collaborate with the Jianonoyu? Were they not complicit in this wickedness? A true idealist of the Navy. Are you contemplating that the Navy is a villainous accomplice? You. But this is not the extent of it. In this world, there are many unseen realms. There, people continue to suffer. Do you not find this world exceedingly cruel, Miss Navy? Mr. Rabbit halted, turning to gaze at Iska, his pitch-black, hollow eyes reflecting her unsightly expression. It is precisely for this reason that we in the Navy strive to uphold peace upon these seas. Without hesitation, Iska replied loudly, How wonderful! An idealist. I shall pray that your wishes come to fruition. Typically, those labeled as idealists would be incensed, perceiving such words as arrogance. Yet the rabbit before her uttered this prayer with profound sincerity, as if it encapsulated an irreplaceable wish. What should she say in response? However, her throat felt as though it were choked with jagged stones, and even if she coughed blood, she could not produce a sound. Surely there will be a change. As long as there is a fundamental transformation, then. Her words seemed to transform into a soft, pleading melody, and Mr. Rabbit turned and continued onward. With a soft thud, the golden-haired man with a scar over his left eye let out a second sigh after concluding his call. Immu, a figure traversing the political landscapes of various nations, once embraced the mantle of a politician, earning the accolade of a natural statesman. At the height of his career, he abruptly transitioned to the Navy, only to resign shortly thereafter, having also dabbled in piracy. Presently, he finds himself under the employ of the enigmatic Jin Yuno. Now, a man sits upon his bed, the dim light casting an expansive shadow across the room. Is everything truly all right? Never mind, there is always a way forward. Next, it's time to focus on Dells. The man places a nearby iron pipe on the table and, gripping the phone bug, dials another number. Bloop, 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 bloop. Why is there no answer? Could something be amiss? How remarkable. Could this truly be a submarine? Ace, shirking his duties, wanders aimlessly within the steel factory and stumbles upon the docking area for the submarine. Typically secured, but today, it harbors an unexpected guest. Hello, is anyone here? Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, a sudden click. HM? A sound? From the inky darkness, the silhouette of a somber-faced man with dark skin emerges, his intricately braided hair swaying gently. The door slams shut, and in an instant, darkness envelopes the space, leaving only the sound of flowing water perceptible. Chapter 33, The Prisoner's Revelry, Part 1. After being once again deprived of sight and losing the sounds to follow, If he had not been endowed with the perception of color, he would have had no choice but to rely on instinct. The beast-like man, in moments of crisis, placed greater trust in his intuition than in reason, a sentiment that Dells echoed in his thoughts. Ace evaded Dells' attack, inadvertently revealing his presence. His singular talent, ambush, was vanquished by his instincts, deepening his gloom. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared behind me? Upon hearing the query, Dells shifted his gaze from the tips of his shoes to the man before him, who appeared to be wearing a hat. It was then that he contemplated whether to continue the confrontation. A slight tilt of his wrist reminded him of the cold object, a reminder of his mission, prompting him to gently close his eyelids. I am searching for a mouse. Lord N mentioned that there seems to be a mouse aboard the submarine. Why not turn on the lights? It's too dark to see. I'm accustomed to seeing in the dark. Why are you here? Shouldn't you still be working at this hour? Ah, I quit. It's so boring. This place seems like it could be fun. Lights. The man's voice echoed through the shipyard as he fumbled at the entrance, eventually illuminating the space with pure white light. Dells was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness. Suddenly, Dells realized that his concealment efforts had inadvertently benefited this foolish individual. Submarine. Submarine. Wow. It's so big. You don't seem to be an employee of the steel factory. Huh? I should be considered an employee. My name is Ace. Ah, no, wait. I mean is. The man hesitated suspiciously while stating his name. An affectation that only deepened Dells' suspicions. A pirate, indeed. Highly suspect. Dells resolved to observe the self-proclaimed is for a while longer, to ascertain the true intentions behind this peculiar individual. The preparations have already been completed. I will return the call later. Wait, what are you doing? Get down from there. The man swung from the mast like a monkey, laughing as he addressed Dells. Hey, I want to go inside and take a look. How do you open the door? You'll get killed. Come down. Don't sulk. You look like an old man. A critical blow. Dells braced himself against the ground, impotently slapping the surface. Even with tears streaming from his eyes, his expression remained one of deep distress, as his companions often remarked that whenever they looked at him, they were reminded of debts owed. He wished to find a suitable place to bury himself, yet leaving this man unattended was not an option. Just for a moment? Yes. For reasons unknown, Dells felt an instinctive distrust towards that smile, as it bore a striking resemblance to the grin his boss wore when plotting mischief. With a dark scowl, Dells opened the ship's door, and Ace leapt into the cabin. The interior of the submarine soon resonated with an unending chorus of awe. This vessel can be regarded as one of the exquisite creations from Lockchain Island, rumored to be modeled after a renowned submarine. It appears to be inspired by the Nautilus, a submarine captained by the legendary adventurer Captain Nemo from a century ago, although it claims to have a prototype. The information regarding it has been derived from the embellished tales of subsequent generations, making it improbable for such a creation to truly rival the authentic Nautilus. Among their numerous objectives, this one remains relatively trivial. What they genuinely seek are the beacons and tickets, and ideally, a direct liberation of this place would be even more advantageous. Is it possible now? Please refrain from moving anything. The time he has to negotiate is already scant, and encountering such a predicament is a severe hindrance. Even a minute is the utmost limit. Dells dragged Ace away from the Nautilus. Yet this individual stubbornly clung to the ship's door, reluctant to depart. Ah, I understand. There is no need to regard me with such terror. Dells merely wore a sorrowful expression. Is it truly that frightful? Contemplating self-harm. Who are you exactly? Infiltrating a steel factory could lead to fatal consequences. Is that so? Yet, aren't you also suspiciously capturing rodents here? Dells trembled slightly, pointing at the enormous collar around Ace's neck. This is sea prison stone. You must not be an ordinary person, but rather a devil fruit user, are you? What compels you to wear this? He endeavored to divert the conversation, though the muscles of his face still quivered, undoubtedly presenting an unappealing visage. It's rather troublesome, but that rabbit warned against unfastening it, stating that it would lead to calamity. You are already in a predicament, are you not? Had he not fortuitously been present, this fellow would assuredly have been discovered. What to do? Can he drag this unpredictable variable down with him? Speaking of submarines, one cannot help but recall the Nautilus from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Submarines embody the romance of men and women alike. Today's word count is insufficient. I shall supplement it tomorrow. Chapter 34, The Prisoner's Revelry, Part 2. At sea it is unbearable, truly insufferable. Batriel felt as though he had exhausted a week's worth of divine favor. Do you think this burden comes without its toll? Time has already been squandered. The enemy's intentions remain ambiguous, and Ace and his companions may be in peril. Agile leaned against the wooden railing, seemingly at ease amidst the raging winds. Once again, we must grapple with the troublesome windbag and consider the vessel's burden. To look towards the creaking hull, his expression fraught with concern. I believe we have been swift enough. Indeed, this tempest could transport Odysseus back to the western seas in a single breath. Up it rises. The steel factory, aptly named, is constructed entirely of iron, and throughout the year, only a single day of sunlight will pierce through the icy clouds to grace the pinnacle of this metallic fortress. Cold and unyielding, it embodies its material. The dim white lights cast an eerie glow upon the black corridors. As they circumvented a transport vehicle, Dels and his companions, clutching a square of playing cards, swaggered confidently under the watchful eyes of the surveillance devices. To think they would resort to using it here. Dels made a concerted effort to disregard the sounds behind him. This place feels dismal. An oppressive weight lingers in the air. Is that a playing card you're holding? Why carry that? Why have you fallen silent? His right hand faintly echoed with the sound of cracking knuckles. Yet he restrained the urge to resolve matters with violence. He had essentially concluded that this individual was merely a lost child. I will escort you back to the inner artificial island. I have pressing matters to attend to. Is that so? I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I shall proceed on my own from here. You may attend to your affairs. You ought to remain with me, if you are discovered. It would pose considerable trouble for me as well. Dels cast a foreboding glance at Ace. You claim to be a pirate? Were you captured? I suppose so. You hardly resemble a proper pirate. Then why are you in the steel factory? Shouldn't you be in the underbelly? What is the underbelly? Could he be someone with connections? That doesn't quite fit. If the steel factory represents a meticulously organized office, then the underbelly is a chaotic dormitory. Surface work. Matters of duty. In any case, it is a factory that exploits individuals. Are the people here wicked? Is that rabbit one of them as well? It doesn't appear so, Ace muttered. You should dispose of that item now. Dels gestured towards his own neck. Need assistance? Do you have a plan? It is rather uncomfortable to carry this. Well, as a user of a devil fruit, to be restrained by sea stone yet still maintain mobility is quite impressive. Do not underestimate me. I too have endured significant hardships. Due to the nature of my work, it is not uncommon to ally with pirates when necessary. What is your fruit ability? The flame fruit allows one to transform into fire, a natural element. Dels twirled the strands of his woven hair, tossing them back behind his ear. Come with me, let's leave this place. The chains on Lock Island are not controlled by keys, but rather by a unified mechanical system. This device seems to sell remarkably well. A careless mistake could trigger an explosion. Wait, will it explode? This thing? Wouldn't that mean my demise? Therefore, we must proceed to locate the control center to unlock the prisoner's chains. If fortune favors us, we might even disable those smart units. Are those the little robots we just saw? They appear so diminutive, entirely different from what I anticipated. Those are merely auxiliary types. What you wish to see is likely something else. Dels stood by the window, gesturing at the towering figures armed with firearms on the platform below. Their faces shrouded in tattered bandages. It is said that each smart produced here possesses the strength of 50 million berries worth of wanted criminals. Wow, impressive. They look so cool. Dels observed Ace, who was peering out the window, and activated the snail phone. Bloop, 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 bloop. Click. Dels? It's me. What's the matter? It sounds rather noisy over there. Is there a battle? Yes, but it will conclude shortly, huh? You haven't been discovered, have you? No. Don't worry. How are things on your end? The submarine has been arranged, although there were some complications along the way. It remains on schedule. And what about him? Wait. Misunderstanding. In any case, it's fine. Goodbye. Is everything truly all right on your side? Dels sighed, his expression one of concern as he gazed at the crows circling in the distant sky above the abyss below. This technology, if only it could be applied in a more suitable context. Hey, let's go? Oh, by the way, I haven't asked your name. Dels. Dels held a deck of cards. As long as they were not robots, the magic attached could conceal their movements. He couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy, especially when he beheld the two guard smarts before him. Should we charge in directly? No, you stay here and remember not to wander about. I'll head over there and return promptly. Show me your number. What number? Apologies. I simply cannot produce it. Chapter 35. The Prisoner's Revelry, Part 2. Having surveyed the surroundings, Dells furrowed his brow upon failing to find the serial number on the ace of spades collar. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to infiltrate alone. "I shall take this card and venture in first," he declared. Dells possessed the abilities of the paper fruit, allowing him to fold and transform like paper, as well as harden it into a weapon for attack. Most notably, he could manipulate large objects as if they were mere sheets of paper. However, his weaknesses were equally apparent. His paper form could be undone by fire or water. Under Ace's curious gaze, he transformed into an elongated strip of paper, slipping into the narrow vent. After navigating several twists and turns, he arrived above the control room. "Lord Asharlik, all operations within the factory are proceeding smoothly, and the lower depths remain quite tranquil." A large surveillance insect stood at the center of the room, surrounded by several sizable machines. Among them lay the main switch controlling the collars. In addition to this primary mechanism, each family member possessed a small controller that, upon entering the prisoner-S number, could cause the designated collar to detonate. Dells took note of a member of the Jin Onui family, a somewhat plump woman with long, curly brown hair, thickly painted rose-colored lips, and clad in a fur coat. Her furrowed brow revealed her irritable nature. "Excellent, maintain that demeanor," Asharlik mused with delight, before becoming agitated as she rubbed her wrist. "It truly is dry here. Even maintaining my skin proves a challenge. By the way, how's that little rascal, Ira, performing? I imagine her tasks must be quite simple." "Ira is quite intelligent and has completed her work admirably," came the response. "As long as she is useful." The devil fruit was not wasted. A sharp nail grazed her chin, and as she observed the scene unfolding before her, her tone suddenly lowered. "She appears to be enjoying herself with those wild dogs." Dells discreetly slipped a small paper note through the gap, relieved that no one noticed. If discovered, it would merely be assumed to be fax paper. "Warning, warning, enemy attack, location, steel factory, level 5, repeat." The mechanical clattering echoed ominously, accompanied by the incessant blinking of a red alert light overhead. Dells instinctively thought of his, but this was the third floor of the steel factory. Who could it be? The scruffy wild dogs. "Shall Lord Asharlik handle this personally?" A voice inquired. "No, let the machines deal with it. I have other matters to attend to." Asharlik's right sleeve emitted a mechanical whir, and her hand was instantly encased in shimmering silver armor. The door creaked open slowly. Dells noticed the paper slip landing on a machine and swiftly reverted it back to its original form before turning to exit through the vent. It all felt rather predictable. In the spot where his had been, only a diamond-suited playing card awaited him. Surely, that couldn't have been him, could it? Yet, without the card, he would have been discovered immediately. Bang! In the eternal winter's gray sky, chains connect to the ground, while several automatons are cast outside the steel factory's shell. A heavy impact reverberates against the iron walls, where the machines of death morph into bullets, leaving behind immense indentations after sparks erupt. A girl with raven hair hovers in the air. This paradise is nothing but an illusion. I gaze at the clouds, which release flurries of snow, beautiful and perfect in their angles, floating beside me, intertwining with the angular world. Is this not the paradise of Yandros? Another snowflake vanishes in the palm of my hand. Target locked. Attack. The command is issued, yet these entities are devoid of life. I turn and calmly open the door to receive their onslaught. The door unfolds around the falling snowflakes, while the crimson-eyed robots become ensnared in the rift of time and space. Time rewinds. Were we truly so wretched? Who would dare board with a first mate like you? Wake up. If I had even a single peanut, I wouldn't be so inebriated. Fateful. I assure you that being a pirate is quite commendable. At one time, I was just like you, lacking ambition, devoid of dreams, yearning for the end of examinations to become a civil servant, collecting a state salary, and securing a stable job. I spoke with fervor, delivering a passionate speech. But one day, I suddenly realized that such a monotonous existence was causing me to gradually lose hope for the future. I sighed deeply, placing my hand over my heart, contemplating my fate. If Gaia were to express emotion now, it would surely be one of disdain. Thus, I bid farewell to my mother. For tonight I embark on my journey. Enough. I understand now. Fateful and the others exchanged glances, sighed, and urged me to reflect carefully. Why do you seem so uneasy? Are you attempting to deceive me? Surely not. Chapter 36, Special Edition for Children's Day. The enchantment of the candy house on a certain day at sea. Is today a festival for children? The magician of spades rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head with a smile as he gazed at the 5 eager faces before him. Ace, what do you think? Shouldn't this be a day for child magicians? He squinted his eyes, showing a keen interest as he looked at Ace, wondering if he intended to deceive Mr. Kindhearted for a present. Is that not permissible? Nonsense. Ace is still just a child. Watari fervently defended Ace, although he seemed to have reached adulthood. Surely, there was little distinction between 17 and 18. Yes, I am now of age. I can drink freely and need not sleep until midnight at midnight. You still need to sleep. Besides, you are always the first to doze off. The magician stifled a chuckle, covering his mouth, then turned to the other three children. What gifts do you desire? Infinite arrows. A vacation. A raise. One magician responded. How laborious for you. The red-eyed doctor approached, playfully tapping the magician's arm, as he was too short to reach his shoulder, before leaving with a mischievous grin. What does little Gran wish for? Don't disgust me. The sum of your ages does not even surpass mine. Gran scoffed, pulling a disdainful face as he adjusted his glasses and settled beneath the parasol, picking up a book to read. He seemed like a little brat struggling to find friends due to his unlikable disposition. I shall devise a plan, the magician thought as he removed his white top hat and produced a black magic wand. His tone instantly brightened, as if he had not just sighed. Incredible, incredible. The astonishing feats of the magician of spades. A magic show. Watari and Ace immediately halted their discussion on adulthood, and all five clapped in unison. The wand spun in the air, tracing an astonishing trajectory before finally resting in the magician's hand. The extraordinary magic that fulfilled every child's desire, realizing all dreams. This was the magician's craft. Whether it was deception or reality, the outcome was decided in an instant. At that very moment, indeed, a rain of candy began to fall from the sky. The clouds transformed into cotton candy, and the surrounding sea's motion slowed, gradually morphing into fresh cream. Truly, could this be the might of the strongest superhero? Gran pinched a piece of colorful cotton candy, pursing his lips in contemplation before placing it in his mouth. Gran, like the five others present, was soon adorned with pink blossoms. Yum. Thumbs up. Jizong and Demi, come out, come out. Delicious. The magician, with a beaming smile, tapped his hat with the wand, and Watari realized that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Could this magic be a happiness? Time for a fairy tale. Today's fairy tale is titled The Candy House. Vedalina walked along the path to her grandmother's house, holding a bright red apple. But wait, why an apple? Isn't this the story of the candy house? The apple was indeed large and fragrant, so Vedalina, donning her red hood, took a bite. One apple wasn't enough, and she sat down on a nearby tree root to indulge in another. The forest was serene, with a gentle breeze rustling through the trees, and the flower-laden path often revealed glimpses of little rabbits. This enchanting fairy tale world was truly captivating. If only she had ventured into a realm akin to Doraemon instead of the Pirate King, perhaps her fate would have been more favorable. After all, she was the woman who had watched every version of Doraemon's theatrical releases, both old and new, no fewer than 8 times. Suddenly, a wild Snow White emerged from the bushes. Off you go, apple. Alas, in her haste, she accidentally tossed her half-eaten apple away. Are you all right, huh? The beauty? The princess, clutching her bruised right eye, shot a pained glance at Vedalina before collapsing. Oh no, pull yourself together. Wait, think this through, Snow White. Yes, a kiss. Just as Vedalina resolved to sacrifice herself for the safety of her companion, a voice interrupted the moment. Sister Vedalina, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Batriel, adorned in a green cap and dressed in green, appeared flying in. No, Bat. Listen to my explanation. Oh, you arrived just in time. Thus ensued a scenario where Batriel was forced to kiss the princess. Why? No, wait. I'm still just a child. I just saw a family over there. Let us move Mr. Beauty to them. And then, the candy house made its appearance, capturing 2 adorable little creatures munching on the walls outside. Delicious. Fate. This window is made of crystal candy fair. This chocolate door is delightful too. Vedalina knocked on the partially eaten door, and a familiar voice echoed from within. Who is it? It's me. I'm not deceiving you. I am truly Vedalina. Ace. Open the door. Upon seeing Ace clad in a wolf pelt and sporting a bulging belly, Vedalina dropped her basket, and the apples tumbled to the ground. Oh, grandmother. Your demise is so tragic. Vedalina collapsed, racked with pain. No, there must be a way to save her. Huh. What are you planning, Vedalina? I'll rescue you, Grandma. I will do my utmost. What is all this commotion? Dressed as an old witch, Agile intervened. halting Vedalina's frantic actions and explaining that Ace was merely stuffed from indulging in the house. A swarm of little ones feasted heartily in the room, while the unfortunate princess remained in a deep slumber. Where is Teacher Gran? At this moment, Grandma Kuan-Lan is basking in the sunlight on the other side of the forest, leisurely enjoying her afternoon tea. Such is the essence of senior life, accompanied by gentle laughter. How delightful it would be if someone could set me free. Soon, night will fall, and the little ones, having indulged, are plump and merry. The witch has decided that it is time to feast upon them. Who shall partake of their tender flesh? Aguile furrows his brow, observing the children who have spent the day playing in the forest, reflecting on how exhausting even a simple outing can be. Are the bioluminescent mushrooms edible? Alas, no. They are flavored like soda. Look, a little squirrel's nest. Huh, Gaia. Or perhaps, it's best to slip away, zzz. The flowers are so beautiful, and there's Mr. Rabbit. The children conspire with the witch, suggesting that fattening them up would enhance their flavor, to which the witch agrees. What, then, is this narration about? A month has passed, and the children are to be consumed tomorrow, so tonight, the Grand Magician makes his entrance. Under the full moon, the magician in white twirls gracefully, his feathered adornments swirling wildly in the breeze, the forest whispering secrets. In summary, it is quite a spectacle. The companions of the little ones have appeared. In that fleeting moment, the members of the Spade returned to the ship. After a brief daze, their gazes were drawn to the sky, interwoven with stars in the full moon. Shooting stars, a brilliant azure, reminiscent of the silken braids upon the gown of a star princess. Like a scene from a fairy tale, dreamlike and ethereal, it feels worlds apart from reality. All 10 aboard the ship are present, splendid indeed. The magician's ruby eyes shimmer with joy. Truly, it is an elaborate affair. Watari approaches, standing beside the magician, both gazing at the starry deck. I heard that today is a festival for children in your country. Is it not Children's Day? Indeed, a festival for children signifies a land of happiness. Although misfortunes still linger, we continuously strive to improve our lot. Now, no one in our country dies of hunger. If given the chance, I would love to visit. One day, it will transform into an ideal realm. I believe such a day will also dawn here. For more than one person yearns for a world of joy. Ah, how truly exciting. The magician gazes at the sky he has woven, fervently praying. Happy Children's Day. Chapter 37. The 5 Prisoners' Revelry. Part 2. Let us delve once more into the tales of this island's families and the enigmatic Mr. Rabbit, shall we? If we continue this trivial chatter, I might start to question the very existence of pirates. What would you like to hear? Very well. Let us commence with the arrival of Mr. Rabbit to this island, shall we? Allow me a moment to reflect. Mr. Rabbit has been here for approximately a year now. In the beginning, he frequently visited the artificial island, the very first one he came to, a creation of human hands. Though I remain uncertain of its architect, there, he would engage in conversations with certain employees and occasionally return with newcomers. Speaking of which, it was around that time that Fairfet initiated the establishment of that processing plant, the one obscured from this perspective but visible from the outside. What is produced there? I shielded my face, mentally honing my observation skills to the vicinity of those colossal gas tanks. This endeavor resembles the principles of a microscope. One possesses range without precision and precision without range. Each time one magnifies or reduces the view, adjustments to the eyepiece and objective lens, as well as the mirror and light shield, are required. Rather tedious. I am uncertain, yet I recall that the gas tank once experienced a leak. Did it not, Fet? A beautiful pink hue, was it not? Was it not white? The color cannot be mistaken. It shimmered a vivid pink. The pink mist. At that time, the rosy vapor left me feeling quite dazed, nearly causing me to lose track of fare. Indeed, it was truly perilous. What transpired? Fet was clearly outside the steel factory, yet when I regained consciousness, everyone had scattered in different directions. I tilted my head and blinked. It is said that when people contemplate, they often tilt their heads or gaze askew to avoid the interference of direct eye contact, thereby seeking an undisturbed mental space. It occurs to me that there was indeed an episode in One Piece related to pink mist. What was it about? Ah, yes, the coins. The realm where time and space intertwine, featuring Robin's arrival on the ship. I scratched my head. An instinctive feeling told me there was a connection between the two. This so-called intuition is merely a synthesis of numerous fragments of memory within the mind, amalgamated with sensory information, bypassing logical reasoning. and directly reflecting the resultant amalgamation of this information into thought. It can also be posited that intuition serves as a primal response of consciousness, far more efficient and accurate than reactions constructed through linguistic elements and logical relationships. The intuition of demons, in fact, leans more towards their instincts, aligning closely with reality. In encountering the unfamiliar, intuition may evolve into a skill. Let us articulate it this way. Intuition is, in essence, another form of observation. However, if we define it thus, the concept of hockey may prove far more intriguing than one might presume. Here, I beg your indulgence to retain a modicum of mystery. Is it akin to the instantaneous movement of magic? A slight smile graced my lips as I rested my chin on my hand, intrigued by this matter. Is it so? It feels different. Gaia, what is your perspective? The divine beings possess capabilities far exceeding even the hands of Cinemanes, the hundred-handed giant. Are you certain you wish to hear more? Do not presume that Gaia is akin to some omniscient oracle. She knows nothing of the grand tapestry of human history, be it lunar inhabitants or the Void Throne. When confronted with matters beyond comprehension, she resorts to divine confidentiality agreements to befuddle me. This entity is both unsightly and of no utility. Perhaps it is best consumed. What does Gaia utter? Is there something amiss with my gaze? Her disdainful look is intolerable, yet futile to confront. Ah, my temper flares. I seized the bubble ball and hurled it against the wall, only to be struck on the head by its rebound. What in the world have you done? Before I could escalate the argument with Gaia, either Fate or Fair approached, gingerly cradling the bubble ball, while the other placed their hands upon it, their nose nearly touching its surface, amber eyes reflecting the kaleidoscopic hues. Valtari, why does this gelatinous entity speak? Perhaps feeling overwhelmed by the innocent curiosity emanating from those two pairs of eyes, Gaia took a moment before responding with an exasperated huff. What gelatin? I am a deity. Is a deity synonymous with master? Is it the being of light? No, I am the mother goddess, the earth mother, a divine abode. Oh, this seems rather perplexing. This is not gelatin. It resembles a high-caliber loach. Wait, what? What's wrong? Is everything all right? Ah, never mind. I shall excuse myself to the restroom. Gaia, I entrust you to their care. Feel free to play. Hey, before Gaia could finish her sentence, I dashed out. Having noticed two familiar faces while scanning the area. I need not mention AI, but why is she here? Wait, does she even know where the restroom is? Fate, Mr. Rabbit explicitly instructed against running around Fair. Have I let Mr. Rabbit down? Fair and Fate exchanged glances, frowning at the empty corridor. I deftly maneuvered through the blind spots of the telephone bug's vision at a speed imperceptible to human sight, leaping along the path to the upper floors. If I could pass through doors, I could reach any vantage point. I wouldn't have to rely on shaving my way through, alas. That requires me to master the abilities of Enderos or to become Enderos, comparing my proficiency with Ace's fruit powers. I find myself gravely doubting the divine craftsmanship pales in comparison to that of demons. Could it be a matter of mismatched expertise? As I pondered, my gaze drifted across a room, and after a moment of contemplation, I located a door in a monitoring dead zone, a corner of the ceiling. I swiftly retrieved a dossier from that angular space. I must admit, I find great satisfaction in this thieving ability, at least in the future. I shall not require keys to pilfer anything. After a reassuring nod, I hastily perused the documents in my hands before returning them to their designated space. They were of no significant importance. These were the design blueprints of the unicorn whale. Selka, where do you suppose Mother is? The day of our transaction with the Navy is approaching. She should be inspecting safety measures like the other adults. Recently, there has been an unsettling atmosphere. With Anada and Ananda absent, has the workload increased? Although the thought of them being knocked unconscious brings me a sense of delight, such sentiments are best expressed in solitude. I long to witness their clumsy descent from their hospital beds. If I were by their side, I would ensure they could never rise again. Era and Selka strolled down the corridor on the 5th floor, having just received news of some peculiar occurrences aboard the unicorn whale, and they were en route to investigate. Era playfully twirled her twin tails with her fingers, radiating joy. Had I known better, I would have brought Gaia along to communicate, or rather, threaten, with the telephone bug, causing it to malfunction naturally. The telephone bug truly possesses an air of aloofness. Even when I converse with our household's ace telephone bug, it tends to ignore me. Only Gaia seems capable of making it tremble. So, I must apologize now, dear telephone bug. A once ambitious surveillance telephone bug has now lost its dreams. After hesitantly brushing off my sleeves, I approached Era and her companions. Era paused, her orange eyes fixated on me. We exchanged intense gazes for a moment before she turned to the nearby skeleton man, questioning why she was here at this hour and if it wasn't time for work. With resolute determination, I turned and walked away. Era, that person resembles the Hound. Huh? What? Ah, wait a moment. Sister Watari. You think you can harm me and brush it off with a smile? I do not know her, nor do I wish to acknowledge her. I am genuinely upset. The kind of upset that cannot be soothed. How could Sister Watari possibly be here? Era is simply missing you terribly. Doubt index 10. I continued to puff out my cheeks, refusing to look at her. Sister Watari has truly become a pirate. I have been keeping an eye on the Spade pirate crew. Doubt index 50. In truth, after leaving Arantia, I followed Mother here. Era lowered her head, fiddling with the fluff on the hem of her garment, and all I could see was her brown head. Era, you are truly trying your best. Doubt index sent flying. What has transpired since then? I furrowed my brow, pondering whether Era had indeed matured. I stealthily released my drafts. Surprised, aren't you? I actually possess drafts. Chapter 38. The Frenzy of the Five Prisoners, Part 3. Afterward, Era revealed to me that her mother was a member of the Jien o Nuonyo family and shared a glimpse of the situation here. The skeletal figure trembling beside us introduced himself as Selka, a friend of hers. Thank you for your care, Era. I awkwardly uttered the first line from the new parent quotations. ISNT that the bounty hunter Vadali, with a reward of 3,000 Baileys? Selka's towering silhouette loomed before me, casting a shadow that enveloped my entire being. Are the other members of the Black Spade Pirates here as well? He turned his head anxiously from side to side, and I could have sworn his skeletal mask was glistening with sweat. Well, our circumstances are rather complicated. I succinctly recounted the tale of how I had sold the captain for the sake of a culinary adventure. Actually, I have received some information. You must be aware of the underworld, right? After acquiring the design of the unicorn, I began to wonder if Mr. Rabbit had confused 20,000 leagues under the sea with Journey to the Center of the Earth. Mr. Rabbit? Selka, are there rabbits here? None that I've seen. I haven't encountered any fur-clad beings. Neither have I, Sister Vadali. Could you introduce us to that Mr. Rabbit? I added. And what about Fire Fist Ace and Mother Gaia? Am I not appealing? Why do you only think of others? Ace is just downstairs. Has he been captured? Just as I intended to get a closer look at the person beside Ace, a sudden chill gripped me, causing me to hug my arms tightly, shivering as if afflicted by some fever. In a fleeting moment, less than 36 seconds, I snapped out of that dreadful chill and turned my gaze toward the dark crevice by the blinding white light. A delicate little creature. Era, I apologize. What? Door. I had accidentally dropped a small pink spider, roughly the size of a finger, into the doorway. I marveled at the sophistication of the technology. Yet, wasn't it a bit too extravagant? It resembled a collector's item. This is the spider from Kakaluo. Era and Selka cautiously scanned the surroundings. Sister Vadali, you must have been detected. This is the mother spider. The male will sense it. ISNT, this a mechanical spider? Why would there be a male and female? I nodded, and then I crushed the pink spider. Truly, the world has fallen to such depths. Even robots have girlfriends. This cannot stand. As a member of the FFF group, I felt compelled to intervene. Sister Vadali, I apologize, but Ace is at the first corner of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Could you help me find him? Just say it's a tactical retreat. Is he on Jien o Nuonyo's revenge list? First, take him away. He is still shackled with Hailu stone. Brother Ace, but Sister Watari. Let us proceed, Ira. After all, as the vice-captain of the Spade Pirates, she must have her own strategy. Tiana, have I truly cast aside El's visage here? Nevertheless, I must remain confident. A mere robot cannot even touch a single finger of mine. I nonchalantly turned the corner, smiling and waving at the surveillance snail. Let us go. Ira was lifted by Silka, glancing back at me as I waved gently. Warning, warning, enemy attack, position, Iron Factory, 5th floor, repeat. Iron Factory, 5th floor, numbers 0865, 0866, 0867, 0870. Foot smart, proceeding to eliminate. TSK, my brain is about to overheat. I supported my forehead, feeling its warm temperature. My gaze drifting towards the sky. Though the heavens remained overcast, the light effortlessly pierced through the clouds, stinging my eyes. A rabbit, in a peculiar attire. Fruit ability, double. Oh, the wind at my ear trembled, a cacophonous massive object drawing near. I blissfully closed my eyes, a smile curling upon my lips, only to let out a sigh. I see then, by some time and flee. A tactical retreat. Range locked. Analog calculus. I bowed my head, murmuring in a low voice. Barthel had once elucidated the role of language in divine descent. Language, broadly speaking, is a communication directive employing a set of shared processing rules for expression, transmitted through visual, auditory, or tactile means. Linguistic symbols embody a duality. On one hand, language signifies the names of things. Thus, any language is a reflection of concepts. From existence pointing to conceptualization imagery existence. In essence, bodily movements, language, and text serve as vessels for concepts, the cogs in the machinery of rules. Humanity itself is a complex interweaving of conceptual collectives, the tangible and the intangible. The self and the external cognitions can indeed forge conceptual connections. The Eastern concept of word spirits adheres to this principle. Hence, the voice of the Lord among missionaries carries its rationale. Of course, the above is not Barthel's exact words, but rather my interpretation. Now, let me share the original words. Shouting them makes it easier to unleash the spell. The unwitting followers, adhering to the notion of preemptive strikes, I tread lightly, brushing aside the snowflake-like fragments. Made from a lighter material that can float in the air for a considerable duration with a mere whisper of wind. The moment the blade sparks, one can hear the sound of crashing waves. The red-eyed machine rotates its single eye, affording a maximum field of view of 360, locking onto the adversary. My 10 fingers transformed into blades, akin to eagle talons, lunging toward my crown. The first strike failed to sever the joint of my arm, leaving only a scar. I rubbed my creaking shoulder, wielding my sword with one hand as I rolled away to create distance. The swirling fragments transformed into a tearing force, shattering the linear angles ahead, while rhythmically fired bullets plunged into a fragmented, sharp-edged world. I struggled to convert objects of greater energy. Much like how the angular velocity of a massive gear cannot surpass that of a smaller gear connected to it, I must meticulously maintain my brain's optimal computational state. Thus, I typically return attacks in kind. The 7 doors. Before me, 3 doors spiraled open, their flowing forms reminiscent of flowers born from the underworld, heralding death. Bullets, akin to miniature meteors, pierced through the steel core, their hearts, of the furnace. The 7 doors, both a gift and a curse, quantified discontinuous data in this angular realm, capable of either diminishing or amplifying the potency of my techniques. An ominous premonition lingered as I navigated the building, engaging with a group of smart creatures briefly before shattering a window to escape outside. Standing beneath the snow-laden sky, the source of my foreboding became clear. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the circular object sprawling on the rooftop was not part of the domed architecture, or perhaps it was, if the entire steel factory were to be weaponized. As I pondered, the circular object rotated and combined like a twisting Rubik's Cube, emitting a ghastly white steam. 3 pairs of crimson eyes focused intently, resembling beasts with elongated fangs. Ah, is this some sort of fate? In truth, I would prefer a connection with felines over arachnids. Is that you who harmed Little Pink? The furious voice of a man resonated from a device akin to a loudspeaker in the spider's mouth. The surrounding circular rooftop had morphed into a spider-like machine, and I found myself encircled by an array of menacing crimson eyes. Listen to me. Little Pink is now in my possession. She still has 1 life left, so lower your weapons. You dare. My Little Pink. Humph. Do not become too arrogant, mere slave. Are you not afraid I will detonate your collar? I am uncertain of the collar's danger, but if it were perilous, Mr. Rabbit's head would not be so intact. If I must perish, I shall take this spider down with me. I raised the twitching pink mechanical spider, continuing to play the role of a spy in this twisted narrative. Ah, let go. No, then you keep it. As my right hand grasped the mechanical spider, I released it at the instant I detected a shift in their tone. A crackling sound erupted, and a thread of white light coiled around my fingertip, like a thorn fashioned from metal piercing through muscle tissue, eliciting an indescribable wave of nausea that clung to my insides. I do not abhor burns. Once I confirmed I was unscathed, I quietly admired the enemy's strategy. Had I not reacted a fraction faster than that spider, I might have become a charred hot dog by now. The response is rather swift, yet can you evade the onslaught of our numerous C-type machines? Do not presume that soaring through the air grants you safety. Had I been in your position, I would have seized the moment during the spider's self-destruction, launching an attack the instant I let my guard down. I gently closed my eyelids, as if to absorb the falling snowflakes into my being, and took a slow, deep breath. Arrogant creature, you must be a user of the devil fruit, correct? How cleverly you concealed your abilities, allowing us to incur such losses. Can you compensate for that? However, if your powers prove to be intriguing, I might consider selling you to the nobility. My expression softened, a natural smile gracing my lips. Yet, dear little pink foe, you must sacrifice a hand as penance. My roar transformed into a command, and a swarm of spiders leapt from their chains, lunging toward me. It was you who caused its demise. The machines, having turned into artificial entities, plunged me into a bitter struggle. That one should be called Cacalio. Watching the battle from the lofty heights within the mechanical spider, are you too disdainful to intervene? This could serve as a mutual reserve of trump cards. Yet given the current circumstances, indeed, I am being relentlessly pursued. If you choose to look down on me, so be it. Remain there in your cool perch. After all, it is my life that is at stake. One of these spider automatons stands roughly 10 meters tall. Cacalio S must be the king, measuring 32 meters, with forelegs extending 56 meters. I weave through a world of infinite rotations, entangled with the mechanical spiders. The high-frequency sounds of steel clashing creating a tempestuous dance against my face. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that I have not sustained significant injuries. Yet my bones have begun to creak ominously. Once more, I propelled myself off a spider's back, the Japanese sword, unable to bear the strain, shattered during this sideways parry, sending me careening away. In midair, I executed a cat spin, swiftly regaining my balance and landing firmly on the violently swaying chains. What is this? All you do is dodge and evade. Why not attack? Do you fear that you might collapse first? This is the prowess of our esteemed Jununoyo. Look, what a magnificent work of art this is. The flawless curvature, the exquisite harmony of colors. This contraption seems indeed superior to those humanoid forms. And it possesses a certain beauty. Yet, does not geometry inherently evoke a sense of aesthetic order? I wrinkled my nose in irritation, sensing that the time had come. It was time to reveal my trap card. Ace should also be. Click. The collar. The collar around my neck fell to the ground like the snowflakes. Fire fist. Curse it. A fiery figure descended onto the chains before me, turning to smile at me. Vatali, I have come to assist you. Our child truly struggles with compliance and shows a distinct lack of obedience. Chapter 39. The Revelry of the Five Prisoners. Part 2. Do they possess the power to incite chaos? The white rabbit joyfully twitched its whiskers, indicating that the previous statement was not one of disdain but rather a commendation. With its plump paws, it cast aside the collar controller, which instantly transformed into a wisp of white mist and vanished. This place serves as a factory where doves are transmuted into fantasies, while Mr. Rabbit, perched on his short legs, rhythmically tapped on the lid of a can with his fingers, resembling a percussionist. Surrounding him were industrious workers clad in specialized white protective suits designed to prevent intrusions of fantastical elements into the psyche. Have you ever heard of the colorful mist? In the Grand Line, there exist numerous wondrous phenomena, and this is among the most enigmatic. To uncover this marvel, he devoted considerable time dissecting and reconstructing this phenomenon into the current manifestation of fantasy. Undoubtedly, this accomplishment is monumental, yet it is also a foolish endeavor. In the Grand Line, where the world seeks authenticity, everything appears utterly absurd. However, it is precisely due to his own lack of reality that he discovered the truth. He had anticipated a prolonged journey. He had intended to devote 10, 20, 50 years, perhaps an entire lifetime, to the sea. He harbored an unattainable dream. Burble. Burble. The sound of the phone bug interrupted his reverie. Click. Hello. Is this the person you said would come to our aid? You didn't inform me she was from the Navy. Revolutionary Army, what are you doing here? Brace yourselves. Haraha. I apologize. I couldn't hold back this time. Stop laughing. Hurry and take that Navy officer away. Wait, I want to strike a woman. Ugh. The captain's flustered demeanor was simply too amusing and inadvertently. What is it? Why are you calling again at this moment? Are you seriously making calls during a battle? Do you hold me in contempt? Click. Beep, beep. Mr. Rabbit was in high spirits today after a long absence. Meanwhile, at some distance outside the dream factory, a gentleman with golden hair gently leaned the recently unconscious Iska against a protruding chain, draping his coat over her and adjusting her hat. My lady, I shall return for you shortly. In the span of a second. He had declared he would not strike a woman, only to then render her unconscious. Striking and knocking out are not the same, thus it is acceptable. Burble, burble. Click. Dells, what transpired? Boss. Dells emitted a low, rasping groan tinged with a hint of tears. What troubles you? The golden-haired gentleman tidied his collar, his expression grave as he inquired about the situation. Pirates and Gian O'Neill are clashing. What should I do? Huh? What pirates? I failed to recognize them just now. They're the Spade Pirates. My apologies. I should have identified them sooner. Again, them? Stay composed, Dels. There is no need for such alarm. Even so, they cannot stir up a significant tempest. Once they are dealt with by Gian O'Neill, the negotiations between Gian O'Neill and the Navy will continue. No. That. Allow me to resolve this matter here, and I will promptly head to your side. Thud. The leader at his place always focuses on the essentials when on the phone. Dels was torn about whether to make another call. The current battle situation felt a bit delicate. Those spider robots had abruptly ceased operations. To be precise, the individuals controlling them had lost consciousness, struck unconscious by an unexpectedly appearing frying pan. What did I say? The art of thievery. This is my trap card. Yanderose's theft. Trap card. Yanderose's theft. Within an angle not exceeding 120, pay 100 mental points each turn to lock one monster for a round, with a 99 probability of rendering the locked opponent's monster of 4 stars or below incapable of battle. Hey, Watari is so despicable. I haven't even started the fight yet. And I finally managed to shake off the sea prison stone. I swung another frying pan from behind at Ace. Indeed, it seems to have restored capabilities. I nodded at the frying pan still bearing flames. Watari, what have you just done? Nothing. Ace's appearance was an unexpected calculation. You see, now the plan is quite excellent. Isn't it? It fully demonstrates my strategic advantage. Speaking of which, have you seen a brown-haired little girl? I held my slightly heated head and took out a piece of chocolate to pop into my mouth. Oh, the girl named Ayla? Ace turned and waved towards the steel factory. 2 different colors danced in the window. We were still standing on the chain bridge suspended over the steel factory, the wind brushing past my lips. I emptied my mind, feeling a wave of sadness within. It's good that Ayla is all right. Sigh. Ace. Let us cause a ruckus. Watching the slowly gathering smart, I understood that sneaking away was impossible now. So let us dance with abandon before this snow has ended. Oh. Ace's voice echoed vibrantly in this winter. Fire fist. 7 gates. Spiraling heavenly fire descended like a frenzied beast, the fiery claws engulfing their prey into his molten belly. The searing heat wave seemingly capable of melting the snowy clouds. Perhaps for this reason, I felt droplets brush against my skin only to vanish swiftly like shadows. Ace. At least let me get the smart robot inside the door before using fire. The melting snow makes it impossible for me to use the door. This combination move is incredible. Such power has never been seen. Ace did not hear my words, leaping down the chain as bullets passed through him without inflicting any harm. All right, I'm off. What of the tacit understanding between mother and child? Ace effortlessly dominates the crowd, exuding an oppressive heat that makes me think it might be unwise to join the fray at this moment. I risk being caught in the crossfire. I gracefully leaped to the Spider King controlled by Kakuluo, extracting my frying pan and the Kakuluo with a gourd-shaped head, binding him with a chain I fortuitously discovered. This chain might be the abyss, the steel factory. Is there a battle occurring there? The prisoners gaze upwards at the flames, exhaling white mist, their eyes reflecting flickers of orange-red flames. Several figures vanish, and more smarts gradually depart to partake in the distant conflict. Hey, why have you halted? Do you wish to bloom? The one-eyed man, cloaked in an eye mask, aims a pistol at an individual's head, launching him with a kick, and fires several rounds into his thigh. Rise and get to work. We do not sustain you for idleness. The fallen individual drags himself up, nursing his injured leg while others divert their gaze, engrossed in their tasks. Yes, indeed, my dear, take him to Aha. The man exhales smoke onto the ground, and a nearby blonde woman dressed in a maid's outfit, her eyes shut, immediately retrieves the cigarette, but, placing it into her wrist. From a distance, one might mistake the white on her arm for the complete length of a white tie velvet glove worn at a banquet. Yet, it is far from such a delightful notion. The woman, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opens her right eye, the iris swirling like oil droplets in water. The sound of gears turning resonates, sir. This has become an unremarkable occurrence. Here, the term feels so effortless. Slavery, regardless of the era, persists, though this place lacks a certain sugary coating. Why? He stood up as you commanded. One individual finally could not contain himself and shouted, only to be swiftly silenced by another who covered his mouth. Forgive him. He is new. With that, the assailant pressed the man's head into the ground. Why the one-eyed man mutters as if deep in thought, eventually lifting his eye mask to reveal a sunken, decaying purple-black eyelid. He erupts into maniacal laughter. Ha ha. After all, he has no value left to extract. Keeping him would only be wasteful. Or do you wish to take his place? Spare me. Tormenting you is the only joy I have left. He insane. Lunatic. Don't reason with him. My dear, it is snowing. Let us take a stroll together. I intended to bring you to blissful death. Bang, bang, bang. After firing his weapon, the man, indifferent to whether he hit his target or caused death, adjusted his coat, lit a cigarette for himself, and departed. Yes, sir. The woman stepped forward, revealing her white marionette legs beneath her long black skirt. One person, one object, one front and one back, one left and one right. It is akin to an artistic creation that twists and intertwines the human form, both its bones and flesh, in a manner that appears to sever and reconstruct. Chapter 40. The Prisoner's Revelry, Part 2. I understand now. Do not pull my ears. Mr. Rabbit produced a small comb, meticulously grooming the disheveled fur, and nodded in satisfaction upon glancing at his reflection. Yet, once again, his ears were tugged. I am inquiring about you. Oh, how rude. I have done nothing. What is the situation with the Spade Pirates? What is unfolding over at Dell's? I was merely extending a polite gesture, bringing back slaves for the Jinanoya family, unaware that they would be pirates. Only the first two statements hold any truth, do they not? Well, let us not dwell on trifles. I shall manage this. Since it is your own affair, hasten to resolve it without delaying the matters at hand. Regarding that, I have an idea. The blond man skeptically leaned in, and Mr. Rabbit whispered his plan to him. Was this your intention from the start? Can it truly work? Pirates are driven by profit. And with just a slight. However, I must refuse. Before suggesting anything, consider whether you are truly trustworthy. I have not forgotten the leader's words. Did he not say to distrust anything I say? That is quite unfair. I am sincerely looking to broker a deal with the Revolutionary Army. Did you not approach the Jinanoya family in a similar fashion? Are you aware that your joining has inexplicably added numerous enemies to our Revolutionary Army? Yet this suggestion remains quite commendable. Perhaps the captain should contemplate it further. I am known for my efficiency in executing tasks. Does the Revolutionary Army not seek to liberate Chain Island? Missing this opportunity a second time would be exceedingly difficult. Surely a greater safety net would be prudent, no? This is the closest the prisoners have ever been to freedom. His words struck the man like a leather scimitar piercing between the second and third ribs, causing his heart to race. He was indeed wavering, though it could also be a trick of the rabbit's magic. Very well, I accept the mission. Mr. Rabbit shall promptly set off to rescue our comrades. Mr. Rabbit waved to the sky, and a large crow descended, allowing him to leap lightly onto its back. Wait. No problem. I will inform Dells. Let us take flight. The crow flapped its wings, soaring into the heavens, leaving its true master behind. Why does my steed heed your commands? It cannot be blamed, for its perception has been clouded by illusionary magic. It is presently moved by its master's successful weight loss. So, then, after this, Mr. Rabbit conjured 2 flapping doves. Done. Truly, I am a genius magician. Let me see. Wow, what a grand spectacle. Flames engulf the iron, and through the distorted images of intense heat, one could see a dark-haired man battling a throng of robots. Mr. Rabbit contemplated how to make a splendid entrance. As the enigmatic figure of Zoe Ran emerged, he bound the raven's form, causing its dark feathers to cascade down. Mr. Rabbit leapt down before being ensnared, yet the chains, as if imbued with sentience, relentlessly pursued their target, intertwining in the air. The sound of the chains sliding echoed like the wails of tormented souls from the abyss. The origin of these chains, the master of the Black Door, pressed his delicate fingers against several lock rings, tightening the trap that ensnared him. Congratulations on acquiring a new weapon. The soft voice of the rabbit chimed, gentle as its rounded belly. Pray tell, why do you caress the gentleman's abdomen? You too are a stand user, are you not? Is that cotton concealed within? Have I been discovered? Quite impressive. How did you ascertain that? Watari's eyes gleamed with clarity. This is my fruit ability. I am, in fact, a wielder of the devil fruit. The specifics of my powers remain uncertain. Now it is my turn, drawing a card. This is not arrogance. My observation haki allows me to sense the emotions of others. When we first met, I detected neither goodwill nor malice from you, which is rather peculiar. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, your attire resembles that of a child's toy. How unfortunate, filled with a sense of cheapness. The rabbit cast a forlorn glance at the suit. Its heart heavy. Upon learning you are a magician, I pondered, could Mr. Rabbit himself be an embodiment of magic? It seems you have cloaked yourself in cognitive dissonance, which is why I encountered backlash when perceiving the truth. This indicates a remarkable proficiency in your fruit abilities. Are you on the verge of awakening? My fingers, firmly gripping the lock rings, mimicked the motion of a beast extending its claws to capture prey, yet I found it difficult to envision the awakening of Enderose. I am uncertain as well, I replied. Humph, let us discuss your fruit abilities. Might I venture a guess? A superhuman-type magical fruit, perhaps a fantasy fruit of sorts? Such matters are quite flexible. More importantly, could you release both me and the raven over there? It is merely a chauffeur. Surely, it is not merely a Tujo chauffeur. I cast a sidelong glance at the raven, unbinding the chains that held it captive. Very well, now it is your turn. Ace is still battling. So I shall keep my inquiries brief. Otherwise, we may find out whether your ability activates faster than my blade. I drew forth a Swiss Army knife with one hand that controlled the chains, positioning it against Mr. Rabbit's head. Speaking of which, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. First, answer my question. Deceiving me will prove futile. The blade of the Swiss Army knife glided against his skull. Very well, name. Rabbit. Emu. How did you uncover our connection to the underworld? It is documented in the Navy's archives. Considering this, it is not inconceivable that the rabbit's ability could infiltrate the database. Well, to elaborate, it pertains to Elysium Island, the destruction of the fourth ancient weapon, the demon Azazel. In the underworld, the destruction of the fourth ancient weapon? Mr. Rabbit's ears suddenly perked up, his nose perhaps as sensitive as that of a journalist. Speaking of which, your pirate crew has an inhabitant from the underground, does it not? I find myself immensely intrigued. If only I could engage in conversation with him. We would surely forge a splendid friendship. As he spoke, he flailed about like a fish caught in a net, nearly provoking me to deliver a punch. The thought of a burly man residing within the rabbit's body dampened my enthusiasm. However, if it were a cat, the situation would be entirely different. Am I enamored with your soul? No, it is your corporeal form that captivates me. Silence, please. One final inquiry. What connection does this have with the underground world? This matter is better left to one of my acquaintances to elucidate. Ah, the Revolutionary Army, is it? Astute. A suspicion began to form. Perhaps this situation is more significant than it appears. As the first mate, I must deliberate carefully. I then realized that the captain never heeds my words. So what does it matter what I think? Is that the bitter melon who kidnapped my dear AIer still watching from the sidelines? At this moment, the bitter melon resolved to heed the captain's orders and planned to retreat. After traversing an unusually quiet stretch of road, a finely made-up woman approached, followed closely by a brown-haired girl clutching a roly-poly toy, her expression shifting continuously. Dells often caught glimpses of that same expression in the mirror. He tightened his grip on the playing cards, furrowing his brow as he leaned against the side, awaiting her passage. The sound of her high heels echoed in his heart, elongating the passage of time. Click, clack, click, clack, crash. The left shoulder, now paper-like, emitted a cracking sound. Had he hesitated a moment longer, it would not merely have been a bone at risk, but rather his very spine. Dells swiftly regained control of his paper-like arm, his left hand folding at various angles until it transformed into a weapon resembling a long spear. In the process, he even managed to temporarily reconnect the bones he had folded. The steel fingers sliced through the square playing cards with remarkable precision, showcasing their sharpness. Square, indeed. That fellow emu is truly a wild dog that cannot be tamed. The silver armor gradually enveloped the Sherrick's entire body. You, Revolutionary Army. Osherick suddenly turned with a mysterious smile. Are you curious why I can see you? I too am a researcher of fantasy. Am I not aware of his little tricks? She swept her left hair aside, revealing her mismatched eyes, which even moved out of sync. As long as the eyes possess no blind spots, all is well. The illusion of disappearing magic is merely a sleight of hand. Behind the human retina, there exists a fovea devoid of visual cells, hence lacking the ability to perceive light. When an object's image falls upon this point, it cannot trigger sight, thus termed the blind spot. The trick of the square playing cards involves directing light towards a specified target, utilizing the blind spot to create the illusion of non-existence. In addition, there exists a cognitive non-existence. When considering their differences, one might perceive the former as interference of information, while the latter involves the alteration of established facts. Due to the greater complexity involved in the latter, MU only provided cards endowed with the capabilities of the former. Asha Lick has stated as much. It would be difficult for Dels to misunderstand, as her previous statement clearly implied that her left eye is a prosthetic, and it is indeed functional. Once I resolve this matter, I shall proceed to capture that monkey outside, and incidentally. Kakaloa also requires a comprehensive overhaul. Her tone was as nonchalant, as if resolving their predicament were simpler than preparing a dish. However, Dels admitted his lack of prowess in combat. He excelled in evasion, was mediocre in fleeing, and was woefully inept in fighting, with no aptitude for social interaction. In the face of overwhelming adversity, he could only rely on his second-rate escape and third-rate combat techniques to buy himself some time. Dels summoned all his strength and, in a single breath, thrust his spear, creating a wide-range attack that widened the distance between them. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. After several exchanges, Asha Lick effortlessly either caught his attacks or dodged them, resulting in Dels being the sole one to exhaust his stamina. Seizing a moment, he once again transformed the spear's form during a thrust. It morphed into thorns, aimed at Asha Lick's neck, which was yet to be armored. She narrowly caught the piercing thorn that almost penetrated her throat. At that moment, Dels' body had already flipped multiple times. The instant the hardening wore off, his highly contorted physique sprang up, rebounding off the ceiling before landing beside the brown-haired girl who was observing the battle. The black weeble was tightly embraced by the girl, and after a soft exclamation, she regained her focus, realizing she was being held hostage by Dels. "I apologize, young miss." Dels' visage was indeed well suited for such affairs, yet it did not imply that he was genuinely competent. He could only strive to steady his trembling hands, akin to a sharpened blade. The noble revolutionary army? Dels shuddered. He wished he hadn't uttered such words that induced his tremors. This is a just tactic. Era. Dels only heard a sound as delicate as a falling needle, and suddenly, his left foot and right foot became entangled. Just as he thought he would fall, his vision began to shake violently, causing stars to dance before his eyes. The girl, who had barely reached his waist moments ago, suddenly towered over him. No, it was he who had diminished in size. The voice in his mind became clearer. "Mr. Weeble has fallen. This girl is a user of a devil fruit ability. What predicament am I in now?" Chapter 41. The Prisoner's Carnival, Part 3. Before me stands a gloomy, unyielding figure, now held in the delicate grasp of Alara. Is that not him? The white rabbit emerges from the void framed by a purple crystalline prism. A good day, my lady. With a nimble leap, evades a deadly barrage, engaging in a dance of agility with Osherik. You are quite the strategist. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Alara retreats a few steps, shrinking into a corner. It appears her abilities are suited for humanoid forms. TSK, do not be harsh with the child. Conjures a white top hat, flipping it deftly before placing it atop her head. Her little paws clutch the brim, as she struggles to maintain composure. "Miss Alara, would you care to befriend Mr. Rabbit?" "I'm sorry." I whispered an apology before conjuring a portal beneath my feet, plunging into the fray below with astonishing speed. The chains are a series of interconnected iron rings, once instruments of torture. Yet, what significance does the morphology of chains hold, regardless of their purpose? Legend has it that the world is suspended by chains, cascading into the sea at the world's end, where the waters flow over the horizon. Here lies the chain that connects heaven and earth. Thus, for connection, there are tales of the gods, who endeavored to forge a chain with magic, slender as a thread, to bind the great wolf of twilight. Thus, for restraint, it is said that the harbingers of the dead use chains to drag souls to the underworld, driving stakes into the bodies of the guilty, tallying their virtues and vices. Thus, for judgment, 12 forms, the serpent walks free, with some distance still from the ground. I discard the fragments and unfold a dozen doors. Chains coil around me, and seizing one end, I kick off with force. My fingers twitch, sending the scattered chains erupting toward the ground like a burst of fireworks. Enderos and chains are a match made in heaven. Such simple angles please me more than the perfect hexagonal patterns of the Coke curve. The descending chains unfurl new portals between the rings, momentarily sealing the battlefield within their grasp. Ace, tactical retreat. Let us go. I toss a white top hat, which bursts like a balloon exhaling its last breath, releasing 2 doves that take flight. What? Ace, startled by my abrupt actions, remains surprisingly compliant. Otherwise, my subsequent maneuvers may falter. With both hands gripping the chain, I ensnare Smart's movements while catapulting Ace out of the battlefield. The rabbit murmurs softly, "Please take care of him. This is my dream." A cloud of smoke, as fierce as a tempest, disperses like a horde of beasts. Why flee? A sense of adventure washed over me as Osherik suddenly felt a headache. Once the discomfort subsided, he turned to gaze at Isla once more. "Now that you have returned, it is only a matter of time before you become like us." Asherik's mechanical right hand rested gently upon Isla's head, reminiscent of a mother's touch. "Next, we must venture outside to deal with those two individuals." He pivoted, seemingly oblivious to the oddity of the moment. Isla's eyes widened as she observed the rabbit toss two wooden dolls into his hat and bow before her. "Tonight, Mr. Rabbit will come to escort the children to the land of fantasies," he whispered, leaving behind words only she could hear before vanishing into the shadows. "Here he comes." "Oh, he truly has emerged." I grasped one of Mr. Rabbit's ears and pulled him through the door. "Phew, I thought I would be trapped in there forever. How does the horned world feel? Have you seen the puppy I raised? A remarkable creature. It experienced time travel before I did." In Yanderose's judgment, living beings must fulfill three essential conditions: physical, mental, and spiritual. Different structural systems yield varying criteria for life, yet most adhere to these three standards. It is rumored that there are other criteria based on consciousness and sensory observation. Clearly, this rabbit did not meet the physical requirement. Quite unappealing. "Wait, do not shove me back inside," I exclaimed. Truly a hound in excellent health." Cough cough, allow me to reintroduce myself. Mr. Rabbit adjusted his red tie and executed a British salute. "My name is Rabbit, and I am an undercover agent dispatched by the Revolutionary Army to Jin Yuno." "Not Mr. Rabbit? Am I also a rabbit?" "Oh, indeed." The rabbit conjured a hat from which he produced a matryoshka doll, casting it to the ground. "This is also an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, the Count of Bittermelon, Dells. Furthermore, we have arranged numerous operatives in various locations." The doll tumbled to the ground, instantly transforming into a dark-skinned man who maintained a face-down position. "You." The tone was more venomous than a gritted jaw. Fortunately, the chain-laden ground was relatively free of mud. Otherwise, his face, concealed beneath intricately braided hair, would surely be caked in filth. His hairstyle resembled the elaborate braids of primitive tribes, reportedly designed to deter lice and dissipate heat. Yet, this man likely preferred that hairstyle for its aesthetic appeal. That face would surely ward off evil if used as a screensaver. A sudden thought crossed my mind. He was not unattractive, and perhaps some might even find his look appealing. However, an air of resentment lingered heavily. "Isn't that an uncle? Are you a ghost of a matryoshka?" That description is all too accurate. Look, he is nearly in tears." The man named Dell shot a sorrowful glare at Osherik, ignoring my outstretched hand as he stood up resolutely. "So has the boss agreed?" "Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dells, a member of the Revolutionary Army." "What exactly is the Revolutionary Army?" Rather than inquiring about me, Ace turned his gaze towards you. Have I become a mere source of information in his eyes? Such a notion is preposterous. The Revolutionary Army, led by Monkey D. Dragon, aims to overthrow the oppressive rule of the celestial dragons who govern the world government, establishing a society characterized by freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law. To topple the celestial dragons, is that a noble cause? Well then, I shall place my trust in you. My name is Portgas D. Ace, a man destined to surpass the Pirate King. And that is that. I have grown accustomed to Ace's perilous declarations, yet the two before us oscillate between laughter and tears. Emu. I believe the matter of communication should be entrusted to you. However, I am unable to gain their trust. Dells fell into a moment of despondency, eventually exhaling a sigh, rubbing his weary eyes to reveal his dark irises. He has likely come to the realization that we have no chance of turning the tables and is genuinely considering collaboration with us. The intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army is extensive. I have heard whispers regarding your affairs. Although classified, I am considered a relevant party and have obtained some information. You have visited the Island of Pleasure in the East Blue, have you not? The island inhabited by peculiar creatures? Yes, it is actually a part of the underground world. Are you aware of that? Indeed, the underground world is an entire realm distinct from this one. It houses seas, land, and its own inhabitants. The world government has long desired access to the underground world. This implies that there is profit to be had there? I fell into contemplation from a broader perspective. The landmasses of this world are fragmented, and the development of governance is undoubtedly constrained. Thus, the bridge-building projects emerge. There is an insatiable desire to cultivate a vast expanse of land suitable for habitation, yet the red line clearly fails to meet this criterion. The sea routes are also obstructed by the Grand Line. How exactly was this Grand Line formed? I am uncertain about the deeper intricacies. Nevertheless, the world government indeed craves something from the underground world. The entrance to this underground realm lies somewhere within the Grand Line. Is it a location marked by a pointer, taking the form of an island? Perhaps. However, through our research, we have discovered a more convenient method. Dells gestured to the rabbit beside him, who nodded eagerly. Mr. Rabbit produced a vial containing a pink liquid. This is the active ingredient of rainbow mist, referred to as the theory of fantasy, which, when utilized correctly, allows one to traverse any time and space to any location. Rainbow mist? Is that substance extractable? It seems Miss Watari is aware of it. The raw material is the latest drug, Dove, which is a highly concentrated extract. Back in Rogetown, I still have a few bags in my possession. Is that acceptable? Theoretically, of course. The blindness is too profound, thus, we require a beacon, akin to a life card, to guide us through the fog. I think I grasp the concept. So, Jian Yonhua is collaborating with the Navy, producing the mist here. Therefore, the Navy is the beacon? They are expected to arrive for trade tomorrow, and I estimate there will be several warships, perhaps more than 5. If Agri's vessels are merely reserve warships, then we might as well return home and tend to the fields with AI air. Our plan is to seize the beacon the moment the box is opened during the Navy's transaction. Mr. Rabbit has already set up a mechanism in the fantasy factory to pilfer the liquid storage tank. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? No. It's not that I find you impressive. Rather, I have 3 inquiries. I will explain within my capacity. First, why doesn't the world government produce fantasy themselves? They have yet to discover the method of production. To follow up, the world government possesses the genius scientist Vegapunk, who is ahead of the world by 5 centuries. How can his technology be inferior to Jian Yonua's? This is due to my influence. Without my fruitability, fantasy cannot be obtained. You? Second, why does the Revolutionary Army aspire to enter the underground world? As far as I know, there is hope for new alliances and bases. Are you all idealistic fools? Or do you consider me a fool? Never mind. How could I, a mere mortal, fathom what Dragon is contemplating? Thirdly, and most importantly, why should we assist you? Collaborating with you means opposing the world government and the Navy. I see no advantage for us. The underground world holds clues leading to the ultimate destination. Ace and I were taken aback, though Ace seemed only partially comprehending. He understood the essence of those words. All right, what do you comprehend now? It is lying. The ultimate destination, Raftel, has only 4 markers, 3 of which are accounted for, while the last one is currently lost in Fishman Island. It has no relation to the underground world. Is that common knowledge? Perhaps? Hey, the last marker is in Fishman Island. I had no idea. Speaking of which, the Navy has also failed to uncover the background of Watari, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere in East Blue's Alandia, like a conjurer. This is the voice of an audience that enjoys watching a performance on stage. Do not digress. Is this not a discussion about cooperation? Since you lack sincerity, we see no necessity for collaboration. Why are villains exposed? Because they lack the ferocity. Roar, tiger. Do not speak so. We still have. Fine. We too wish to venture into the underground world. Ace, Watari wants to go too, right? Aren't you the one clamoring for a grand adventure? Would it not be preferable to uncover a clue regarding One Piece? Ignoring the advice of others, I furrowed my brow in dissatisfaction, momentarily perplexed as to whether this was a fortuitous or unfortunate situation. Should my actions, driven by experience, lead to dire consequences? I would rather be impaled upon a dung hill, a dominion of the demon Beelzebub. Ace, there is something I must convey to you. I am an adventurer, previously serving as a first mate aboard a vessel. My foremost duty is to ensure the safety of the crew. I shall not recklessly jeopardize their lives for the sake of adventure. A suitably measured adventure is the epitome of my aspirations. Yet, what we face is not merely adventure. True adventure lies beyond the confines of planning. We navigate the Grand Line, where unpredictability reigns supreme. Even so, come now, let us remain amicable. After all, we are comrades on the same ship, are we not? I understand. Ace, this moment is not about my circumstances, but rather, I inquire whether you possess the resolve to safeguard us even as you lead us into perilous situations. Undoubtedly. Ace rose, his gaze unwavering and resolute, piercing through to my very soul. A tremor reverberated within me, a numbing sensation creeping into my bones. Very well, Captain. I shall respect your decision. What are ye? Your first mate, pledged to carve out a boundless sea for your navigation, even if it means perishing before you. I endeavored to infuse my tone with confidence. Now then, where do you believe the underworld resides? Chapter 42, The Revelry of the Captives, Part 4. Alas. I had not anticipated that AI air would grant me no semblance of dignity. Wadao Tian. Why? I do not wish for your demise. It was merely a metaphor. Nevertheless, when one's time is up, death is inevitable. Do not succumb to it. Do not impose such burdens upon me. My path shall be forged by my own volition, devoid of any sacrifices from others. Do you comprehend? Wadali? AI air is threatening me. Oh no. Do not use Mr. Bunny's ears to wipe your tears. Nonsense. I'm not shedding any tears. The rabbit, having torn off the ear I clutched, vigorously rubbed it before reverting to its mischievous tone. Yet, such sentiment is indeed touching. Have you made your decision? Very well, I shall assist you. I sighed, pondering that life rarely aligns with one's desires, often a mere fraction of 100 billion. Since AI air wishes to play the villain, I shall assume the role of the antagonist. You are not permitted to leave after school. I do not yet fully trust you. Please feel free to inquire. Our time for today is nearly concluded. I shall request that everyone take a respite, as new guests shall be arriving shortly. Delu seemed unprepared for the abrupt conclusion of this negotiation. It appeared he had to swallow back the words he had meticulously prepared, exhaling a long sigh. It was indeed a predicament for him. The journey back was relatively tranquil, guided by the rabbit. Likely because we were supposed to be captured by Osheric at this juncture. This ability is not to be underestimated. I even suspect that in optimal conditions, he could conjure an entire realm of fantasy. Danger level, trust level, -30. Deluz, having undergone rigorous training, is unlikely to be feeble himself. Danger level, to be determined. Trust level, 56. Pearl, plop. Pardon me. I must take my leave for a moment. Please take this and traverse the chain bridge. Observation hockey. True knowledge. Modification. Understood. Understood. I shall promptly retrieve the individual. I watched as the crow descended and then ascended, ultimately yielding no new information. Yet, in the corner of my vision, a tattoo resembling a cross appeared, prompting me to quicken my pace to catch up with Ace. Ace, be cautious. Do not fall into the sea. After all, Ace stepped onto a depression in the chain, and in an inexplicable sequence of physical phenomena, he tumbled down the bridge. A veritable Caesar of the diving realm. Why is it always said that he is the Caesar of a particular domain? This is due to the Roman Emperor, Gaius Julius Caesar, who, endowed with the blessings of the divine, was exceptionally gifted across diverse fields such as politics, military strategy, mathematics, and the arts, revered as the sacred Julius. He is often compared to Leonardo da Vinci, both celebrated as polymaths. This must begin with the societal circumstances of ancient Rome. Now is not the time for tangential explanations. Ace, Dellers, is there truly no issue with this pirate crew? The currents here are fierce. We nearly collided with a reef. It took considerable effort for me to rescue Ace, and I owe my success to the time afforded by the pause in our discussion. With a mix of exasperation and resolve, I unshackled the chains binding Ace. Thank you, but knowing to thank is less useful than ensuring it won't happen again. Are you perhaps soluble in water, possessing an affinity for it? Not quite, haha. I'm not flattering you. Throughout our journey, the two of us have bickered incessantly, and Dellers has certainly witnessed this. The expressions on his face have shifted more dramatically than a traffic light transitioning through its colors. Mr. Dellers, is only black tea acceptable? I caught the teacup that was thrown from the void and, with a fluid motion, spread out a brown checkered picnic cloth with my other hand, placing the steaming tea upon it without spilling a single drop. Are you a magician? I am merely an ordinary office worker who juggles multiple jobs. What a delightful aroma. Ace unceremoniously sat cross-legged on the cloth, and after a brief hesitation, Dellers joined him. Is there any meat? I regret to inform you that there is none. Our financial situation is rather dire, preventing us from affording such luxuries. Ace, you ought to strive to earn enough to support our sizable vessel. Didn't you find a substantial sum when salvaging the sunken ship last time? Wasn't that to save for a larger ship? Much of that income was confiscated, and Dellers was quickly discovered to be a pirate after trading in a captured bounty for money with the Navy, leading to a swift bounty on his head. The Grand Line is replete with silent treasures and wandering riches. Capturing a single ship of pirates could yield millions. Is my thinking too Spanish? Yet this is justice. I assent it. I desire a vessel that can both soar and dive. I recently glimpsed a remarkably splendid submarine. Dreams encompass everything, awaken to reality. For we lack even the down payment for a standard ship. Woe is me. Ace feigned indifference as he speared a slice of chiffon cake with his fork and stuffed it into his mouth. I finally understood why Nami was so frugal. Necessity breeds such behavior. My own life had been shackled by financial constraints until I was thwarted from spending recklessly by my parents. The thought of living in such a manner for the rest of my days filled me with unease, and the rich tea in my mouth turned as bitter as seawater. Oh, this cake is exquisite. Dellers sampled the gem-like cake, and the furrows on his brow deepened. I chose to interpret this as a sign of his approval. Is it to your liking? Quite satisfactory. Are you truly pirates? What is your perception of pirates? They will seize the village, slaying its inhabitants based on whims and fancies. We would never do such a thing. Ace flatly denied it, subsequently downing the black tea as if it were mere mineral water. Hey, this tea is royal court tea. Its sweet and rich flavor is unparalleled by ordinary blends. To drink so much in one go. Cough. What is this taste? Big fool. Come quickly. You dare hold a tea party without inviting Mr. Rabbit. Miss, would you care for a cup of black tea? The royal tea is indeed robust in flavor. Who asked you to drink it? This is hardly the time for tea. This person requires medical attention. What? Why is this individual covered in blood? I noticed that with Mr. Rabbit's return, 2 others followed, one of whom stood behind, clad in a thick black coat and matching hat, adorned with a collar around his neck. However, I swiftly diverted my gaze to another injured person. The injuries are indeed severe. 6 gunshot wounds across the body, with 2 bullets still lodged inside. This injury belongs to Fane's Janinyu, sir. A deep voice resonated, a venerable elder. Though he appeared to be in his 60s, with disheveled white hair, his robust physique was evident even through his coat. Is there a doctor present? I possess some medical knowledge, but these injuries are beyond my amateur capabilities. What a coincidence, I am also somewhat of an amateur. Together, we might just form a complete entity. You? Yes, despite my reservations, I am quite adept at treating gunshot wounds. If there are no other options, I might be able to give it a try. Then I shall entrust this to you. If there are no other options. As I tied my hair back, anxiety surged within me, though the emergency procedures were etched in my mind. However, regardless of my theoretical knowledge, it had been years since I had the opportunity to apply it practically. It seemed imperative to find a doctor swiftly. I could not continue to be treated as a universal remedy. The elder assisted me while Iska, Dells, and Rabbit were dismissed on the grounds that they would disturb the operation. Ace stood nearby, his hand engulfed in flames, wearing a serious expression. Calm down, calm down. This is merely a piece of pork. It is to be braised for dinner tonight. No, I need to think differently. This is my guardian. The one who subjected me to second-hand smoke for years. I can proceed. The situation should not be dire. Otherwise, he would not have endured until now. I widened the wound, cleaned the edges, exposed the injury, excised necrotic and devitalized tissue, removed foreign objects, and addressed the severed nerves and blood vessels, managing the fractures, followed by drainage and suturing. The thigh was bleeding, slightly below the groin, and I pressed the femoral artery firmly with both thumbs. A typical individual would have succumbed by now, wouldn't they? You ought to be grateful that this is the world of One Piece. Furthermore, this complete medical kit worth 1 million berries has indeed exceeded my expectations, making it difficult to stop using it. As for the lighting, I can only make do with the ambient colors. My eyes and head feel a bit. I removed my surgical gown, unsteadily washed up, and took out a bar of chocolate to savor. The slightly bitter sweetness alleviated my headache. Thank goodness for the little things. Ace could relax as the surgery was complete. My hand had gone numb. A polite smile adorned my face. I approached Ace, extending his arm forward, palm down, pressing down on the back of his hand with one hand while turning his palm inward, holding the position for 10 seconds, repeating it 10 times. Is the numbness gone? Thank you. How is what are capable of everything? It's because we have nothing aboard our ship. Upon stepping outside, I noticed that the crowd around us had gradually increased, likely the rebels stirred by the Revolutionary Army, all standing behind the elder, glaring menacingly at us. Iska quickly slipped beside us, standing together to face judgment, as we are all part of the marginalized. Iska is currently ensnared in a convoluted kidnapping situation. She may be the most pitiable lieutenant in the Navy I have ever encountered. Oh, you wish to cooperate with us? Is that the idea of that young lad? Or perhaps yours, Em? The elder stroked his beard, narrowing his emerald eyes. Despite his filthy appearance, his eyes were strikingly clear and sharp. Beautiful. More enigmatic than genuine peacock emeralds, as if the murkiness in his sclera transformed into the inclusions within a gemstone. Note: inclusions, impurities within gemstones. I was startled by my own thoughts. How curious, my obsession with beauty seems to be veering into strange territories. Oh, I have contributed my share, but Dels has also consented, huh? Well, it's because of the captain. Perhaps it's the commanding presence of the elder that caused Dels, towering in stature, to bend lower, while Mr. Rabbit remained unyielding in his demeanor. So, you were the ones causing a ruckus at the steel factory. What is your objective? The elder's penetrating gaze made me take a small step back in trepidation. We wish to explore the subterranean world, and we have compelling reasons to do so. I understood that the reason Ace mentioned was not merely a signpost, but rather concerned a certain individual aboard our ship who has significant connections to the underworld. Yes, it is imperative that we venture there. The elder stroked his beard and suddenly revealed a set of white teeth, bursting into hearty laughter. Oh, you do not appear to be ordinary pirates. Your earlier battle was quite impressive. I take a liking to you. The elder rose, and I realized he was a shoulder taller than Ace. You may call me Bekawailu, though I am half buried in the earth. I still harbor ambitions to overthrow the world government. I am a revolutionary. Hey, my name is Port Asti, Ace, and one day I shall become the Pirate King. Surpassing this position, Watari, this fellow's first mate. I must keep a close watch on him until he fulfills his dream. And this person is from the Navy? Young lady. Well, although this young lady is a member of the Navy, she has inadvertently found herself aboard our ship, unable to return. We intend to escort her back to a naval base. Pirates returning a Navy officer to a naval base? How amusing. Young lady of the Navy. What are your thoughts on this matter? The collaboration between pirates and revolutionaries is indeed the most formidable of alliances. Please, remain calm. I am not entirely confident in my ability to whisk you away amidst such a collective uprising. The Navy? Huh. You simply stood by as we were subjugated by the likes of Jien and Nanyu, never lifting a finger. What justice is that? Do not jest. Indeed, the Navy is but a lapdog for the world government and the aristocracy. Our fates are of no consequence to them. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in uproar, with insults directed at the Navy surging like a tidal wave. Iska stood straighter than ever. Chapter 43. The Five Prisoners' Revelry. Iska, I harbor an intense aversion to fire and a profound hatred for pirates. In my youth, my hometown was ravaged by pirates, and my home was set ablaze. Amidst the inferno, they slaughtered, plundered, and reveled in their malevolence. I shall never forgive them. All pirates deserve retribution. Every act of wickedness must be punished. We cannot allow such tragedies to recur. Where, oh where, has the Navy vanished to? Ultimately, only the Revolutionary Army came to our aid. Justice? Is it truly justice to abandon us? These individuals once held hope for salvation from the Navy. Yet I did not arrive. Even now, what can I accomplish? What have I achieved since joining the Navy? Is there a distinction from before? Have I grown stronger? If so, why? Has it truly happened? An idealist. I must silence myself. Is it not shameless for a group of men to bellow at a young girl? A commanding voice silenced the crowd. The one known as Beck Cavely, a member of the Revolutionary Army, must hold significant standing among them. I apologize, young lady. They have simply been oppressed by the tyrant, Jean or Niu, for far too long, with no outlet for their frustrations. Do you pity me? For the Navy? Which lacks a place. No. Impossible. How could you show me compassion? For what I have done is right. Whether it be punishing pirates or serving in the Navy, I have consistently pursued what I believe to be just. I have steadfastly followed the principles of justice that reside within my heart. Wrongdoers must face consequences. Evil must be eradicated. What is wrong with this? Even if it is for just one person, I, Lieutenant Disco of the Navy, have never bowed before malevolence. I shall not conspire with the Revolutionary Army or the pirates. I will rescue the innocent citizens enslaved by Jean or Niu in my own way. They exhibited expressions of mild astonishment, and after a moment, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Following the laughter of the hound, Watari, Fire Fist Ace, and Beck Cavely joined in. And soon the others were in fits of laughter as well. What is this absurdity? Did I utter something amusing? Are you mocking me? Do you disbelieve my words? Ah, perhaps, dear lady, your impassioned speech has reminded these elders of their youth. Well, if only Mr. Rabbit had been bolder in confessing his feelings to that lady, perhaps I would now be surrounded by rabbit offspring. Who gives birth? In any case, Doze is out of the question. Have you truly considered donning my newly developed mask to alter your appearance and demeanor? Otherwise, you may never find a wife. Will it be reversible? Perhaps. What on earth? This group. Would you like some cold red tea, young lady? Though it has cooled. Indeed, ever since I encountered this peculiar pirate crew, everything has taken on an odd hue. The current situation renders me somewhat feeble. Yet, why do you smile? The girl with obsidian eyes blinked, her face blooming into a radiant smile akin to flowers in spring. Because the lady is quite beautiful, she replied. What sort of reasoning is that? My icy fingertips grazed my face, and only moments later did I realize how foolish my previous expression had been. Hey, Miss Navy. Do you intend to confront Jin Onua now you all on your own? One who had just mocked me spoke up. I shall gather evidence and report Jin Onua now use misdeeds to the Navy headquarters. I firmly believe that, faced with irrefutable proof, the admirals will not turn a blind eye. Ha ha ha. Dear Navy girl, I fear you shall be disappointed, for tomorrow this place shall be liberated. Baek Kaiwei turned to the crowd behind him, his commanding presence rendering him not as an elderly man, but rather as a knight poised before his soldiers. Sword raised in homage to the deities of order and combat. From this vantage point, his expression remained concealed. The rebel faction, seemingly invigorated by his words, erupted into cheers. The jubilant shouts crescendoed, nearly spilling over this artificial island. Rejoice tonight, for every night henceforth shall be your carnival day, he proclaimed. Enmu, bring forth the provisions to reward these wretched prisoners. Yea, carnival, the diminutive rabbit sighed, shaking its head in resignation. Shall I still be the one to cover for you? Do not overwork Mr. Rabbit. All right, carnival. I want meat. Moderation. Ace, came the reply. Yes, yes, unbelievable. Unbelievable. The astonishing magic show of the square magician. The rabbit spun a pure white top hat on a single finger and tossed it into the air. A hint of meat and wine wafted through the air. Ah, the unbelievable manifested before my very eyes. Song, wine, and meat. This scene evokes the grand feasts held by the victors of ancient gladiatorial arenas, surpassing the revelries of royal courts. Perhaps humanity's initial indulgence in wine and meat began with the celebrations of triumph. Thus, it should be. Chapter 44 EXDRE case. The term binary star refers to two celestial bodies of remarkably similar mass, which, due to their gravitational pull being nearly equal, are irresistibly drawn to one another, perpetually revolving around each other in an inseparable dance. This information was seized by the Navy during a particular apprehension mission. Contained within a voluminous and weathered patient dossier, the corners of the pages worn smooth, indicating frequent perusal by its owner. Below are excerpts from several pages of this document. Conjoined twins represent an exceedingly rare phenomenon, with a birth probability of merely 1 in 200,000, and the likelihood of them thriving healthily during infancy is even lower, at only 1 in 10 million. In certain cultures, conjoined twins are regarded as manifestations of malevolence or ominous harbingers, often subjected to inhumane treatment. Those who manage to survive are frequently exploited as curiosities, displayed as grotesque spectacles, or sold to merchants for performances in circuses. I encountered such a case, truly a rarity. And indeed, longevity does have its advantages. To recount this, I must begin with the perilous years of my past. How many decades has it been? I have forgotten, though it is natural for one of my advanced age to overlook certain details. It was a spring on an island along the fabled maritime route. This town was so diminutive that its disappearance by the Moro would hardly be surprising. Yet, it astonishingly sustained a population of several hundred for centuries. A historian might find it fascinating enough to conduct an extensive field study there for months, but I am not one for such leisure. I was preoccupied with travel and the pursuit of patience. It was during my search for lodging that I chanced upon that household, and the woman's reaction piqued my interest immensely. Residing in an even more secluded part of the already small town, she lived there with her son. Was it not peculiar that a woman and her ailing son chose such an isolated domicile? I am a physician. Might I offer my services to attend to your child's health? I beheld her son, and recognizing the opportunity, I began to envision his anatomy and skeletal structure. My scalpel already poised in my mind's eye, anticipating the intricacies of surgical exploration. Little sister, are you a doctor? Please do not jest with Auntie, she remarked. Judging by her skeletal age, she appeared to be no more than 30. Yet her visage betrayed a countenance of one in her 50s, likely due to the burdens of her son's condition. This was no surprise, for her son was indeed exceptional. When you need to find me, you may seek me aboard a vessel on the southern shore. I shall remain here for a few more days. She must be thinking I am a peculiar child. Beware, or I might turn you into a honeyed corpse. Attached here is a photograph, accompanied by a description of the method for creating a honeyed corpse. Completely envelop a healthy individual in honey, or alternatively, submerge them in a pool of honey, ultimately leading to death by suffocation in the viscous substance. After death, the honeyed corpse is preserved in a stone sarcophagus, and a century later, it is extracted to serve as a sweet remedy for tuberculosis and pulmonary ailments. Note, this formula is also documented in the herbal compendium, but its actual medicinal efficacy remains unclear. Please do not attempt it lightly. That day, I wandered about this small island in search of other intriguing matters. Yet the most captivating of all was the household whose child I had never seen. There were also some curious rumors circulating that the child of this household was a demon. Ever since she bore him, her husband had vanished, and she had aged considerably overnight. What a pity. The child is frail and sickly, once a youthful and charming girl now. Alas. He. After employing a few cunning tactics, the woman sought me out, accompanied by her child, a boy with 2 heads. You are the terrifying witch? The sorceress who invokes plagues and maladies? He. Since you are aware, you must intend to strike a bargain with the witch, yes? The woman trembled uncontrollably, while the 5-year-old boy anxiously sought to embrace her, yet she recoiled instinctively from her own child. Forgive me. Fattel. Mother did not mean to. I'm so sorry. She was afraid of her own offspring. Shouldn't she love him? Shouldn't she hate him? Such a situation is rather intriguing. It appears that the one afflicted is not the child. The one contemplating suicide at the cliff's edge hesitates suddenly, caught in indecision. Wouldn't it be tempting to lend a gentle push? Please, help. My child. I do not wish to witness him suffer, to live in agony. Very well, very well. Then the price shall be your life. Only when that individual's feet leave the ground and they plunge from the cliff will they comprehend their true desires. Surely, the demon thinks this way. Is that not me? No wonder those impetuous youths regard me with trepidation. Tremors, fear, confusion, uncertainty. Mother? Fattel. Be good. Such an opportunity is rare indeed, for all I require is your life. He. Do you truly love him? The woman trembled violently, as though countless worms had burrowed into her skin. The boy seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, continuing to provoke his mother. The child dangled on the taut rubber band, swaying back and forth. Bang! I frowned. The woman offered her child a faint smile, akin to a bride to be awaiting her long-anticipated wedding. She softly murmured, Fattel, it is so dark. We should return home and sleep. She pulled up the hood of the child's garment, awkwardly covering the 2 heads. I do not require. I have ruined it. My character is, in every sense, exceedingly troublesome. I have inadvertently frightened away such splendid material. Alas, I can no longer linger here. I must continue my life of evasion under the cloak of night. The evening of my flight has returned, with the moon shining round and bright, illuminating the world without the need for artificial light. I have faltered. A physician cannot mend the human heart. Illness is illness. Just as I, despite being able to breathe normally, speak coherently, and possess functioning physiological traits, have endured for an unfathomable length of time. I am afflicted, and so too is humanity. No one can escape, for it is the inherent flaw of mankind. There lies a corpse in a pool of blood alongside one who is near death. It is either too soon or too late. I am aware that this situation is inevitable, a self-inflicted predicament. My mother has passed, yet the child clings to life. Alas, even if saved, their existence would be brief, as there is but a single soul's worth to inhabit this body. Thus, your presence is required, dear mother. Having chosen to undertake a tragic end alongside your child, and failing miserably, I shall accept your child as material for my endeavor. Anatomical dissection, Section 0. The surgical blade of white stone descends. The success of my endeavor will depend on my condition. I must rest for a few days. Chapter 45. The prisoner's revelry. Fettle. The world was enveloped in utter darkness. Regardless of how fervently individuals struggled, their plight merely faded into shades of gray. The adults often proclaim that this realm is frigid and merciless. I harbor a profound aversion to this cold and cruel existence, much like it seems to disdain my fragmented being. To survive, one must conform. To endure, one must tolerate. To exist in this world, even in the absence of love from anyone, it is as if, should I grasp tightly around the base of my neck, causing my visage to swell and turn a deep shade of purple. I could collapse in tragic despair. Such a fate would be most befitting, would it not? Would that render my existence lighter? Must I succumb in such a manner, only to find that no one cherished me in the end? Never mind. If the world does not love me, having brought me into existence this way, then I, Fettle, shall love myself, Furl, and that shall suffice for my survival. Alone. I exhaled softly, coughing intermittently. A sickly sweet odor invaded my throat like countless flies, rendering my vision dizzy. The scent crashed against my lungs like a powerful wave, momentarily severing my consciousness. This noxious smoke was far more unbearable than any perfume, I have multiplied into 4. Quickly, hold on. I must flee. What just transpired? Weren't we merely spectators to those raucous troublemakers? Then that demon tossed a smoke bomb and escaped. Was there truly a smoke bomb? Yet, indeed, they were in retreat. Ace and the others suddenly appeared deflated, their defenses merely an attempt to minimize damage, devoid of any will to fight. A peculiar sensation, akin to their lethargy resembling that of plump pigeons. Fettle. Good afternoon, Lord Ashalik and Lord Ira. Are you heading out to quell the insurrection? What brings you here? Ashalik furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical gaze at the bubble ball in my hand. It's quite noisy outside. So I came to see if there is any assistance required. Fettle and Furl retrieved a string of white cubes from their sleeves, each seemingly composed of countless smaller squares. Their seams aglow with flowing phosphorescence, reminiscent of cut crystal. Furl is eager to assist. Fettle is eager to assist. With remarkable ease, Fettle and Furl engaged in dialogue with Ashalik, perhaps finding that even the act of deception required for lightness did not evoke their disdain. A character both pure and utterly pragmatic. He bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Rabbit. It was their shared, fervent yearning for something greater that created a resonance between them. No. What is that thing you are holding? It's a new invention from Lord Inmu. He wants me to test it. Fettle and Furl gazed at Ashalik with innocent clarity, rendering it impossible to discern the veracity of their words. What was that fellow up to now? It was truly vexing. Ashalik rubbed his wrists, his eyes narrowing. Era took a step back, casting a furtive glance at the contents within the bubble ball, her eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. Do your work. Do not linger in idle merriment. Era, depart at once. The adult said, please take your time, as Fair promptly returned to his duties. The tasks had long been completed. What were the divine plans? Would there be a confrontation? Am I well acquainted with them? Why would I go out of my way to rescue them? Troubling patrons. Are we to seek out Mr. Rabbit? Surely Mr. Rabbit would offer his assistance. Why confine me? Once found, that fellow must be swallowed whole. Oh, surely not, Mr. Rabbit is quite gentle. That fellow is insufferable at the very core of his being. The essence of his soul stilled, his breath caught, and his blood turned cold. Speaking of which, when did his other half cease to exist? It was never a thought I entertained. Can the divine perceive souls? Generally speaking, in terms of souls, Wabi understands this form better than I. What of Watari? Can she also see souls? Who knows, after all, they are all quite similar. Gaia, despite claiming to be the god of creation, has believers scarcely numbering in hand. This is largely due to the disparity between his form and the grandiosity, three-headed, six-armed, colossal, mysterious, that ancient humans attributed to deities. Gaia himself feels inadequate, living a life of mere existence. Should he ever lose interest, it would merely entail a return to the soil of self. Simply leave it be. Such is his attitude towards humanity. The planet births its own wisdom, and the paths of gods and men have long diverged. This is indeed the rightful choice. The outcome of the battle outside was evident, with a mere incantation from Era. The two of them and a row of smart were transformed into bobbleheads. Fair, though perplexed, did not dwell on it further. Time flowed into the evening. He knew not how Winter Island fared elsewhere, but the sky here transitioned consistently from white to gray and then to black. By the time he returned, darkness enveloped the land. This, could it be? Fair was startled when he stumbled upon the smart. They appeared undamaged yet lay on the ground like inebriated elders. The one capable of achieving such a feat was clearly Mr. Rabbit, who sat alone at the bridge, indulging in his drink. The sorrowful silhouette of Mr. Rabbit, swaying his goblet, was somewhat comical. Mr. Rabbit, the divine has been preserved, yet Watari and the others have been captured. Ah, Fair, is that so? Well, no matter, there is a banquet underway within. Would you care to join? The sadness in Mr. Rabbit's gaze was palpable as he flicked his ears and squinted at the moving islands behind him, his chubby little paws adjusting his hat. The scene before me has become incomprehensibly distorted. I have often pondered to what extent Mr. Rabbit might go. A banquet? Why is it so brightly lit here? Indeed. I must step out shortly. Please convey my regards to Buick Highway Road and Dells. TSK, TSK, the captain will surely weep upon learning of this. Rabbit, release me at once. Oh, well, I must decline. Letting you out would be perilous. However, if you are willing to share a bit of your black mud, I might reconsider. I could transform you entirely into black mud. Would you desire that? Ha. Just jesting. Do hurry inside. Ha ha. That's it. Lad, engage in battle. Is it fire? Perform for us. Certainly. Fire. Do not allow him to partake in such dangerous antics. You too, cease at once. What troubles you, young lady of spades? Are you not partaking in libations? If this lad abstains, why must you spoil the fun? I perceive you have not considered the battles that await us tomorrow. Ha. This paltry amount of liquor is insufficient to compel an old man like me to seek relief. Continue singing and drinking, you rascals. Ha, old man. I truly admire you. Oh, how barbaric. Pay them no heed. Would you care for a bit of Khan's biscuits, dear lady? Just a morsel. Merely a morsel. A myriad of treasures aboard the Flying Dutchman, where the skeletal crew sways, beckoning us forth. Should we press onward, our dreams are bound to be realized. So let us not abandon hope. As long as my desires persist, I shall not yield. The sheer chaos of this scene, coupled with the intoxicating aroma of spirits, would be enough to make Fitavel retreat in trepidation. Disturbing the peace at such an hour could lead to complaints. This resembles a feast more akin to a raucous revelry than a banquet. Pray, who might be Mr. Buick Highway Road? And may I inquire about Dells? Fitavel. And Gaia, you've returned. Are you unharmed? Wait, wasn't Watari captured? There are numerous reasons for that. To locate Buick Highway Road and Dells, those two over there are the ones. Do you know them? No, Mr. Rabbit has matters to discuss with them. Then I shall take Gaia away for now. Gaia, I have made a significant discovery. Watari stealthily absconded with Gaia in her arms. Fitavel intended to call out to her, but the words lodged in his throat, as though pierced by a solid stone, rendering him voiceless. Ultimately, he could only resign himself to silence. Might you be Mr. Buick Highway Road? Ah, what a little child. What business do you have with this old man? Oh, is that not Fitavel? Are you here to revel? Mr. Rabbit mentioned he might depart briefly for merriment. It is now the hour for good children to rest. With a grimace, Dells approached Buick Highway Road and inquired, can we truly trust this individual? Buick Highway narrowed his hazy green eyes, lifted his chin, and broke into a wide grin. Let him be. The old man has lived long enough to discern true character. Though a rogue, he is no coward. Buick Highway raised his goblet, downing the contents in one swift motion, his final words tinged with a hint of melancholic inebriation. I do not quite grasp your words. Ha. It matters not if I do not understand him. There are always those who can. Old chap, surely you are not at your wit's end. Nonsense. I still have battles left to fight. I do not wish to write during the holiday. Chapter 46. A festivity of the masses, Fettle. Since life and death hold no intrinsic value, it is only dignity and courage that bestow significance upon the soul. The world and the twin stars, indeed. Is this not the case? I truly am a prodigious little genius, a watch that speaks. What have you understood this time? Is it not so? I still believe my conjectures are quite astute. Listen well, this world is of your creation. I have been slumbering long before the changes began. And how could I possibly know of the transformations occurring in this realm? Even if interrogated, there would be no revelation. I was momentarily taken aback, as if grasping a deeper connection, yet the lack of evidence precluded any conclusions. We stood at the periphery of the artificial island, the night breeze unusually tranquil, the cold settling into a serene calm, as if winter sat bound in chains. In the darkness, flecks of white snow gently descended. I found the divine elder and Watari. Fettle, they actually allowed you to escape? Speaking of which, is it not rather too early for you, a mere 15-year-old? Unlike those exuberant seniors, brimming with youthful fervor. After all, they are to be liberated tomorrow. Fettle, you must not grow up to be like them. I shall be cautious. Such a serious demeanor. It appears you too harbor disdain for them. Do you seek us for something? Can Watari perceive souls? Realizing something, I began to bob up and down like a buoy. Oh no, what have you disclosed to them? What of the promised mysterious protective agreement? Bubble. I gazed at the bubbling Gaia with a sour expression, letting out a resigned sigh. Well, it is not that I cannot see. The forms of souls vary greatly, and I cannot articulate it precisely. I felt my words were disjointed. Who would truly favor a demon? I gradually shifted my gaze. The sea moved quietly, the sound of waves somewhat raucous. The child before me suddenly spoke. What is my soul like? Are you genuinely curious? One would generally be intrigued. Wait a moment. I closed my eyes, immersing myself in silence. After a while, I opened my eyes, revealing a smile. It is beautiful. A splendid shape reminiscent of the twin stars. Twin stars? What are they? They are two stars that exist in the sky, also referred to as binary stars. After a moment of waving my hand in the inky darkness, I realized there were no stars, and this was not the familiar night sky. I lowered my gaze and chuckled softly. The twin stars refer to the stars Beta and Alpha of the Northern River. They are two celestial bodies of remarkably similar mass, revolving around each other in eternal union. Quite romantic, is it not? Your soul embodies a sensation of eternal separation. I, the boy, caught in the throes of adolescence, bore a distinctive hoarseness laced with a tremor. His breaths grew increasingly shallow and rapid, as feelings of anxiety and fear dripped to the ground like water from a gradually rupturing vessel. Fate, do you cherish yourself? I. What a beauty, yet this soul is utterly unremarkable, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. If it were merely a product of human sorcery, it would barely warrant praise. Gaia, you troublemaker. What is wrong with that? It is simply the truth. A feeble soul, waning like the setting sun, is unworthy as currency among demons. You are no exception. Each of you is grotesque. What kind of villainous dialogue is this? Beware, or I shall cast you into the sea. Absurdity. To invite suffering is to refer to him, yet when she spoke of beauty, a flicker of joy emerged. Come, let the self-destruction commence. I say, do not wear that expression as if the world has forsaken you. Let me inform you, the world simply lacks the time to acknowledge your existence. You live day by day, and the planet continues to spin. Why are you so arrogant? Gaia struck swiftly, landing a blow to the forehead with remarkable effect. Batali. Combat capability lost. Lift your head. Face me. But raising my gaze reveals nothing of Gaia upon the ground. Listen well. The individuals I know are those who would direct their swords at the arrogance of deities, whether transformed into dragons or wraiths. Whether their homes are washed away by floods or consumed by flames. They are devoid of reverence. Gaia's tone shifted abruptly, and it was unclear what it had conjured within its own being, for its voice softened and mellowed. Like a mother. No, she truly is a mother. Lift your head and straighten your chest. Since life and death hold no value, only dignity and courage can bestow worth upon the soul. Only then will you come to appreciate the world, regardless of what I may embody. He extended his hand to caress their faces. These are the words of the divine. They cannot be mistaken. Upon birth, a self identical to him vanished, and since then, time has flowed ceaselessly. What feelings did his mother harbor for him? Was it anguish? Affection? He had never found the strength to ponder this matter, consistently refusing to bring it to light. It is precisely this that sows the seeds of calamity. At that time, he held little interest in the majority of matters. No, that is incorrect. He merely feigned disinterest, naively believing that such things were inconsequential. For it was the path of least resistance, requiring no thought at all. He maintained his hand upon his face. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Only tears flowed unbidden from the corners of his eyes, unceasing. I placed my hand upon my forehead, sitting cross-legged upon the floor. After softly clicking my tongue, I approached and embraced both of them. Once their sobs had diminished, I spoke. Once we liberate this place, shall we venture forth to see the world? You are certain to find those who will love you. Chapter 47. The Isle of Chains, the Eve of Battle. Vatali. Gaia and Fetful have returned. Ace raises a piece of some unknown creature's flesh, his face beaming with delight, truly appearing quite joyful. Would Fetful care to join in the fun? This experience is rather novel. Perhaps we could bring Gaia along as well. In this tone reminiscent of sending children to an amusement park, I find myself straying further down the path of an unpregnant mother. Ace, do you desire a companion for the voyage? Indeed, I do. Then devise a way to persuade Fetful to return and construct a submarine. Change hands. Take over. Would you care to join our pirate crew? What? A pirate crew? Our ship is quite formidable. The navigator can lift the vessel with bare hands. The swordsman can stand upon the water, and the archer can summon the wind. Vatali and Gaia. Ace furrows his brow, striking a pose of earnest contemplation. Do speak up. Somewhere on the Isle of Chains is this all? You hold a banquet without inviting me? The golden-haired man laments. His subordinates indulging themselves in revelry while he must remain at the small base, vigilantly monitoring for any unforeseen threats. However, today has already witnessed numerous unexpected events. Scurrying about with no resolution in sight, yearning to abandon his duties and rest. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps tomorrow's banquet will include you, and I shall bring you some food. Thank you. I shall soon be free from this place, yet I cannot afford to relax, for the aftermath will undoubtedly accumulate into a mountain of tasks. Rather than dwell on distant matters, I must contemplate tomorrow's strategy. I shall take my leave now. Where are you off to? To secure additional safeguards. This is crucial for the operation. Very well then. The golden-haired man smiles, and Mr. Rabbit suddenly finds this smile somewhat familiar. Iris sits upon the bed, her hands resting on the window, fixated on the darkened sky. Setting aside the rabbit's intentions, she must first reclaim Silka. Miss, the mysterious train is about to depart. Will you board? When? You. Return Silka at once. Ira extends her hand, attempting to push the hovering Mr. Rabbit, only to be seized away. Ah. Why are you kidnapping people again? I am utterly bewildered. Sister Vadali, what are you all doing? This is the extravagant world of adults. Why is it so noisy here? Will we not be discovered? Good heavens, has the Geno family lost their senses? Therefore, please commence your explanation. Is not little Ira a familiar face to you? Moreover, she is quite amiable, so I thought perhaps she could be swayed. And if Ira cannot be swayed? Only a few days of trouble for Miss Ayla. I hastily shielded Ayla behind me. A child's good friend should not be subjected to such violence. I offered her a gentle dreamscape. No, no, no. Ayla shook her head vigorously, clutching my garment. This is not up for debate, young lady. If you refuse, that gloomy uncle and the old curmudgeon over there will bind you tightly and devour you. Is Mr. Rabbit not a gentler alternative? Ayla, oblivious to the teasing nature of my words, was on the verge of tears. I turned my gaze to the two cannibals. They were indeed playful. Yet their drinking was remarkably restrained, a testament to their professionalism. However, Ace lacked such discernment. Never mind. D's prowess is such that he can fall to the ground one moment and retaliate the next like a wolf. The crystal cube spun in my hand. It seemed that Fetterfell had produced some peculiar object, assembling it into a cube-like form to present to Ace. Is it merely a matter of turning it? Observing the flow of fragments to create a loop, perhaps like this? No, it must be like this. It appears Fetterfell has matured into a child capable of making friends independently. Turning back, Mr. Rabbit was still intimidating the little ones. Putting that aside, Ayla. As you can see, these individuals are members of a rebel force in the Revolutionary Army. They intend to overthrow the regime of Jien Onuaneu tomorrow, which will involve the world government and the Navy. The Revolutionary Army? Rebels? You may not fully grasp this at the moment. Essentially, these individuals aim to topple Jien Onuaneu's rule. But of course, I want to compel you to choose a side against your mother. Mr. Rabbit laid a deck of cards on the ground, playing a game of train. He presented a deck to me. You brought these people here. By the way, return Selka. Oh, right, that matter. Mr. Rabbit maintained an attitude no different from usual. His tone as relaxed as when he initially kidnapped us and when I held him captive. Watching him retrieve the cards, I was suddenly reminded of the concept of a poker face. A poker face originates from card games. Players maintain a neutral expression to prevent opponents from discerning the quality of their hand, and this expression is commonly referred to as a poker face. A poker face is a demeanor essential for a politician, typically balancing between neutrality and a smile, even in moments of despair. During times of triumph, one must not reveal joy on their face. Behind the poker mask lies strategy and cunning, the more critical the moment. The greater the composure one must maintain until the situation is entirely solidified before proceeding with the next plan. Remaining calm and contemplative, that is the essence of a politician and a statesman. In contrast to a statesman, Mu is entirely a politician. Why did this thought cross my mind? It is perhaps the rabbit before me that evokes such a sensation. Come forth, O skeletal one. The rabbit, with a cheerful demeanor, carelessly tossed the individual onto the ground, creating a scene that was almost unbearable to witness. It felt as though one day he would be ensnared by his foe, confined within a sack and dragged into a back alley for a thorough beating. Selka, you. This cannot be blamed on me. It is imperative to do so in order to lift your capabilities, is it not? Miss Era remarked, a gentle push would suffice. Is that so? Selka, I am still alive. How splendid. Subsequently, The atmosphere descended into utter chaos, further exacerbated by the tumultuous antics of Beak Kawe Road, transforming the situation into a quagmire, rendering it unmanageable. I understand, and though my own strength is feeble, I shall exert every effort to assist you. But what of Selka? Please allow me to board your pirate ship. Ah, no, never mind. I consent. Beak Kawe Road grinned. Let us deliberate on tomorrow's battle strategy. Now, I expressed my skepticism while glancing back at the slumbering figures behind me. The state of inebriation is the most favorable for me, if we cannot devise a plan now. Awaiting sobriety would be futile. The probability of success is unprecedentedly high. But if we fail, do you have an escape route? Our revolutionary forces have prepared vessels. We will depart by ship when the time comes. Yet I fear that the malevolence here will not cease. Is Era truly all right? As long as I am not compelled to confront my mother directly. After a moment of contemplation, I gently patted Era's head, signaling to Selka, who wore the skeletal mask. Wow, how impressive. Is this a mechanical cat? A black cat, adorned with blue circuits, swayed its tail, striking the hand of Ace that dared to touch it. Are there others? Perhaps a colossal robot? Colossal, indeed. Let me attempt it. The fundamental materials seem insufficient. If the structure is similar, the black cat disassembled into cubes, morphing in impossible angles and volumes between the fingers of feet fair. Form metamorphosis alters structure. If constructed this way, the thickness can be compensated by the structure, and the hardness can be resolved by form. Skillfully merging intricate technology with enhanced strength embodies the philosophy of Jean Onuonyo technology, and as a core technical expert, Feet Fair possesses this crystallization of talent. This fluid armor is more suited for the ever-changing battlefield than ordinary machinery. Ashalik's self-simulating armor and Jean Onuonyo's puppets are the epitome of this technology. This shall suffice. The gigantic robot is complete. How remarkable. Chapter 48. Chain Island begins on board a naval vessel. A naval admiral conducted the final roll call, after which the crew dropped anchor and 12 warships docked at the western harbor. Ashalik stood at the port to greet their esteemed guests, accompanied by a stooped man with dark circles under his eyes. The previously anticipated Sir and Ya had all expressed disinterest in whatever was happening in the depths below, while Kakaluo, in a fit of temper, declared he would not be a man unless he captured the hound. Did they not possess a modicum of solidarity? This thought amused Ashalik. They were, after all, family, strangers who had never known love. In comparison, Ela was far too sentimental. Welcome to the 3 naval commanders and 9 lieutenants. It is indeed an honor to receive such attention from the Navy. I am Fanes Jananeu Kakalo, and this is my companion, Fanes Jananea Lilik, began the scarred naval commander, his voice dripping with disdain for the pleasantries uttered by the oily jester. Let us dispense with the pretenses and get straight to the point. Of course, please follow me. May I inquire about Colonel Agley's health? Is he still unwell? You seem quite concerned for him. What about your 2 officers? With the Navy providing treatment and care, we are indeed very reassured. After all, Colonel Agley has been our key trading partner, and his absence complicates many matters. Rest assured, we harbor no intention of underestimating the 3 commanders. By the way, where is Alimus? Alimus is but one of N's many aliases. It is quite possible that even the name N is a Fade. The Navy has been troubled by this, for if he remains uncaptured, the bounty notice will soon become obsolete. Is Ms. Ashalik concerned for my well-being? I am right here. N exaggeratedly waved a white-top hat while emerging from behind, appearing to an outsider as merely an ordinary individual whose visage one might forget in an instant. Understood, step aside. How cold? The man beside Ashalik, with dark circles under his eyes, turned his cloudy gaze toward the massive sea-stone box held by a balding commander. What are you staring at? Haraha. Such a guarded demeanor. I am merely intrigued by that absolute treasure chest crafted by the genius scientist. As an inventor, I naturally take an interest in the creations of fellow competitors. Can you truly compare yourself to Vegapunk? I hope you do not harbor misguided intentions. Haha. We are sincerely cooperative. You should be aware of the generations of effort our family has invested in the pursuit of underground treasures. Jananeo. Is that not a name from a child's picture book? The famed adventurer Fanes Jananeo Nemo piloted his Nautilus to discover another continent, the fairy tale of the underworld. We, the descendants of that greedy invader and adventurer, continue to seek the world he once explored. The Navy possesses a remarkable clarity of understanding. Asharlik received the derisive remarks with an impassive expression. The scarred naval colonel raised an eyebrow and continued onward, for they were nearing their destination. At the rear of the troop of over 100, idly toyed with a deck of cards. In his otherwise unremarkable eyes, a fleeting crimson glimmer appeared. "Isn't that Ella?" he mused. "What brings her here? Is she not fearful of contracting parasites?" Sir stepped closer to his new niece and the skull, revealing a peculiar smile. "Indeed. There are parasites. Let us depart, Selka. Your temper resembles that of your uncle's. Do you not wish to greet him?" Beside him, the doll-like maid, after toasting a cigar, trimmed the cap and handed it to Kakeru, who accepted it with practiced ease, indicating that they had performed this action innumerable times. This uncle, Ella, was biologically incapable of acceptance. Generally, she harbored disdain for all individuals like Jean Noyu. She turned away, departing. "Free range, my dear. Keep an eye on her movements." "Yes, sir." The doll extracted an eyeball from its outstretched arm, which rolled onto the ground and transformed into an 8-legged spider, its black pupil still rotating. In the factory, this is what we call dreams. As long as we can effectively utilize the Navy's warships, we can manifest anywhere at any time. Of course, this requires your beacons to unlock the doors to a new era. Justice can reach the Grand Line and even the New World, muttered the scarred colonel. A Charlotte continued. "We shall test this shortly. We will transfer it to your warships, should the transaction be successful. You will guide the esteemed guests." He gestured toward a blond man in protective gear, who nodded eagerly and led them on a brief tour. Moments later, the 3 colonels and 9 lieutenants were escorted to the steel factory. Once they had departed, the blond man sighed in relief as he removed his white protective cap. "How fortunate it is that they did not recognize me. Surely, I played a part in this." Mr. Rabbit appeared behind the blond man. "Indeed, In the steel factory dungeon, a creature resembling Wataru and Ace yawned, its form slowly shifting from its eyes to its entire body, unnoticed by the guards. Clank. Click, click. What is all this noise? You cannot escape. A bottle slipped through the gap in the railing. Indeed, it ran away. A dazzling gas began to permeate the dungeon, and 2 elegantly dressed doves flew out from the heavily guarded confines, each carrying a similar pink bottle in their beaks. Morning was a most pleasant time. The cold air against my skin dispelled my drowsiness. I heightened my focus, meticulously observing the movements of everyone within the steel factory, all while savoring a piece of chocolate. Sugary confections can indeed foster an addiction, rooted in physiological responses. Thus, apart from instances requiring intense mental exertion, I consciously limit my sugar intake. Excessive consumption of sugar not only heightens the risk of diabetes, but also predisposes individuals to depression and mental disorders, amplifying tendencies toward violence and accelerating the aging process. In essence, fleeting joy can lead to enduring misfortune. Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from overindulging children with sweets. Yesterday, I was on the brink of a significant breakthrough, and today, I find myself uncertain about the consequences of a potential mishap. I have heard from Ace and others that my endeavors would render me quite susceptible to retribution, and indeed, I have faced such repercussions. With my gaze cast downward upon the clock, I retrieved a piece of candy and placed it into my mouth. 10 minutes remained. 1 colonel, 2 colonels, 3 colonels, 1 with a mustache, 1 bald, and 1 bearing scars. How peculiar. Suddenly, I brandished my new blade and leapt from the chains outside the steel factory, holding my breath as I approached the uppermost window. The reinforced glass shattered with a swift strike, creating a fissure. Utilizing the momentum and my own weight, I kicked at the crack, causing the glass to splinter like a spider's web. After rolling a few times, I sprang to my feet, brushing off the shards that clung to me, and fixed my gaze upon the man before me. 5 minutes left. Is your watch malfunctioning? The oddly dressed green-haired magician was toying with a silver object resembling a roulette wheel. After a moment, he replied leisurely, "My timepiece is custom-made in the kingdom of clocks, and it would take centuries for it to deviate by even a second. It must be your watch that is faulty." His blurred visage was adorned with childlike scrawls of white, a voice that invited confrontation. This was undoubtedly Enmu. I kicked the unconscious lieutenant on the ground. He was a fellow undercover agent alongside Enmu, showing no signs of awakening. I turned my attention to the others present. Whether they were from the Revolutionary Army or the Navy, they had all been remarkably careless. This is even simpler than anticipated. Thank you for your efforts. Now, let us provide support outside. I seized his right wrist, bending slightly to execute a throw, but his hand suddenly slipped from my grasp. I noticed the peculiar texture of his right hand. Hey, it's a wooden prosthetic. Doesn't it evoke the whimsical charm of a marionette's announcer? Enmu leapt backward like a rabbit, tipping his hat with his remaining left hand. Silence. You charlatan. Hand over the beacon. Haha. I am often accused of such. But the truth of my deceit has become an undeniable reality. So, if you still believe in me, are you not the fools? Look, he is stirring. It would be wise to flee. Turning my head, I realized that while I had been wholly focused on resisting the illusion, I had completely overlooked. They had not yet awakened. This is dire. All that remained were the remnants of celebratory ribbons and gold dust, alongside the quickly dispersing noxious gas. I hoisted the unconscious revolutionary agent and leapt from the steel factory. There is truly no moment to bind them, for they are already showing signs of awakening. It remains uncertain whether the poison gas is effective. Outside, chaos begins to unfold in the southern region. The currents of this sea are indeed tormenting. Batriel bears an expression of utter exhaustion. All he desires is a bed upon which he can lie down and never rise again. Please take a moment to rest. Remaining to watch over the ship, the blonde swordsman and the wine-red-haired navigator leap ashore, stepping onto the chain-laden island. Chapter 49, The Isle of Chains, Beginnings, 2, Inmu. Cough, cough. Gino Naunyo, what is happening? The Navy rose, drawing their swords, while Ashalike suddenly brandished a line of firearms behind him. The two sides faced off, with only Lilac curiously examining the open box. Ha, it would be wise for us to flee. This box is about to explode. What? Cough, cough. Why is there white dove gas outside? That Inmu. He must be eliminated. Hey, Surinaha. What? The depths? Jin Onaunyo. You must provide us with an explanation. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions outside echoed like continuous firecrackers. Here too. Self-destruction countdown. 10, 9. It's unbearably noisy, Lilac. The inventor in the white coat suddenly had his backpack unfold, and a mechanical arm placed the treasure chest inside. The backpack twisted, transforming into a spherical object that landed on the conference table. Moments later, a muffled sound emanated from within the sphere, which instantaneously dispersed into crystalline cubes before quickly reassembling. Once calm returned, Lilac could not help but exclaim that it was indeed Vegapunk. Such explosive power had not even considered our lives. They even resorted to toxic gas. Jin Onaunyo, you have 1 minute to explain your actions. In this situation, neither explanation nor silence suffices. Rather, Lilac pressed his hands to the ground. No one would believe that Jin Onaunyo was unprepared. But to find that the entire first floor was part of his inner workings was truly astonishing. The space continued to shift as Ashalike, clad in armor, engaged in combat with the Navy within the continuously morphing environment. Seizing an opportunity, Lilac confined them all within a cage. The inventor tossed a small box, which decomposed into tiny cubes. Each cube transformed into components that assembled into several massive cannons, bearing their fangs at the Navy. This is our Jin Onaunyo's transformative combination toy. I wonder if the Navy is aware of it? You are well aware of the consequences of provoking the Navy and the world government. We shall not spare you. Upon hearing the Navy's boastful words, Ashalike closed one eye and retorted, merely a matter of relocating an island. Can your Navy track a non-magnetic island in the Grand Line? Indeed. Due to the uniqueness of Chain Island, as long as we interfere with the island's magnetic field, the Navy will never be able to find it again. Energy concentrated on the cannons was launched simultaneously. That was an astonishing energy blast under confidential control. Even a Navy colonel would find it difficult to escape its concentrated force. While some of the Navy could utilize hockey, they remain mere mortals, and being struck by such formidable energy would undoubtedly spell their doom. Moreover, they were trapped. We will take good care of the other Navy personnel as well. High-ranking officials of the Navy, rest assured, you shall meet your demise. A gust of wind howled past. The explosive energy of the blast raised a considerable cloud of dust. We had barely taken a few steps when a large spider confronted us. Could it be that the exterior of the steel factory is the domain of spiders? Can it rise to its feet? I dealt with a few smart and paused on a platform. The revolutionary soldier quickly regained consciousness, and I supported him. Thank you, but where is Inmu? He fled. Probably in that direction. No need to pursue. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to seize him. Leave the spider to me. How can I let a lady face the officer alone? This revolutionary soldier is surprisingly chivalrous. Please wait a moment, Hound. I am going to slay you to vent my frustration. This time, I am fully armed and prepared for your ambush. Wow, that's impressive. Your armor cannot be pierced by a frying pan. Good to know. Feel free to reveal any tricks you possess. Unfortunately, I am no ordinary pirate. I also possess ninja techniques. What? I have long wished to test it out. Water style. Great damn, who built it? Ah. How is the seawater flooding in? The machinery is. Ah, there's an electrical leak. This battle concluded in less than 10 minutes. What a fool. Let us depart. I will pursue Enyu, while you rendezvous with the hideout. How did you manage that? Speaking of which, are you a revolutionary? I am from Konoha. No, I am a pirate. Fool, idiot, coward. Cuckoo. They are coming. Your magic has made no progress. Upon encountering observation haki, it immediately falters. The magician sat atop a gigantic white dove, another pecking at the decorative feathers on his shoulder. Enyu was still manipulating a silver wheel with one hand while resting his chin on the other, the small dove perched nearby. How outrageous. I am no longer that young man from 7 years ago. I can now deceive everyone. And who is that person pursuing us? Last time, I was almost discovered by Big Mom. It was a disaster. Cuckoo. Such scum deserves to be burned. Haha, this time was an accident, just like the last. But wasn't it thrilling? I almost lost my lower half. Thrilling? Last time concluded. Cuckoo, what about this time? She seems to possess special abilities, so, little dove, you have been enhanced. Go now? Enyu seized the dove from his shoulder, and, at the moment of release, the dove's form blurred, becoming unrecognizable. Cuckoo, cuckoo, fool, fool. You are not a crow, and I merely asked you to buy some time. Is that a problem? Fool, fool. I leaped up, soaring several meters, directly pursuing Enyu as I stepped onto the wall of the main building. The ground was rapidly receding from me. I pushed against the wall, stepping onto the snowflakes. Today's temperature is 6 degrees higher than yesterday. By noon, it may no longer snow. I must catch up to him before then. Hey, out of my way. After vanquishing the numerous smart entities that assailed me, I found myself atop a tower reminiscent of a manufacturing facility. Here. I furrowed my brow and donned my gas mask as a precaution. Whether it be illusion or sorcery, it is merely a sleight of hand, contingent upon its target, be it the world or the observer. Humans possess 6 senses, while the world is governed by 4 causes. Note, the 4 causes, derived from Aristotle's theory, include material, formal, efficient, and final causes. Material pertains to the nature and substance of things. Formal denotes the manner or state of existence. Efficient signifies the forces that engender transformation or motion between material and form, while final indicates the intended state or rationale behind the development of things. To deceive them is the magician's craft. An adept magician is but a skilled deceiver. A notion I wholeheartedly endorse. Just moments ago, Enyu had bifurcated into 2, including the one within. That makes 3. Thus, I could only choose to explore what I deemed the most probable location. This place, filled with toxic gas, felt marginally safer than the air above. Lying on the ground were the bodies of individuals from the Uranus, suggesting that a tragedy had recently unfolded here. One of them was the rabbit that had originally infiltrated this space, while the other appeared to be a green-haired magician, or perhaps another creature of a similar form. I opened the door and loosed an arrow as a probe, which was deftly deflected by the other's hat. Come here, Mr. Rabbit. Unbeknownst to me, a rabbit darted forth from behind, traversing through my blade in the literal sense. Though clad in a suit, this rabbit was smaller than Mr. Rabbit, its size akin to that of an ordinary rabbit, even diminishing further. Upon reaching the indistinct visage of a man, it suddenly leapt, transforming into a small doll that perched atop his top hat, akin to a mere ornament. Now, with 2/3 accounted for, may I employ that trick? He seemed to be confirming something, and my instincts warned me that it boded ill for me. The door. The water surging from the doorway did not cascade downward as expected. Instead, it floated in midair. This is inconceivable, astonishing, an extraordinary performance by the square magician. Today's tale is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Suddenly, the stone slab beneath my feet shattered, and the ground around me began to collapse frantically as if being drawn into the Earth's core. An anomalous gravitational field rendered me immobile. I was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 50. The Island of Chains, a lost wonderland. You may act as the pawn of Queen White, moving 2 squares forward as your initial step. Then, you can swiftly traverse the 3rd square, perhaps aboard a train. Upon reaching the 4th square, you shall encounter Tweedledee, the twin brother of Tweedledum. The 5th square is predominantly water, while the 6th square belongs to the stout little folk, and the 7th square is entirely forested, with a horse serving as your guide. I gently caressed the enormous white chess piece, my voice trembling. Note, this is a reference to the words spoken by the Red Queen to Alice in Through the Looking Glass. The author of Alice, Lewis Carroll. was a mathematician who often infused mathematical intrigue within this work. Many renowned scientists, including mathematician Wiener and mathematical logician Belick Lalong, have referenced examples and texts from this work in their own papers. I currently find myself within the chessboard of Wonderland. Unlike Alice's vibrant world filled with foliage, here lies merely an expansive chessboard within a vast white box, with pieces towering like clouds. The board consists of alternating squares of deep and light colors, stretching to the horizon. It is indeed a remarkable conundrum. Were it not for the constraints of time, I would relish the opportunity to solve it personally. Though it may seem that Alice's Wonderland bears no relation to a chessboard, the narrative in Alice's tale actually unfolds like a chess game. By merely arranging the pieces, one can engage in an entertaining match. The sixth move calls for check on the white king. The seventh captures the red knight, the horse, ultimately leading to checkmate against the red king, all of which adheres to the rules of chess. In essence, if I maneuver the current chessboard to reflect the scenes from Alice's adventures, the illusion will unveil itself upon achieving checkmate, and Alice shall awaken. The sole drawback is the considerable time it requires to predict the enemy's moves. However, devising a strategy remains manageable. It has been decided. I shall return to this riddle for further study and entrust it to Bartleby for further exploration later. Bartleby, danger! I touched my eyes, which had been persistently aching, and a smile crept across my lips. Hey, kid, where are you now? On Baikawai Road. I am currently airborne in pursuit of Inmu, that traitor. He ambushed me from behind and is now near the depths of the cave. I can just about see the battle taking place there. Have you figured out whom you were chasing? What are you saying? Wait. Hey, you, clack. Sierka, run faster. Isla, you're choking me. Breathe. A man clad in a skeleton motif was sprinting through the depths carrying a brown-haired girl. This place is a repository of various construction materials, with the distant site of the new unicorn being constructed. Although not even a quarter of the original design has been completed, it already represents years of their labor. How would people in ancient times have constructed such a marvel? It is said that ancient folk achieved the feat of building a nation overnight. Thus, constructing the ark should be quite simple, wouldn't it? What, then, is pursuing them? At the very edge of visibility, something writhed, its unsteady silhouette instilling a profound sense of foreboding. Alas, as the ground had frozen over, Silka slipped and fell, the indistinct figure quickly closing in. The adversary's arms were extraordinarily elongated, its fingers sharp as blades, while its legs bent backward at unnatural angles, the upper body leaning ominously forward, nearly grazing the ground. It was the golden-haired doll Silka. Alas, it is truly a blessing to call you a friend in this lifetime. Do not speak thus, Era, in the next life. We shall remain friends. A blade shot forth, an exclamation pierced the air, followed by a resounding clash of metal before them, the shadows of the blades intertwining, one of which transformed into a man who landed on the ground. Goodness, he appears frail, yet possesses great strength. Quick, you two, take cover. The man, gritting his teeth as he deflected several attacks with a pipe, addressed the astonished Era and Silka, who were incredulous at their survival. Thank you, kind sir. Another pursuer is on the way. Benefactor, please be cautious. We must leave. The lair may require assistance. Are you members of the rebel faction? Oh, are you the little girl from the reports of Buick, who spoke of the European Noaneo? Is this tone indicative that you are part of the revolutionary forces? The interference from Dells at the lair concerning the collar was remarkably effective. It was during my use of demonic powers to transform the humanoid Smart into a weeble that I was discovered. Indeed, so can little Era nullify your powers? Who? The newcomer disregarded the man's inquiry and cheerfully addressed the golden-haired doll. My honey, you run too swiftly. I cannot keep up. A chilling voice resonated through the space, utterly inconceivable as belonging to the doll. You must compose yourselves and flee. There is no way I shall allow your escape. My honey, initiate the second transformation. Yes, initiate the second transformation. The limitations of the third transformation are lifted. Here it comes. It shall inevitably culminate in this. What is this? The doll silently lowered its body, its subsequent transformation surpassing all expectations. Its limbs further fragmented into blades, and not merely the limbs, but the meticulously sculpted face also split apart, sprouting additional eyes. The doll leaped, now devoid of its humanoid form, brandishing 6 blades reminiscent of a spider or mantis to engage in combat. With an increase in both the number of hands and the range of vision, the tide of battle shifted, this time the man found himself at a disadvantage, as the doll gained the upper hand with increasing frequency. Weeble bang. Era. The gentleman deftly maneuvered his firearm, striking the would-be assailant, Isla. Although it appeared to be a mere graze, it successfully diverted the man's attention. In an instant, the blade severed the man's water pipe into several impeccably smooth segments, reminiscent of industrial precision, showcasing the terrifying sharpness of the weapon. The doll spared no time for the man to lament his damaged water pipe, delivering a flurry of rapid and precise stabs. The man's body visibly accumulated wounds. A sharp gasp escaped him as blood oozed from a laceration on his right arm, causing him to momentarily sway. Seizing the opportunity, the doll closed the distance, transforming into a monstrous entity wielding blades, akin to a tempest. The man's gaze was helplessly fixed on the doll, unable to halt the cold, spinning blades descending upon him. In a moment of peril, a wave-like sword wind surged toward the doll, disrupting its balance as it was struck, allowing the man to execute a one-handed maneuver that sent the doll flying. Thank you. May I inquire your identity? An ally of the Revolutionary Army, the Spade Pirates. Ah, yes, a swordsman. The details have already been relayed by our vice-captain, Lancelot Yadoda. I am now joining the fray. The second newcomer was a young man with golden hair and striking golden eyes, possessing delicate features that imparted an impression of beauty, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. His demeanor was somewhat awkward, even timid. Clad in an immaculate white trench coat paired with a black shirt, his presence was elevated several notches. Though the golden-haired swordsman's voice was soft, every individual present heard his words. Oh, this has become intriguing. What shall we do next? I have decided. Eliminate them, my dear. Bet-Kaiwei and Dels were at a standoff, though it was primarily Bet-Kaiwei who remained, as Dels had sought refuge. Bet-Kaiwei utilized the unicorn whale as a shield to restrict Yaha's movements. Burn. Burn. Old man. Stop hiding and face me. Yaha maneuvered a colossal robot atop the under-construction unicorn whale. Despite both Yaha and his machine being of extraordinary size, this unfinished submarine illustrated the wisdom and wealth of Captain Nemo, rivaling nations in opulence and ingenuity. Even centuries later, the expanse of this site was astonishing. It would be foolish to confront such a monster head-on. Who would dare? Bet-Kaiwei sat in a corner, blade in hand, contemplating a swift method to dispatch Yaha and his automaton. Suddenly, a sound pierced through the heavy footsteps aboard the unicorn whale. A woman? Neither a revolutionary nor a rebel. What was she doing here? Bet-Kaiwei grasped his knife, observing as the woman approached Yaha, preparing to spring into action. Jiro Nuayu? The woman, with wine-red hair, slowly donned armored gloves, emanating a chilling aura that spread from her feet, thicker than the intent to kill. Huh? A woman who does not seem to belong to this island. Who is she? It is the one who is destined to execute you. The robot's powerful strike abruptly terminated the conversation, leaving the woman with naught but a cavern as her sole refuge. Chapter 51. 5 Continuing at Chain Island. The steel factory. We shall take good care of the other navies as well. High-ranking naval officers, rest assured, your demise is imminent. A gust of wind howled past, and the explosive energy burst sent up a cloud of dust. The force generated physically shook the ground. A colossal shadow emerged from the dust, with the navy standing unscathed behind it. Phew, what a close call. Why do the buildings keep shifting? Nevertheless, I barely managed to catch up, thanks to your assistance, Feet. Or was it fire? It must be fire. Fortunately, I accompanied you halfway, otherwise we might not have been able to withstand this. The NS defense mode has been lifted, maintaining a neutral and detached state. A large shield, after several decompositions and expansions, reverted to its cubic form. The surrounding environment lay in ruins, yet the debris, ravaged by energy, remained cubical, with no damage to the fragments themselves. Upon reaching the control room, the three were met with a spreading cloud of toxic gas. Ace suggested returning to the top floor to assess the situation, a testament to his instinct for crisis. However, this resulted in the salvation of the Navy, with whom they had no connection, and even considered adversarial. Far hardly bore any resentment, though he felt a twinge of awkwardness in the presence of both his former and current superiors. His position was now unmistakable. One of the twins, is it? Have you betrayed us too? Lilac adjusted the cannon's direction, preparing for a second round of bombardment. Just yesterday, I switched sides. Today, I am here to submit my resignation. I have always been in your debt. What a surprise. The Fire Fist Ace has arrived here? Just when we were about to seek you out. Osherik was clad in full armor. Osherik, do not waste time here. Pursue N. I have placed a tracker on that individual. Take this. TCH, understood. Osherik took a tablet-like device, cast a cold glance at them, and dashed out. Hey, is this a retreat? The bounty of 80 million berries on the Fire Fist Ace. Why would you save us? Without Ace's mirror flame and that large shield, we would be gravely injured by now. Why? It is simply natural. What? Ace donned his hat and fixed his gaze on Lilik. Are you one of Gno Nias people? Lilik's dark circles deepened with the furrows of his brow. Then let us defeat you. Ha. Let us see if you can. You will perish alongside these Navy officers. Now, release the restraints and emerge, my greatest creation. The space began to shift with even greater intensity than before. This is bad. Boss Ace, we must escape quickly. We are about to be engulfed. At Chain Island, the factory Watari, and Inmit is time. First, confirm the type of illusion. True knowledge. Pain. Utilizing the barrier type of the building, is it? No wonder this place was chosen to buy time. In other words, I find myself still wandering within this realm. As the current situation suggests, illusions can not only deceive the visual senses but also influence the olfactory, auditory, tactile, and even gustatory perceptions. The texts indicate that the key to unraveling such illusions lies in meditation, fundamentally involving a clear understanding of one's own location and posture, free from the distractions of constructed elements. Adjusting one's breathing while navigating the environment with minimal awareness can be beneficial. Young ones on the street might also give it a try. Who knows, it could open the door to another world. As per the plan, the fairyland fractured and dissipated. Ouch. My eyes. The dark nine-headed dragon sealed within my gaze is stirring. After uttering an exceedingly dramatic line, I rolled a few times before standing up, wincing. I did not anticipate the process to be so agonizing. It felt akin to having my brain devoured by zombies. I never expected to directly unravel the enigma of Wonderland. Remarkable. Surely, one could solve puzzles without such torment, I mused, even applauding Inmo. But wouldn't that mean you're fleeing? I relinquished the notion of gathering information through sight, relying instead on my other senses to perceive my surroundings, stepping aside to retrieve a nearby blade. Inmo's image was easily recognizable within my perception. A mosaic was distinctly him. Fortunately, I regained clarity just in time. He hadn't gotten far. Experience speaks volumes. Give me another 2 years, and I could handle Kaido. Though perhaps not. Returning to the matter at hand. Inmu, I beseech you to return the beacon. I forcefully kicked the door beneath my feet and charged forward. Inmu, no longer dawdling, exerted every ounce of effort to escape, occasionally tossing mini-bombs and banana peels behind him, reminiscent of a racing game. How many banana peels could he possibly have in that hat? Habitually slicing open a mini-bomb with my knife, a sharp stimulus pierced my nostrils. Cough. Chili powder? Cough. You are exceedingly naive. Throughout the Grand Line, Inmu's evasion techniques rank among the finest. Here is a parting gift for you. Farewell. In the end, he extinguished even the faintest spark of hope, transforming into a dove and soaring away. I initially pursued the wrong target. Quickly, I must wash my face. I should still be able to catch up. HM? Over by the steel factory, is Ace engaged in battle? But why is that enemy heading directly towards me? A despairing trio unfolds. Now broadcasting the weather forecast. On Chain Island, light snow is expected in the morning and evening, with potential sunshine during midday and afternoon. In the depths, at Baikwai Road in Yaha, it has become evident that not only fools learn to confront monsters head-on. Are the young girls recently enamored with fishman karate? Am I, the old man, simply out of touch with the times? The explosive clash reverberated against the iron plates as a Jill squared off against a colossal robot. Evenly matched, yet slightly outmatched in strength. How on earth do you possess such strength? Enough. Ignite the flames of fury. It appears that his mech is not merely confined to defense. It possesses another remarkable attribute. The robot suddenly unleashed a myriad of flames from its joint articulations. What a dreadful name. I am truly incensed. Aha exclaimed, simultaneously releasing a torrent of energy from the flames. The high density and pure energy emissions impacted Agile's movements. How dare you? No need for that, Agile retorted, brushing off the flames from his body. Speaking of which, our captain also employs fire, sometimes when boredom strikes. He and the first mate engage in a duel. Well, in short, a good thrashing usually restores peace. I can't be bothered to explain further. Just go ahead and strike me. Chapter 52. 5. It seems there is no need for my presence. The battle rages with fervor. Lilik no longer concerns herself with the aftermath of damaging the unicorn. unleashing her fury with reckless abandon. The woman skillfully employs the art of movement and intuitive distance measurement to ward off attacks. Her attire appears to be quite extraordinary, presumably fire-resistant. Rumor has it that a captain possesses the ability to wield flames, likely a member of the Spade Pirates. I have heard that Fishman karate is not solely reliant on brute force. Its finesse has been honed into a masterpiece over centuries. This gentle fist technique synthesizes the essence of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, karate, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Sanda, and Judo. Now, as I witness the elegance of the gentle fist in combat once more, I, Beck Caver, find myself nostalgically stroking my beard in silence, captivated by this clash. The woman with crimson hair exhibits remarkable balance in her movements, demonstrating keen sensitivity to her opponent's actions. I cannot help but marvel at the relentless advance of the new generation. As the battle unfolds, beads of sweat form on her brow, her movements gradually becoming sluggish. It is time to make a decisive move. After evading a downward strike with a leap, she darts through the flames, swiftly creating distance. Ahar manipulates the machinery, and the robot's palms unleash a torrent of fire. Sensing the heat wave, the woman deftly sidesteps and leaps to a higher platform. From her momentary pause, it is evident that the previous attack did not miss entirely, as her calf shows signs of scorching. Yet, her expression remains composed, retaining the initial calmness. Perched atop the platform, her gaze aligns with the height of the robot. Ahar presses multiple buttons, causing an even greater eruption of flames from his hands. The fiery onslaught pursues her as she leaps between the platforms. Ultimately, she finds herself on the railing, her right arm encircled by a stream of water. This is, I involuntarily exclaim in astonishment, Fishman Karate's ultimate technique, 1,000 heavens. The woman's figure vanishes from the ship, achieving a speed beyond human perception, leaving behind a gust of wind. The flames scarcely have time to scorch her, as her gloved hand crashes into Ahar's abdomen, creating a gaping hole in the robot. Ahar's machines are crafted from a unique material known as flowing art, a special alloy that boasts several advantages. It is impervious to destruction, allowing the material to reassemble itself into weaponry, and it facilitates weapon transformation. Unlike diamonds, which are hard yet fragile, this material possesses an inherently resilient structure, adding a third advantage to its properties. In that fleeting moment of inspiration, both the robot and Ahar are propelled forward with tremendous initial momentum. The woman is likewise thrust ahead by inertia. Due to the immense aftereffects of her ultimate technique, she braces herself on her thigh, gasping for breath. I, Beck Caver, emerge from my previous position. Apologies, I initially intended to assist, but I realized that disturbing others during a duel is rather inappropriate. The woman's breath was somewhat erratic, yet she rose to gaze at Beck Kaiway Road. Her stern visage was fair, smooth, and imbued with charm, her eyes devoid of anger, suggesting her agreement with his words. Upon our first encounter, I introduced myself as Beck Kaiway Road, navigator of the Spade pirate crew, aboard the vessel known as the Bottom Dweller's Unicorn, alongside Agile and Jian Yunoya. Meanwhile, it was currently struggling. The terrain here was ill-suited for wielding swords. Moreover, engaging in combat with an opponent wielding an equal number of blades amidst such constraints was a daunting task. It was said that having 3 heads and 6 arms connoted immense power. Could the creation of this automaton have capitalized on that notion? Had it not been for the man who employed a water pipe as a weapon against the one-eyed individual lurking nearby, it would likely have been pierced several times by now. We should divert our attention elsewhere. With this resolution, De gently nodded, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. This automaton likely possessed additional functions yet to be revealed, yet he was exerting himself to the utmost merely to counter these blades. Furthermore, the one-eyed man would probably remain too distant from the automaton. After 6 exchanges, the two engaged in a swift 9 rounds of combat. The automaton's head was adorned with an array of eyes, each blinking at varying frequencies, creating an unsettling sight. The blue irises swayed unnaturally, akin to nystagmus. The golden-haired man assessed his injuries. The frigid temperatures of Winter Island were sapping his body's warmth as it mingled with the blood he had shed, causing his breaths to grow short and shallow. Should this continue, he risked hyperventilation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the battle unfolding nearby. The golden-haired swordsman was at a disadvantage. However, it was commendable that he could contend with 6 blades using but a single weapon. Yet, it was evident even to his discerning gaze that the swordsman was merely in a defensive stance. Amidst the tumult of their fierce conflict, the surrounding air trembled, sparks flew, and building materials were severed one after another, leaving traces of blades in the space around them. This was not a moment for mere observation. Now was the time to seize the opportunity to eliminate the man. Although he doubted that vanquishing the man would halt the automaton's function, it was worth attempting. He turned to the little girl, Era, and the skeletal man, inquiring about their previous intentions. I am a user of a devil fruit ability and wish to activate it. But the sir has donned earplugs, which may render this plan unfeasible. Ah, it has been arduous. You two should flee. We will handle them, he said with a slight smile, nodding towards Era and Selka. After a moment's hesitation, Era and Selka departed from another direction. Are you planning to escape? I shall not allow that, the sir proclaimed, producing a key from some dimension and tossing it towards the automaton. He then readied the fire god cannon behind him, unleashing a barrage towards the three. The man quickly sheltered himself behind the building materials, while Era and Selka appeared to have emerged unscathed. The puppet retreated a few steps, allowing it to create some distance. One of its three faces grasped the key and swallowed it. It then began its second transformation. The restrictions of the third phase were lifted, while those of the fourth phase commenced. The puppet laughed, all three faces mocking him. A chill crept up his spine. One of the puppet's faces sprouted a black-eyed eye. That was my right eye. Once the gunfire ceased, Sir's fire god cannon began to disassemble, forming floating turrets that continued their barrage. Sir took a puff of smoke, speaking to himself. The man felt an ominous premonition, and the golden-haired swordsman also sensed it. His hand, gripping the broadsword, began to tremble, his brow furrowed. He moved his lips as if to say something. From the outset, he had exuded a sense of indecision, starkly contrasting with his formidable swordsmanship. The puppet charged forward, and they collided abruptly. The puppet's blade clashed with the swordsman's broadsword. Using the focal point as leverage, the swordsman executed a graceful somersault in the air, reminiscent of a moonlit flip, carving a crescent in the void with his broadsword. It appeared acrobatic, yet it was a desperate counterattack, as he harnessed the momentum of his descent to strike at the puppet with all his might. A sharp crack echoed, and the blade intended for parrying shattered in response. As De let out a muffled groan, he too raised his broadsword, but this time he found himself frozen. The puppet, poised to launch a fierce assault at such close range, suddenly opened its mouth wide. An unusual organ resembling a grotesque weapon shot forth. Even the most battle-hardened warriors would find it difficult to withstand such a surprise attack. However, De narrowly evaded the strike. Indeed, De rolled backward, retreating. Before him, the puppet split into 12 blades, its eyes grotesquely enlarging. The portion of its brain was entirely covered with eyes. Patril might have been frightened to tears upon witnessing this. De thought to himself. He then lowered his head, exhaling slowly. His eyelids filled with another kind of dread. Hey, are you all right? A man called out to De. I'm sorry. I didn't know, De murmured, aware that the man could not possibly hear his whispers from a distance. He must have been speaking to himself, unable to take the first step. Even after leaving that place, I still find myself unchanged. In the end, I remain unworthy of anyone's expectations, never having fulfilled anyone's hopes. He felt as though he had lost all strength from head to toe, an urge to vomit rising within him. The shadow of the 12 blades loomed ominously between his neck and head. Chapter 53. 5. The white red-haired giant in the dream factory. Vat Ali and Osherik found themselves in a dire situation, having been discovered by Enmu. It seemed that Lilac was of no assistance, and to their astonishment, Enmu had single-handedly launched an ambush on the factory. After Osherik crushed the tracker that had fallen to the ground, he hastily pursued another direction. After a while, I removed my heavy protective gear and rose to my feet. As Lu Sun once remarked, if you wish to capture Zhou Shuren, what concern is it of mine, Lu Sun? Fortunately, I had acted swiftly enough to detach that device. Who among us has the leisure to engage in pirate PvP? The locals may indulge in such frivolities, but we outsiders have no interest in these extravagant distractions. I have grand ambitions to pursue, namely the conquest of Nobunaga's aspirations. Therefore, it is inconceivable for me to feel any shame for missing out while my companions are battling. In this day and age, if one cannot master Flash, they may as well return to Aishi for a retraining. Since I have lost track of Enmu, I must not neglect the harvest. There are still some remnants of utility here. Thus, I resolved to thoroughly scavenge this location. I commenced my investigation with utmost professionalism, donning gloves to examine the area, prying open the eyes of another comrade to reveal their astonishing circular pupils. It became clear that Enmu had employed an illusionary technique, physical. Subsequently, I roamed about, gathering a wealth of information. Ah, the pigeons are derived from plants that flourish in the Red Earth continent. What kind of flora exists in that region, I wonder? I then appended a photograph of a moss-like plant, devoid of flowers yet possessing leaves and stems. At least it appears to be a moss-like specimen, typically found on bare stone walls or in damp forests and marshlands. This particular plant thrives on coastal rocks. There were no issues here, but the fact that it grows in the Red Earth continent, which is known to diminish one's eyesight over time, raises significant concerns. Should I ever have the opportunity to acquire a sample? Yet I lack a place for research, so perhaps it is best left alone. Ultimately, the only item of potential use I managed to salvage was a small vial of dream liquid, fiercely protected by a valiant warrior, a truly touching sight. I then discarded it into the door. Now, I shall observe the situation unfold with patience. First, the denizens of the underground, emboldened, began to confront the imperialists. Or rather, the slave masters. The circumstances appeared unexpectedly favorable. It seems that Smart's interference on Ace's side has proven quite effective. However, Osherik is also heading in that direction. No issues. To the west, there are 12 warships, accompanied by a contingent of naval forces, somewhat troublesome, as they seem inclined to intervene in the commotion. Further south lies an area beyond my acquaintance. Agile and his cohort should be landing there. Wow, there's even a transformation of the construction on Ace's side, resembling the whimsical inflatable figure of Howl. I have already lost track of Enyu's mosaic figure. Should I be resolute in my search, I might still locate him. However, before that, I may find myself committed to a mental institution for reassessment. This is not telepathy. Finding someone requires diligent searching. And there may be risks of surpassing data acquisition limits, leading to system crashes. Is this the price one pays for the seamless transition to Blu-ray? Where shall I venture now? To the steel factory, where Ace confronts the Navy against the colossal Lilac. What a magnificent automaton. Ace's eyes glistened with an intensity that displayed no respect for such a formidable weapon of destruction. Before them stood a giant of alabaster, adorned with crimson tresses and etched with blue fissures throughout its form. Its eyes, as pale as its skin, reflected an otherworldly aura. In these waters, giants do exist. Their adult forms can reach up to 12 meters in height. Legends speak of ancient giants from a time long past, whose immense stature could rival that of the sea kings in the Calm Belt. Some even claim they are descendants of the Titans, born of the earth mother Gaia and the sky god Uranus. Countless tales have depicted the existence of such beings. Unlike other giants, this white titan is remarkably slender. With elongated limbs, 6 fingers on each hand and foot, and towering at 20 meters tall, it wields a massive cudgel. If a machine can flawlessly replicate the essence of a living creature, could it not be regarded as a form of life itself? The answer remains ambiguous, for none present perceive this white giant as merely a machine. This embodies humanity's loftiest fantasy, my esteemed Lilith's masterpiece. Fetful remains perplexed by what could be deemed Lilith's art, a figure he once regarded as both mentor and superior. Behold the great T-Dagench, able, now unleashed to instill terror. Can this not be considered the pinnacle of human artistry? How awe-inspiring. This unreserved admiration emanates from Ace's heart, entirely disregarding the gravity of the situation. Such audacity is reminiscent of his reckless exploits. However, it seems Lilith has outgrown the age of playing with mere models, a sincere suggestion from Fetful. You insolent brat. This is my artwork, not some toy. Utilize the dance of giants, Abel. What shall we do now? Inquired a naval officer to Admiral Scar, as they stood precariously on swaying chains. Less than 10 meters from Ace and his companions, yet distanced from the White Titan. We must withdraw for now. The situation of our subordinates remains uncertain. Another bald admiral remarked to Admiral Scar. How could we retreat? First rescued by pirates, and now we flee like frightened hounds. What would become of our honor as the Navy? Thus, the decision to deploy 3 equally ranked admirals raises fundamental issues in command. Air gazed silently at the nearby pirates, contemplating their predicament. It seems escape is futile. The roar of the white giant reverberated across the entire island. Its immense maw harbored 4 rows of teeth, while Lilith's essence resided within the giant's core. The Titan brandished a cudgel, measuring over 10 meters, which fragmented into colossal stones, forming a stony enclosure that surrounded them. A flicker of lightning danced through the air. Abel. Divine might. The simulated vibrations of the vocal cords caused the white giant to emit a prolonged roar, as its 4 rows of sharp teeth began to gather energy, while a colossal sphere of power was clenched within its mouth. Boss Ace, I understand. Ace remarked, surveying the surroundings. How much longer until your brethren arrive? Fel has completed his mission. They are still at the steel factory, and if they engage the white giant, it is inevitable that the other slumbering souls in the factory will be harmed. The area enclosed by the massive stone structures remained expansive. We could first divert the giant's attention. Ace turned to the naval officer standing beside him, apologetically inquiring, if you do not engage in battle, can you safeguard this edifice? There are ordinary people inside. Admiral Earl pondered for a moment before responding, we shall also join the fray. Admiral Earl, do you intend to ally with the pirates? I cannot condone this, a voice interjected. Do not be so hasty in your judgments. We must prioritize the greater good. Admiral Earl has his own considerations. Another voice chimed in. Silence. You will heed my command. We shall discuss the matter of the pirates later. Let us not forget our original mission. Understood. You all come along, Ace commanded. In mythology, there exists a notion that the offspring of angels and humans are giants. The infamous titans are also widely recognized. In reality, archaeologists have uncovered many towering humanoid skeletons, and notably, a giant mummy discovered in America is said to have red hair. In the American Midwest, numerous large mounds were excavated in the 1850s, revealing many remains of individuals exceeding 2 meters in height. Most of them possessed 2 rows of teeth, and some displayed 6 fingers and 6 toes. The Dance of the Giants refers to the renowned megalithic site. Furthermore, the name Abel is derived from a giant, and the depiction of the great End giant aligns with the available records. Chapter 54, The White Giant, port on the west side of Chain Island. Naval headquarters, the world spins incessantly. A man with fiery red hair sits cross-legged on the ground, his teeth resembling the sharpness of a shark. His elongated eyes remain fixed upon the whirling red top beneath him. Colonel Mira, perhaps it would be prudent to assess the situation. The spinning grows tiresome. And suddenly it halts. How will you compensate me? Upon receiving orders, you must remain silent. It is I who will bear the brunt of your recklessness. As the red top comes to a standstill, its surface adorned with a yellow whirlpool, the man named Mira rises, clutching the top. Yet, did not the Admiral suggest adapting our tactics based on the situation? Ah, indeed. So the current state of affairs. Mira appears to finally grasp the present circumstances, his mouth agape as he gazes at the distant giant. Just like that, this giant. Father, it cannot be. Indeed. Mira, he scratches his tousled red hair. My father is not nearly so colossal. Then who among you comprehends our current predicament? It is precisely because of our ignorance that I inquire. Colonel Mira, please issue commands. Perfect. I have grown weary of those 3 old men. Once they are eliminated, I can ascend to power. Mira seems genuinely convinced of this course of action, nodding emphatically. Next time, kindly refrain from discussing such matters in front of the subordinates. Preferably not even in the presence of the colonel. Wasn't the colonel's last beating sufficient? However, mingling for a bit might be acceptable. Excellent. Prepare to march. Colonel Mira. Who are you? At the docking station in the depths, dells, thus. Ah, no, like this. A brooding man with dark skin meticulously completes his final demolition work. This is the last. 3. 2. Though Dells had steeled himself, he was still taken aback by the distant explosion. What? That appears to be the Black Spade pirates, responsible for surveillance and disruption. Is the situation not exceedingly dire? To think that Seminoa would possess such weaponry. Dells, his countenance weary, pinches his lips, silently reaching for the transponder snail. But as expected, no one answers. They had agreed to maintain communication during the battle. Yet such a commotion ought to have been noticed. Clickum? Is it connected? Hello? Where are you? Right behind you. Outside the steel factory. A blinding light slices through the distant peaks of Chain Mountain until it dissipates upon reaching the sea. Drenched in a fine sheen of sweat, Ace narrowly evades the blast. Had he failed to dodge, they would have met the same fate as that mountain. As the light cannon concludes, the white giant, without hesitation, commences its assault upon them. Although subtle, the front lines gradually shift under its guidance. Ace evaded the giant's grasp, his body colliding with a shield behind him. Ace, dear, you ought to be cautious not to venture too close to the border. There are electrical currents. As he wrestled with his adversary, Ace cast his gaze towards the sky, pondering aloud, which is mightier, fire or electricity? Can fire obliterate this electric grid? It is not a straightforward comparison. Fire results from the splitting and reassembly of molecular substances into lower energy forms, releasing energy through collisions and bonds. Electricity is one of the 4 fundamental interactions of nature, a form of energy. Alternatively, fire is a phenomenon that emits light and heat through oxidation reactions. They do not represent a mere state of matter. Fate responded earnestly. Such phenomena cannot be compared. However, in terms of specific damage within a defined scope. Ace, dear, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. But regarding this matter, Fate confidently patted his chest and smiled. Let us handle it. Come forth and attack, proclaimed Lilac, feigning bravado. Until now, your assaults have proven ineffective. Why not try a bit harder? With a faint sense of regret, Lilac shook his head, yet he made no effort to conceal the smile that crept upon his lips. At the juncture between the manufacturing plant and the steel factory, what are he inquired? Indeed. Can you arrange the stone distance at 12 o'clock and the standing stone at 3 o'clock in a simple hexagonal spatial lattice? The interference of the NS mode commenced. I can manage that. Another Gemini, Fear, stood beside the colossal stone, nodding gently at the telephone bug, then meticulously traced the arrangement of the giant's dance with his finger. Once completed, have them position according to the circular chessboard F3C6, D4E4, within a 10-meter range. Fear, I am increasingly fond of you as a crew member. Now, let us bestow upon you an affectionate nickname. After their work concluded, Little Fate, Dumbo, it seems naming a Gemini is quite the challenge. I would be immensely grateful if the name were not as foolish as the one an imbecile might choose. What do you mean? Literally, dear deputy. Children are often deemed careless and unsuitable for meticulous tasks. Yet, in particular contexts, they exhibit remarkable finesse, which is a talent in its own right. However, Fate and Fear's abilities have transcended the realm of technology and ventured into the mystical arts. As I lifted my gaze, the tremors caused by the attack of the red-haired giant forced me back a step. Here, amidst the chains of fallen beings, maintaining a foothold proved somewhat cumbersome. Why am I here? The conclusion drawn from the quadrant principle was to assist Ace and his companions. As for the current situation, it could be described as a tenuous plan in motion. Note, the quadrant principle prioritizes addressing significant yet non-urgent matters to prepare for future contingencies. Indeed, I find myself more suited to work behind the scenes than on the front lines. I tilted my head back and smiled proudly. Has salvation arrived? Dels gasped, filling his lungs with air as they expanded from the rapid pace of his heartbeat. The tragic scene he now finds himself in can be traced back to the moment he was reverse-tracked to his location by Asheral. However, what seems to hold greater significance at this moment is not the act of fleeing, but rather the need to ascertain the nature of the creature that just intervened to shield him from an attack. He distinctly recalls hearing a sound akin to something shattering. Chapter 55. The so-called will of Gaia. Are you, Jelly? Gaia, you should at least remember my name. Or refer to me as a deity, Akka. What on earth? Ashalik squinted at the bizarre creature before her, her mouth agape. In an instant, with a stride of 5 meters, Ashalik advanced towards Dels with astonishing speed, but her confident strike was deflected by a viscous, soft mud that altered its trajectory. Dels narrowly evaded. When did this black mud come into play? During your first attack? You fool. The black mud morphed into a clawed beast, which, without hesitation, raised its sharp claws to strike her. The sheer sharpness of those formidable claws was sufficient to sever bones with the slightest touch. Now's your chance, get out. Dels, momentarily stunned, realized the warning was directed at him. At that moment, Ashalik's armor crackled with blue lightning, successfully affecting Gaia's black mud, causing the small beast entwined around her to dissolve into the ground. The mud slithered back to coalesce around the figure of Gaia. Are you Gaia? Are you all right? At least I can't die again. It seems her choice was wise. If she were to confront this individual, that ship would not come out unscathed. But that is unrelated to her idleness. That self-serving demon. Understand? Now leave. Huh? I didn't hear that. Thanks to Dels's observation, he chose to flee the current situation, clutching his tools and seeking refuge elsewhere. He was, in the truest sense, as fragile as paper. He did not trust the jelly, but rather the 80 million, or at least those who had lived longer than he. The extraordinary being Ashalik possessed the curiosity befitting a scientist. What is that? Who knows? I currently lack the patience to engage in games with you. Is that so? It is rare for Mother to wish to play a game with you. Gaia transformed into an indistinguishable beast, revealing its pitch-black fangs. The creature's insatiable greed evoked thoughts of devouring itself. The beast lunged at Ashalik. Ashalik raised an eyebrow, then leapt into the air, narrowly evading the beast's claws. Her figure resembled a crescent moon amidst the darkness. Subsequently, she executed a flying kick, striking the beast's head with such force that if it were indeed a beast, it would have perished on the spot. The four-clawed creature, after being struck by the electrified blow, split open and transformed into a limbless serpent, wrapping around her lower body. Ashalik's lips curled downward as she increased the electric output of her armor. The black serpent disintegrated in a flash and fell to the ground. Without a moment's pause, two beasts surged forth from the shadows. After freeing herself from the black serpent, Ashalik utilized her footing to pivot her body, seemingly defying gravity as she executed a backflip. With her entire weight behind her, the blue light from the electric currents flickered, and as she aimed for the brightest moment, she slammed her heel down upon one beast. Upon landing, she swiftly crouched, her armored foot tracing an arc as she tripped the third beast, then forcefully stomped down. Ashalik possesses astonishing strength. Her supple form and agile movements rival those of ferocious carnivores. Her exceptional sense of balance and skill have reached the pinnacle of human capability, and she is now fully clad in armor. By mere appearance, she transcends the essence of humanity, her armor emanating arcs of blue lightning. The devil fruit? Ashalik curled her finger. She straightened her back, adopting a stance akin to that of a boxer. Gaia, transformed into a mass of black mud, did not attentively respond to her intentions, but swiftly morphed into 5 shadowy beasts. This time, they lunged at her in unison, with 4 flanking her from the sides and 1 leaping directly above her, reminiscent of a predator pack accustomed to hunting on the plains. A layer of sea prism stone encased her armor, and as she stepped forward, the sounds of thunder and collision erupted simultaneously, precisely 5 times. Is this really being overwhelmed? Ashalik revealed a sarcastic expression, a cold smile gracing her lips. The original black mud streamed down her armor like murky water. It seems you have misunderstood something. What? You appear to think that electricity and sea prism stone would have an effect on this body. The black mud suddenly connected to the ground, transforming into countless strands that ensnared every part of her armor. It was at that moment that Ashalik felt as if her airways were being obstructed by an unseen force, and the mechanical panel displayed irregularities. You did. What? The so-called Gaia consciousness. But you wouldn't comprehend even if I explained it. If the civilizations of your ocean were not so quickly defeated, would they? The hoarse voice seemed to echo right beside her, yet distant as if across a vast expanse of red earth. Ashalik realized that something was infiltrating her armor, penetrating her very pores. The next utterance was unlike any sound transmitted through air vibrations. No, while it indeed resonated, it did not originate from vocal cords. Consider this carefully. Flesh and blood are not essential. To whom is this addressed? Door rolled forward just before the blade descended, landing a blow to the body after barely repelling the puppet. He exchanged a deep wound for a fleeting chance at survival, driven solely by the instinct to live. Upon regaining his senses, he became somewhat lucid. If he were to be beheaded here, regardless of whether the revolutionary man could escape, it would undoubtedly complicate matters for the captain in retrieving his body, as there was no soil for a proper burial. However, perhaps the captain's abilities would allow for a swift cremation. Perhaps a water burial would be more appropriate. Hey, are you all right? The revolutionary man dashed toward Da, disregarding the impending strike of the blade, yet he was unable to reach him in time. Nevertheless, thank you. Please inform our captain. Just say that a water burial will suffice. I cannot trouble them further. Du attempted to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to find it had flowed down to his wrist, soaking through his white coat and trickling onto the hilt of his broadsword. Hey, you are called Da, right? You are still alive, not deceased, and your body, aside from a few critical injuries, is otherwise unscathed. Are you able to rise? Haha, I jest. There is but one fatal wound to your back, so do not be so anxious. Chapter 56. The 5 swordsmen in the southwestern corner of the cavern, Der, Era, Selka, and the revolutionary soldiers stood in a tense standoff. So, shall we flee now? Der pondered, acknowledging the unfunny nature of the jest. He struggled to rise, but a searing pain radiated from his back, and only with the support of the golden-haired man was he able to stand, albeit unsteadily. Do not push yourself. Do you wish to expose your bones? Leave this to me. No, allow me to handle it. As the automaton restored its functions, it began to emit a cacophony reminiscent of a malfunctioning music box. TCH, indeed, a heartless machine behaves thus. It is so heavily influenced by numerous parameters during combat. Myone maintained its 4th form, ready to shatter bones. Command acknowledged. The automaton's segmented limbs tore through layers of steel with formidable force, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, armed with 12 blades as it lunged forward. As the automaton advanced, Der swiftly pushed the soldier aside and fled in another direction, drawing from his recent experience. He believed he could lead the automaton further away. If what Sir had just murmured held any truth, the automaton's control was not yet complete. It was not yet the perfect weapon. Keeping a distance from Sir might afford him a fleeting opportunity. Not all, just one will suffice. Gasping for breath, Der quickened his pace. The automaton had targeted him from the outset and relentlessly pursued. Sir frowned. Mihonk dragon hook claws. Der evaded obstacles with remarkable agility. Yet the automaton remained close behind, undeterred. He could not shake it off while unscathed, let alone in his current injured state. With both sides weakened, a collective escape seemed a fanciful notion. Der's forehead was slick with cold sweat as he sprinted, but the automaton steadily closed in. During a leap, the automaton utilized the elevation to gain the advantage, positioning itself above derivative. He barely managed to block its strike midair. Water rise. This time, he successfully deflected the blade. But the force of the impact sent him flying as well. Using the momentum, he accelerated through the air. Der sword, shielding his vital areas. Although he landed in a heap of snow, he managed to touch down steadily, creating a gap of several meters between himself and the threat. Cough, cough. With a cough, blood spilled forth, and as he turned away, he beheld the puppet maintaining the same distance as before, exhibiting no signs of reaction. Like a monstrous entity reigning over this subterranean lair, fear gradually spread from the tips of his right fingers to his very mind, and his heart began to race erratically. Helpless, he muttered a painful curse, his eyes inexplicably curving, the golden pupils dilating as he squinted to scrutinize each detail of the puppet. The silver broadsword, cloaked in an armoring hue, transformed into a black blade. In an instant, as the puppet moved, he propelled himself off the ground, unleashing a leap that surpassed all limits. Snow and dust erupted around him, the blade of the sword flashing past, as if dismissing the confines of the narrow space. The broadsword indeed severed 3 of the 12 blades, yet it merely left a gash upon the puppet's torso, an entity adorned with eyes on its blades. It remained unscathed after enduring a blow capable of rending steel, immediately swinging its blades in his direction. He executed a backflip to evade, though a few strands of his light yellow bangs were still severed. This, however, was sufficient to demonstrate that in sheer combat prowess, he surpassed the puppet. Yet, this could not alter the fact that he remained in an utterly disadvantageous position. A wave of humiliation surged within him. The realization that he could not even best a mere puppet struck him deeply. Such an encounter ignited an incredible emotion within him, despite its absurdity. I'm sorry, perhaps. The puppet's hundreds of eyes fixated on the severed blades, and then it erupted into sharp laughter. Even without being a living being, it understood that the individual before it was on the brink of defeat. It would not take many exchanges before he succumbed to blood loss or was cleaved in twain, collapsing in a pitiful state. This time, his body moved instinctively. He swung down the blade in the direction of the oncoming weapons, executing 7 swift strikes. He was acutely aware of the puppet's blade's sharpness, capable of cleaving a person in 2 from head to toe like chopping wood. Frankly, with his current physique, he could continue this for dozens of times. If that fell short, hundreds would pose no issue, exhausting both his spirit and body to the utmost. That was his sole value, insignificant. For him, this was a self-evident truth, requiring no contemplation of rationale or premise. The mere thought of being utterly spent, to be honest, even brought him a sense of relief. However, the puppet's voice grew disjointed, its movements displaying a barely perceptible sluggishness. He leaped swiftly, his heightened senses granting him precise control over direction and distance, and as he reached the apex of his jump, swordsmanship of the lake soared hard. Battle. Do not fight. A headache akin to that of a Psyduck. What possessed me to make them engage in combat? How shall I live on from here? Chapter 57. 5. Imagination, Destruction, Fantasy per. Click. Hello, is something amiss? I was engrossed in a conversation and couldn't take the call. Is this Comrade Watari? Comrade Gaia is engaged in battle with Osherik from the Jan O'Neill faction, and I am observing the situation. I didn't expect him to take action. I thought he would merely provide cover for your escape. But now that he has, there is no cause for concern. Really? However, the circumstances appear rather unclear. Of course, it is dim, as Gaia is shrouded in darkness. The opposing Del silently expressed his disdain towards me. Speaking of reinforcements, I continued, they have arrived. You are aware of our ship's circumstances. We can only muster 3. Nonetheless, they are dependable allies, and I can vouch for their strength. There will be no issues. We pirates are rather fond of our lives and are unlikely to perish easily. Moreover, well, do not fret over their affairs. The frequency of your calls is reminiscent of a mother anxious about her college-bound child. If there are issues, why not consult the marvelous Seaconk? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to attend to. I believe you should be more concerned about your situation. Click. There is no phone call that cannot be resolved in a minute, especially when dealing with a verbose parent. The 3 essential strategies are: first, do not allow the other party to dominate the conversation. Second, respond to their inquiries with even greater verbosity. And third, assert that you are preoccupied with pressing matters. Speaking of ennui, cough, I shall inform them later. At worst, I can resort to an elaborate bow of apology. Though I profess to trust them, I cannot help but feel the pangs of a mother's worry. It is akin to the instinctive urge to ensure the gas stove is turned off before leaving the house. Gas stove, Shaw, they are undoubtedly safe. With a sigh, I resumed recording the current data in my notebook. The Dance of Giants? This problem is familiar to me. It pertains to quantum mechanics. Despite its enigmatic presentation, the underlying principles are rather few. In this age of ubiquitous supercarbonated cola energy, it is astonishing that some still hold Edison and Nikola Tesla in such high esteem. Next, I must prepare for the door. Time is of the essence, or I shall have to resort to Plan Y. On Ace's side, steel factory edge of the abyssal chain bridge, if Watari were present. He would undoubtedly regale us with some utterly trivial knowledge, such as how thunder is also referred to as divine majesty or a manifestation of the gods, tied to the spiritual realm of nature. In Japan, the land of harmony once believed that the roar of thunder was the voice of deities crying out. The white giant, a symbol of mysterious mythology, raised a single hand. Since ancient times, lightning has been regarded as a representation of strength. When this family began to integrate with technology, they harbored ambitions to harness the divine power of nature, and ultimately, they succeeded. Defeat them. At this command, the electrical currents in the sky converged, and a lightning strike transformed into a colossal hand, striking toward the Navy with the swiftness of a flash. The lightning tore through the air, striking several naval officers in the blink of an eye. Flames surged forth, forming a wall that shielded the sailors behind it. Lightning and fire roared as they clashed, releasing an unimaginable surge of energy that propelled men away like a crucible of chaos. The two forces intertwined, ultimately separating in a tumultuous divide. The outcome was evenly matched, yet the sailors, while being thrown back, were likely injured by the residual flames and electricity. Apologies, but such was the necessity of the moment. However, you are fortunate to have an excellent superior. Ace turned back with a playful grin. 3 naval captains stood resolutely before their subordinates, absorbing most of the impact. A captain, it is only natural for a superior to protect their subordinates. Indeed. Haha. It seems even the Navy cannot be despised. Humph. Just a mere pirate, yet a word of gratitude is warranted. Haha, do not dwell on it. With a jovial remark, Ace dashed forth, sprinting along the giant's arm. To withstand that strike is quite impressive. Came the voice of Lilith from the giant's gaping maw lined with 4 rows of teeth. Allow me to demonstrate something even more formidable. Melt steel, mirror flame. Ace leapt to evade the giant's claw, his arm erupting with a torrent of flames, nearly engulfing the giant's upper body. The white giant, suffering damage, leaned back significantly, towering over 20 meters. Again, fire fist. The giant's right leg buckled, kneeling partially as it extended its colossal hand to swat Ace from midair to the ground. Ha! To underestimate me results in such a fate. I envy you, for you can directly experience the power of Abel. Ace, boss. NS, switch to support mode. Faye, transformed into a flying vehicle, approached Ace. Are you all right, boss? You're injured. It's merely a scrape, just a bit of pain. Then stand up, we must take flight. Lilith is about to attack. Faye attempted to lift Ace, but it was evidently too strenuous. The white giant began preparing for another round of lightning strikes, causing immense destruction with each assault. Masterpiece. The pinnacle of human fantasy. The great end, Abel. The tomb of giants. Do you not agree? What say you, naval officers? How does this technique compare to that of the genius Vegapunk? The history of the Genina family is intertwined with fantasy tales, far more renowned than the first submarine manufacturing plant of the Grand Line. Earning the title of pursuers of the underworld, their kin are often ridiculed as foolish dreamers. Yet, despite this, They continue to seek treasures across these waters, guided by the treasure maps left by their ancestors, regarding the creations born from this quest merely as trifles. In this regard, Lilac stands in stark contrast to them. For the treasure he seeks embodies the utmost aspirations of humanity. This treasure can only be explored and created through the nebulous realms of imagination. After a lifetime of contemplation, he arrives at a profound conclusion: power and destruction, the kind of annihilation that aligns with the very essence of the word end. No, weapons are unnecessary. Abel shall become the embodiment of destruction itself. Even so, can this truly compare to Vegapunk? Colonel Scar, under the cover of other naval forces, delivered a powerful blow to the giant's face, interrupting its gathering of lightning. In terms of destructive capability, your so-called Abel may indeed surpass others. Yet you are in an entirely different league from Vegapunk. You, a mere shadow, cannot even approach his brilliance. Such nonsense you speak. It appears that you have yet to fully grasp Abel's might. Allow me to demonstrate. Lilac, within the giant's form, glared furiously, his wrath igniting like a raging inferno. He commanded the giant's dance to refine the electrical currents to several times their previous intensity, propelling the white giant and infusing the currents into the giant's dance. The boulders transformed these currents into dragon-like lightning with utmost efficiency. What is that? A naval officer trembled as he spoke. Give it your all. Are you all a bunch of youngsters who skipped breakfast to engage in battle? What of the giant? At this point, do you wish to retreat to your mother's wombs and start anew? Beck Huel, relentlessly striking down several smart units, encouraged his comrades beside him. No. What is that? Beck Huel turned to behold a thunderous dragon capable of obscuring the sun. Without hesitation, he commanded everyone to evacuate the area. Head west. Feeling exhilarated, he mused that perhaps he could complete the battle by pulling an all-nighter, though it could also be that he was merely daydreaming about peaches. Chapter 58, Chain Island. The end. Ace's perspective, a cerulean current surged forth, transforming into a tempest, though its scale was somewhat diminished compared to a true storm. The potency it contained bore no less ferocity than the mightiest of tempests. The storm swept across the heavens, darkening the clouds as they spiraled into a vortex of thunderous fury. Hey! Ace turned to the person behind him, requesting assistance. Lend me your strength. I cannot withstand this force alone. Really, you pirates are hopeless. Fine, I'll help you. Little Phil? If I can't catch up. My anxiety mounted as I stood at the periphery of the electric net, witnessing the thunderous dragon drawing nearer to Ace and the others. It felt as though I were observing a roulette ball poised to land outside the betting slots. Our collective lives were the stakes. I clenched my teeth, suppressing the tremors coursing through me. Drawing in a deep breath, I uttered a near prayer. I see. No, I must have faith in them. Ace is destined to become a pirate more formidable than the Pirate King. At the very least, I will ensure he survives until that day. As I reopened my eyes, my gaze fixed upon the distant clash of battle. Behold, 7 Dragon Thunder. The torrent of thunder surged violently, and before the mythic spectacle's overwhelming grandeur, 3 figures charged forth first, the collision of their energies sending ripples that reached the distant naval forces to the west. Hey, Iska, is this true? The auburn-haired lieutenant stood before the red-haired Mira, explaining the unfolding chaos. Iska nodded. Indeed, we must promptly request directives from headquarters before proceeding. Iska, it's been ages. I can't believe you've become a lieutenant. Now is not the time for reminiscing. We must report to naval headquarters immediately. Why not? Because naval regulations dictate that the highest-ranking officer bears responsibility for mission failures. This chaos is rather delightful to witness. All right, let's jump in. Just as Mira took a step forward, he was knocked over by a tremor from afar, and Iska swiftly apprehended him. That hurts. I understand. I will contact naval headquarters at once. Let me go? It has always been this way. How on earth did you become a naval commander? A colossal sound erupted from behind, diverting the Navy's attention from the farcical exchange to the distant battle. Their expressions were bereft of composure. Did anyone witness the distorted light? I raised my hand to shield myself from the explosive aftermath, a smile creeping upon my lips as if a crimson sun had suddenly appeared. Spiraling flames erupted beautifully across the sky, resembling fragments of the sun plummeting, causing the moisture in the air to boil. Both colossal giants and humans alike vanished within the sun's radiant glow. The transponder snail was blown away from my grasp. I attempted to seize it, only to be nearly carried off as well. In truth, I was thrust several meters back. In the heart of the flames, I thought, this is impossible. My greatest masterpiece. My ultimate fantasy. How could it be so easily vanquished? The dance of giants? Why has the output suddenly diminished? The white giant is suppressed by the flames of the heavens, and when he attempts to harness lightning once more, only feeble currents emerge. Impossible! 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 What have you done? This is the pinnacle of destruction, a weapon I have crafted and envisioned over half a lifetime. Lilac screamed in hysteria, but only Ace could hear him amidst the flames. Upon hearing the scientist's words, Ace's fury was evident. You seem to have misunderstood. Technology exists to bring smiles to people's faces and what you refer to as imagination. The flames suddenly intensified. Destruction only occupies the mind when one ceases to imagine. This is hardly an ideal. It is merely unbridled ambition. Everything around seemed to be consumed, as if even the sky had been drawn into a fiery abyss. Only this phrase remained. Tomorrow, an update. Chapter 59, The Isle of Chains. The end, 2. Periphery of the power grid. Failure. Successfully disrupted. Fei Air wiped the sweat from his brow, hiding behind a massive boulder. The NS transformed into a safety belt, securing him to the stone to protect him from the blast. Whoa, that was close. I almost got blown away. Hey, Watari, deputy boss? Could she have been swept away by the wind and knocked her head, causing her to faint? I'm truly worried. Ah, help me. Wait, have I been blown away too? The NS morphed into a long rope, swiftly coiling around Fei-Te and pulling him back. Am I all right? I'm fine. Well then, for hands are just right for the task. I must continue my work. This is a rare opportunity, and I must utilize this place of the giant's dance. Two NSs merged into a larger platform. The abyss, what a commotion. AIC Air stood still after severing the head of a smart, gazing into the distant battlefield. I hope everyone is safe. Duh, on the other hand, coughed violently. His great sword clattering to the ground as he knelt among the remnants of the puppet, blood spilling from his mouth. Allah, my honey. You Allah, my honey. Sir on Ayla's side seemed to sense something, covering his face as an unprecedented aura of murderous intent erupted from him, magnified beyond imagination. If he had approached earlier with a playful demeanor, he now bore a semblance of despairing fury. There's an opening. The blond man leaped forward, closing the perilous distance to Sir in an instant. His right hand charged with a devastating strike. The floating cannon automatically pivoted, launching an attack at him. Yet he did not evade. Dragon's breath. He absorbed the cannon fire at point-blank range, pushing off his back heel with explosive force, darting through the thick smoke. Just as he was about to collide with Sir, the latter's gaze shifted towards him, causing the man to feel a sudden tingling on his skin. Sir adeptly ducked to evade the man's strike, a flash of lightning passing by. It seemed the man had anticipated this, leaping away from Sir's vicinity the moment he touched the ground. There appeared a multitude of long-legged eyeballs, surrounding Sir from all directions. One of them suddenly burst into flames and collapsed to the ground. It was the very one that had been near the man's feet moments ago. Sir exhaled a cloud of mist, discarding his half-burned cigar to the ground, and slowly explained as if clarifying something to them. Quite impressive. I senti it. It can self-destruct. You know, the brother fixing the pipes. This self-detonation device doesn't explode. Rather, it releases a powerful electric current in an instant, lethal to anyone. Ayla shouted from the side. I'm not a plumber, but I grasped the gist of it. In short, just stay away from those grotesque eyeballs. He pondered suddenly. Has that swordsman's encounter concluded? Did he win? Sirka cast a glance at Sirka, who, true to her nature as a devoted friend, communicated volumes with just a nod before stealthily slipping away. At that moment, Sir seemed to lack the inclination to pursue her. Keep it up, big brother plumber. You truly are a fascinating child. Yes, I shall strive to do my best. If even a child is cheering for me, I cannot afford to lose face. No sooner had he spoken than the man seized an iron pipe beside him and dashed forward with renewed vigor. Sirka searched through the building materials for traces of blood, her heart racing as she discerned marks reminiscent of wounds inflicted by a superspecies beast. The scattered piles of construction materials vividly conjured images of the chase that had transpired. It was not long before she found who was kneeling on the ground, his shoulders trembling violently. Cough, cough. Hey, are you all right? You've coughed up so much blood. No, it's merely an old ailment. No need to worry. Yet if this continues, you will bleed excessively. I must take you for treatment immediately. Thank you, but before it could finish, he collapsed against Sirka's shoulder. Sir grasped the black orb that lay upon him. his yellow-brown hand adorned with a sea-blue sapphire ring on his swollen ring finger, a symbol of happiness. Ancient Egyptians believed that the vein in the ring finger connected directly to the heart, dubbing it the vein of love. Initially, she had intended for a ruby, a guardian of love, to be the gem on their wedding ring, but Sir ultimately chose a stone that matched her eye color. Yet, such sentiments mattered little now, for they had attained neither love nor happiness. Do you know? This eye. She helped me remove it, and then… What are you saying? If you wish to be heard, might you first remove the earplugs? The man smiled as he pointed to his ears, all the while evading the self-destructive attacks of the eyeballs and the fire from the floating cannons. His body was marked with numerous wounds of varying sizes, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed. The eyeballs were rapidly depleting, and the battle was swiftly entering its final countdown. Sir seemed to understand that, having lost her, his fighting prowess was insufficient to overcome the man before him. However, restrictions lifted, first form activated. Upon hearing this declaration, the man's eyes widened, and an air of vigilance enveloped him. Beside him, Aero wore an expression of disbelief, with the essence of undefined forms and functions lingering in the air. In the domain of simplified Euro Nouvelle, Sir had primarily focused on human ergonomics. However, their original aspiration had been to integrate NS into the human body. It appeared they had veered off course at a critical juncture, particularly when Sir transformed his wife into an automaton. Note, ergonomics, which emerged after World War II, fundamentally seeks to adapt the use of tools to the natural form of the human body. This prosthetic arm, designed by Sir, comprises 6 standardized components crafted from NS. They can move according to my will and offer automatic protection, although it pales in comparison to her. It retains only the most basic action patterns, yet proves impeccable in safeguarding me. Despite being merely a defensive NS, I cannot help but think, oh, let us proceed. The man gritted his teeth and uttered, indeed, nothing surpasses the efficacy of one's own hands over machines. I meticulously counted the tasks ahead with my fingers, deciding to first locate Fate Vale, as their presence significantly influences this rebellion. To be candid, I suspect that even in my absence, events would unfold as originally planned, a notion I am reluctant to admit. Next, armed with my observation skills, I began my search for individuals. By calculating the location and magnitude of the recent explosion, I could chart a course. And soon I spotted those 2 fiddling beside the standing stone. Thus, the first task no longer troubled me. Now, for the second. I retrieved another communicator from my pocket. Do you grasp the significance of acquiring 2 of everything? Ace, the white giant devoid of a master, crumbled like a sand tower, collapsing in exhaustion atop the white cube mountain, while the Navy apprehended Lilac. I hesitated, contemplating whether to exploit this opportunity to confine this 80 million bounty pirate within Impel down. Admiral, let us apprehend Fire Fistace here. It would be an easy capture now. Fool, are you not tarnishing the honor of our Navy? He just saved us. Precisely. He is a natural user with formidable fire abilities. If we let him go, who knows what chaos might ensue in the future. Indeed, we are the Navy, and he is a pirate. We have our own stance. The 3 admirals silently regarded Ace, who lay on the ground, soundly asleep. Has our captain caused you any trouble? I suddenly appeared, startling them. Truly, they are professional Navy personnel, quickly encircling me. Hound, it's Hound Wadari, a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. A crew member of Fire Fistace. I consider myself quite adept at social interactions. I ponder whether my knowledge will prove applicable here. First, I maintain my composure, wearing a smile. A scarred admiral spoke first, another pirate. What mischief have you wrought on this island? Did you instigate the turmoil here? We merely happened to be captured by Jien Onuanyo upon entering this island and inadvertently became embroiled in the slave revolt here. Moreover, we naturally joined the fight with the intent of avenging Jien Onuanyo. Pirates are known for their grudges. Do you presume we, the Navy, would believe your claims? I knew that managing the aftermath would be more troublesome than fighting. I pouted as I observed Ace, who lay sprawled on the ground in slumber, calculating our chances of escape. After engaging in a dialogue akin to "you are being unreasonable" followed by "no, you are the one being unreasonable," I got straight to the point. As you can see, our stance towards Jianyu Nuneyu is adversarial, while our attitude towards the Navy remains neutral. As for the Navy's perspective, I need not speculate. However, I would like to remind you that Jianyu Nuneyu wishes to eliminate you, while my captain has saved you. This statement proved quite effective. As they hesitated for a moment, given that Jianyu Nuneyu has already expressed hostility towards the Navy, It seems unnecessary to shield them, does it not? A naval admiral. A naval admiral. Such a prominent figure must surely be aware of Jianyu Nineyu's actions over the years. Do you wish for chaos to ensue here? If Jianyu Nineyu were to seek your assistance in quelling a rebellion, would you comply? Let me take a guess. You would likely assert that it is their own affair, and the Navy merely serves as a transactional entity, maintaining neutrality. What do you wish to convey? Nothing much. The Navy should simply focus on their responsibilities, either upholding neutrality or maintaining justice. Regarding my previous conjecture, I would like to add that should the world government issue a directive for assistance, you would indeed help suppress the rebellion, would you not? After all, they're an invaluable trading partner. However, there are some unexpected truths I wish to share with you. I will inform you that the factory has been rendered ineffective twice. The trader is Enmu, and their whereabouts remain unknown. The submarines at the shipyard have been completely destroyed by the rebel forces. If you do not believe me, you may conduct your own investigation or visit the underbelly and the artificial islands to inquire with anyone you encounter. I believe the answers will be consistent. Care for a wager? This mission has truly been a failure. Dear naval officer, do not be so disheartened. It is not necessarily a lost cause. To my knowledge, there is one individual among Jianyu Nineyu who has aligned with the rebels. Perhaps following the rebellion, she may continue to cooperate with you. Wouldn't that resolve everything? This is merely a matter of collaboration. Regrettably, we have yet to capture Enmu concerning the trade. Are you suggesting we place the blame on Jianyu Nineyu for being the first to breach our agreement, while also shielding Enmu? Such a considerate plan for our interests. However, your tone is rather aggressive for a negotiation. Why the sarcasm? After all, we are merely a small pirate crew, our status and capabilities laid bare for all to see. Hardly imposing. At the very least, we cannot afford to lose face in terms of momentum. That is how I perceive it. In light of my dark hair, would you entrust this man to me? What do you hope to gain from this rebellion? Perhaps after extending a favor, you could acquire a ship at a discounted price. By the way, dear naval officer, how much does a submarine cost around here? Colonel Bald pondered for a moment, stating that a decent one would cost around 1 billion. What? So expensive? Is the Navy truly that wealthy? Perhaps I should consider switching sides. Indeed, the submarines from Jianyu Nineyu are exceedingly expensive. However, we have secured a long-term contract, allowing us a reduction of approximately 200 million. Now, esteemed naval officer, how much do you believe the recent success of the individual aligned with the rebels from Jianyu Nineyu might afford us in terms of further concessions? That ultimately depends on the extent of your involvement. Chapter 60, 5 Chains Island, the end, 3, so it is. Your Navy has not had it easy either. In these times, merely finding employment is a challenge. Maintaining maritime order must indeed be quite arduous for you. The naval officers nodded in agreement. Indeed, today's youth often aspire to become pirates. Roger has left quite a legacy of trouble. The Navy is currently in dire need of individuals who can ascend to higher positions. Regarding this issue, the younger generation tends to observe the circumstances of their predecessors, the middle-aged cohort, and subsequently determine their own futures. Years have passed, and those once young have transitioned into middle age. Perhaps we can ameliorate the working conditions of today's middle-aged families, such as through retraining and technical skills to enhance job opportunities. You young one have some admirable thoughts. They surpass those of my unreliable juniors. You flatter me. The prevailing difficulties are indeed a challenge for every household. In these new times, it is incumbent upon us young people to shoulder the responsibility of improving the world. I feel as though I have transformed the dialogue from the weaknesses of human nature to how to converse with the elderly. At least it seems effective thus far. So why pirates? What a ridiculous question. We keep circling back to this. The door. Due to the previous delays, I meticulously designed an immense door, with layers of dark purple doors unfolding, ensnaring their movements. Anticipating their opening, countless chains emerged from within. I hoisted ace and set off in a predetermined direction. Akin to a long-distance run, we pirates too possess our own sense of restraint. In a society where the sheep devour the wolves, our choices carry a certain democratic significance. Do not categorize us all as one merely because of the misdeeds of some pirates. We have been ambushed. Colonel. A pitiful naval officer was nearly overwhelmed by the torrent of chains. His actions, and even his vision, were engulfed by the black door. Yet, 3 colonels effortlessly carved out a space, rescuing him from the clutches of despair. Your timing is still lacking. I apologize. Colonel, what should we do now? Should we pursue them? The restraint of pirates, the sheep consuming the wolves. She is not wrong. let us return to the warship. The bald colonel seized the opportunity to jest with the scarred vice admiral. Oh, it seems there are peculiar pirates beyond just the Fire Fist. It is likely to become increasingly interesting from here on. Let us hope it unfolds positively, Hound. Vice Admiral Iru's gaze was inscrutable, and he murmured to himself, Vatarian ace. Chief, save me. What? I took 30 seconds to explain the situation. And just as our chief prepared for a fierce battle, not a single naval officer pursued us. Could it be that the mental poison is taking effect? This defies logic. Not being pursued is not such a bad outcome. There seems to be no real insight. By the way, what is the current status of the battle? Agil raised the corners of his mouth, a smile reflecting both serenity and elegance. He had just received news. The elder brother of the revolutionaries has triumphed. We have emerged victorious. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Xiao Ai La, please be gentle while bandaging. My apologies. But I am genuinely elated. Sir's NS has transitioned into a state of detached neutrality, and he himself has collapsed amidst the construction materials. He was not mistaken. The NS model he designed, the prosthetic, emphasizes defense, making the subsequent combat exceedingly effortless once the defenses are breached. That must have been Sir's final struggle. I fully comprehend your joy. However, the battle has merely commenced. The news we received, in addition to our comprehensive victory, indicates that the Navy remains stationed on this island. If they discover our revolutionary involvement in this matter, it could lead to significant complications. This issue was already discussed with the elder gentleman with the white beard yesterday. Fate Fire has completed the final interference. Honestly, this is quite enough. This truly must be the end. Directive issued. Proceed with the final parameter adjustments and deviation range confirmation. Success. Within range. As we conclude our final tasks on Chain Island, ensuring all robots cease operation due to the effects of the giant's dance, two identical him collapsed to the ground. Have you had enough of seeing numerical arrangements for a lifetime? Look quickly, fight. I see it, fire? It is the sun. On the Winter Island, where colors gradually fade, we have finally awaited its golden companion after many years. Will this solar snow bring vibrant hues to the lives of those here? Be they rulers, the free, the lost, the just, the rebels, the unredeemed, or the redeemed. Adults often say the world is shrouded in darkness. No matter how hard one struggles, it can only be transformed into a sorrowful gray. Nonetheless, I have made a decision. If the sun shines brightly, I shall lie in its warmth as I do now. If it rains, I will seek shelter beneath the eaves to listen to the symphony of raindrops and frogs. If a storm arises, I will stand on the deck with my comrades, drenched in the downpour, stowing away the sails, and if it snows, I will surely remember today. Then, if many years hence, I have the fortune to meet Dr. Gran. Chapter 61. The Chains of Five Island, the end of the road, for, hey, these smart devices have ceased to function. Success. Hey everyone, behold the sun. The second sun. That fellow is truly remarkable. Bek Kawelu sat cross-legged upon the ground, his gaze fixated on the sun that briefly emerged from the clouds before vanishing once more into the folds of time. With a deep breath, he proclaimed to the prisoners around him that they must aspire to reach realms even more distant than the sun itself. What they were doing now was merely a prelude to the final day. The pieces on the world's chessboard moved slowly. Even now, countless pieces vanished while new ones joined this intricate game. He was acutely aware that he was but a worn pawn, cracked and prematurely embroiled in the struggle. Yet, would this alone compel him to surrender? You know, age birds cannot be confined. Their wings are simply too resplendent. Freedom. Mr. Bek Kawelu bore no semblance of an elderly man. His spirit burned hotter than ours. Dells, with his hair woven intricately to obscure half his face, bound the unconscious Asilik, who had succumbed to oxygen deprivation, while his keen eyes observed the gluttonous black mass that had just consumed something, leaving Asilik's armor crumbling to white sand. Are you conversing with me? Who knows? Let us depart, he said. Indeed, it was agreed that they would gather at the artificial island once all was concluded. I took a detour on my way, rescuing the singed Kakaroo from the clutches of a giant spider. Although I had managed to eliminate an officer, I felt no triumph in victory, my heart heavy with the sense of having taken advantage of the vulnerable. Boss G exhibited a commanding presence as he hoisted Ace and Kakaroo, one in each hand, dismissing my request to carry their belongings. Boss G, you should return first. I still have matters to attend to. They sleep so soundly. Hey, Fatal, wake up. You'll surely catch a cold like this. Vice Boss Wataru. After a scene reminiscent of a spring outing with children, we soon arrived at the chain bridge connecting the artificial islands, fortuitously encountering Gaia, Bekuelu, and the others. Oh, you are the pirates of the Alliance. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sabo. Why do you look so peculiar? Do you recognize me? Golden hair, a tall top hat, a scar over the right eye, familiar brands, familiar formulas. I could scarcely contain my tears of joy. I cannot solve this riddle. Yes, I know you. I have seen your face on the bounty poster. It is an honor. I am Wataru, the vice captain of the Spade Pirates. If only Ace and Luffy paid attention to current events, they would have discovered that their dear brother was still alive. However, one cannot entirely blame them. After experiencing life as a sailor, one realizes that the naval bounty posters resemble mere advertisements. With a VIP service subscription, one could procure a week's worth of newspapers and assorted items, enough to host a barbecue party. I must also guard against door-to-door salesmen recommending peculiar products to my children, which is all too realistic. These are my juniors, the promising Buick Kawe Road and Saab, appearing more like brothers than a father and son. Flattery, suddenly interrupted Era, tugging at my sleeve. It seems that Brother Da has sustained severe injuries. Although Silka went to seek him out, we remain unaware of his current condition. What say you? Duh? Wait a moment, let me see. I swiftly extended my gaze forward, and upon sensing a familiar aura within the artificial island, I exhaled in relief. They are already there. Demei must have received treatment. Returning to the artificial island, I inquired, Demei, are your injuries serious? I heard you lost a considerable amount of blood. Shoo, said a juror, who had returned earlier, standing beside Ace and the latter unconscious, while the former merely slept soundly under a thick blanket. The excitement on the skeleton man's face was nearly overflowing. One might mistakenly think he was about to engage in some indiscreet act. Mr. Da's injuries are no longer critical. The skeleton man, realizing he had spoken too loudly, quickly lowered his voice, though excitement rendered it hoarse. Mr. Ace is just overly tired and asleep. No need for concern. Leave everything to me. Subsequently, the small visage behind the skeleton mask flushed. I now harbor doubts about whether he might engage in inappropriate behavior, but with G present, nothing untoward should occur. Or perhaps it is even more perilous. I refer to his own life. Then, glancing at Ace, who lay peacefully on the blanket, I turned to observe Saab, who was discussing matters with Buick Kawe Road and Deluz. Abba. Hey Ace, wake up. Ace rolled over, covering his ears, reminiscent of a reluctant riser. It seems my assistance can extend no further. I then retrieved 2 blankets to cover them and moved beside Era. Era, are you ready? I am now a mature child. Is it necessary for little Era to join us? The rebels can serve as representatives. Saab genuinely worries for Era. This would expose everything immediately. We only need to do this once. Can it be accomplished, little Era? This is my mission. Era has indeed grown. After all that has transpired, every time I see Era, I gain a clearer understanding of myself, as if she represents my arrival in this world. The bond one first forged. Meanwhile, in the naval headquarters, how does the situation unfold? Colonel Mira, queried by Iska, furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. What is the outcome? Just then, a Navy officer rushed in to report. The 3 admirals and all the Navy have returned. Deputy Chief, what is their purpose in returning here? The control room has become obsolete, and the smart machine has malfunctioned. Even if there were individuals to operate it, it would remain unresponsive. The inability to control it would greatly trouble me. Negotiations must proceed on equal terms. The neutral stance of Jianu Nua is well known, as both pirates and the Navy engage in trade with it. Our identities are somewhat acceptable. However, it is impossible to completely obscure the existence of the Revolutionary Army. For this reason, we must be prepared. You have come for this purpose as well? I turned to the 2 gentlemen behind me, Mr. Sabo and Mr. Dels. I strongly recommend the literary work The Shawshank Redemption. If reading is not preferable, do ensure to watch the film at least once. In truth, this book is less about freedom and more about hope. Chapter 62, Chain Island, The End, 5. The Colonels have returned. Hey Mira, what did the person on the other end of the line say? Why is my father on the other end? Surely you just misdialed. Fool. Gurgle. Ah, could it be my father again? Click. Hello, is this the charming naval officer? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. 2 hours later. In the Abyss, the Narwhal. The Navy has taken the initiative to request negotiations in the Abyss. Could this be a trap? The bound undercover revolutionary expressed her concerns to the dark-haired girl. No worries, you are our trump card, after all. Trust that I will orchestrate a splendid game, Colonel. Sister Watari, why must I act this way during the negotiations? It is merely to exploit the Navy's weaknesses. Trust my guidance. Watari gently tousled Isla's brown hair, revealing a warm smile. On the side of Chain Island, Watari, originally an undercover Navy revolutionary, Isla, the representative of the rebels, and one revolutionary participant in the meeting. On the Navy's side, 3 naval colonels, 3 naval lieutenant colonels, and 1 naval lieutenant. We have arrived. We have thoroughly checked this place to ensure no repeat of the complications from the first meeting. Indeed, we are grateful for your assistance in minimizing our troubles. Dels, have you seen Watari? She mentioned she was going to find something, and hasn't he returned yet? Dels was assisting Fight and File in controlling the central system, his gaze unwavering from the panel. I never imagined such technology still existed in this world. Over time, so annoying. Fight and File wore forlorn expressions, their hands moving like an old pianist striking keys, occasionally crafting inscrutable patterns. Fight File, what principles underpin the technology of Jinanoyu? The unique nature of the Grand Line has given rise to countless extraordinary civilizations. Some islands remain in the Cretaceous dinosaur era, while others possess technology far beyond their time. These cannot simply be generalized as human civilization. This world harbors numerous distinct races. Humans have evolved into beings capable of flight, subterranean dwellers, fishmen, and fur tribes. The boundaries between subspecies and humans have become exceedingly blurred. Please refer to the textbook. The first unit explicitly states, even the lower-level employees in the Abyss must complete the first 3 books. This work cannot be approached with negligence. Without proper study, one wouldn't even know where to store the basic materials. Learning is imperative. Dels felt the pressure of employment. At the meeting, how do the Navy feel about this agreement? As the representative of the Spade Pirates concluded the presentation of the agreement, a momentary silence enveloped the room. Or perhaps it could be said that the agreement before them was flawless, so reasonable it rendered them speechless. As if there was nothing more to be said beyond a mutual acknowledgement of its merits. The raven-haired maiden has maintained an expression of serene composure since entering the meeting, exuding an aura of perfection. The atmosphere has transformed into an awkward silence, as both parties refrain from speaking. The following is a silent exchange of glances among our side. Ayla, when did we devise such an impressive plan? Revolutionary. It was not us. Could it be you? Representative of the rebels. It was not us either. Then who could it be? Colonel Scar spoke. May I pose a question? Indeed, any inquiries regarding this agreement are welcome. And who might you be? Me? Personal privacy lies beyond the scope of this agreement. Such matters are not to be discussed here. Are there any other questions? Yes. Regarding the seizure of the beacon, we find the compensation inadequate. Does the Navy believe it can negotiate for greater benefits? I regret to inform you that there are boundaries beyond which we cannot concede. It would indeed be prudent to engage a journalist to cover such a momentous event, serving as a new avenue for communication between the simplified European Union and the external world. Moreover, a cacophony erupted from outside the meeting room. What is happening? Report, Colonel. The robots outside have suddenly activated and are advancing towards us. We are surrounded. You all. Ayla leapt from her chair, signing the new agreement with a flourish before presenting it to the Navy. This incident can be classified as internal strife within the simplified European Union. We will provide appropriate compensation for your losses. Vitali gazed at Ayla with a knowing smile, her eyes narrowing into slits. Ha ha ha. The bald colonel erupted in laughter, patting the back of General Scar. It appears we have no choice. Let us draft a reflection upon our return. Humph. The third colonel boldly signed the document, leading his subordinates away. As Iska passed by Vitali, she frowned slightly. The meeting concluded. Remarkable. Sister Vitali, are you a deity? Did you compose this agreement? It seems the alternative plan will not be necessary. This agreement must be submitted to the judicial authorities for validation. It must be preserved carefully. Vitali handed a stack of papers to Ayla. Indeed, Ayla solemnly accepted the agreement, but when she turned around, Vitali had mysteriously vanished as if she had evaporated into thin air. Where is Sister Vitali? At this moment, Vitali found herself in a whimsical realm, akin to a kindergarten activity room, sharing space with Mr. Rabbit. In the center, an incongruous chessboard lay upon a foam board. The two were engaged in a match. 2 adorable, plump doves served a dessert to me, bowing graciously. Thank you, dear sirs. Cuckoo, no need for thanks. Cuckoo, cuckoo. And what about Mr. Rabbit's portion? Mr. Rabbit raised his small hand, but it fell empty. None, cuckoo. Is there indeed animal bullying here as well? The coffee smells delightful. Very well, checkmate. Thank you for your efforts. I never anticipated that you would emerge victorious, Mr. Rabbit confidently proclaimed regarding his chess prowess. The rabbit spoke sorrowful words without a hint of despondency, merely suggesting that he had calculated a few additional moves. Miss Wadari exhibited remarkable skill in manipulation and influence. As per our agreement, you shall assist you, provided that the troubles you brought are resolved. The facade of the kindergarten began to unravel, as the green-haired man rolled up his right sleeve, which hung emptily, and retrieved his wooden prosthetic from the ground, securing it in place. He offered me a slight bow. Mu's face remained adorned with white lines. Thus, may our collaboration be pleasant. I have no intention of collaborating with you, haha. Farewell. The magician of the cubes vanished after casting a smoke bomb. I too spun around twice before returning to the control room. Chapter 63. The 5 ships control room, eh? Has the meeting concluded? Sabo turned to me, noting my heightened activity. Due to your fervor, the Navy is now evacuating Gian O'Neill and his group from Chain Island. You mentioned they were off to find something, yet they ended up in a meeting instead. Did have this plan from the very beginning? Despite all my calculations, I still fell short. Was that chess game also preordained? While we were engaged in our match, he was simultaneously attending a meeting with the Navy. I feel utterly humiliated regarding my intellect. By the way, who is this you speak of? Has he already departed from the island without being located? I'm not certain, but seeking him will prove quite challenging. The first time I discovered him was through the prosthetic arm I had pinned down. I wonder where he might be this time. What are the Revolutionary Army's plans moving forward? I intend to pursue M. Dells will remain here for a while, and Mr. Becca Kiwalu will also stay. Do you know where M is? Are you not going to rest for a while? My child is eager to see you. We are aware of his next destination, so we shall not pause. Although it has been brief, we have appreciated your pirate crew's hospitality. By the way, if Mr. Dells awakens, please extend my gratitude to him. Certainly. However, I must also take responsibility for M seizing the beacon. It seems Mother can only secure this for you, I said. That's all right. Chain Island has been liberated, has it not? Do not dwell too much on it. M is a truly malevolent character. We are well aware of the risks involved. Then let us proceed. Shall we depart now? Yes. As I watched Sabo ride off on a crow,